defectors and we took control of their airspace.
Yeah, but they got someone else. It's not. This is the thing, right? You can kill as many people as you like. There's going to be always someone there to replace them. You kill Ayatollah, Khamenei. He's got someone there that's probably going to be stronger and wiser and younger that would, replace him. It's always like that. This is like the whole. Yeah, this is the whole this is the whole ideology that you need to get rid of, which is not gonna go.
What happened to
So what if the shoe was on the other foot and they would have killed Netanyahu? Would that be a victory?
They'll replace him. No.
But still, that would.
Oh yeah, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He's dead.
Okay,
but it's not gonna
so
accomplish the mission because there will be another Netanyahu, and you've probably got thousands of them that's gonna replace him. Who might even be stronger than Netanyahu.
So just to make sure I understand what you're saying. If you're in a war, two countries are in a war, and they kill 8 of their top commanders and take control of their airspace, it means nothing.
No. They killed, the commanders, but then they probably had someone better up there, and they still were successful because they didn't accomplish anything. They killed, they've got 90 million people there. How many of them
Yes,
are
ma'am.
going to kill 1 million?
So, again, just to make sure I understand you. So if you're in a war,
I told
kill
you.
8 of the opposing side's top commanders, it doesn't mean, okay, I got it.
They were all like old people that were about to retire.
Pearl, can you tell us, Israel killed the leader of Hezbollah and killed some of the commanders. And you can say with Hezbollah, it didn't touch them and they're back into power and they're all good, or maybe they're completely decimated.
Hezbollah was a militia group. Iran is a country. So the hierarchy, they're all replaceable. There are so many people. If you know, IRGC's members are more than 20 million people. So if you kill someone in the IRGC, they are replaceable and they can put someone else in there. And there are so many people who want to die for their countries.
So
you cannot compare this to a militia group with the entire 92 million population country. That's different.
But in Iran, out of 90
Even if you
million,
kill Khamenei,
70
he's not gonna
million
mind.
hate Ayatollahs, right? They hate Ayatollahs. We hate the regime. And regime is basically a personalistic regime. It's not completely personalistic.
So now you're representing the people of Iran, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because you're saying like everybody's hating like Ayatollahs. That's not true.
Majority of people
That's
hate
not true.
Israel.
Where did you get that number from?
Yeah, that's very true.
Because you say so according to who?
Have you even been to Iran?
In Iraq, once Saddam fell, country collapsed. In Libya, once Gaddafi died,
So
country
now
collapsed.
you're comparing with Gaddafi, right? That's fallacy.
Yeah, of course.
No, you cannot compare Iran with Libya. These are two different countries.
Yeah,
And you
every
cannot
country
compare
is a different
Ayatollah Khamenei with someone else.
Why not? He is.
Because two different people, two different countries, two different governments and
Who
regimes.
is Khamenei? Khamenei is a dictator.
So you say
just like Bibi.
because you say it, right?
Do
You know how many
majority
followers the
Because
guy
you
got
like
around
him,
the whole
religious
world?
fanatic
Like how many
who never was
followers he
elected.
got around the
According
whole
to
world?
who?
It's not even just
According
Iran.
to who? According to the democratic.
According to
Right,
anyone-
maybe it was
did anyone-
democracy.
Because you don't
Maybe it
like
was
him and you
democracy.
say he's a dictator.
Did anyone vote for Khamenei? Did he get elected?
Yes.
Nobody voted for him.
98.5% 40 years ago voted for Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, but who cares what it was 4 years ago? Doesn't matter.
Now, in the recent election,
Listen,
in the last 3 recent election, 60% of people voted for the current government.
Government, but not Khamenei.
So the Khamenei is the top of the government.
No, he's
Right?
not. He's
And a defined
he's a
majority.
religious fanatic.
You see? You're
The
just
government-
dumbass idiot.
No, I'm not a dumb idiot.
Yes,
The
you are.
government-
That's what you
No,
are.
if you want to talk like that, I'm okay.
Blondie, do majority Jews hate Bibi?
Probably 50-50.
Is not 50-50, he's dictator, 30 years in the power like Putin.
He got elected. It's not
Elected 30 years.
Because you like him now, all of a sudden
No, I don't like
he's
him.
not
I
a
think
dictator.
Before you talk about Iranian dictators, first talk about your own dictator.
I'm not from Israel.
You're not Jews.
But it's why you like his agenda, right? And his government.
Okay, before you talk about Khomeini, talk about Bibi. He's been in the power 30 years. Even Putin wasn't like that.
Well, I got an advice. Stop
He needs to go.
embarrassing
I'm not
yourself.
saying he doesn't.
Dude, stop embarrassing yourself and just leave it. You don't know what.
No, let him talk. So, do you think it's okay to be a guy to be in power for so many long
Of course
time?
not. Of course
So
not.
is he dictator?
And he is not a dictator, but it's still.
Oh, it's not normal, but he's not dictator.
No, he gets elected all the time. There's a democratic
So
process there, but
why
it's
you are
absolutely
saying the
not
other
okay.
way
There
around?
should be.
He's a war criminal and convicted by International Court ICC, and then on the other hand, he has arrest warrant over 163 countries. But you're not saying that. But you're saying combination.
We are not discussing that.
Why
Okay,
not?
that's
Same
what
dictatorship in Israel
Why?
is
You know
same.
what the whataboutism fallacy is? That's what you are doing. That's a fallacy.
No, there's no fallacy. We are not
Yes, that's what
discussing
you're
that.
You don't want to talk to someone that is like killed 55,000 people. He's a war criminal, but you want to talk to someone about something else because you don't like him and say he's a dictator. That's exactly what you're
Hey,
doing.
listen,
Whataboutism fallacy. And you know that I roasted you. Stop embarrassing yourself and leave the room right now.
No,
I'm not
on
going to
his
leave
logic,
anyway. Come on.
majority Jews hate Bibi. They went to the streets and had bigger protests than Iranians had. Why don't you say
That is
majority
incorrect.
Jews hate Bibi?
No, I mean,
What do you mean? You haven't seen you haven't seen all those
maybe
thousand
50%.
people?
I don't know.
Oh, you
No, because
counted,
there's
right?
90
No,
because
it's
there's 90
no,
plus
it's
million
48%.
Hold on a second.
48%. How
There's
did you
90
count?
plus
It's
million
50%.
people, and there's 36 million plus people.
Okay, based
And
on
so
what
there's no
you
way they could have had
based
larger
on what you're saying,
protests.
it's 50%. Based on
The election
just
results.
making up. No,
Okay,
cross
so you know what
protest
happened to the
in the
last
streets.
election? You know what happened? After Zan Zendegi Azadi, that's the only last election that we have less than 50%, which is 48, roughly 50. But I don't want to justify. After Zan Zendegi Azadi, that was funded by Zionist regime, people came to the street and wanted to overthrow the current regime, and then they didn't. They weren't able to do it. And then that's why some people got arrested, some people maybe got shot in the face. So that was decreased, right? And it was during also Corona, so that's the other thing. But when you say that it's majority of people, they want to topple the regime, that's wrong. Because prior to that election, we had another election, 68% voted in that election. So that's wrong.
Now, based on his logic, a lot of Jews went to the streets of Tel Aviv and were protesting. That means we should invade Israel because the dictatorship, the Bibi don't want to leave the power. And
It's
Jews
not a
don't wanna-
dictatorship. It's a democracy.
You haven't seen the process. What democracy? Do you know that journalists have to report to the censor? They have a special office. You have to report there before you publish your article, and they give you permission. Did you know
What is
about that?
What is that office called?
You said censorship something directory. You have to
Let me confirm.
give them your articles, then they give you permission. If you don't do that, they will cancel your credentials and can ban you from
So
country.
in the recent incident, the 12-day war, so if they record something from the street and post on the internet, they could get
They have
a fine up to 10,000, and also they would throw that person behind the bars. So what kind of democracy or freedom of expression and freedom of speech is that?
They have official position called chief censor. They have a special department that you have to report before you publish something. You have to submit your article to them, and then they give you permission, and after that you can publish it. If you don't do that, they will cancel your accreditation and ban you from the country.
You said it's called censorship directory?
Yeah.
Okay, I just looked it up. It doesn't exist.
Okay, I can show you this. Even have an official position called chief censor. Let me give you
What's the
this link.
difference? Okay. Okay, no
It's
problem.
something in the military. The military defense, something to do with defense, military defense.
Well, if it has to do with military and defense, it's about making sure that sensitive information inside military
All
forces is released
journalists have
Hold
to
on, please.
report
Hold on,
that.
please. Hold
You
on, please, sir. I understand. Sir, I understand your point. But I want you to understand that what they're trying to make sure of is that sensitive information from the military is not released to the public. For instance, how many people are actively fighting right now in Israel is never reported.
So
the reason it's never
Listen, you didn't get it. Journalists have to submit their articles.
No, sir, I understand. Sir, I understand everything that you're saying, and I'm correcting your statement. That's all.
So they were recording from the street after the attack, and they got arrested. They were fined for that, and they were banned. So, and also the name of the ministry is called the Israeli Military Censor. Just so
It's
you
the
know.
military censor to make sure
Yes,
that
it's a military, but they are on the street of Tel Aviv everywhere. They are tracking you
That's
down
incorrect, sir.
on
That's incorrect, sir.
internet. That is correct, because they were putting all this information on the internet, and they were fined, they were banned from the country, and they were deported.
Okay, who was banned from the country?
A lot of people. I cannot give you
Many
every single
journalists.
number.
No, can you pick a journalist that was banned because they violated the
I don't
censorship?
have that information because I'm not a
You don't have that
journalist. I'm here to talk.
So if you don't have that information, then how are you reporting on it?
So you want me to give you every single name of those people?
No, sir. I just said, can you pick one person who
So
was
that's
happened
another
to
fallacy.
and told their story?
You want to debunk my argument because I don't have a name of that person?
If you're telling me that something's happening within the country and that
Yes,
there's
that's happening. I read an article. It's all over the internet.
Listen, we can find a lot of Al Jazeera
Why
journalists.
don't you go do your own research?
I did the research, and the research shows that what you're saying is not.
But like a few minutes ago, you also said there is no censorship. Right now, I did Google because I didn't know the name of the ministry. It says, what is the military censorship in Israel? It says the Israeli military censor, the IDF director has an intelligence to track down people who is putting the information from the street, from the board, from everything out there Israeli regarding to the publication of information that might affect the security of Israel. But in reality,
It's talking about from within the military.
no,
And I literally said that like 4 times.
journalists been tracking down.
I literally just told, and you literally just read it in the title of what you're trying to
Remember a few minutes ago that
hold on,
you
sir.
remember
Hold
a
on,
few
sir.
minutes ago, you just said that I know, but you're not the one who only here talking, right?
We can't
You're
talk
back
over
and
each
forth.
other.
We can.
In order for us to hear each other, we can't
We
talk
can.
each other.
Because a few minutes ago you
Well,
said
maybe you
Listen,
can, but I
you
can't hear you because I'm still
Okay.
talking and you're
you
interrupting.
wanna occupy me? Or you gonna bomb the shit out of my country?
No,
Because
no,
I'm
we
fine.
can give a journalist
did it
names
throughout
and
the
everything.
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm
You
gonna
did it
keep
throughout
talking.
history to every single person.
Okay, so you can't find one person if we did it to a whole bunch of people.
I told you. You just denied that even this military censorship where existed.
Military
intelligence
censorship
Yes.
is to make sure
existed,
that military.
and now you agreed on it. Now you wanna debunk my argument with a fallacy saying because I don't know a single name, that
No,
means
sir,
I'm
that's
wrong.
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
You're
what
only
you're making
saying about
reference
that.
to is that reports from the military don't go out to the public.
No,
That's why it's called the military censorship.
They put all those people to track down all the journalists that putting out the information that they don't like and they deport them.
So there's no reports from one of those deported people. So how did you get this
There is a
information?
report for that.
Okay, if
Okay,
we
so
give
what I
you the
cannot do
names,
is send you a
what are you
link.
gonna do if you give you the names?
I'm gonna look it up.
Amir, please
then-
go ahead and then put it on the Google.
Every
Yeah,
year they
after
ban
that-
many articles, press.
After
Did you
that,
have-
also
did you
you're
have
gonna
one
deny.
name
But
of an
give me a
author
few
of the
moments.
report?
If you are eager to hear some names, I'm gonna give you some names.
Yes, please, thank you.
It's a law in Israel. I mean, come on, you're gonna.
I understand that, sir. I'm just
post-
waiting for a name. I appreciate it.
Alright?
Al Jazeera journalist Omar Faid, he was deported. That's one of them. Go ahead, Omar Faid.
Okay, did he work
We know
for
that
did he
Greta
work for the
Thunberg-
military?
Listen, Greta Thunberg and the entire people
Does
around it.
she work for Israel? Does she work for the military? No. So
She's a journalist. What do you not
I said
understanding?
journalist. Now you're trying to like
He's playing
not
dumb.
avoiding. Dude, you know that I have names right now because I just Googled. And you are trying to shift it from the question that you said, give me a name, the journalists were deported. I'm telling you the names right now, and you say where they're from the military. So,
Greta Thunberg is not working.
what about all the journalists on that ship? They were all deported. How about that?
Well, in order for them to be deported, they have to get into the country. They never made it here.
They were in the country.
They were in the country.
They were never in the country.
They took them in the custody, and then they deported them after 12 hours.
They were never in the country to report anything. Their flotilla got stopped. They got arrested, and then they got deported.
How you
So,
get deported if you're not in the country?
She got deported. She landed on Israel. You know,
No,
yesterday you
she-
said James Baldwin. Yesterday you said James Baldwin never went to Israel, and you were wrong.
and I corrected myself, and that wasn't yesterday.
Yeah, you could be wrong. Maybe you're wrong right here too.
And maybe I'm not.
Oh, a lot of
And
Jews
you
were
are?
banned from going to Israel because of that the censorship.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum assalam.
It's okay. I'll still give you one more time to try.
I gotta talk to you because I think you're mentally unwell. You're mentally unwell. There's something mentally unwell with you.
I don't want to disrespect you, but I think you're a troll. I think you're
Mentally
here to troll
unwell.
people. Because whatever I say, you're shifting it from
So then why are you?
and just trying to get. And that's not counter argument. When I have an argument, in order to debunk it, you have to give me counter argument, not shifting
He
it.
just likes to argue. He just likes to argue.
And the counter argument that I gave you was that what you're talking about is specifically for military
Listen.
recruiting.
I love the new decoration in Tel Aviv. It's beautiful. I love it. I love those buildings falling.
Okay.
Gorgeous.
What about the Rabbi Shamuli's dildo shop getting bombed by Iran? How would
Were there dildos everywhere? Like, all on the street?
they could be? I don't know. We'll have to dive into it.
Astaghfirullah, that's really disgusting. A holy place like that, and you have a sex shop there. That's disgusting.
They even have a pork shop in there. They serve pork.
Disgusting.
So sad.
Oh, what the fuck is what the fuck is he? Why does he do that? Man?
Pork? That's not kosher.
Yeah, they serve pork.
So the topic is about Israel. That Israel just spoke on the Trump face. Hell yeah, because money talk, bullshit walk, brother.
It's not about money. Well, it is about money. They want to have a central bank in Iran. So this is why they want to do this.
So that's why I'm telling you, bro. Like, but you know what?
But that,
Why do we want a central bank in Iran?
who's we? It's
why-
the powers that be.
Okay, so but the why there? Look,
Can you answer the question?
I'm sorry
Why
to
do we
cut-
want a central bank in Iran?
all right. So
The
listen,
powers that
why?
be went to
Look,
central bank in Iran.
And they
Hell
told you that
that.
the reason
Look,
is
look,
because,
look.
Who's they?
Look, I want to
Who's
explain
they?
to you. I will explain. Listen.
No, you don't need to explain. No, I know. He's asking.
Okay, if you know this, so why you asking a question, bro?
He's asking. I didn't ask.
All right. So the Israel, look.
That's the black Jew.
All right. The Israel people, like, oh, they say they're strong, so why the fuck they need the people for their help? And,
No,
oh, America, please help me.
Iran just proved they're not strong.
Yeah, Iran is strong. Iran is strong.
Iran made their sky light up.
Yeah, because you know what?
Iran is not strong, but Bibi is in Greece.
Nah, it
Yeah,
is. Don't worry about it.
Miami at that wedding.
No, he's actually here this year.
Trust me, like, you know, the most important thing, making money.
Under the hospital.
Yeah, he is.
Israel deserved that. Look, Israel deserved that. You know why?
Yeah, they did.
They deserve that. Now
The
they're
world is
feeling what
watching.
the penny. Yep.
The world is watching, and this
Bro,
is
the
what,
karma's a bitch.
yeah,
For
and,
real,
and
world
it's
is
just gonna
watching.
be nasty.
And the world watched us kill 8 of their top commanders and take control of their airspace.
And the world also watched the head of Mossad get killed as well, but y'all trying to keep that on the hush.
Who was the head of Mossad that got killed?
You don't know?
What was his or her name?
Yeah.
Who's the head of Mossad?
You tell me. You made the statement.
You don't know. You're in Israel. You don't know this? It wasn't Epstein. It wasn't Epstein.
Bro,
Who's
you
the head
don't
of
know
Mossad
about
that
his
got
own
killed?
country.
And why do we want a central bank in Iran? Please explain yourself.
Bro, well, fuck
Who
that shit.
created?
Nigga,
All right.
you
Who,
can't go
no,
to the Iran.
no. Who created Israel?
Yeah, tell me that.
Communist.
You don't know that.
You're in Israel.
Created Israel, the Protestant, the fact.
Nah, the Zionists. The Zionists created Israel.
Stalin.
The Zionists. The Rothschilds created Israel.
Talking about
The
the
Rothschilds.
Protestant, they supported Israel. Now there are 6 countries that are Protestant, they're supporting Israel until right now. The Catholic, they hate Israel. They hate Jews.
No, the Catholic does not hate Jews. The
They do
Jews
hate them,
are,
bro.
the Jews are taught to hate everybody. Let's not do that.
Yeah,
In
it's just like
Israel,
we
they're
said, all of
taught
us,
to
like some
disrespect
Jews.
everybody and spit in people's faces
That's it.
and everything.
That's it.
That's
Jews
a fact.
consider everyone
And they gave you the Mossad chief in the chat if you needed that Israeli. Because I know it's suppressing the news over
You
there.
have to eliminate.
You're not getting the truth.
You have to
Well,
execute all of
you
them.
live in
Like,
No,
Texas.
that might be a good solution to save the world.
Let's dive into who created the Jewish state, right? It was actually
Yeah, the Protestant, the Protestant.
No,
Could you stop? Could you let him talk?
Hold on, doctor, bro, I don't like bullshit. Oh my
Yo, say his
God.
ass. Say it.
The history.
Doctor, stop bullshitting in my rooms, please. Don't do that, okay? Thank
That's
you.
my major.
What's up, Edward? Assalamu alaikum, man. Okay. Sit in the audience right now. Thank you.
How are you in Israel? You don't know this.
So the Zionists, right? This whole state was actually created by, pretty much by the militia gangs, right? These were Zionist Jewish militia gangs. They're the one that actually, went from village to village to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, and then it turned into full-blown war in 1948. And that's where some people they get their history facts wrong. And we're not talking about the Zionist movement. Yes, it started. It was started a long time ago, but then it died down, and then it got picked up again by evangelicals in the 18th century, right? Sure, we could debate on that, no problem. But the actual day of the creation, it was the year was 1948. And 1947, you see a whole bunch of shit going on. I mean, the U.S. president was being terrorized. They were sent letter bombs by a Jewish militia gang, the Stern gang. Letter bombs and a whole bunch of other shit. They did the King David Hotel bomb in 46, and they wanted to scare the fuck out of the British because the British decided not to give them the state after the White Papers in 1937 and whatnot. What's up with you, Edward? Any new news? Ceasefire, it didn't go through, and then it went through, and then it didn't go through. It was violated. Did you see it? Nobody listened to
what it looks like to me is Israel and the U.S. Basically imposed a ceasefire on Iran, which is the weirdest thing to say. Like they imposed a ceasefire on a country because they were getting their asses beat. So that's what they did. But what did you see? What Israel Trump said? He was pretty pissed at Israel.
Yeah, he said the F word and Israel in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Edward, how are we getting our asses beat if we killed 8 of their top commanders? Explain that to me.
I'll just look at your country. So
It's beautiful and it's still thriving despite the rockets.
You rebuilt that quick? That's amazing. You should really patent that technology, and I mean that would really transform the world. Rebuilding from rubble to beauty. Unless you think rubble is beauty.
They got the Iron Dome. They're saying this.
No, it doesn't make sense. But really, we should really talk about
They had the commanders. They only killed one.
So no matter how many commanders they killed, it doesn't it doesn't translate to a victory or a loss. That's not how it works. You got to take everything together.
No,
And it was Israel.
It was a stand. It's a
No, Israel was the one that wanted
Israel got their ass kicked.
yeah, Israel wanted the ceasefire.
Let me make sure I understand you. If you and I are involved in a conflict, in a war.
No, they started the conflict. Say the word story. They started the conflict.
Okay, great.
Either way.
Say that. Say the truth, please, Jim.
You killed my commanders. What does that mean? That means
You killed all the Iranian commanders?
No, Edward, listen to my question. If you are involved in a conflict and you killed 8 of
when
my
he's finished, I'm
commanders,
gonna talk.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it matters if I have 800 commanders.
Let Wednesday speak.
What if I had 8,000 commanders? That doesn't make sense. Like, your question doesn't make sense. There's no personality.
That's an invalid question. That doesn't win anything.
No. But
Well, we
the
know,
most
I
important.
think a New York Times article came out. A New York Times article came out that showed that Israel Mossad, which is their version of the CIA, warned generals in Iran that they were coming for them 12 hours in advance, that we're going to kill you and their children, their wives and their children. What kind of terrorist group is this?
The
Oh,
Mossad
I
is
get it. Don't
behind.
worry about it.
The Mossad is why.
They are a fucking terrorist group. This is supposed to be a democratic country, the only democratic country in the Middle East. Fuck Israel, bro. And I will.
Here's how Israel did lose.
For Jeffrey Epstein.
Let's hang on a second. So go on, Edward, and then I'm going to pass the mic.
Yeah, here's how Israel did lose this battle, and the war is not over because this is a cessation of hostilities, not a ceasefire. Israel, showed its cards in Iran. All the Mossad agents and their proxies that were working for them, what they were doing to, building these factories. So Iran now is going to make sure that, that trick can't be used again. And that's a massive force multiplier that Israel had and they used. And at the end of the day, Iran has their nuclear program. Nothing has changed except Israel has lost billions upon billions of dollars in infrastructure. Not that Iran hasn't lost, but Israel, it's lost people leaving the country. That's a negative. It's also lost in terms of just raw military resources. They pretty much ran out of the air defense missiles, and from what they used, I mean, it's cost, I don't know, almost $300 million a day over 12 days. That's about $3.6 billion. I think it's about 3.3 or $3.4 billion is what it cost Israel. That's a massive amount for a small country like Israel. I mean, for us in the West.
Blood down.
How many
That's how
military
30% of their wealth come from.
How many military commanders are there?
You're using the wrong metric. We don't know.
No, the head of the Mossad, they killed the head of the Mossad. And it's a person that
commanders are dead.
That's not a metric, though. That's not a proper metric. Number one, we don't know how many are dead. Number two, it doesn't matter.
Giving out all y'all news. You can't sit there and say, y'all publicizing all your.
Can we do one person at a time, please, brother?
So if Iran killed, let's say, Iran killed five Israeli commanders.
Hold on, Edward. If we're in a war with each other, the people who are running the war are the military cabinet. If you kill members of my military cabinet, then that means that I'm losing the war, because members who are architecting the war on my side are dead.
You're talking about traditions.
Did the war continue?
It's not a traditional war. That's a fact.
Did the war continue?
They've been 40 years under this pressure. 40 years.
Let me just say, the war continued. Iran was not degraded, so losing those commanders did not impact Iran's capabilities at all. As a matter of fact, it was not Iran. It was literally Netanyahu begging for a ceasefire. and had and actually confused Iran. Iran just woke up one day and said, and U.S. said, okay, there's a ceasefire now, and Iran was like, well, there is. No one told us. Okay, well, we'll stop.
So just to make sure,
Literally how it happened.
Okay, I got you. So just to make sure I understand you clearly.
We need Zach's voice. Hold on a second, Ariel. We need somebody from your side, a different voice. Zach, did you want to speak?
Yeah, someone more logical. It would be great.
Zach is.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that. To be honest with you,
See, I have a lot of respect for you, Zach. See, I'm giving you
I have respect for you as well. I appreciate you, my brother. Now listen.
We have to share
be honest-
the niche together.
Okay, so to be honest, all right. See, you're proving my point.
I'm done.
The problem is, no, you're proving my point, which is that I haven't been able to really figure out what the hell you guys are talking about because you're talking over each other. Ariel, I wanted to make a request. Is there any way that you could increase your microphone volume, my brother? Please try to speak a little louder.
How do you know his pronoun? There's 72 genders out there. How do you know that? That he's.
I don't know. I took a risk.
You mean increase or decrease? I think it's.
I think he
No,
sounds
because
just fine.
Edward is very
No,
loud.
Mario, the article's in the
Okay, I'm
chat.
gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, I am loud. Go ahead.
Did you want to make
my
a
friend.
statement, Zach?
No, I want to
that's
keep.
it.
I want to keep listening because I don't really know what you guys are talking about.
Okay, we're just fighting. Go on.
Yeah.
All right, can I start it?
No. Well, let's have my friend.
We need
keep him up
Caleb
to
up
date.
here. We need Caleb up here. We need Caleb to fight. Come on up, Caleb. We need a balance. We need one that's a soft fighter like Caleb, and then we need one that's a hardcore fighter like Zach. When he loses it, he loses.
No, listen, Caleb is not soft when he's around other Zionists. I've witnessed that twice already. So he's not, he's not what you guys may think he is.
Who was the guy earlier that admitted he was a Zionist? Is that Ariel? That was this
Yeah,
morning.
this guy over here. He likes to kill Palestinian babies, yeah, him.
Yeah, baby killing. That's just disgusting. And if your people have suffered a genocide, why would they want to do it to somebody else?
I keep telling you. I keep
That
telling
just
you.
proves. Hold on, I'm not done talking. That just proves that never really happened.
Okay, cool. I keep telling you.
Hitler was a Jew. Hitler died in Cuba.
Okay, I keep telling you.
Actually, Ariel is Black American, so I'm still trying to figure out why he's being an oppressor to the Palestinians.
I keep telling you. I will
want to
talk
understand that.
His pockets free. They keep his pockets
Y'all
free.
shouldn't talk reckless to me if you think I'm a baby killer. It's simple mathematics.
I could care less.
I
about
can't hear
baby
anything you're
killers.
saying.
Anyways, let's get back to the topic. I think we're
please.
getting derailed here. The topic of the room is did Israel just spit in Trump's face? It did. According to the data, it did. And not only spit, I think he threw up on Trump's face, I think. Israel and the people that are
It wouldn't
inside
be the
Israel.
first time they violated.
Yeah,
Israel
man.
bombed the American ship not too long ago. Not 200 people died. Nobody did nothing.
What's the name of the ship?
What's up, Aziz? Assalamualaikum, man. How you
Find it right now.
When was this?
You don't know about this. I'm gonna show
I'm
you.
enlighten you. Long ago. So
I'm gonna show him.
All right, when the time Israel was built.
Are you talking about the Liberty?
The USS Liberty.
That's the Liberty.
They
Oh,
bombed.
the USS Liberty.
Why would they do that?
I think it was an accident.
No,
They are allies.
it wasn't an accident.
They are
Well, so
allies.
what's your explanation then, Ariel?
I mean, my explanation doesn't matter. What matters is the explanation that was provided by the people who did it.
All right, so
So what was their explanation?
I mean, it's well documented. We can all read it together if you like.
Well, I don't know how to read.
That makes two of us.
You didn't know the ship though.
No, I did. I said USS Liberty.
Nah, I'm not talking about you.
I assume he knew it as well. He was
Sir, you
texting.
literally just said that Hitler died in Cuba, so you need to just take a bench. Just take a powder. Put your.
The truth, bro.
No, he died in New Jersey.
He died in Jersey.
I think it was a
He
Detroit,
killed himself,
Michigan.
right? He killed himself, right?
Was it Detroit, Michigan, Edward?
It was a
Amir,
accident.
not even Hitler would go to Detroit.
It was a horrible.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
He's from Detroit, by the way. This character.
I know Ariel. Yep.
If you're gonna make it about me, at least change the word title.
Nah, okay, we're gonna change it. The next thing I brought it up, up to speed was, is this so-called ceasefire gonna hold? I don't think it's gonna hold. We've seen Israel violate ceasefires, truce multiple times, and I don't think it's gonna hold. Normal was complaining in the chat that, oh, look at Iran violating. It was actually Israel that violated the ceasefire. Normal. You should get your facts straight. Get your facts straight, and
No one knows where this missile came from. This missile that went into Israel that was intercepted, and no one knows where it came from. And it sounded almost like Trump knew.
Please.
When Trump was talking, like how did he put it? I forgot how he put it, but it's like he was questioning that it came from Iran. So it made it sound like he knew. Because they have satellites, and he can't say everything that he knows, obviously. It gives away the capabilities of the U.S.'s intelligence, but, it sounded like he knew that Iran did not fire that missile.
Is that your assumption, or do you have access to inside information?
No, it's my assumption.
Okay, well, your assumption doesn't mean anything in the face of that. So if you post an article like ready.
Well, as soon as you start posting facts, I will stop posting assumptions for you.
You don't post assumptions that have made no sense, sir. Try again.
I will stop using assumptions when you start using facts that are relevant and you're able to connect them to the conversation.
I put the link in the chat for you, Ariel. Ariel, put the link in the chat. Ariel, put the link in the chat. Go click on. Thank you. I put the link in the chat. You can read up on it, and it's a very good link. It's double two links in there together, side by side. I think that's where we're at right now. And ceasefire, it's not meant to happen. They're
It's
just
not gonna
bullshitting, right?
It's not gonna last.
Hey, did you click on the link?
I don't think.
That's a link right there.
It's not gonna last.
I don't think Iran wanted a ceasefire. I think Israel wanted a ceasefire because I think their anti-aircraft, anti-missile defense system was just not operational.
And it was running low. Something was running
Yeah.
low also.
Yeah. So I think
They bombed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they bombed fucking the Gaza Strip so much.
Yeah.
Like, they don't got
Well,
enough. They're gonna pick a fight with a fucking bear and don't got enough.
They were using bombs in Wednesday in Gaza because they're able to get into the airspace. This is what confuses me, because we don't know exactly, and Iran is very good at not telling anybody anything. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Right.
They were using missiles, a lot of ballistic missiles, meaning Israel. They were using a lot of missiles, and those missiles were on their fighter jets, right? However, bombs, the 2,000-pound bombs, for example, that they used in Gaza, would do way more damage. So why weren't you using the bombs? The bombs require you to go into Iran and drop them.
No, because
so why weren't you using them?
Because those bombs are. How far is Gaza from, let's say, Jerusalem? Do you know?
Amir, I'm sorry. Edward, do you really think that Ariel knows anything about weapons?
He doesn't know. I mean, he can't form a thought that is coherent enough for me to follow. I'm sorry. Assalamu alaikum, Faiz. I think Faiz came in.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hi,
Walaikum salam.
Hello, Wednesday. How are you guys?
Very good. We're just listening to Ariel. We're listening to Ariel.
Ariel's pretending he's a military man when he don't know shit.
Madam, you live with your parents. Stop it.
He's doing.
What the fuck are you talking about with my parents?
I also read that.
Ariel is everything that you want him to be.
I also read that article.
This fucking weirdo thinks I live with my parents.
We need another.
All right, we need a Palestinian door in here because Ariel's acting up.
See how easy it is for me to change the rule? Because you all are so easily getting.
We need another Ariel, man. We need that.
Anyway.
It sits well with me. It sits well. I don't see a problem.
Sorry, Wednesday.
Anyway, Iran lost because I mean, Iran lost. Israel lost because Iran still has its
That's a Freudian slip.
uranium. No, it's not.
I mean, they failed. They failed.
Freud was a drug addict.
Well,
Freud was a drug addict. Freud was a drug addict. Shut that up.
Y'all got something to
And he had mommy issues.
That's your man. That's your man.
Well, I just want to say.
No, that's your father, the crackhead.
That's crazy. Well, I just want to say that Israel failed every objective.
He denied his crackhead father. That's that.
They didn't overthrow the IRGC. They didn't throw the IRGC. They didn't take out the nukes, and they didn't destroy the ballistics. So they did nothing. They just kind of got bombed, and then Trump shouted at them. That's it.
But they also showed that their Iron Dome is not worth shit. Like, if anybody buys that shit, it's crazy.
Wednesday, you use that bar.
It was terrible. No, but it's terrible.
Don't you worry about what I use. Mind your business. Use some soap. How about
iron deficiency.
Use some soap.
They call it
and a washcloth. Nasty.
It's called the wash rag. Right?
No, it's cloth. And I think you stopped.
Ask U.S. ambassador in UN. She will tell you what Israel does in the region.
But you talk to her, put her on the phone. I want to holler at her.
She said it. Israel is.
No, you owe some chick on here money, you nasty.
There was actually, bringing up the UN, the UK ambassador, because take a look at the video, she was extremely nervous after, what was it? The Russian ambassador accused the UK of taking part in the attack against Iran, and the UK ambassador was at the UN, and she was denying it, and she was extremely nervous and saying we absolutely were not involved. We did not perform any actions, any attacks against Iran. Russian wasn't the president, the ambassador or whatever, is irresponsible. But you could tell, like, she did not want her country to come under Iran's wrath, quote unquote. Those are my words.
No, Edward, even the Foreign Secretary David Lammy of UK, he tweeted that we have not participated in the attacks against Iran. It was funny because, the very fact that he had to mention it, he had to tweet about it, says that they were scared. They didn't want to get involved in the war. So
Iran is formidable. That's why.
Yeah. But anyway,
that's why they had to mention it.
But anyway, before we talk further on the Iran issue, let me just remind everybody that 2 million Palestinians are still being starved by US and Israel in Gaza. The death toll of the 8 seekers has almost touched about 400 now, and 3,000 are seriously injured, and a few dozens of Palestinians who went to get the aid, they are missing. So I thought let's not forget them when we are talking.
No, we
can't
forget them.
Thank you.
We can't forget them. We won't ever forget them.
They'll be all right. They just need to walk it off. They'll deal.
That's right.
Yeah, so does your dad. So does your dad.
Yep. So is your dad.
I have no sympathy. I have no sympathy.
Your dad died in death.
Somebody play that new Kanye.
He can't walk, you guys, because he's dead. I'm trying.
No. I said he died in death. In death. He died owing money.
Anyways, I think we're gonna pivot. I know Ariel's attention whore, so let's calm down. And so I put the link in the chat. El Normo is saying we destroyed nuclear facility. I mean, El Normo just like hold on. When is the police speaking? Yeah. Just like always, El Normo is the #1 bullshit guy on this app, and I'm sure in real life as well. I don't know how he puts on this persona, right? I put the link in the chat. According to Reuters, there's an intelligence report. U.S. strikes failed to destroy Iran's nuclear sites. This is intelligence report are saying, right? Not me, the intelligence reports, right? So we go based on the U.S. Data because I'm an American, just like you are, Normal. I understand you love Israel so much, right? But I think you need to be careful with what you say. A lot of times you say nothing but bullshit. And I like you staying in the audience so I can keep on giving you links and data to pretty much debunk all of your bullshit claims. That's how it works. And I don't think I should ever bring you up on the stage anymore because you like to dominate the space and we can't even have a conversation.
Can I add on, Ahmed, to what you said? One of the Israeli experts, military experts, gave an interview. I've been trying to access that since 2 to 3 days because I didn't save that interview. He said that this was before the ceasefire was announced. He said that we underestimated the number of missiles and the precision and technological advancement in the missile system of Iran. We thought if we could destroy 1,000 missiles and about 200 launchers, missile launchers, we should be able to wrap it up. But it looks like even after destroying 200 missile launchers, they are able to continue the barrage. So we did, we underestimated the power of Iranian missile system. This is one thing that he said. Then there is another report that says that Iran, the total cost to Iran because of this war is about $40 million, whereas the total cost to Israel, which in fact is to the US, because US taxpayers are going to pay for this at the end of the day. Israel and people like El Normo who are loyal to Israel, but they live in the US to suck the taxpayers out of their money for the Israelis. So that is ranging something like $1.5 billion. So Israel has incurred $1.5 billion, and for Iran the cost is less than 50 million. So that is where that thing starts.
And that's just military, right?
Just military. We are not talking about economic and financial.
Well, how does that system work, Charles? If you're not American, how do you know this?
The other one important thing is Iran was able to take out, destroy many of the critical components of the military government system in Israel. The one that they took out in Beersheba, that is the IDF, it's called IDF C4I, that's the Communications and Intelligence Wing. They took it out in Beersheba. They also took out the Kiryat, which is the Pentagon of Israel in Tel Aviv. They also destroyed Weizmann Scientific Research Center, which was basically their brain for creating bombs, creating AI tools, and creating drones which attack and kill civilians. So that is also gone, destroyed. They believe that the cost to rebuild and bring it up again, the Weizmann Center alone would be about $50 million. Then they also destroyed the Haifa oil refinery. They also destroyed a part of the Haifa port. They destroyed the one more center, military center. It's called the Mossad Unit 8200. I believe it is the intelligence wing of the Mossad.
Cyber security. Cyber warfare.
IDF warfare. I am Beersheba was dropped.
So they also have been, that also has been destroyed, and I believe they said it is, I mean, these are all in the social media, they said that it is revenge for the Beeper attack in Lebanon against the Hezbollah. So significant attacks have taken place, significant buildings have been destroyed, so they have been precisely targeting what needed to be targeted. So
IDFC, where I was not sure if you just made that up.
No, that was in the news. They have videos.
I literally just looked it up, and it didn't even come.
Well, I mean, there were videos on it. Everything that you look up is going to tell you that it wasn't destroyed.
It's okay. Aziz, go ahead, Aziz, make your point.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the biggest shipping company in the world, I think it's called Maersk, they confirmed they're halting shipments to Haifa because they believe it's a big threat. So, yeah, so that's massive. The biggest shipping company.
Take out
the biggest shipping company in the world. So,
It's
Well, they don't have a port. I don't think they have a port in Haifa anymore. Isn't it mostly?
No, what happened? Two things happened.
Suffering an answer
Edward,
shortage.
Edward, two issues. Two issues happened that got my country involved in the war. In the sense, number one, the Haifa port is managed by an Indian billionaire. Okay, and I believe Adani. So he reached out. I believe, not him. He got the Indian government to reach out to the Iranians and request them not to, attack Haifa port because the Indian government has a very good, rapport with the Iranian government. They saved it. So this is in the realm of speculation. So 1 minute, Megzit. So this is one thing that I heard. So there is possibility that even though they targeted it, they may not have. They might have let it off in the sense they didn't destroy it completely. The other thing which got proved, because in the Indian media, I read about Indian government reaching out to the Israeli authorities, asking them to allow protection or let the Indian citizens working in Israel to get protection in the bunkers or in the bomb shelters, because there were a lot of reports of Indians and many other nationalities being refused shelter in the underground bomb shelters. So this is one. These were the two news related to Israel that I got to see in the last 2 weeks in Indian media.
Yeah. A lot of Africans,
Why does that matter when the majority of the structures have
a
bomb
lot of the
shelters?
ethnic minorities. It's just I've seen a lot of videos of the
What is an ethnic minority?
Sorry. What,
You.
You know what?
Is this guy an AI or something?
Look in the mirror, brother.
Yeah.
No. He doesn't see that.
He doesn't see that. He doesn't realize. So yeah, we've seen a lot of videos of the ethnic minorities.
What is it? Define ethnic.
So just be quiet.
Oh my God! Can we just ignore him?
Yeah. So we've seen a lot of the videos where they sort of, they were turned down from the shows and stuff, which is a shame really, because democracy and freedom, all that crap they spew, right? We kind of they had an opportunity to prove it and they didn't. It's a shame.
Freedom and democracy.
And all that stuff, opportunity and liberation and hope and all that stuff they talk about.
And how are you stopping your own people from leaving the country?
Manchester is exonerated.
You know what is that guy's name who founded this clubhouse? Rohan, right? And one more guy. I'm going to suggest to them that they create a creche facility on this app so that kids like Ariel can be sent there when adults are talking.
And all the crash out people could crash out with each other.
Yeah, I mean,
Table for Indians that comment on Israel, they've never even been there.
sorry,
Why wouldn't you want to go to a shithole?
anyway, Megzit, go ahead and make your point, Megzit. You wanted to say something.
Oh, I didn't want to say anything specific other than how stupid you are.
Oh, that was real mature.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
That was so mature.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Wait.
after a long break, that's all you could come up with.
Edward, it's okay. Thank you, Megzit. When you entered my room, this room, I had a doubt. If Megzit is entering a room, then I must really be stupid, because I'm attracting a lot of stupid Zionists.
Mixed has to give his balls back. Has to get his balls back from his wife, because she clipped him a long time ago.
Are you gonna come up the mic and say the only thing I have to say is you're
actually, yeah, we saw the video, Megzit.
You wanted my thoughts on the.
That's you, right? In the video, we saw that on the reality TV network, right? Yeah, you were, I guess you were having problem having sex or whatever with your wife, right? Having the blanket on.
Whoa, what?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Well,
so look, next time, Megzit, if you disrespect anybody in this fucking app or in this room, I'm gonna make sure I'll spread this all over the place, okay?
You're in the.
So just shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. You're dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass.
Amir, can I just say that there's a reason why he couldn't get it up. I mean, he was demasculated because he works for his wife at a collection agency. So his wife is his boss. So, you know what I mean? She works.
So basically, his balls are in her purse. Okay.
Yeah, she literally gives him his paycheck.
Guys, you know what? Amir, you remember you sent me that Hasbara.
Yeah, how's my wife gonna save you guys?
All right, empathy. You're saying empathy, phase? I'll show empathy. Mixed. I empathize with you, and I understand why you couldn't get your you just couldn't get it up. You were impotent, and I understand being demasculated because you work for your wife.
Gaza now? Are you gonna move
Do
back
you call her
to
the
Egypt?
Big Mac? Do you call her the
Maybe
Big Mac?
Wait,
No, guys.
All you do is think about the wives of Jews.
The wives of Jews. You were literally. You have a series on TV.
Ugly. What are you talking about?
You put yourself on TV.
She wears a wig as well?
I mean, I'm
Why would they do that?
She got hit by the ugly stick.
Yeah.
Nigga, she got hit by
me and my.
She got hit by an ugly stick, an ugly truck, an ugly building, an ugly everything.
You guys, you think about it, right?
Guys, let's get back to the topic.
Country burned.
Let's get back to the topic.
Stay focused on the
Did you hear anything about Gaza, phase?
traitor of a non.
Yes, Edward, let's get back to the topic because the idea Mexed, Mexed and people like Mexed, they
You're
come here
so
and try to.
dumb. Have you ever been
Let's move on. Guys, I just want to say,
This is one of the Hasbara points.
He's hurt.
yeah,
One of the
he's in
Hasbara
pain.
points, one of the Hasbara points, is that when you don't have an answer, don't let the other guy spill truths. Stop him by any means, even if that means instigating that guy,
Yeah.
Calling him
You
stupid.
call him something, call him stupid, call him this, call him that, instigate him so that he gets emotional, he gets upset, and the point that is being discussed is derailed. This is Hasbara, okay, exactly from the book of Hasbara.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Amir shared it with me. I'm so thankful to Amir.
Yeah, I got it too.
I exactly know
Agreed.
what to do when these things happen. So if I'm going to bring Maxed up and I'm going to ask him what was the point, the minute I ask him what made him think that I'm stupid, he will tell what made him think, because usually what happens is when you tell something that is the truth and they don't have they cannot deny it, they will say you are a liar, you're
people.
this and that.
So that's what Ariel does all the time. Ariel does that all the time. You can't have a real good conversation with him. All he does is derail the conversation over and over and over and over again.
Why are all the Zionists like E-list celebrities on this app? They've all got like a weird TV show where they just get emasculated. It's just embarrassing, bro. All of them.
What's it
Ariel has that.
So I suggest though for everyone, just a lesson here that I've learned is whenever they say, can you define this? Stop right there and then stop talking to that person.
Yeah, that's a great point actually. That's a great advice.
Did that when this cat died that early. I hear what you did. Yeah, because you don't know anything, so you want me to
No, they're trying to mire you down and they're trying to get you to start defining and get you on the words that you're using instead of the point that you're making. So you stop right there. And I've also learned, for the most part, I don't engage to answer questions. I don't answer questions, and I'm telling people I don't answer questions. And I engage by giving statements. I just give statements, and if you want to debate me, fine. I'll give. Here's what I'm going to say. I say A, then you can say B, but don't come back to me and ask me questions. That's not how it's going to work.
Edward, I got a question for you.
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so why are you here?
Shut up.
Oh, Edward, this is Edward's room as well, so he can be.
No, but he don't have to answer questions. He said he doesn't answer.
Yeah, he doesn't have to answer
He
questions.
continued asking them questions. That's what they do. That's what they do.
And Edward is a
That's what they
Palestinian.
do.
and it's you, Harold.
Yeah, he don't have to answer to you. You gotta answer to him. That land wasn't promised to you.
Wasn't promised to you
either now, was it, sir? Everything's promised to me. You know who I am? No, who are you? I'm the black man, also known as God.
God's son.
Okay, cool. How's that working out for you? Very well. Life is swell. Okay. I didn't have to pretend to be something else. So let me ask you a question. To try to fit in. What did you eat for dinner?
Why should
Why be cooking right now?
That's what he said.
No, you see what he's doing?
I would never. You would never? I would never eat your mom because she created something like you. Okay, but what did you eat?
His mom is actually against what he's doing.
I'm proud of her. Talk about me. How's Thanksgiving? How's Thanksgiving over there?
He didn't go.
Oh, he don't celebrate.
Yeah, he's been excommunicated. So.
Hey, do you have to invite people? One time, one of the small hats invited me in his house, and he needed me to cut something off for him. I guess that's a weird part of your fucking religion. Do you do the same thing? I don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
Let's not dive into let's not mock his religion. We're gonna.
I apologize if I was.
We're gonna pivot.
I just wanted to know that he studied over this.
Yeah, we're just looking up something on the what's it called, Times of Israel. What's interesting. I don't know what the ceasefire, is it gonna hold or is it fake ceasefire? What is it?
Amir, did you notice real quick? Did you notice? I don't know if you noticed this or anybody else has noticed this. So they have a military censor on everything that's been destroyed and things like this, and we all, we had access to videos that came out from people that took them on their phones, but this morning, when just before the ceasefire came into effect, Iran launched a barrage of missiles, and for the first time, not only did they show, but government officials were walking around and had BBC follow them, and they're like pointing out, see what they've done. This is what they just did to us, and one of the organizations that the BBC was dealing with, and you could look this up, the BBC report, is Zaka. This is the same organization that made up the stories about the beheaded babies and the rapes that didn't happen. I'm sure maybe some rapes did happen, but the rape, specifically certain rapes that they claimed turned out to be debunked, not true. Zaka is the organization that perpetuated these and made up these claims during October 7th. Same organization, and it was the same organization that was leading BBC around.
No, there was an ABC journalist from Australia. I saw a video of his on Instagram. He said that they have been told clearly in Israel, the censor department told them what they can cover, what they can show, and what they cannot show. So he said they were allowed to show the bombed out hospitals, bombed out civilian areas, bombed out roads, and so on, but they were not allowed to show anything related to the military or the defense or the intelligence of Israeli government. So basically, they were not permitted to show visuals of military establishments demolished by Iranian missiles. So this was basically censorship, and they also, I believe, gave the reason that we don't want the Iranians to know how effective their attack was on a particular establishment. So
that's the reason why they're suppressing the news about the head of the Mossad getting killed.
Yeah, that's right.
So this isn't a good reason, Faiz. This is what they say, but they know Iran has satellites, and they do not rely on videos from people to show them what was destroyed. They have satellites, and a lot of their drones that went into Israel are hovering drones, and they're what you would call spy drones, and their job is to relay information back to another drone that's a few hundred kilometers away, and another drone reaching back to Iran. So Iran has two methods of exacting real-time data. The satellites, actually more than two, their own satellites, their own drones, and the Chinese and Russian satellites, which are a lot better than the Iranian satellites. This is only for the narrative. And when they see, they want to show a hospital, they want to show roads, civilians, because they want to show brown people savages, and here are the white people that are not the savages. That's what they want to do. But that's it. I mean, then that excuse just doesn't hold water.
Guys, just a side note: have you guys seen the BB tapes? That documentary? Have you seen it? The BB tapes.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
You have to watch it. I watched it today. It's
available on my Telegram. If you guys want to watch it, it's available on my Telegram.
Oh, it's so good. You have to watch it because BB's squabbing in the interviews. It reveals everything. He took bribes. He took payments. He secured a $200 million loan for a guy he knew, and in return for accepting the loan from the bank, he took control of that man's newspaper and made them put pictures of his wife and him in good favor and made them report on him. And a bunch of different stuff that he was doing. It's insane. So interesting.
It's so dastardly.
So interesting. So interesting. Ariel, you're a bitch. So yeah, just watch it, and it's so interesting because the man is a real villain. He's really out here just committing not even just war crimes, just crimes in general, accepting champagne, caviar, and cigars for
you should go on tax.
And also another area, you're a bitch. And another thing as well, his wife is actually because he cheated on his wife. Obviously, he's cheated many times. Where he's a very unfaithful man. Tells you a lot about his character, right? He's basically his wife is Ariel. Don't make me fuck your girlfriend. So basically, the funny thing is his wife, she's an alcoholic, and she always gets drunk. She's always drunk. I just never knew this about them.
And she goes crazy. She's known for screaming and yeah.
She loses her head often, and you watch the video, she watches, in the interview, she loses her head as well. So does her son as well. They're very, emotional.
We have to, something that, who was it? Was it Faiz or Amir mentioned, I think it was Faiz that said this, Israel did not know that, they underestimated how many missiles, they had around 1,000. All we have to do, Faiz, is come into this room, and we would have told them the truth. How many missiles? How can you this is such a monumental blunder by Israel to think that Iran only had, a couple of thousand missiles. After 25 years plus of building missiles, and you think they only have a couple of thousand to show for it, and only a couple of hundred, and they only took down a couple of hundred launching sites. That's it. After 12 days, you could only take down 200.
Edward, I'll tell you. I read an article. My friend. Edward is a Palestinian, and he is looking forward to go and live in his homeland very soon. So in the same house that was stolen from him by the Zionists. Okay, so my friend, let me make a point that I wanted to make. Edward, I was reading an article in the Cradle. I'll access it and share it with you. This is a very nice article, and what it says is, the Iranians were able to access, Iran is being supported on one side by China, on the other side by Russia. So Iran was able to get the best of China and the best of Russian technology, and they kind of blended it and made a really lethal weapon in the form of missiles. And one of the examples that he gives, because I'm not, militarily savvy,
so I cannot understand it fully. But one of the example that he gives is that the use of the, Iranian missiles did not use the GPS system, because all the GPS systems, they are connected to the American and European satellites.
Gyroscopes and optics.
Yes, and they used the equivalent of the Chinese GPS system, which is known as Beidou. Because they used Beidou, they basically did not rely on they relied only on the Chinese and Russian satellites. And these are impenetrable, I believe. These satellite systems are impenetrable. So as a result of which, Israel and the US could not, create any hurdles in the path of the missiles. That is one of the reasons they say that the missiles have been so successful in reaching the target. They may not have hit the target, but they did reach the target because of one of these things. And likewise, there are so many other technological advances that he writes about, that he says is which even I believe even the Russians and Chinese were shocked to see, because once you buy a technology from somebody, you can literally do anything with it. And Iranians, kept working on it for the last 25-30 years and kept, making it better and better and better for this day. And they were
so Faiz, this actually isn't strange. It's called layered innovation, if I'm not mistaken. It's where if I invent something, if I have an invention, and I give it to you, it's a certain technology, and you know about technology, you are going to start from the place where I left off and build on that and make it better, and instead of starting from the beginning. So this is common, and it's been seen around the world actually in developing countries taking technologies and making them better than the technology that the first world nations and Western countries would have. The thing is with Iran, I think if not surpassing, but pretty close to the amount. You take the amount of missiles that they fired, they almost have that many categories of missiles to begin with. Like, that's how many missiles do they have. Like, they have hundreds of categories of different types of missiles, for depending on the what they need it for. But I highly suspect that actually know that Iran has not used any of their actual sophisticated modern missiles. The missiles that they've used are developed over 10 years ago, and that's what they call that's what people are calling their.
So why did they use them now?
Because they don't want. Because they just like how Israel fell for Iran's trap. They wouldn't want. Iran does not show their hand to anybody. That's how Iranians are. When you have to understand the culture, and this is where Israel fails. It does not understand the cultures of the people that they try to dominate, and they end up losing at the end. And they end up screwing it up at the end. This is what happens.
So just make sure I understand you.
And so when they go, what this was for Iran, what this was for Iran, Faiz, was them having the opportunity to test the missiles that they have developed, and to see, okay, how can we improve them for next time. This was a test bed for Iran. So this is literally giving them 20 years worth of data, and that they couldn't have gone in any other way, and it was handed to them by Israel.
They also, the article also says
everything out. That makes no sense.
The article also says, Edward, the article also says that they also benefited from the data that Russia shared with them from the Ukrainian war that's going on. So they knew exactly which systems were failing, which systems needed to be upgraded, and so on. So they have benefited from that as well. Here is what I think Iran should do going forward. Russia and North Korea have kind of offered indirectly that they have said that we are willing to, we are willing to give the nuclear warheads to Iran. So Iran should simply go and buy nuclear warheads from the North Koreans or the Russians and just abandon the redevelopment of the nuclear arsenal again. They should just do it, get the warheads, pay whatever they need to pay. They need to pay for this. I'm sure North Korea will send warheads, the nuclear warheads, because they need money.
So why did they do it now?
For $1 billion or for a couple of $1 billion, I'm sure North Korea will sell a nuclear warhead. They should simply buy nuclear warheads and sit tight. That's it. That's what they have to do. They shouldn't.
So, Faiz, just so that you understand, which is an option for them, and that's the thing. The U.S. and all these countries, they know Iran could just buy the nuclear warheads from the former president of Russia, put a post on X about this, saying that Iran can. Other nations have approached Iran about purchasing nuclear warheads. However, this does not mean that the Iranian nuclear program will stop, because the Iranian nuclear program brings a lot more into Iran besides, it's not mainly weapons. They have made so many advancements in X-ray technology and various imaging technologies, in cancer treatment and cancer detection, and there's a whole list. I read it a couple of months ago of advancements that Iran has made in science directly because of their nuclear and being able to have nuclear material to work with.
Name two advancements.
I just named a couple. Cancer research, cancer treatment. They have a cancer treatment protocol where they are able to take nuclear radiation and they're able to pulse it in a way that doesn't hurt the surrounding tissue, and also cancer early cancer detection technology.
What's the name of those programs?
Google Scholar, you could look them up. There's research papers there about it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Ji, how are you?
Good. It's called Isotropy for the medical.
Hey, BB, you big boys, you don't have to wave me.
Hello?
Nah, he just waved.
Can you just elaborate, G, on the point that you were making?
Just look at your messages. Look at your messages, dum-dum.
Isotropy is one of those is needed. The 20%.
Isotropy.
Yeah, isotropy. Yeah. Yes, I might be mispronouncing or because of my accent a little bit, but that's what it is. It's for medical purpose. In almost 15-20 years ago, Iran was only making 3.5%. And obviously, when you're part of the NPT, you can have up to 90%, but if you have a reason to have 90% enriched uranium. But Iran had everything under 3.5%. Until came time that Iran was enough technologically advanced and had to use 20% for the isotropy for the medical purpose. So Iran asked from the UN, send a letter that we need 20% for our medical. And there is some countries when trying to buy, they give a hard time and this and that. We need that. So the letter goes with the American also get discussed and says, well, Iran has a right. It's a legit right for medical. This 20% goes for that. And based on Iran is on the NPT, we have to provide them. Either we have to let them
make their own, or we have to sell it to them, or provide them. Of course, we're gonna charge them and all that. So that was basically Americans was involved in that conversation, in that matter. They said, well, the UN said, well, if you're going to let them have a 20%, that you're going to violate your own sanction on them. But Iran, on the other hand, has a right, because it's part of NPT, needs a 20% for a medical purpose, and which is other countries use it, and Iran has a right to use it. So American came with a plan. They said, okay, we go on negotiation. We said, well, you have 3.5. We take your 3.5% in rich uranium, and we're gonna give you the 20%. But we're gonna, by the weight, we're gonna equalize it. How much 3.5 you have to give me? Then I give you 20% in a return based on calculation. That amount is based on the science that's on the side. But basically, they wanted to get the Iranian 3.5 to give 20%. Okay, so that was the deal. And then two countries, they came to make this process easy and be responsible for this transaction and to be part of this transaction, so nobody gets any problematic in between. So that two countries that mostly on the media, they don't name them. I'm gonna go ahead and name them because it's not something that one was the leader of at the time was the Turkish, and the other one was the Brazil. So these two was a part of this deal to making sure they're representing this transaction goes smooth. So they came to Iran and they signed an agreement. Iran gives 3.5 and America gives 20% based on equal whatever exchange amount is. So they sign and all that, they shake hands. However, Iranian told on signing the agreement many times that we going to examine before we give our 3.5% to hand him over. We're gonna examine what we are receiving, the 20%. We have to examine it first, making sure it's a 20% in reach, and then we hand over our 3.5. Okay. So when Iran insists this particular that 20% of the uranium has to be examined, many times was insisted by Ayatollah Khamenei that must be making sure. On the other party, which was the American, once they notice Iranians are very hard on that to be examined, that 20% is the correct 20% and is no less than on that. It was right there, American backed down from the deal. Because their intention was get the Iranian 3.5, everything they have, and show a fingerprint, the middle finger to Iranian. So it was at that time, the deal was broken, and the Turkish and Brazilian went crazy on the UN and American that you guys made us fool. And you guys broke our trust when in Iran to sign this. And then finding out we were a puppet here, and now Iranian thinking that we are embedded with this deal. So this is, at the meantime, guys, while this process was going to get, took some time to get this process done to sign agreement back and forth between Turkish, Brazil, Iran, and UN and all that. Iranian leader Ayatollah Khamenei knew that American is not for trusted. At the same time, did order the Iranian head of the atomic nuclear, that go ahead and try to develop from 3.5 to the 20%, which is needed for our country and is being reported to the UN. Do not wait for them because I do not trust them. So that was a smart move from the Iran because they thought that, because guys, it's extremely difficult from 3.5 to get them to the 20%. Once you are 20%, it's extremely easy from there, grow any percent you want. The most difficult is from 3.5. The rest, UN, they thought they can, they thought that Iranians are not capable. But in the meantime, the process was developing that 20%. Once they broke the deal and they didn't give it to Iran, and Iran revealed to the UN, we knew that you were not to give it to us, and in fact taking our 3.5. Here I just developed my own 20% and come on and inspect it because everything, and that was a breakthrough for them to find out how the hell Iranian. Man, I'm telling you, Iranian on that science, on that technology, they are very, very advanced and they are very skilled. As a matter of fact, Iranian using a different method of technology to do their own enrichment, which is a lot cheaper than any other countries that they are involved in this. This is how they're scared of the Iran, how advanced they are going through this and passing all of us. So for the, I'm gonna stop right there because it has nothing to do with this discussion. But the point of this conversation was to all know they try to F it up, take our 3.5 and not to give us anything. And they got caught. This part also was mentioned Ayatollah Khamenei on almost a month ago during their speech, except he didn't mention the countries very involved was Turkish and the Brazil. Every other thing that I said was in his speech, and why Iran has to have this nuclear technology and why the West is trying to take from the Iran. He explained it in his speech, the why that we need and is what purpose of this technology is used. So this was very important speech for those that didn't listen. I recommend highly go ahead and listen to his speech, and you will find out it's extremely valuable what he said for the rest of the countries around the globe. This is a God-given enriched uranium, which is under Mother Nature. Is everybody has the deserved right to enjoy this Mother God-given technology and just advance and enjoy it. Thank you for all.
Okay, I agree. Thank you very much, G. I appreciate that. I just wanted to, you know that Trump actually yelled at Bibi Netanyahu. There's reports of, according to multiple sources, Trump was visibly angry, even using strong, explicit words. He's reported to have told both nations they have lost control or didn't know what the fuck they were doing, right? But then this is, Trump called Netanyahu from Air Force One, sternly instructed him to halt any further strikes, saying that Israel jets need to turn around and head home. Wow.
And you know, Wednesday, when Trump said
crazy. It's just crazy to me that he's holding Israel accountable. Because this is what they do. This is what they do. They use a ceasefire as like a means of like getting the last jab in, and then all of a sudden, if they do the last jab, oh, it's a ceasefire, and someone retaliates, oh, they broke the ceasefire, it wasn't us.
Luckily, he was not, taken in by the falsehood of the Israelis. He saw through the scheme and called up Netanyahu to stop. Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
Two quick things. The IAOA however you say it.
IAEA.
Yeah, so the nuclear scientists that were involved in the nuclear program in Iran, that list was supposed to be top secret. No nation was supposed to receive that list. But Israel, the organization gave it to Israel because there's no other way for Israel to know who the scientists were, all of them. Because Israel was able to kill a lot of the scientists that were, these aren't like the head of the programs per se, but people that were working on it, and people that were dealing directly with the organization. So Iran now doesn't trust the organization with any information. And Mohammed Morandi said this. He in an interview today. He said this is one of the main things that they learned, and hopefully, once now that this is over, I don't want the world attention to turn away from what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. Go ahead, G.
Yes, Edward, that's absolutely correct. And the document that Iran, prior this all happened between Iran and Israel, that when a lot of information that Iran got out of Israel out, it shows 6 pages that Iran put it out there already, that this Mr. Garoussi, which is the head of the AIEA inspector, that he comes with his team on Iran inspecting and all that, he's in the head of that charge, he's in charge. His name, the time, date, years, and the minute that he had a meeting in Israel with all the name, that everything is been already put it out there, and Iran has already proved that he is a Mossad agent. And already in Iran, it's going in the parliament, and it's just waiting for the everybody voting. Iran is putting a pause based on some amendment. It has to do with NPT. They can use that, and Iran, I think, is using it, and Iran is going to put as a result what they did to Iran and attack and everything. Iran is most likely going to put a totally pause on NPT, meaning they're not going to cooperate with the UN because a bunch of the Mossad agents, and Iran is not trusting anymore. So that right there will put a great for the Israeli, for the West, for American, what Iran is doing now. Do they develop it? Do they have it? Because there's no more camera, there's no more inspector, just like the same what Israel is been doing to the whole, not showing everything their hand. And I think after this gets approved, and Iran will play the same game. That's it. Thanks to Bibi and Donald Trump. Thanks God, they're first in my country to go on this path, not to reveal, not to be clear anymore with this completely agency that are run by the Mossad. They give the name, address, every information to the Israeli. That's how they got assassinated. So this is a lesson to learn that is not to be trusted. This agency.
It is obvious that they gonna disguise under the international inspectors and gather the information.
Yeah, I too read that article, G, about IAEA's chief sharing information with the Israeli authorities, and also, making up some of the stories about Iran not complying with the decisions or with the agreement made with IAEA, so which was used as one of the pretexts to attack Iran. I read that too. But here's the point that I wanted to ask you, G. there were also reports that Iran has also been able to access some of the Epstein files from the Israeli documents that they
Yes,
got in
yes.
their hand. So why don't they release it so that we can have some, some fun around it?
Like I have said in the past, what Iran has got out of the Israel, it's a mother of all everything that Israel been doing, from their technology, from dirty work around the globe, inside was doing it. Mother of all information you wanted, it's in there. So just sit tight. It might one day come out.
No, is it possible, I'm just guessing, is it possible that the Epstein file was mentioned by Iran to Trump? Maybe Iran told Trump, look, we have things on you as well. If you don't, get these things done, this and this and this, we are going to release the Epstein files on you. Is it possible that this happened?
Iran is smart. Iran is not going to do it directly for other biases. Iran will find people like Elon Musk. For example, I'm just giving a, hey, here you go. You have some little beef. Let's see if this little beef comes out of it. Or maybe someone else. Or, Iran doesn't have to be directly doing this. You know what I mean? They know how to play the game too.
What the West should understand, that you cannot kill the idea. You can kill the scientist, but the idea is there. You can't kill it. Go ahead. So you better cooperate with them instead of trying to kill the idea. Impossible.
There would be no more inspections now, right, from the IAEA or any of the nuclear, because they cannot be trusted. I mean, it's fact. These agencies, who's to say the Zionist entity maybe use a little girl, right, to get them to sleep with them and record it and then use it against them to release the list of all the scientists' names. That's possible, right? We have seen this happen with Jeffrey Epstein and, a whole bunch of psychopaths on the Zionist entity, so anything's possible. And I think it should be off the record now. They should not share with IAEA. They can go fuck themselves. The U.S. can go fuck themselves. And U.S. just, made it really worse where they're not going to share anything anymore. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have nuclear just like the Israel does, right? But they won't be sharing any more nuclear bullshit with America.
Even Ahmed, the IAEA head, he said that now we do not know where they have moved the enriched uranium. Previously we knew exactly where they were, we were able to inspect and see, but now Iran has moved all the uranium to a different place, a secure place, from the Isfahan and other nuclear sites. So we do not know where they are being kept in security.
There is something about this IAEA which they are majority driven by European countries, and Iran, since Trump came to power, has been directly talking to US, like bypassing Europeans. And this IAEA is a block in this negotiation. Like right before this attack happened by Israel, there was supposed to be a round of negotiation between Iran and US on the Sunday. So the attack happened on Friday. On that Sunday, there was supposed to be a round of negotiation. On that Thursday, right before that Friday, IAEA just out of nowhere came and said, oh, Iranians don't answer us. We are so unhappy. And then on Friday, Israel attacked. So it's something that I think we have to also bring into the picture, that Europeans in general are not happy with Iran dealing directly with US. And they are not part of the negotiations, and they are throwing stone at these negotiations. And I think by kicking IAEA out of Iran, that problem is kind of solved. Thanks to BP.
Apparently, this bitch sitting in the audience with the ain't an account down in the others in the room, streaming my room and recording it in his, in his house. If somebody grabs me his, the account name, I'll pin it to the top, and then we'll try to get his account clipped, whatever accounts he's got. Because he's a bitch, and recording conversations without consent is a violation of what Clubhouse to us. Yep. Hey, welcome back, bro. So, yep, the IAEA, it's no more. Do you think, G, that they're ever going to? I don't think moving forward they will never tell the U.S. government if they have nuclear or not, just like Israel, right? G?
Yes, that's the whole idea. Once they put a pause on that, so the West, nobody knows what's going on in Iran. So that will create, putting them in a position not knowing where is everything, what Iran is doing, what not has done, what has done. Putting in that basically in a gray area, that's the most painful for them. Just like Israel does. So Iran is going to most likely, after passing this in the parliament, put a pause on all these stupid UNIAE with Mr. Yerusi and all the inspector, bunch of stupid created problem. I don't even think, I don't know, he might even come to Iran one day to visit, but he most likely, I'm not sure, he might get even, inspected by Iran and hold them accountable, or maybe they, make his eyes a little blue and red and send him back to the Mossad facility. You never know. If I was him, I wouldn't dare to go over there because he created all the problematic reports based on diplomatic matter. He made it political matter. So he created all this problem, and they know it. He did it, and the agency took the bunch of lie and all that.
I mean, Iran could play both sides, showing them whatever they want to see and play their own game separately. They can play both cards.
Has the Zionist Iranians been here? I just want to know what they're feeling because they wanted a regime change.
They got a slap in the face.
And I think it's gone stronger than ever. You've seen Tehran, the people outside holding Khamenei's photo, my photo, Nicole. I want Kejimari.
The Bibi will make even those Iranians who hate the regime, he will make them even support the regime.
I mean,
that's really funny.
that is funny,
They're gonna put that stupid print. That guy, check it out. Like seriously, he's gonna run a nation like Iran. Like, it's so funny. Imagine that, dude.
Yep. Hey, what's up, Layla? Assalamu alaikum. Did you get inspired by that guy Terminator movie, Layla? Because that's his name, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yep. That's his name. I think you did. Okay. He was the governor of California. By the way, he became a governor of California. As soon as he became a governor of California, he's a celebrity, right? I did like the Terminator 1. Terminator 2 was okay. Terminator 3, 4, 5, they were just dragging it. And yeah, but so there would be no more nuclear inspections. And IAEA is going to get the taste of their medicine. So is America. America is done. And there's data from the American government that shows that they did not destroy the nuclear facility. What was the point of putting on a show, man? What is the point?
Yeah, exactly, Amir. They said we are gonna attack, eliminate nuclear capability, which they did not. Eliminate missile capability, which did not. Eliminate the regime, which obviously they did not. So it was just for nothing. They just killed a bunch of commanders, which, to be very honest, they'd love to be killed and go become martyrs. This is what these commanders are famous for. Every day they pray to die for Islam and become martyr. So their wish came true. And bunch of scientists, which, to be very honest with you, I mean, I'm a scientist. Nuclear science is really old. Like, they teach it in undergrad now. It's really ridiculous when you say we killed their scientists. Like, everybody who is in physics major knows how to make it, enrich uranium. It's not like you get the textbook, the science is in the textbook right now. And they kill a bunch of babies, and that's it. What else did they?
Yeah, I don't understand this hunt on the scientists too. I mean, how they got the scientists in the first place? The same way they can teach another scientist. It's an idea. You cannot kill the idea and knowledge.
I mean, if it's a very advanced science, I can understand killing the scientists will kill that advanced science. But nuclear science is not advanced. It is something from 75 years ago. It's in the textbook.
Yeah, they need to do something about Gaza ceasefire or something. But do you think this Iran ceasefire is gonna?
I hope so. There is something they have to understand, that Houthis shooting missiles at them has nothing to do with Iran. Like, Iran just gave them the technology to make these missiles, and they aren't making it themselves and they're shooting. They don't accept it. And Houthis will continue shooting up to the time this Gaza thing is over. So attacking Iran does not solve any problem.
And Iran and Houthis didn't even use the Hormuz card yet.
No, you have to understand, Iran is like playing like Iran can export weapons, like any other country can export weapons. And they did export it to Houthis. And Houthis are the ones who are doing this to Israel. It's not Iran.
Do you have a proof that Iran give the Yemenis a missile, or you just saying it?
I don't think they gave the missiles. I don't think even the government, some scientists may have traveled there and teach them how to make the missile. I don't think.
So let me tell you something that you may know, you may not know, but either way. Before Iran even know what missile is, Yemenis, they had missile. Okay? Yemenis are long before Iran have a missile, Yemen had a missile. So don't come and tell that Iran gave them missile, because now you're putting Iran at the guilt. They may ask some question from each other. That would, every country asks question and on some matter, but Iran never gave them anything. Yemen is already they are advanced on those ones. Just for you.
Where they get it from?
don't forget, Yemeni had a good relationship with China, especially with Russia. They had everything from long ago.
Probably from Soviets.
Do you remember Medvedev, like a couple of months ago, what Medvedev said? Medvedev said if American and NATO European not stop providing to Ukraine, guess what might happen? Maybe Russia is going to start providing. Specifically, he named it. He said, we might provide, for example, he said, Yemen. He mentioned that. That was a couple of months ago. Medvedev. Nothing to do with Iran. You guys are, blaming the Iran gave this. No. Yemen has already their own education level is in high and everything they need they have long before Iran have even missile. They were, that country was a friend with the China, with the Russians and elsewhere. So we should be careful what we said. And the rest of people are sitting here and the voice goes out there, they think that Iran gave the Yemen something and they're hidden. No, Yemen has that knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But you're right.
Yeah, we just speculate and just guess. But the world, I think the Cold War haven't stopped and the world divided us versus them. It's clearly Russia, China, North Korea, Iran from one side, US and their European slaves from other sides.
I don't think what's up, base? I don't think the ceasefire will hold, and actually they're going to take out their grudges on the Palestinians because they're pissed off at the Iranians, right? Even though they started it. But I wanted to see Iran do more damage inside, pretty much flatten Israel, because there's, what is the point of having, a state that's freaking terrorizes every other country out there? Terrorizes every country.
Israel got very severely damaged. They just don't put it out there. It will come out little by little. Just wait. I'm telling you. They got severely punished. Of course, there would have been maybe some more, but for that time frame, they got pounded. Just wait until everything comes out. They're trying to hide everything.
What's up, base?
Hey, I'm guessing we all saw that video of Trump this morning.
Yep. There was a spit in his face by
Israel is hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing. The fact that he cussed on live television was even funnier. And he was way more upset at Israel than he was with Iran, which was interesting. But I also wonder if sometimes politics, because he's pushing for that Nobel Peace Prize. I think that's the reason why he's so pissed off, because he's so freaking selfish. But apparently he did say in another interview heading to Europe that he told Israel to basically stop their next barrage of attacks, and he said that they did. So I don't know if that's supposed to be it.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Marvin? How you been? Yeah, I can't hear you.
Did you guys see the update a few hours ago that CNN and other media outlets said that the B-52 bomber strikes barely did anything?
Yeah, I shared the link in the chat, the data. I shared the link in the chat. They didn't do any damage, by the way. There's a report from the intelligence. It was just a show that Trump put on to help make the Zionists, to make the Zionists to be happy.
Yeah, but Trump is so pissed at that. Did you guys hear how pissed off he is at that? At the truth coming out?
Yeah, Israeli media is pissed too. I saw a video clip translated, obviously, and they're like, we have to stop fantasizing. It's either we do a ground operation or we drop hundreds of bombs on it. So they're calling for a ground operation in some Israeli media shows. Not like the official Israeli government, but like the Fox News of Israel.
They're gonna do a ground operation with what, 5 million or 4 million IDF soldiers versus they got 90 million people over there.
No, of course not. They're gonna want us to do it, America.
Oh, hell no. They better bring their IDF soldiers. Fuck out of here. They need to stop.
It's very if I put on the ground, American put on the ground. It's very hard to judge.
So I was in another room recently, some guys that knew a lot about nuclear enrichment and stuff, and apparently you need to get to 90% enrichment for an effective bomb. They're at 60%, but the higher the higher the percentage that you enrich the uranium, the harder it gets. So at 60% enrichment, it would take Iran at least another 5 years to make a bomb. So there's really nothing that anybody should be worried about.
Yeah. I just lay down.
I'm more concerned that they're not making a nuclear bomb.
Right?
No, I think they're gonna make a nuclear bomb. Now the IAEA is out of the picture because they're the one that released the list of names to the Zionist institutes, and that's why they don't. What is the hot mic?
Okay, water.
Okay, I just muted you. They're the one that released the list of all the scientists, right? And they should not share anything, just like Israel. Israel never allows any kind of inspection. Iran doesn't need to allow anybody to inspect anything. And they could extradite the process, by the way, Josh. It was in the, what America did? It just backed them by 2 months. You see what I'm saying? And Israel was happy. Oh, look at it, we got rid of it. Even on the Times of Israel posted that he's happy that we got rid of the nuclear thing, blah, 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 but it did not.
I mean, all the intelligence of even United States, they say Iran doesn't want to make a nuclear bomb. There is no sign that Iran has any systematic effort to make a nuclear bomb. And there is also religious reason that they don't want a nuclear bomb. I mean,
how about I want them to make it.
I know. I mean, from our perspective, yeah, it makes sense. Why not? Israel has. Why not they have also? But I'm saying that they don't want it. So look at this picture. Iran wants a leadership role as a moral leadership. Iran never wanted to be a military power in the area. Wanted to be a moral power. A nuclear bomb is not a moral thing to do. So you have to see it from the perspectives of the Iranian leaders like Khomeini. They are moral leaders, they are religious leaders, they are not army leaders. And nuclear bomb is not a moral weapon, it's like chemical bomb, biological bomb. Like the way that they kill is like very immoral. So I really don't think, I grew up there and I have followed their news, they want nuclear bomb. They really don't.
No,
At
but
the same time,
brother, it's a deterrent.
it is a deterrent, however, there are many other ways to deter, like these missiles is a deterrent.
Yeah, but Weifan, did you see the regular, recently leaked documents about the Samsung option? Right? The Los Angeles is on target. So if they go down, they're going to take down all of these cities in America, some of these big cities, and some of the countries. And Samsung option, it comes from the scripture. Take everybody down with them. Do not let them escape. Just like what they did on 7th October, the Hannibal Directive. Kill it.
Right, that's why it's not a moral weapon to have.
Brother, with this people, you don't need any more. Forget about moral. We can't use our religion. If it's a Samsonite option, what have people done in Los Angeles, New York? They have fucking New York on target. If they go down, they're taking everybody down. They just have to press the button. And it will start shooting some warheads from Israel all the way to all of these countries and cities.
It would be their first time bombing America.
I agree with you, Amir. What I'm saying is that from perspective of somebody like Khamenei, he's like, we don't want to join this crazy club of people with nuclear bomb. Like, we don't want to be part of it. They are like they try to teach the rest of the world that get rid of this Samsung option and all these things. If they go and make one, they lose that moral ground. That's what I'm trying to say, that if Iran comes out and say, hey, now we have nuclear bomb, then Iran loses its moral ground. And that is something they want. I mean, this revolution is called Islamic revolution. They are not going to lose that moral ground.
Yeah, but Rayford, you're fighting against the front. You know, people that want to attack you, they don't hold your religious belief system. You see what I'm saying? They're always in attack mode. I mean, look for the past 30 years. Josh, sorry, bro.
You have a moral obligation to protect your people, the Ummah, if you want to look at it from an Islamic perspective.
Josh, again, I and you, we may think this way, but the intelligence services says that it's not the way Iranian leadership is thinking.
Have you guys noticed any fluctuation on the fuel price in US?
I didn't see anything, but the stock market is staying beautiful. I feel like a lot of this is stock manipulation.
Yeah, I'm in the Midwest, and fuel has been high for years. Literally since, 2021? I don't think the numbers have ever went down, but I haven't noticed it go up yet.
I think he avoided that from happening. Trump, I think. Well, let's see for how long. So far, I haven't seen any influx. Does anyone here think that Iran should not have a nuke? Just wondering.
or why they should?
They should, to protect themselves, to defend themselves, they should have one. Just like everybody else has. Why shouldn't we? You know what I mean? That's their right to protect their people.
Yeah, so they can. I want them to drop it on Washington D.C. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my
I can't
gosh,
say
There's no such thing as Washington D.C. anymore.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, Washington now.
I know they're listening. I did not say that.
Yeah, be careful. Big Brother's watching.
No, they definitely are listening.
We
Somebody
do
waiting
not.
to get out.
Okay, let me do a little spiel here. Everyone's opinion is their own. We do not condone anything that is said here. So erase what Josh said. It was a little blip in his brain. Moving on.
I don't know it. I don't know it without
Plead the fifth.
A lot of people know it is hard.
Personally, I don't think any country should have nuclear weapons. I think they should be taken away from every single country, including the United States. I mean every single state, country. Nuclear war would just completely destroy the earth.
We destroy the earth every day. You gotta think about it. Telling a man you can't have a nuclear weapon is like you can't have a pickup truck. You can't show me why your dick is big. That's what this is really about. I got the biggest dick. This is pissing contest. This is the political pissing contest.
Agreed. God, that's a very good point. So I do agree. The issue is, even if it's a non-proliferation treaty that every single country signs, including the USA, although the US is the only country that's ever dropped a nuke, multiple treaties. So it's funny how we get to walk around and police who can and cannot have them. It's very interesting. The problem's going to be because that technology exists, and we've seen people be liars and be dishonest. Look at like Israel. They've definitely have, I think, about 90 as much as we know. But there's no one measuring it, no one controlling it. They don't allow anybody in. So let's just say we say this and everybody agrees. There's always going to be a bad actor that's going to keep it, like God said, to kind of have that upper hand. So with that being said, I feel like nukes are just, it's like a deterrent. It kind of balances the power. That's why Israel gets to throw its weight around. That's why they go attack certain countries, knowing they're significantly weaker, especially because they don't have that nuke. Like the whole Pakistan and India, that whole shit went well. That war that could have blew up, it kind of calmed down simply because there's talks about Pakistan potentially using a nuke, and they both have nukes. I think it kind of can stop certain situations from occurring, but I don't even know why Iran allowed the U.S. to dictate, the world to dictate what they can and cannot have, just because Israel has been crying about it for the last 30 years. That's one thing I still haven't come to terms with.
It lets you know the powers that be are really trying to pull strings, and they're using certain things as excuse to invade countries. So, ever since I would say the Ukraine shit, everything has been other countries just going into other countries invading them, starting shit. It's like the political person.
It is, but even when people see, I've gone to various rooms here and there just to see what people's viewpoints are. Abby, who we all know is a Zionist lawyer woman, a fucking psychopath. She started to do this, continued her spiel of lies. And a lot of people, for some reason, are believing the propaganda, the narrative. It depends upon who's spieling and who's pretty much spreading it. People tend to believe it because this woman is sitting there and saying that how much of a threat Iran is to the free world simply because they've heard them say death to Israel, death to America. Makes me laugh. And I know I've gone into a bit of an argument with people because when you look at Hitler, I hate to make this comparison, but I'm going to. Hitler actually never came out and said stuff like verbally death to the Jews or death to black people or death to gypsies or death to people who are handicapped. He did, of course, kill those people. He never came out and said those exact words. He never made his plans known. In fact, he shipped, well, not shipped, he put Jewish people onto trains and built his death camps outside. He did it quietly. A lot of Germans didn't even know. He was taking them out of Germany to Poland. That's where there's 3,000 concentration camps, but that didn't mean that they're all death camps. There's 5, Auschwitz being the biggest one, in Poland. He did it quietly. He did it without anybody really knowing until people knew. He was starting this since 1931, since he came into power in January. He didn't actually have the final solution come into play until, 1942, 1941? He kept working on it. I brought this up to people who are Zionists. Of course, they get so upset and so mad. I'm like, so how are you going to cry wolf over and over again because somebody said something? I mean, Israel has been saying some genocidal shit for years, and their actions are falling in place. But things that Iran has said, do we have examples of them doing anything to take away Jewish lives within Israel? No. I'm sorry. Just because someone said something, it's not enough to go and attack them and keep pushing America to get attack their biggest nemesis. I just don't understand that. As opposed to, it's so weird how these people get the support and by using these buzzwords.
I think they get the support from having blackmail on a lot of government officials as well. 100%. They have a lot of, you got to think about it goes back to the Epstein shit.
Yeah, but God, I'm talking about everyday people. Not, I know how this, and I agree with you, it's blackmail with these people who are actually in power. I'm talking about everyday Americans, everyday people in the West.
They believe anything they see on the news.
I know, it's pathetic. It's really sad.
Obama signed the shit where they could pass on propaganda through the news, and they've been doing it. With the fucking lies saying that he bombed a nuke site. He didn't. We don't know what the fuck he bombed.
Well, official reports are he didn't do the damage he said that he was going to do. We found
a 20-ton bomb. Like, come on, bullshit.
They moved 40,000 kilograms of uranium. It's been shown to a different location. And wouldn't they? Because remember, IAEA, if I'm saying it right, that's the group that goes and is out. Iran has allowed them in. It's a U.S.-run organization that's pretty much making sure that the uranium levels are at a safe level where they're not going to be able to enrich more.
They're not going to get access. They're not going to get access.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. What I'm saying is, hold on, give me a second. Would Iran be stupid knowing that these individuals know where these sites are? Of course they would move their uranium into a place that they don't know it's stored. That's just the most common sense thing to do. And obviously, Amir, you're right. They're not going to let them in now. There's no way.
Thanks to Bibi.
Yeah, they released the scientists' names and stuff, right? Allegedly, there isn't any. They came out and they denied it, right? They denied the claim. But I have a deep feeling that they did share it with Israel, because nobody, gets away without sharing information from Israel.
Agreed. We found you were jumping in earlier. Not sure if I spoke over you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify this death thing. Like when they say death to Mark Van Omrikot, this Mark in Farsi is it's not really death. It's more like down. You can translate this down to USA. Like we wish USA defeat. They are not really wishing death. So this is a propaganda that somebody like Bibi creates, because you have to look at the language. Like for example, in Iran, there are many people when they're angry to each other, they say bemir, like die. But this bemir is not really like die in the literal meaning. It's more like shut up, something like this. So a lot of and this happens when in the Friday prayer ceremonies that people shout down to USA, down to England, down to Israel, and they are like, and they name United States, Israel, and England because they are the symbol of capitalism. So Iran has, like, Islamic idea has a lot of problem with capitalistic systems. Because in capitalism, basically you say God loves rich people and hates poor people. That's why everybody wants to be rich. But in Islam, it says God loves everybody equal. So there is a huge fundamental difference between this ideology. So they come to this prayer and they down to capitalism. We are all equal. So in that sense, I just want to bring this point up. It's not really like they are dangerous, wishing like, oh, let's go kill them, take their head off. No, they are not really doing that.
Mark also can mean disgrace.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's just how the West twists everything. I want to welcome some people onto the stage. I see Edward, I see Positive, Scotty. You guys just came on. Hi guys, how are you? What's going on?
Hello, what's up?
Do you guys want to share your perspectives? What's going on?
So I don't know what you guys are talking about yet.
Well, you know what we're talking about. We're talking about. You saw that in the morning. Did you see that where Trump on live television?
Oh, yeah.
And he's pissed at Israel.
Yeah, my virgin ears couldn't handle
Oh, you're
this word.
Edward, please don't. Tell me, what do you think of that? What do you think? Is that just for show? Is that genuine?
He's pissed. I think he's pissed at a few things. One, I'm starting not to believe that Israel, Trump knew about, and he's not hiding that he knew that they were going to attack Iran in a few days. But I don't think he was on board with it. And Israel ruined his sort of spotlight to have a deal with Iran. You know how Trump is, right? So I think, so he was already pissed about that. They get into this war, and then, then they force Trump, Netanyahu forces Trump to use bunker buster bombs, the big one, which they don't, they never use, and they don't want to use, to give intelligence about it away. They, forced him to not only stop negotiations, but to actually attack Iran, And so he did, but he did a half-assed effort. He attacked the entrances, and then, and then he imposed a ceasefire. Basically imposed it. Well, I should say, Netanyahu begged Trump to come out with a ceasefire because, what was happening in Israel. So, Trump does, and then Israel just dumps a whole shit ton of missiles into Iran after the ceasefire. And so he got pissed. He's probably feeling like a used rag right now, and you know how big Trump's ego is. So I think he's genuinely pissed off at Netanyahu because he was trying really hard not to, he was saying both, but at the same time, he was leaning so hard towards Israel. And he even said about, them dropping missiles on Iran at the end, when they're supposed to be in a ceasefire. So I think he's really pissed.
I think he wants a Nobel Peace Prize more than anything. But he did come out and say that there was another barrage of attacks, missiles, or whatever, that were going to be used on Iran. Israel was preparing, and he called up Bibi and told him to don't dare. And apparently he stopped and listened to Trump. That was the next thing he said. So I sometimes wonder how much of it is real and how much of it is like theatrics, to be honest, at this point.
Well, I think to separate it, at least for Trump, when you have a situation where Trump's own interests or own ego is being overshadowed by someone else, then I think you could safely say, well, that Trump is actually genuinely pissed off, not because Iran was attacked, but because his own ego was attacked. If that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, of course, his ego's attacked. He only operates in ways to feed his ego, which, if people know how to work with it, can actually be manipulated. That's his biggest weakness. But with that being said, there's official reports that came out that have shown that the attack that was upon these, nuclear facilities did little to nothing.
They bombed the entrances. They bombed the doors.
But these are official reports coming from the U.S. and I guess CNN and a bunch of these news agencies released it, and Trump is pissed and has gone on the record and said, that's not true, we dropped 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, there's 14 of them, of course. He's controlling the narrative, but I don't get how Americans, and I'm dual, I know you don't consider me full American, because I am a dual. You always want to call me Canadian, Edward. I think it's a diss from me or something. But...
I don't do that. When do I do that?
Yes, you do.
I do not.
Playing with you.
I was like, no, I made fun of your German cars.
Where's the Chucky guy? Where's the Chucky guy? The pro-American guy?
Oh, God.
Chucky has turned Zio.
Right? That was just
For real?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I feel like he's always been that way, and he was just pretending. I really, really genuinely.
How do you know that, Edward? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, a few signs. One, he took on Amos's name and he called us him uncle, and he went after me in Amos's room.
Just because he went after you, that doesn't.
For the reasons why he went after me.
What were the reasons? What were the reasons?
One of the reasons. Go ahead.
So what were the? Hold on, Scotty, hold on. What were the reasons?
One of the reasons was, how did it go? I wasn't talking to him. I was talking to, I don't know, maybe Norm or Daniel, and he jumps in and pissed off that, he's talking about, you think Iran could beat America? You think Iran could do, I don't know. He was just talking shit, and then he goes, it was, can Iran take on America, or that type of thing? And I was like, I'm not going to answer a dumb question. And then he started talking shit about me with Pumalu, and basically about Middle Eastern people in general with Pumalu. So it's no, it's not. That's 100% correct.
You couldn't even know what you were saying.
Edward,
I think you pissed him off by, I'll tell you how you pissed him off. Because he's pro-America. So you pissed him off as soon as you said that Iran can win against America.
No, I didn't say that. He asked me that question, and I said, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to answer that. That's we weren't even talking about America. Because I was saying something about Israel, it pissed him off. So you have to, he came at me with that, and I said, that's a dumb question, Chucky. I'm not going to answer that. And then him and Pumalu started talking shit about me. So Pumalu was talking shit about me to Chucky, and Chucky was agreeing with him. Not about me personally, but about Arabs in general.
Absolute rubbish. If I hit anything, I'm on the average side, and I don't rate America. Scotty, I don't know, man. This is a new brother. I think we need to have Chucky in here and have back and forth. I think we need to have this.
He calls him uncle. And
disgusting.
Yeah, he calls him Uncle Amos. Uncle. It's like, what are you doing? And you took his name, and then
Edward, hold on. Do you know that when Chucky first came on, he came on to expose Black Rabbi, and he was sending me things in the back channel. Remember, I don't know if you were here. He tried to say that because he apparently, I guess, Chucky has been to Israel and he knows Black Rabbi to some extent. But hold on, let me get back. I have to try to grab this call.
But I don't know.
Ace is a
See,
businesswoman.
that's fishy. That's so fishy. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think he's pretending. I don't think he was ever true pro-Pally. I really feel like he's disingenuous.
No, he's pro-white. He simps for white people. 100%. No, nothing against white people, but he wants to be white so bad. He's come up to me in other rooms and he's like, you don't really believe that, you know, minorities are being oppressed, right? And what about white people? White people are being oppressed too. It's not just people with color. It's white people. And I'm like,
right.
Chuck, you're an idiot.
He doesn't take America. He's not pro-America. Everybody America, right? He's pro-white America. That's why I'm like, this is weird. Especially as a brown man.
Exactly, that's what we would say, yeah.
And his roots. My son just told me I'm a brown man. But, I was gonna say.
I didn't know you were a brown man, Royal. When did this happen?
I didn't even know she had a son.
No, she did.
I just think it's really strange, especially since his group of people, his roots are, you know, south of the border, and you know, they're facing a lot of oppression right now. So
No,
he doesn't.
He would absolutely, emphatically disagree with the oppression part. He would. Oh, not me. I've never encountered any oppression. That's what he was telling me, and I was like, well, because he was asking me about Hispanic people and black people, and I said, you have to ask them about the oppression. It's not for me to say what they've gone through or what they're currently going through. It's to them. And he says, well, have you ever been oppressed, Edward? I said, not oppressed. I think he said discriminated against or something. I don't remember. And I said yes, multiple occasions in my life. And then he's like, well, aren't you white? Well, I said, I'm Palestinian. I'm light-skinned. I don't necessarily, white people don't see me as white, so it doesn't work out that way. And that's when he got into his diatribe about white people are also oppressed, and we can't ignore what white people go through. Just and I was like, oh, well, how do you know? You speak for white people now? He's like, oh, I know because I'm around a lot of them, and I'm not oppressed, and I've never been discriminated against, and I've never been denied opportunities. He talks like he's like the golden child of America.
Golden child. That's so funny one. Never heard this one before.
Yeah. And he's disingenuous if he says that he hasn't faced some sort of discrimination.
He's online. I sent him an invite. Let's see if he shows up. He's online.
And that's the thing. He hasn't been coming in either, Amir. He hasn't been coming in much. I haven't seen him in here since that day that he argued with me, or he was talking shit with Pumalu. Him and I weren't even arguing. Ever since that day, I haven't seen him in here.
Maybe down in the audience always ask him, do you work for the government? Who's on your number one list? Is it Amir? Who's your number two?
BB has nothing intelligent to say, unfortunately.
BB gets mad for no reason. He's a good drama. He's a good actor on this app. I actually want him back on this app and have a little bit of drama, a little bit of fun.
What do you mean? He is on the app.
No, he disappears. Like he's not. He used to be cool, but he's not cool anymore.
No. He's been on the app. I've seen him all over the place in the last 2 weeks. Every day.
He used to be cool, but he's not cool anymore.
No, he's not. I'm actually. So in Amos's room a few days ago, he comes on stage just to say, you're not just blind, you're deaf too. Literally, that's all he had to say. And I kicked him out. Oh, I kicked him out of Amos's room. That was the boss. He got pissed, so he back channeled me and started talking shit, and I was talking shit to him back. I said, "You're a buffoon. No one takes you seriously, you buffoon. Go away." He got so mad, his spelling, like he wasn't even spelling right. When somebody gets mad, they stop using punctuation in their, when they're responding, and like in text messages, somebody's starting to get pissed when they just forego any commas or periods or anything.
That's a fucking loser for saying that to you.
Yeah, I don't remember. Ace, he's the one that opened the room.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just quickly back to how.
Ace, who are you talking about? Chucky or Bibi?
Chucky. So when Chucky came into this room, he came in. Remember, he wanted to expose Black Rabbi, and he was saying that Black Rabbi charges people some crazy amount of money for conversion to take his courses. Remember how he was going to send me proof, and then Black Rabbi was in here, and then he has met him in Brooklyn or some shit like that, and then he was trying to, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't bullshitting. And how much money was he charging it? Was it 5,000 US?
Yeah, 5,000.
Something important like that. Okay, he wanted to expose Black Rabbi. That's how he came in, and then after that, he was trying to send a picture of him, whatever. Long story short, a Black Rabbi who we don't give any credence to was like, oh yeah, that's like, he took it off my Facebook, rah rah rah, and they started talking about people that didn't know. So that's how he came in. And then he came in the next day and he said that he wanted to give more information because there's more people he knows, he can bring them to pretty much like expose him. The next day, he comes in and I'm like, okay, dude, where's his, and he's back channeling me, right? I'm like, okay, you want to expose him? You wanted to do this? Bring it out if he's a fraud. His response was, oh no, I don't want to do that because Black Rabbi is really connected with certain people. I don't want it to I guess affect him. And I'm like, huh? I found that weird as hell. I found that so weird. And then, do you know how he started to ask like Black Rabbi? Where is he? Oh my God, the great Black Rabbi buys his book. And remember how Black Rabbi wants to run for president? Chucky starts doing the same shit, copy and paste. Oh, I want to run for president. Ace, you should be part of my whatever. I'm like, excuse me? Same shit that Black Rabbi. He started copying and pasting him. It was so weird. And then what really ticked me off here was he pretends to be this like, oh yeah, I'm American, da da da. If you say anything, he actually asked me in another room not long ago, Ace, why is it that in certain rooms, people can, say death to America and people are okay with that, but if I'm pro-America and I pledge my allegiance, people get like really upset. I know he's trying to talk about this one. And I go to him, I'm like, you know that maybe the rooms are in, the people you're talking to, they come from certain countries where the USA has fucking destroyed it. So when you come in and you start going, oh, America, 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 it seems like you're clowning and you're being disrespectful. He said, oh, I didn't see it that way. Whenever he's mad at somebody, Wednesday, at work, whoever, he always wants to talk about them. He always wants to bring them up. It's weird because now I see that he's usually in the Zio rooms, frequenting them, and he refuses. I'm sorry, if anybody's connected to any type of high position within the government, you're never going to say it, ever. He also said, I think in Basira's room, oh, there's another reason why I don't say much. I stay quiet because one of his brother or something is a pro in the NFL. And I'm like, okay, wait.
What?
Is he doing, yeah, he's doing the Black Rabbi shit. You know what Black Rabbi says? I know. Remember he said he went to Israel with Madonna? Remember he came to Lars Sotomayer's wedding in Brooklyn? And he was not fucking there. I was there in New York, and the hotel he was gonna be allegedly staying at has been closed for years. He's doing the same freaking shit. And then I'm like, Chucky, this is not your name. You don't have your profile picture up. no one's gonna know and attach the shit that you're saying to you. So why do you care? Oh my god. I can't even tell you. Yeah, he was mad at you. He was trying to bring you up in that room, and I'm like, dude, we don't talk about people that are not in this room.
Why was he mad at me?
Because he's so pro-America, he cannot stand any criticism of America at all.
Yeah.
That's his problem.
Yeah, I mean,
that's very Zionist.
I would make fun of him about, saying the pledge, saying being patriotic is not, it's not mystical. It's not supposed to be mystical. It's about, but I never really, got on him for being pro-American. I don't care about that.
In that room, General was not wrong, Teddy was not wrong. And
he
literally said, if you were given orders to do something where you know it's going to take the lives of children, would you be able to put your head on your pillow and sleep peacefully? He goes, yeah. I'm like, huh? What the fuck? I'm like, you would be able to sleep peacefully. So many military personnel have come back. They have severe PTSD. He's like, no, but if we're just walking down the thing and we're in this country and they're shooting at us, we gotta shoot back. I'm like, yeah, that's called self-defense.
Hey, how do you know he's in the military? Because
he's not in the military. He just gave me a scenario.
Oh, I don't. And he says, oh, he's in Singapore, he's in here, he goes there. I'm sorry, I don't think the guy's smart enough.
Well, I told him that, Rob. I'm just gonna give you a word of advice, but I'm like, especially when you're going to battle with Wednesday or whomever, and it's a woman. Unfortunately, the way the society's set up, when a guy starts to call a woman out her name so egregiously, the guy always looks like an idiot. Always looks stupid. I'm like, you're so emotional. I give him advice. I'm like, listen, unsolicited. I'm like, you gotta be able to control how emotional you get. I'm like, you get fucking emotional. He's like, no, that's just a fake. That's just me putting on a persona. I was laughing in the background. I'm like, wait. I am who I am. I don't pretend to be anybody else. This is me, inside out. I'm like, you are doing this like multiple personality shit. I'm like, Chucky, who the fuck are you? I'm like, you get so triggered, you can't let shit go. He goes on for days and days and days. Like you said, he jumped in the room and he just called you and said some stuff. And now I heard from somebody else in this room that apparently he was in a Zio room and said that the more time he spends in Amir's room, he's becoming more of a Zionist. He denied it.
He will go, I don't think he's a Zionist. I don't think he's not a Zionist. I think he'll go where he thinks, where he believes there is the most credibility. Like I said, it's he's trying to defend white people.
Yeah, it's very
because
Zionist.
He's
very Zionist.
He wants to be white.
Yeah, he does. In this room, he said some egregious shit. In another room, actually, in this room, I think it was late at night. I got so annoyed, basically saying that black people, their people need to put, the whole bootstrapping thing. Like, there's people that just complain all the time. It's not that bad. Basically, trying to show how equal white and black people are. He's defending. He was just doing this thing. And he was kind of like giving this other person like credibility to their bullshit. And I'm listening to this guy and I'm like, is he Dominican? Like, what is how are you gonna sit here and say this type of stuff doesn't happen to one community versus the other? He made it like black people just complain about stuff, they just make shit up, and they just whine. And I'm like, what?
He's from Panama. Like Panamanian and something else, south of the.
Is he Dominican?
Yeah, I thought he was Dominican.
I don't know. He had a Panamanian flag in his bio for a long time and was saying that he's part Panamanian. Maybe he's Panamanian and.
But I agree with you, Edward. There's some weird white adjacent.
Well, when you say that when he says the Pledge of Allegiance, he cries. He gets tears. He tears up whenever he says it. I'm like, okay, this guy's a weirdo. That's all, just a weirdo. But the fact that he was in here and then now is in those other rooms.
Because
I don't know.
he's
He's
called out. He's exposed here, right? It's become very apparent. So he's not gonna come back in a place where he's not gonna be able to mix up and gel. I think he's like a chameleon. He's just going and acting and saying things that fit whatever. I don't know. Weird shit, man.
Low self-esteem. It's low self-esteem.
Extremely.
It's,
But what he said to you, I'm sorry. That's just. Okay.
It's not what he said. I didn't say anything about America. Like, we weren't even talking about America.
It doesn't matter. You do not
We're talking about
attack
Israel.
somebody. You do not attack somebody. You can attack someone's argument. You can attack somebody's point of view, their belief system. But you can't. Attacking someone's like who they are, something that we cannot control. Whether it's what we have or don't have, or what our skin.
Wait. You're getting things confused, I think. What are you talking about?
You told me that he came in and said to you that you're not only blind, but you're also.
No. That was BB.
That was BB, okay.
Yeah, the other day.
BB's on that. Oh, yeah, BB's a psychopath.
Yeah.
There was a room that I was in yesterday, and BB and Swifty, which, Swifty didn't last long, he was gone. BB, these guys came up and they're so upset at me for saying that there's reports over 40 to 50,000 Israelis have jumped on ships and left the country.
Which is true.
But I'm like, why is it a bad thing? I'm like, there's 8 million. If a bunch of people fucking jumped on ships, I'm like, there's more people trying to leave, but they don't have any access to leave. I'm like, why are you so mad at that? I'm like, it's the truth. I'm like, people left. You're lying. You're showing a narrative that's not true. I'm like, why is that such a bad thing? Because if Palestinians have sat their asses there and endured everything because they're truly connected to the land, are you mad that a bunch of immigrants who have no connection to the land showed up and left? I mean, what's the big deal?
BB got on stage and just said that to me. Literally, we were all arguing back and forth about Israel, Iran, and he just comes on stage just to insult, and it's like, and then I kicked him out. I was the mod, and he almost always just makes me the mod. That's
I know.
I try not to go in. But I feel bad for him too because he doesn't know how to use Clubhouse.
Don't feel bad for him. Okay, you weren't here the other night where this bastard was coming in this room and fighting and saying Iran is attacking this hospital and it's civilians. I'm like, hold on. You didn't have the same energy when this was happening in Gaza. Even though that's not true, it's talking point. Over 30 hospitals, you did not have the same energy. Your bitch ass was like, I would kill 40,000 children, Palestinians, innocent, just to free a few, just to get his objective done, which is to get hostages, even if it's 2 or 3.
You reminded me of something. I think that this is Daniel's talking point. This is how Daniel. I've engaged with him a few times in Amos's room last few days, and this was his talking point. First off, deny everything. Any damage in Israel, deny everything. And then accept for the hospital, which I don't think Iran was even aiming for. They didn't hit the hospital. They hit the building right next to the hospital, and the hospital got damaged. And no one got hurt. The thing is, that he accepted, and he says, look how they bomb our hospitals. We're not like Gaza that has a whole bunch of hospitals that, it's not a big deal to bomb some of them. Here in Israel, we don't have that many hospitals, so you can't bomb our hospitals. This was Daniel's talking point. That was his defense. I was like, what am I hearing right now?
What happened to me? Were you in that room when they were talking about Hamas resistance and rah, and he was trying to, again, be the genocidal psychopath that Daniel is. I said to him, since you're so against resistance, how do you feel about the Warsaw Uprising? He's like, oh my God, always coming against the Jews, always, I caught him, there were 2 of them, Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and the Warsaw Uprising. One of them was a Polish people fighting because again, while Germany was taking over their land. The second was Jews fighting back for what was happening. So I on purpose made sure I said one or the other. He did the whole victim. You are a Holocaust denier, Nazi sympathizer. I'm like, hold on. Why does everything have to be about you? I'm talking about the Polish who uprise, but you automatically assume it had to do with you. I'm like, whoa. He lost his shit. Lost his fucking shit. They're so easy to corner because they're so easily triggered. Have you guys noticed since lately? A lot of them are not having rooms. A lot of them are not coming into certain spaces, or they're sitting in the audience. One time I was trying to bring BB up when I was trying to run this room. God bless Amir for doing it. It's not easy. I started bringing up BB, trying to trigger him. I'm not gonna let you use me as a punching bag. I'm like, yeah, since when did you sit in the audience and give a shit about that? They're very silent, if you've noticed.
Yeah, silent, but at the same, they're silent.
Silent
and
liars?
their talking points have gotten less coherent, and it's more about denial of everything now instead of finding a way to justify.
It's defense. They're on the
well, no, before it was defense. Before it was defense.
Offense, you think?
No. Before they would justify, or justify things. No, that's not how it went. It went down. This is what happened, and this is, they try to justify it in their own way, even though it didn't make sense. But they'll try to justify it. Now it's more about no, it's an outright denial. No, that didn't happen. No, we didn't do that. No, we didn't bomb, hospitals in Gaza. No, there's no issues happening with the Palestinians. There's no, and we've said this before, but now it's more adamant. There's no occupation. There's no this. It's all no. It's like everybody got the memo. There's just deny. That's it.
But have
They're
you
just
noticed
denying
the
everything.
anti-Semitic trope is it needs less, so they don't really use it. Now they're jumping to, you're a Holocaust denier, you're a Nazi sympathizer.
Oh yeah, the other day, Caleb was in the room.
When they start losing the conversation, they jump to that. It's so pathetic.
Caleb and Pumulu, they were both going at me because I wouldn't, simply because I said I'm not buying Israel's narrative of what happened on October 7th, but I'm not buying Hamas's narrative either. The truth is in the middle, and they were like, well, you need to watch the documentary. No, I don't. I don't need to watch a propaganda documentary by your country, by your government. No, I don't. They both so off of that, they both said I'm a Holocaust denier.
That
no link. We didn't even bring it up.
Oh, that happened.
I'm a Holocaust denier now.
Oh, yeah, that happened.
If you deny, if you question October 7th, you're a Holocaust denier. That's the new talking point.
Oh, that happened to me too. I was at different a few days ago, and this was another Zionist that was there, and a lot of people in the room didn't really know, I guess, have enough knowledge to kind of battle this dude. So I jumped in. So this guy is based, because people are saying that the word anti-Semitic is so wide that anything can be classified underneath that, right? So if you look at the definition, it's like criticism of Jews and non-Jews. Look at the definition. It's changed. It's expanded. Things like the Jewish people have ownership, a lot of control over certain industries. That's anti-Semitic. That's hate speech. It's a wide.
But then they brag about it.
I know. So then people are like, this is very wide. It's very odd because no other group. It's usually very. It's very focused and direct when it comes to hate speech, hate crimes of any group. But it's this one thing. So this guy is trying to talk about these tropes, etc. So then I come in and I'm like, wait, hold on. Give me the stats, give me the facts. There's 450 films made of the Holocaust, okay? And what this asshole was doing, because the room is predominantly black people, they try to do this weird thing, they try to do this allyship with black people. I'm noticing it. Very odd. Started saying that, yeah, our struggle is the same during the civil rights thing, like there were some Jewish lawyers. Literally sat there and said, you guys need to support us because our struggle is the same. Put it in the same bucket. But no, it's not. How do you even equate the two things? It's two very different things. You've been given all these special attention reparations, and I'm like, you're white adjacent. How are you gonna tell me today, a black person, and your struggle is the same? Are you fucking kidding me? I go on like there's 450 films made of the Holocaust, and 30 made of black slavery in America. Can you make sense of that? This guy's like, well, I don't know if that's true. I'm like, here with stats. He goes and says, oh, that is anti-Semitic to say that there's so much control. I'm like, wait, stats show a small population who has control over 20% of the film and music industry is disproportionate today. So I'm like, why is it a bad thing? I'm like, does anybody say it's racist when people say Italians tend to be very dominant in the construction industry? Or Indians tend to be a lot in IT, or whatever the case is? I'm like, why is that? But no one says that's racist. Fuck, I would find that as a compliment if my group has worked hard for something. He goes and turns back and says, oh, that's not. He was fumbling and dying, and then he started yelling and saying, oh, everyone's ganging up on me. I'm like, no one's ganging up on you. They're defending.
Wait, who was it? Who was this?
And this random guy, I forgot his name, some new Zionist that was on this. I'm trying to get this person here because it was bad. Because the minute stats and facts started to hit him, he started to walk back. And then I'm like, how many people died in the Holocaust? This is what I love doing. 6 million Jews. I'm like, oh, so we're going to deny the 7 million other people that died. Black Germans, gay people, gypsies, anybody who was pretty much Aryan. They handicapped people. Those were actually the first people to go. I'm like, oh, so why is it the Holocaust Memorial, all these centers, they honor and they say, we need to have them. They're important because we should never forget what's happened. I'm like, yeah, sure, but then why don't they honor the 7 million other people? Why do they never get mentioned? I'm like, how do you have a monopoly over this?
I just couldn't believe when they were wailing over the hospital that Iran damaged.
It was so sad.
And wailing over when you had literally not only bombed hospitals in Gaza and destroyed them, but are currently killing people that are trying to get food. Like, you've killed 50, 60,000 people, and you want to cry about you're the victim? I mean, it was so despicable.
Shifa Hospital, the 30 children, babies that were in the NICU.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You know, Edward, on that hospital, Iran did not, like you guys mentioned, that Iran didn't hit the hospital. It was a military target, like 2-3 next to it, and it was shattered some window because of the splash of the missile. Those are heavy missiles, and it was empty because it was a military hospital as well, but it was empty. But anyway, that was not a hit to the hospital. The one that who is acting irresponsible is Israel and America. Israel did hit almost 30 hospitals. We all know that. Many numbers, direct hit and all that. American during that 2 months between the Yemen and America on the Red Sea, they were bombing the Yemen. This journalist, his name is Pepe Escobar. You guys may know him. He's on the YouTube. Yeah. He was in the Yemen by invitation of some honest opinion journals were invited, and Pepe Escobar was one of them. And there was, I think was Jackson Hickle. I think he was another one. But Pepe Escobar was in the Sana'a in Yemen. That he gave a live presentation. He said the night before of the American bombing, this area that he was standing was talking. He says, I was almost 2-3 kilometers last night asleep in a hotel, and there was a lot of bombing. I couldn't get out. I was so scared and all that. But today morning I came here to see the damages. He was standing on a bunch of this dust and rubble and all that. He was pointing to the judge Politano, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He says, Judge, you see this area that he was showing you his camera. He says, all this area are residential. He said, this red building behind me is a hospital. And that judge, Portano, his eyes were circling. And he said, by the way, Judge, it was the only one hospital in Sana'a was treating cancer patient. Was bombed last night by America.
Wow.
The only one cancer patient in Sana'a, and plus bunch of other he was showing on the live TV that was bombed by America. They're not going to talk about that, never.
Yeah, even in Tehran, I read that 5 hospitals were bombed.
Yes, they hit
hospitals were directly bombed.
They hit ambulances.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Is and Napolitano was actually on TV years ago. They canceled his contract because he was.
Can't hear you, Edward. You seem to be in the matrix.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. No, I was saying Judge Napolitano, he's a real judge, retired. He used to be on, I think it was MSNBC, and he was too pro-Palestinian, so they canceled his contract, and then he went on and started his YouTube channel, and it's like, his YouTube channel is massive, and he does it live, I think 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. live every day, Monday through Friday. So if anybody doesn't follow him, Judge Napolitano, Judging Freedom is the name of it.
But isn't he the same one who I've seen a few court scenes on YouTube where the judge is being very courteous, very nice to the plaintiffs and deals with them very nicely. Is that a scene?
No, that's somebody else.
Somebody
Judge Napolitano was Alexa. Who is Judge Napolitano? Let me find out who is a civil superior court.
I'm sorry, I don't have any specific information about John Clavatano.
You idiot.
Sports broadcaster you're interested in learning about?
Alexa, who is Judge Napolitano?
George Napolitano.
Alexa, cancel. Alexa, cancel. Hold on, I'm gonna mute because I'm gonna fight with somebody right now. Hold on.
Yeah. I think Alexa is Zionist. She doesn't.
Well, it just got upgraded. My Alexa got upgraded to full AI the other day. Okay. So I could now, but it overthinks now. So they don't have it right. It overthinks.
Please forgive Alexa, Edward.
Alexa,
this lady audience writes that anyone who is against Israel and supporting Palestinians is a real piece of shit. And lady, I would rather be a real piece of shit and support Palestinians than be a Zionist. Thank you.
I co-sign that.
By the way, she is Iranian. Yes, I think she's Iranian.
Yeah, I think so. From the name, yeah. But here's the point. Iran did not attack any hospitals. It attacked the Kiryat. Beside the Kiryat is the Okilov hospital, which is just about 5 minutes drive from the Kiryat, which was affected because of the bombing of Kiryat. So the hospital was, of course, affected, but it wasn't direct hit by Iran. And similarly, the other hospital, what is it called? Soroka, I think it's called the Soroka hospital, right? So that one also was not directly hit by Iran. It was the IDF's communications and intelligence headquarters is built right next to the Soroka hospital. And Soroka hospital, that's how it got affected. And incidentally, Soroka hospital treats both military as well as civilian populations. So that is why they actually put it up next to the IDF communication headquarters in order to treat military personnel over there. and most of the injured from the Gaza, they were also taken to the Soroka hospital. So, but at that point in time, the hospital was almost empty, it seems. So nobody was injured. But Iran has taken
They move people
not
down.
to attack civilians. Yeah.
I think I know what they're not saying is I think Iran let them know that they are bombing near that hospital, so they moved all the patients that night down to a lower floor. So that's what I think happened. Well, I should say, I do know for a fact they didn't move them down.
They moved them to a different ward out of instinctual, it had nothing to do with Iran.
No, there's no instinct when it happened the same night. That night, and then by that morning is the building right next to it was hit by a missile. I do want to say real quick, Judge Napolitano, he was a Superior Court judge in New Jersey. He served for 8 years as a judge, being the youngest judge in New Jersey history to be appointed to the bench of a Superior Court judge. But he was an anchor on Fox News. Fox. And so Fox is right wing. And he was too pro-Palestinian, so they fired him. And then he started his own YouTube channel, which is one of the largest YouTube channels online right now.
Is that a victory? Is that a reason?
Are you, Black Rabbi, are you speaking from the bomb shelter? Because your voice is not clear.
It's over. You could come out now.
Hey, the difference is in Israel we have bomb shelters for our civilians. In Gaza they have bomb shelters for their terrorists.
No, we don't have bomb shelters in Palestinians. No. And we can't afford them.
By the way, Black Rabbi, I heard that they're not allowing the black folks into the bunkers. Is it true?
Stop. You guys are so...
No, just be honest. Is it true? I heard.
Videos, come on.
No. The racism that exists in the Muslim world is so...
No, I'm not talking about Muslim world. I'm talking about Israeli world. Israel. Stick to Israel. Israel.
It's the only country that...
We don't have bunkers in the Muslim world. I mean, you have bunkers inside Israel because they're always under...
They have, in other countries, you have bunkers.
We care about our civilians.
No, not care, because it was stolen from the Palestinians. It was stolen. That's why they're scared that these people might come back and take over the land again. They're scared. They're pussies. They're a bunch of pussies.
Now, if we had our own nation, our own territory, where Israel is not choking off our economy, then that's not for you to say. That's for us to say. And so far, it's getting closer and closer. Now, if we had our own. If we had our own, then we can have bomb shelters and we can have whatever we want. Unfortunately, there's people like you that are disgusting who believe in occupying other people and restricting other people while you talk. We never had land. We weren't kicked off of the land in Israel. No.
What land?
That didn't happen. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the change that the Zionists have gone through lately.
Americans talking shit about land.
This is the change of Zionists lately. Like they deny, denying what land doesn't exist. The land didn't even exist.
Never existed.
Palestinians didn't exist. There was nothing that existed.
Were invented. They were invented.
Invented. Nothing existed.
1967. Invented by the Russians.
Invented. During that invention.
They were Jordanian and Egyptians and welcome Palestinians.
So during that invention, human beings became human beings in 1967. Is what you're saying?
No. They were identity.
I wish Iran
They
just
took on
fucking
a political identity.
Where's
a political
Iran?
identity called Palestinian.
Call
It's a
Iran.
political
Call
identity
Iran.
to resist the West.
Call
not an
Iran.
identity. It's a made-up identity.
Wednesday, calm down, please. Wednesday, please.
So, are we allowed to make up our own identity, or is it for you to decide as a Jew that what our identity should be?
No. The key thing is
then you're gonna know.
The Egyptians created a Palestinian identity.
So it's up to you to make it up.
1967. But don't act like it's a real indigenous.
So it's you.
Black Rabbi, don't forget when you walk on the streets of Israel, they spit in your fucking face.
Yeah, that's what you want to tell you something.
No, we have video of Black Rabbi here. You're bent over being spanked.
Don't forget that. Don't forget
A king doesn't bend over and get spanked while with the noose around his neck.
You get spanked, please.
Don't forget when Iran was bombing your dumbass.
Bottom bitch.
He wouldn't allow you into shelters, you fucking pig. Don't forget that, yeah.
That's because they didn't have double door shelters where two doors would open up. You know who doesn't exist, Black Rabbi? You don't exist. You don't exist. You made up your nationality literally a few years ago.
They literally tell you Ata'if is you fucking idiot, you
He
scumbag.
converted a few years ago, and now he has this nationality. So yours came up a few years ago. And then you want to talk about Palestinians?
My nationality is American.
So, hang on, I actually want to ask this question. Did you hear Golda Meir? What did she say? She was a Palestinian, correct? Correct? Yes or no? Hurry up and say it, man.
Black Rabbi, he's talking to you.
That's the name.
Are you there? Golda Meir.
All the Jews.
Hold on. Golda Meir. Hold on. Oh my God, this idiot, bro, shut the fuck up. Golda Meir, she was living, they arrived while the Palestinians were living in the area, while the Arabs were living there.
No.
And Golda Meir
Jews were
arrived.
already Palestinians. They were named Palestinians by the Romans.
Yeah, they come from the lineage of Jews. The Palestinians, they live in
Why, they were invented in 67.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Romans named the territory of Judea Palestine. They named it that. The people who lived in that area became known as Palestinians.
Yeah, Black Jew. We can't.
They were all Jews.
We're waiting for you.
He can't make up his mind. 67 or 2,000 years ago.
And decide for us if we're Palestinians or not.
Probably got a dirty ass too. You need a bidet. You can't reach over to clean your ass, nasty. That's how big you are.
It's a made up identity by the Arabs.
You are a made up
In
identity.
1967, right? Yeah, he said it was 2,000 years ago.
Do you know how much a made up identity Black Rabbi is? He's literally a Black American from America, right? He goes to Israel and he mimics their behavior, the way they walk, the way they talk, and what you gonna do about it? It's the weather. He literally sounds like a fucking Jewish man from New York City. That's what he sounds like.
He left.
But he grew up in fucking Los Angeles.
He left because he got caught in that. The Palestinians were invented in 1967, but the Romans named the area Palestine, Palestine, and Palestinians were invented 2,000 years ago. So he got caught.
Or did he jump off the fucking wailing wall and die?
No, he'll leave when he screws up his back.
That's a lot of shit talking for a woman who's retarded as fuck.
Oh my God, I need attention.
Sumut, go ahead, Sumut.
No, I don't want attention. No, Black Rabbi is a person, no begging.
I can barely hear you, someone.
Black Rabbi, are you talking? Can you?
No, he left. But we could barely hear you. Well, I could barely hear you. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, maybe I'm driving, but
that's better. You're getting better.
Yeah, I mean, he's a person. Actually, I pity him. He's in search of an identity and in search of dignity, instead of staying here in America and fighting for his own people. Justice. You know,
Why didn't you just call him what he is? He's a mentally ill person. He needs help.
I got a question for the person from
I just shared.
Is Black Rabbi back alive?
No, he is not back. He is not back. But here is something that I wanted to share with him. I just shared a YouTube clip on the chat. This is from Golda Meir. Golda Meir says.
I'm just listening, people.
Golda Meir says that I'm a Palestinian, and I've carried a Palestinian passport since 1921 up until 1948. So who says that Palestine doesn't exist or Palestinians don't exist? This is their own former prime minister.
He was saying We started existing in 1967 is when we were invented in 67. So your claim too is good because obviously Golda Meir said this and she had a passport. Then obviously Palestinians were around before 1967. He's making it seem like we just came up in 67 and that's it.
No. That's the latest Hasbara point because they don't talk about because all these talk about anti-Semitism. Nobody buys it anymore.
There's an ice age in Gaza. Oh my God, there's an ice age in Gaza.
Okay.
That's fine. That's okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're not Americans. None of us are Americans. Yeah. So.
You see, this is the point. They just changed tack now. They're denying everything now. They'll say that there is no Palestine. There was never a Palestinian and so on. So this is a new tactic that they are using because anti-Semitism isn't selling anymore. Holocaust victim card has expired, and all the other things that used to say they've all expired. So this is the latest thing that they have adopted, but this will also be fought back. That's it. Share this video with anybody.
So that you know, Faiz, the talking point that's being used lately is it was never Palestinian. We didn't steal anything from the Palestinians. This was Ottoman territory. So it was Ottoman.
That you are talking about Golda Meir, that fucking bitch lived in the Psharat's family home in Talbi in Jerusalem, right? She used to live in a house that was built by a Palestinian in Jerusalem. She resided, and the house was called Harun al-Rashid Villa. That's the house. And to this day, if you drive by, they sandblasted the name of the villa of the fucking building. And that fucking bitch from whatever she is, she was from Wisconsin. That Golda Meir, she was from.
I think so. I remember, something like that. She was a teacher in Milwaukee.
Yeah, she lived Milwaukee. Yeah. So she lived in that house, and later on, the house was taken over by the Israeli government because of their so-called absentee laws. If a Palestinian left his house in 1967, 1948, the government took over the house, and they converted the entire structure to apartment buildings, and she stayed in that place for many years.
She's the one that invented.
Let me add to that one thing. The house belonged to George Sharat.
Yes, I know.
Beautiful, immaculate, built in an immaculate manner, a mansion. The irony.
I know the house. I know the house. Yeah.
Back in 1968, she was asked by a journalist that will Israel be willing to talk to the Palestinians? She said, well, there are no Palestinian people. There are no Palestinians. She said that while sitting on the balcony of a house that was built by a Palestinian. This was back in 1968. Yeah.
And she's the one that said.
So a Zionist state is a liar. It's always a lying piece of shit. They make up shit and they steal more shit. They're thieves. They're criminals. They're like a bunch of mafia. They just rob, and they're here just to steal things.
But she did something really, one of the worst things for Palestinians. The saying that is now pretty much codified into almost law when it comes to talking about Palestinians. The Palestinians love to kill. What'd she say? Her quote.
He said, "We will never forgive the Palestinians for forcing us to kill their children." Yeah.
Yes. And the other one. The Palestinians love to kill Jews more than they love their own children. Something like this. I'm gonna look it up right now.
She's saying that they have no. She feels so sad that they have no choice but to kill Palestinian children because of their parents, that they are forcing them to kill their kids.
And then you have a mentally ill fuck up from California who couldn't make it in America, come to Jerusalem and tell us that we're not Palestinians. We don't know what we're doing. We don't have an identity crisis. We know who the fuck we are. It's just this mentally ill piece of shit. He's mentally ill. He doesn't know who he is.
She lies about everything. So in this room, he had said that he apparently is getting engaged. He found somebody else. In another room, he says shit like he's looking for somebody. He lies about every tiny.
This motherfucker is mentally ill. He's drenched in spit. I'm sure people are spitting all over him in Jersey.
But calling him mentally ill takes away from. And all of his actions are his choice. He's
Jindek, every time you say the black rabbi, you call the black rabbi a piece of shit, you are actually insulting the shit.
Sorry, but the guy is a mentally ill fuck up. That's what he is. The sooner they lock him in some mental fucking facility, the better for himself and for humanity.
Okay, Golda Meir said, we will forgive the Palestinians when they love their children more than they hate us. That's what she said.
No,
when we love our children more than they hate us.
There's another one. There's another one.
Yeah, Jindek said it. What was the other one, Jindek? I forgot what it was.
We will never forgive the Palestinians for forcing us to kill their kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
This has lived on through the decades in the Western narrative as if it was some proven fact. And I found out about 2 months ago, I found out that this was just something that she wrote in one of her books or something. It was, they had no, and they say it as if it was a scientific fact, but it just originates back to her comments.
There's a woman I follow on Instagram, Lee.Home. So she lives in Israel. She's so pro Palestinian. She's so anti-Zionist. Okay. So when all this was happening, she was making videos saying, "We in Israel, we are not the victims. We are not the victims." She's talking about the truth and going into bunker, etc. She's like, "It's Gazans. Don't stop talking about Gazans." So apparently someone asked her a question. How many people are like you? They're able to see through this. She goes, maybe hundreds. Then they asked her about her family. She's like, this is so sad that I've been excommunicated by my father. Her father won't even see her children. Her grandmother, her aunt, uncles. They basically are saying that she's crazy, she's horrible. What it means to speak about you lose family members. She's talking about it. She's like,
you're in the Matrix.
yeah, so why are you able to see through this other people aren't? She's like, well, you hear me now? Is that any better? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, better now.
Okay. She is talking about this, and you guys, when I say she's pro-Palestinian, guys, she's doing a lot of advocacy. She's going out there, she's talking about it. She's getting bullied, she's getting harassed, she's getting threatened, and she's not stopping. Her and one of her friends. But what's so sad is she's like, people have been brainwashed to think that their entire lineage children are taught to kill and hate them. She's like, and to become quote martyrs. That bullshit. She's like, when I was pregnant, I was born into what do you call it, the bomb shelter. She goes, right away in my mind, I'm like, no parent would want that to be the case. She goes, how does anybody even think that's logically true? Basically coming out and saying it's only a few hundred, okay? And when people try to use the argument, no, they're opening up their eyes and they're not, they're not so pro-Zion, that's a complete and utter lie. Look at how much, imagine if we can all have disagreements with our families on political things or whatever. I mean, for the most part, I don't think anyone's family goes and abandons them. Puts them on an island and pretty much punishes them. Your own father, mother, grandmother, aunts. This is how sick the society is. They will literally cut off somebody who is telling the truth and is not going along with their narrative. This is how sick this fucking society is. I'm not surprised people like black rabbis who are already just mentally like, it's mental slavery, okay? Wanting to serve the fucking white man. That's exactly what the fuck it is. He also goes on about black people. No. We don't have many issues. This and that. He actually said that white people who are facing racism now, and they're the ones that are victims. He said that as a black man. Like, they become so brainwashed. I don't know what it is in the water, what's in that society. People like Ariel, I've seen a video someone sent me. I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure Amir has it, where he's on the streets and there's like a Christian black man. I guess he had a Bible. He was walking around with him. He harassed him, told him to get the fuck out of here, threatened him, bullied him. I'm like, oh, I thought that Israel was so secular. They allow all different religions, but here we have Ariel and his buddies bullying and threatening a Christian man, telling him this, you don't belong here. I don't know. I couldn't live in this mentally ill society.
Wait, I forgot. Amir, did I give you this video?
This guy has your photo up, Ace. This Josh guy.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I thought I was going crazy.
I
Josh,
just reported.
did you have a crush on Ace?
You don't notice anything
Either-
different?
Josh has my photo
Who? I don't even pay attention.
of my
No.
He
face.
has your photo, Ace. Is he on
I've
the
been-
stage? Yeah.
It's a joke that I do. I've been doing it to a few people in the room. You're the first one to
I
notice.
don't even see this.
No,
Oh, okay. You
not
have
a
my
joke.
face. Please take her photo down.
Just so you know that if you do something like that, you can actually lose your account when you impersonate somebody else. Just so you know.
I'm not impersonating you. I just
So
gave you a
using my
smile.
image as your profile picture that does not belong to you, it is exactly impersonation of that person because you're using their it's not even.
I think he had a crush on you. She's a married woman, though. She's a married woman.
Listen, it's very insulting to me when a low IQ person has a crush on me. Please don't. I hope you don't. I think that's.
No, I'm not low IQ. Come on. You're the first person who didn't think this was funny that I gave you a smile.
I don't give a shit. Please remove my photo. Thank you very much. Moving on. That's like this person attention. That's all he wants. Anyways, back to the conversation.
Can I give you guys an update about the Democratic primaries, New York City?
Yeah. Yes.
Donnie is leading by 9 points for first round of rank voting. Did you guys hear me? Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, you said
You cut out a little.
He's leading for the first round over Cuomo by 9 points for the first round of ranked voting. Usually, who leads first in the first round is the winner. He's leading by 9 points.
But is he anti-Zionist or what?
No, he's anti-Zionist. He's against the Zionists. He's a Muslim brother.
I saw him.
He is.
I didn't get the feeling that.
He is. He's a democratic socialist too. He actually said free Palestine. I forgot who he was with.
Really?
Yeah, he was with what's that Twitch guy? The king of Twitch. His uncle is the head of TYT, Gent nephew. Handsome guy, what's his name?
Is Tank Uyghur nephew?
No.
TYT.
Gent. His name is Gent from TYT. It's Turkish.
Yes, Jenks. Yes, Jenk.
Oh, and by the way, I think he's Muslim again.
Is he?
He was an atheist for a while, yeah.
Yeah, really?
Jenk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the Young Turks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to look that up too. You guys are blowing my mind. I didn't know that.
I mean, he was an atheist for a while. I mean, he was an atheist, but Wednesday's saying he's Muslim again.
Yeah, because he went on a rant against American media and how they portray Muslims in the media, and he's like people like me, Muslims. I was like, oh, he's Muslim again.
I gotta look at that.
I know that's terrorists. You guys always want to picture us as terrorists. he must retook his shot.
Yeah, he's big. He's big too. I mean, he's been around for 15 years on YouTube.
Mhm. He was originally a Republican too.
Yeah, same thing like Justin Napolitano. His show got canceled. They paid him money because he was too pro-Palestinian, just like Justin Napolitano, and just like Jesse Ventura, and just like Phil Donahue. I probably don't remember him in the mid 2000s. And they all had, all of them, they all had #1 shows. They had #1 ratings. Huh?
Phil Donahue was a talk show host, right?
Yes, the #1. But then he retired and he came back to, I think it was MSNBC, and as a anchor, he had the #1 show, #1 ratings, and then they paid out his full contract and canceled him. Same thing with Jesse Ventura. Did that with him. He only lasted a couple of months, I think, Jesse Ventura, and they gave him like $10 or $15 million, like his whole contract all at once, and told him he's canceled. #1 show. Judge Napolitano, same thing. Cenk Uygur, same thing. He was at MSNBC, same exact thing.
His nephew is a big Twitch star, and he used to be on the Young Turks too. Hassan Pike, very handsome man. I forgot. But when God gave him looks, they were like, "Here's all the looks for you."
So you know the other guy? I don't see him anymore that much. John something on the Young Turks.
Oh yeah.
Which I like. I don't know. He's from Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Is he? But we went
Little white boy from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Can you imagine?
Yeah, but we went a little bit. What's that crazy guy that has to pay back all those kids, all those parents from New Hope, Connecticut?
Wait, what?
What's the crazy guy? The crazy guy. What's his name?
You gotta be more specific than crazy guy.
All right, remember the guy from how he made up the lie about New Hope, Connecticut, saying those weren't real parents, those were paid actors?
Oh, you mean Sandy Hook?
Yeah, Sandy Hook.
Oh, that was Alex Jones.
Right. What's his name? That guy that you're talking about kind of went a little like Alex Jones.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Really?
It's so weird.
Oh, well. That's what happens when you're from Bridgeport, Connecticut.
I guess.
Bridgeport, you know Bridgeport, right?
Yeah, I've only driven through Bridgeport, Connecticut.
And it is like the ghettoest city in Connecticut.
I thought it was New Haven.
New Haven is smaller, actually. It's more people, but it's smaller. Bridgeport, I think, is the largest by land city, but because it sits right there next to New York, an hour from New York City, we had a lot of New York people coming in and out of there. They had our plumber years ago was the former mayor of Bridgeport. He went to jail. Like every other mayor in Bridgeport ends up in jail because it's all mafia controlled. Years ago, like back in the 2000s, late 2000s, their mayor, he was 27 years old. He ended up going to jail because, again, mafia. And then in Waterbury, Connecticut, the mayor, back in the 2000s, he went to prison because he was molesting 2 little girls on the mayor's desk in City Hall.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. These people think they can get away with anything. Well, I wonder if we're going to start seeing now the damage out of Israel now that that war is over. Very curious.
I don't think it's over yet.
I was gonna say
Wish it-
over.
Battle is over. Battle. Yeah, both.
Maybe just
Iran. Yeah, well, that's what a battle is around. But Israel, I think, number one, they've lost their deterrence again, so they're really, like, Netanyahu is just, I'm sure the military and intelligence communities in Israel, probably he's their number one guy, that they hate him. They absolutely hate him because he's lost deterrence again. October 7th, lost deterrence. In Gaza, lost deterrence. And now in Lebanon, lost deterrence. And then now in Iran, again, lost deterrence. They couldn't win. So, but what I think he's going to try to do for the next couple of years is, put huge amounts of money into building long-range missiles and try to, equalize with Iran. But Iran would know this, so they're going to build even better missiles, and they're already 25 years ahead to begin with. So there will be another battle with Iran and Israel, because Israel will not let this go.
Plus, he didn't reach the goal when they pointed out at the beginning with the Hamas and Iran. None of their goals were achieved.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is, if they don't reach their goals with a bunch of brown people, okay, if they don't massacre you, then that's a loss to them. They have to win decisively. They have to win in a way where no one could say that they've lost. There's no question. If they don't get that, then it's a loss. All or nothing when it comes to Israel. So they'll be back for round two. But I'm sure Iran will be ready for that.
The occupying force loses if it doesn't complete its objectives, but the resistant force stands victorious so as long as it exists.
That's true. That's true.
I have some of the list that Israeli destroyed the hospital in Gaza. Let me read some of the name. I hope I'm pronouncing them correctly. Hospital Shafa, the Quds, Beitul Hanun, Hospital Indonesia, Tool or Adudi, Al-Jaza, Khandoshe, Baba Zaytun, Phoenix, Al-Aliyah, Pedro Adude, Haya, Mian Bakharia, Dukuru, Wallah Fanne, Hadam Hadi Muslim, Shahid Ali Al-Far, Faraq, several Qabasi, Osa, Qabasa, Adan, Mabniya America, Hadam Al-Amala, Shahadar Al-Qasi, Emirati, Darul Islam. These are just that I have on the list. Could be more of these that need to be added.
Yeah, I don't think you have the. Well, Kamal Adwan Hospital was
I'm sure
severely damaged. I don't know if they're still working or not. The European Hospital, severely damaged. And what was the other one? The Kuwaiti Hospital. Kuwaiti Friends Hospital, whatever it's called.
What was the total number of casualties in Iran? I asked Google Baba, right? It says 800, and then a few sources were saying 200, 300.
No more. I mean, a lot more. The death is only 610, and casualty 4,000 some together. Altogether, casualty and death number is almost 500. and some number to be precise from the last was announced. Just a second to see if I have it still. Okay. The injured is 4,446, and all they call him Shahid, or how they might call him killed, was 610. Total of, put it all together, 5,356 injured and dead. So
yeah, we say martyred.
Yes. They call it Shahid.
So how many were
injured? Is 4,446 is injured. Dead 610.
So how many, these people were claiming, how many were officials?
Most are regular people. I mean, there's no official or in army or anything. These people are, a lot of them are just citizens. The numbers will come out, but most all of these are regular people. I mean.
So the hey, what's up, Mazi? Assalamu alaikum. Some of these Zionists, right, Iranians and whatnot, they were claiming that it's their families, it's this or that. I mean, you had somebody in the audience. Her name was Sarah. She said that there was the civilians and the officials and their families died. Nobody cares. Blah blah blah. I mean, have you ever spoken to her before?
If I
got into it with her a little bit, Sarah.
You have talked to her before?
Yeah, the other day we got into it a little bit.
This is a different Sarah. Are you talking about the Sarah that's from California?
I mean, she's Iranian.
Yeah, but there's two Sarahs. One hangs out with the Zionists, right, in healthy debates or whatever, right? And the other one that just walked in here, she has like 3,000 or 4,000 followers.
No, not this one. Not this one.
The one that always talks in the chat?
Yeah, the other one actually hangs out in healthy debates. You seen her, right, Josh?
I know the one that was just in here. And if you scroll up in the chat, Sarah Majd.
Yeah.
In the healthy debates is where I was arguing with her. Oh, it's not the same one.
Okay, so it's a different one then. Okay. And the other one is in California, and she wants Israel to go after IRGC and blah blah blah. But I wonder what actually happened. Like these Zionist Iranians, right? How are they feeling now? Are they feeling good, bad, or how do they feel?
Well, there are. So this Sarah, when I don't want to say arguing with her, we were going back and forth. She wants regime change in Iran. I don't remember what she said about Israel. What I do remember is she said that these people that want the Shah back, they're like a cult and they're crazy. So I was thinking of Pajman, and we got to find Pajman to congratulate him on successfully bringing back the Shah to Iran. Because he was popping champagne when Israel attacked Iran, thinking that the Shah is coming back.
Yeah, this whole narrative, right? It went down the toilet. Some of these Iranians that were Shah Iran supporters, and they support Israel because of Netanyahu keep coming out with the freaking stupid statement. I think it shattered their pride, or whatever word you want to use. Like they were very, very proud of this. That Netanyahu is going to come and free us, and he's going to help us topple the government. And then yet these people are living in America. They're not even living inside Iran.
And the government wasn't toppled.
Yeah, it's a big thing, man.
Yeah.
And then they keep on saying scientists. They've killed about 10, 15 scientists. But They got thousands and thousands of scientists living inside Iran. It's a pretty big population. What is it, 80 or 90 million?
Over 90 million now.
Yeah, just like the Palestinians, right? They're very, very smart, educated. A lot of Iranians are educated.
Yeah, I mean, Palestinians are very educated. Iran, that's what, I mean, maybe Turkey does it a little bit, and Egypt a little bit, but Iran, their universities are set up so that their PhD students are doing, research papers, and a lot of their professors, that PhDs, they do a lot of research in various fields, and they get peer-reviewed and published in mainstream academic sources. Because when I was in college and I was, you get access to all the databases, and I was surprised to see how many research papers were coming out of Iran. So they do a lot of research, a lot of scientific, it's almost, I would say it's equal to the West. I mean, and I would say they're the best in the Middle East when it comes to encouraging upper level advanced research in their universities.
Sorry, Edward. He won. Madani won. He's going to be representing the Democrats.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh. He might be the first Muslim mayor of New York City.
Well, congratulations. It's bad for the Zionist entity. Hey, Ali, what's up, brother? How you doing, brother?
Definitely bad.
Hi. Sorry, I just dropped your discussion here. I just want to, it's not advice, but I just want to just mention something here about how you just doing your discussion here. I'm thinking somebody like the Black, somebody come here talking, name was Black. I think that the only thing that you should do now, we should do, is just if someone like him come into the discussion, just ask him about how he justified the killing of children in Gaza. Even you don't need to ask them about the Iran-Israel, and just when they say how they justify, you just can distinguish that how he thinking. So it's not if
he's talking about Black rabbi.
Yeah, anybody just like him. Okay, if he can justify it for himself in any way, okay, you just stop talking to them. You have to, because there is no talk to somebody that can justify it. There is no continuation of the talk about these things. If he can justify it, then you can just, bypass and don't talk to them. And after this, and more importantly, if you are talking here for a few hours, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, all of you are here pro-Palestine, pro-Iran, anti-Zionist people, they're coming here. 2 hours you're talking, that's enough. Just go back to your work, find your friends around you, find your just colleagues, just friends, just anybody in the, you go to the cafe, you see somebody, you just start to talk and tell them, ask them, do you know how many people died in Gaza? If they don't know, you can see, because I am living in a Muslim country. I'm living in Malaysia, okay? For about 12 years I'm in Malaysia. I see a Muslim man he's talking and he starts with, the first thing that they ask you in Malaysia, if they see you're a foreigner, they say, where are you from? Okay? And I say, from Iran. And he said that, oh, I see, I saw the news, oh, very bad. And they are not actually informed about how it started, how it's going on. Maybe few people around me know these things, okay? And then I asked him, he was Muslim. When I asked him, do you know how many people died in Gaza? He said, oh, last time I heard the news, it was 20-some thousand people. You know, it's just last week. And last week, the numbers was above 50-some thousand, right? So I'm thinking that people around the world, even that that many people are just cheering up on social media about the Iranian missiles hitting Tel Aviv, but I see kind of numbness, and these numbers are not just numbers. They are live. 55,000, about 55,000, and every day it increasing in a very steady pace. Every day it's like that. Israel is have a goal to just kill people in a steady way, and they come in and they give the food, and at the same time they're going to give them missiles and bombs. That is, I think, our duty to just don't let this numbness go through all the society around the world. The war, or whatever you call it, is not a war, I think. It's just a genocide. It's just going on, and people around the world are getting numb. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, just be careful. Don't be in your community like this for a long time. Start to go to your society, wherever you're living. Just go there and just ask them. Tell them, oh, do you have feel any pain? Do you have feel any pain about it? Or are you just getting numb? Ask them and make them just, if people around the world just feeling the pain, it's we are going to pass. I think the halfway we are going. Just people around the world feeling the pain. Just don't let them to get numb. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for my English is not that great. So
English really good. You're good.
As a
Yeah, Ali, I agree with you. Now, the issue here is a lot of people don't have people to meet up with, right? People are busy doing with their work or whatever, so they'll jump in here, listen to the stuff that's coming out, the new stuff, and in real life, there's we do people are protesting, people are talking about it. You wouldn't believe it. There's people that actually have thanked me for running these spaces every day, and some people they actually learned about this whole conflict through my room. You see what I'm saying? By having these debates with back and forth and new stuff that's coming out, even Ace right here, I actually brought up this whole language thing, how the language was revived and whatever. And she actually told the Zionists about the language thing, And I learned a lot of stuff from Ace. Ace learned it, and I learned it from a lot of people here, that come in here, every day, there's new stuff coming out. And when we spread awareness, it actually like from a Muslim paradigm, it's a form of jihad. It's a struggle, to bring awareness and run these spaces for a long time. And we got to keep on pushing the narrative, the truth, because we cannot allow Zionists, the social media and audio, it plays a large role. If you go on Twitter right now, Ali, there's space running with about 8,000 people listening, only to 10 people. You should look into it. His name is Suleiman Ahmed. Now, can you imagine? Can he go meet up with 5,000? No, but can he go and meet up with the 5,000 people? It's impossible. Even right now, look at this room. This room right now is 30. Yesterday went up to 80 people. Do you think it's possible for me to go to 80 different locations and meet up with them and shake their hands? Right now, I'm doing my work in the background and I'm listening and engaging, right, and contributing. So it's like multitasking. People that you see in this room right now, they're either busy, they're doing something in the background, they're cleaning the house, they're watching whatever, they're eating their food, they're doing their dinner, and at the same time they're learning about this conflict as we learned, right? And we're all learning together. So that's how it works, Ali, And we have G here, this brother lives inside Iran, you see what I'm saying? We have people that live inside Palestine that come in here, in this room. We have people that live inside China that come into this space, inside Israel that come into this room. And I agree that as soon as, and that black rabbi, that piece of shit, he looks at one-year Gazans to be terrorists. That's why I don't even talk to him. I only troll him. He's our punching bag. A lot of these Zionists on this app, they're just punching bags. When we go back and forth, you never know who's listening in the audience, and maybe they might learn something new by debating these crazy fucktards on this app, right? And some of these people are genocidal maniacs. They believe in this. They want to, they believe in the religion. According to the religion, they're God-chosen people. And I don't see that. You can't shove your religion down other people's throat. You see what I'm saying, Ali?
Yeah, you are right. I'm not. I'm not denying that a space like this, the communities like this, the clubhouse, the facing eggs, anything. Okay, they need to be alive. 24 hours, 7 days. I agree with that. And some people are in charge, like you, to keep them alive. But everybody in this room, okay, I'm asking them to just go and find people, real people, face to face, and because many people are not having access to this room because they are busy, because many reasons that they are not, aware enough to be in this kind of conversation. They are not here. Many people.
Ali, I understand your concern. Your concern is pretty much can be summed up as I understand it, is people are becoming indifferent and numb to watching and complacent in watching Israel committing genocide as we speak in the Gaza Strip. So that's your concern. Yes, those social media outlets have been effective in many ways in bringing attention to the genocide that Israel has been committing in Gaza over the years, and it had shed many lights on Israel as a colonial enterprise, as a criminal colonial entity. And I think with this will continue to own the state, the Zionist state, for a very long time to come. And I don't see them. They have to be held accountable someday, because Palestinians on their own are almost helpless and helpless in facing this onslaught that has been happening to them over the years. But there is a risk, like you said, of becoming complacent and indifferent toward the genocide. So I thank you for trying to bring that point up.
And just to add, the amount of stuff and these troops and people I've met, and people like Jindo, a bunch of people who have given their real life stories, their perspectives, you can't find that anywhere. We're not in all these different countries. I think it's so valuable. Yes, there's so much I've learned that I've actually shared with people I know in real life. The other sad part is there's a lot of people in our personal lives that don't have a bandwidth for the conversation or don't care. So when you're around people who are like-minded, you feel like it's almost like you don't feel alone in thinking the way you do. Because I'm telling you, this world is full of people who do not give a shit. Well, we can educate them, etc. This platform, Clubhouse, Twitter, it allows the voices that speak to spread much more than each individual person.
I agree.
Now, of course, I agree.
I agree with you. Yes, I do.
Oh, I also will say, yes, people in our lives, we should learn all these. We can't just learn and keep information to ourselves. Knowledge is power. Speak about it, spread. People will, maybe it'll spark something in somebody, whether it's on social audio or in real life, where they will want to do something. But complacency, I think that only happens to people who are not sincere. I can never become complacent or I can never lose the sensitivity that I've seen children die, just torture. I can't. The humanity in me, I can never get used to it. And none of us, I think, can get used to it. So, Ali, I agree with some of what you're saying, but I'm telling you, social audio is extremely powerful.
Oh, I agree. I just don't want to continue my point. I just don't want to continue it more. But for last thing, I just want to say, we all knows our standpoint. We know where we are standing, right? And just talking about where we are standing is not enough. I'm asking you just for a portion of our discussion is about how to spread the word. It's more important to whatever you're thinking. That I'm thinking that a space like this, that all the people are having the same standard point, it's good to use it as a place for teaching each other how to spread the word. How we experience with, how we have the, our life experience in this real world, and also in social media. Maybe many of you have Twitter, maybe many of you have Instagram account. Anybody has something like everybody has a media now. So just share that how you can help to spread the word. Thank you so much.
And do you notice that I've just watched I just followed the New York City mayor campaign, or this guy, whatever his name is, Mamdani, just won the Democratic primary, I assume, right? And this guy did not have to throw the Palestinians under the bus. He did not have. He stood up and he said what he needed to say, and people did vote for him. So you see things when you're truthful and when you're straightforward and you tell the truth, people are listening. And I think that Democrats lost their shit because they were dishonest during their presidential election, especially that Kamala Harris. That's where they were just decimated.
You can add something to I see some MAGA people even. MAGA people are thinking that because their standing point is just a U.S. What benefits U.S. because their standing point is make America great again, right? And I saw many people from MAGA that they are thinking that Israel is too much cost for them. It has too much cost for them, and that is also one of the things that we can just use this as a I just want to spread their words also, because Israel is just damaging U.S. damaging the credibility of US, damaging the economics of US. We have to just spread their words also. Maybe you think that they are just a bunch of rednecks, but their standing point is, I think, is justifiable. That's I want to say that you can add this also in your. I mean that just spread their words also. You can spread their words.
And you also there's also another lady who also I think kept her seat, and her name is, she's from New York, and she kept her seat. I think she's a Muslim woman, and they ran someone on to unseat her, but they were unsuccessful. So things are changing somewhat somehow within the American society.
Yeah, there's a big community of people, Muslim community in New York. So I think that's what's making it happen, right? And even in Canada, it's a pretty big population over there, especially Toronto and Ontario side, you know. So that's what it is. But you know, I don't know when this permanent ceasefire is going to happen in Gaza, right? I think we need to just keep telling people around us, you know, that this is the thing, this is what's going on, and we need to solve this. And maybe you never know, one day we might come across somebody really, really big, and that could actually do something, you know, and change this whole thing. And I think some of the Zionists, maybe they're changing as well. I don't know. I might be wrong. And I was thinking about, what about if Iran was to take over this land called Israel? Would it still be holy, or would it not be holy if it's under Iran? I wonder about that, you know. I think I need to ask the Zionists. So, that's what it is. But, anyways, what else is new with you guys? If anybody else want to come on up, you guys want to come on up. And, you know, this whole, I think this whole thing going back with Iran and whatever, what did he get out of it? I mean, what did Netanyahu get out of it? Nothing. I think now Iran has an upper hand. That, you know, America violated, right, international laws, and then they defended back, whatever, they retaliated. And then same thing with Israel. I mean, what came out of this? I think it put Iran in a pretty good situation, even though a lot of people were killed. I don't know, I think Iran has the upper hand in this. So maybe down the road, Trump might remove some sanctions, you know?
Yeah, Amir, I want to just remind you that 2 days ago, you got a kind of a theory that is about the US also is kind of want to be out of the equation, and they understand Israel is, you know, causing so much damage to US, and Trump is also under pressure from MAGA and many other parties, and I'm thinking that because you say something like this, that this you know, attack from US is kind of a staged attack, and Iran respond to the military base in Qatar is also a kind of a stage. to, it's kind of, you say something like this. I don't remember exactly what you said, but if anybody else that
the way I look at it, they staged it. Trump staged it to make Netanyahu happy, so he stops killing people in Iran. He stops attacking Iran. Because you got to keep this in mind that Trump was in the process of making a deal with Iran while this SOB did the attack, while Netanyahu did the attack. So he was in the middle of making a deal with Iran in relation to uranium and whatnot. And I think that's what kind of pissed him off.
After the attack, after the attack in the 61st day, as they said, 61st day, Trump commented on this attack that this is, kind of collaboration. I don't know.
I don't know if they even collaborated. I think Trump, to save face, he wanted to put on this show that, okay, we knew about this attack. I don't know. I kind of have this feeling maybe he didn't know about this attack. He knew that they're going to attack one day, right, in the next few days, but he didn't know exact time and date. But I don't know, man, because the intelligence in relate to Middle East, it all comes from Israel. America doesn't really have intelligence over there, you know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I was just saying if Trump did not say this, right, it would have hurt his ego. It would have said, oh, it happened without us knowing, which means we're delusional, we're this. I kind of feel like he did it to save face,
Yeah, but some of the military experts are saying that Israel are planning for this attack for a long time with the help of Biden administration. And this attack is all planned before, 1 year ago, about 1 year ago. And I think the U.S. at least have the plan. That they know about the plan, and maybe they don't know when they want to execute it, but they know it because most of the military experts that I'm following, they said that Israel don't have the capability to not executing the attack, but planning the attack. Many of them are saying that. I'm not just confirming that all of them are right, but it is just a possibility.
That's just true. No, they did post a report, the intelligence, that America was well aware of it and they're going to do the attack, right? Everybody knew about this, that they're going to do the attack in the next coming days. But I don't know, I think American government was probably in the dark, just like everybody was in. And they probably did a sudden move. They called Trump maybe, after did the attack or before, like maybe 5 minutes before that we're about to do the attack. I don't know. I kind of feel that, TK.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't know. Maybe you know about it, but the attack is have several plans actually. Plan A, Plan B, like that. Okay, and one of the plans was just using the people in Iran to come out of their house and start to have a kind of riots against the Iranian government, Iranian regime, what they call, and I think another plan was using many UAV that IRGC or from Iranian reports, they found out about more than thousands micro UAVs, and they just find them and they detain many people, that they are going to help Israel with this equipment. So I think their plans are kind of become, obsolete. After a few days, after 12 days, they decided that they stopped the conflict because Israel don't have the capability or capacity to just stand with Iran's missile attacks. So they're going to change their mind. And if you see that, Reza Pahlavi is the Chalabi of Iran, the Ahmad Chalabi. Ahmad Chalabi? We have just a equivalent person that is the son of the former Shah, and I am also a kind of supporter of the, not supporter, I just think that the revolution of Iran 45 years ago was kind of a mistake by people in Iran, because there is a space to to just get things better. There is a space, but people are just too emotional that time, and they got this. But this guy, the son of the Shah now, Reza Pahlavi, is kind of an idiot. Everybody around me, even those people that they love him because he's a piece from monarchy, now think that he's an idiot. He's an idiot, and just he used all his credibility for this attack, and just one night before the last attacks and one night before the ceasefire, he go to the I don't know, in France, maybe not very famous TV channel, but he go live on the TV channel in France, and he start to kind of threatening the Iranian government, Iranian leadership, that we are coming for you, and everything after one day is just collapsed for them. And until now, I haven't heard any word from them. They are kind of thinking that Trump betrayed them, and Reza Pahlavi is unfollow Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump on X. It's kind of a funny story that you have to follow and just enjoy it. Yeah, thank you.
The report was he got a heart attack. Not sure if it was true or not, but that was the news. He's absolutely a sellout. He's a puppet of the Zionists, and he thought actually there is something for him after this government change. He's really stupid. If you guys know him, his background, his family, what he did to his brother and everything, it's just you guys gonna find out about what a stupid idiot this guy is. And nobody, even his family and society, takes him serious at all. I mean, at all. Because he's so idiot and uneducated, and he always gets funneled. Nobody takes him seriously. The only reason the Zionists are around him, because bunch of monarchy followers, they use them on the social media to attack the Iranian government, and that's about it, to use them as a bait. That's it. Nobody takes him. Even the Zionists doesn't take him serious. He's a completely idiot that they use him as a fish bait, or a bait, just using him, and without even he noticing that. That's why he had a heart attack. He's just finding out even he's been played out by the Zionists.
No, so I had some of the news and just outlets from Israel. They are just kind of accusing him for giving them misinformation and misguiding them, because he kind of said that Israel just attacked Iran and killed military personnel, killed the military commanders and leadership of Iran just disrupt the leadership, and then people that they are following me, they come to the street and they finish the job. And some people, I mean in Jewish community in Israel, they are starting to ranting it to him that you are misguiding us. You give us a miscalculation. You make us you lead us to miscalculation about this attack. I heard about this news and the talks in Israel community.
Yeah, so Ali, what made you pick this guy? Or, you vouched for this guy that's called Raza Pahlavi, this son of Bashar. Aren't they both criminals?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. Can you just rephrase
My
it?
question is, none of the leaders, right, out there, they have clean hands. All the leaders, they have blood on their hands. You see what I'm saying? So my question to you, why would you support this guy?
People in Iran, it is just some of them are just being attacked by media for over 40 years. One of the first radios that you can get in Iran, just beside the national radio, was Israel Voice. Okay, from the time of Iran-Iraq war, they started to make people their own useful idiots. I mean, and this guy is just being kind of out of the equation until 2012. And in 2012, they started to supporting him, giving him some funds, and he started to talk in the media that they are just targeting. I cannot say to my people stupid, but kind of people that they are not educated in media. I mean that they are not educated that how to consume the news, how to consume the media content. So it is very obvious that Iranian government, Iranian leaders are not doing very well with the media and just counter-attacking this. If you see, there's just the numbers of how many media is attacking Iran's government, Iran's people, Iran's community around the world, that they are now still now broadcasting this kind of information and disinformation to people in Iran. You're just amazed at how much money they are spending on making useful idiots in Iran.
I had a question for an away fan, and it seems like Ali and G, you know a lot about Iran. Just to preface, I'm born in '72, and my father's Iranian, but my mother's American. So I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and my father was for the revolution, and I think it made me always try to understand what was going on. But, also I want to look at it from different points of view. So, I would say I'm very open-minded about a lot of things. I don't think hijab should be forced on people, even though I wear hijab. My mother converted to Islam when she married my dad. And my mother wears hijab, so I'm following more like a convert of my mother. But anyway, that's the backstory. But I'm kind of curious about the Green Revolution. I was wanting to know, when the Green Revolution ended, was it because the people were somewhat appeased? Or was it because they were so oppressed? Or was it because... Sorry, I'm in the garage. Anyway.
You know, my sister, that Green Revolution, okay, Green, I cannot say revolution, okay? But I was in the middle of it. I attend many of the, you know, just as we call them, silence, you know, what they call that. We just walking to the street and say nothing. Maybe just having some signboards that they say, "Where is my vote?" I was there. I am one of those people that they do that. And actually, I don't know, it's misguided, or anyway, they are not successful in what they want to just force the government, force the regime that what they want, and it's unsuccessful. It doesn't have good. I mean, it's not organized well. It's kind of just coming out suddenly, and people are not agree on the same thing. They are not agree, and one of the things that I think is make them unsuccessful in this thing, because of the just interruption of Western back Persian language, Persian speaking media like BBC and many others, VOA, if you remember, they are just misguide the thing. People like me just came there and said, "Oh, this election is kind of rigged. We think that it's kind of rigged. Our candidate, Miroseh Musavi, is telling us that it's rigged." After all, I just don't think that it's rigged, because I see in the Iranian community that Ahmadinejad is very popular, actually. We are just seeing our city, Tehran, because I was living in Tehran from my first day of life, and we are just seeing around us that we want Miroseh Musavi, but we don't see that many people in the rural area that they like Ahmadinejad. So actually, I want to say that it's, I think one of the most reasons, one of the most important reasons that it was unsuccessful was the interruption of the Western media, not Western media, I mean Western-backed media, that it misguided to something that is not. I mean that the slogans become so radical in that time. We just can't say, "Where is my vote? I vote for somebody," but you showing me that 60-some% are voting for Ahmadinejad. I cannot accept it, okay? But it misguided, and it started to be radical. I can say that I was radical that time also. I go to my the rooftop of my house, and in the night we are just shouting, "Mad bad Khomeini, down with Khomeini," and "Mad bad dictator, down with dictator." We just become too radical, and we forgot about our main goal, that it was we want to know, we want to more clarity about the election, and we forgot about it, and it started. Somebody can say that the government, the regime, make it violent, but I think it's in this kind of situation, it is very you know, you can expect some violence. So I think is after that also we have so many riots that I call them riots in Iran.
Just call it was color revolution and didn't work for the Westerner, and he got arrested. He was leading the country in the major problem, and luckily, thanks for the Khamenei, he was just arrested and was just, because that's a treason. He should have been hanged by the Sharia law or by the law of every other country. The treason is a hanging, goes to the jail. But it was a mercy of the Khamenei that kept him at the house, and the other one. That was a color revolution. Just say it out loud and never forget it.
I can say.
Thank you for. I'm glad that you finally, because you mentioned that you were one of them, but I'm glad that you came to the point to understand. Unfortunately, there's a lot still they don't understand this thing, and that Amir Hossein Mousavi was one of the puppet of Western, and that you know about it, came out all the what he was related to, and thanks God he got cut, and the rest of many of them we have these young kids.
Where is he now? Where is he now?
He was at home, keeping him at home, but very limited, only family.
No, I know he was on house, but where is he now? Like today? Still?
He's in Iran. He's not out.
He means that he is still in detention. There is some news that because it becomes so irrelevant to anything now in Iran, but there are some news that his detention now is kind of suspended, and he can go out, but he is not talking anymore.
He's prohibited.
Yeah. But anyway, I just want to say that Mir Hossein Mousavi, what I see is Mir Hossein Mousavi is just I cannot say useful idiot also, but he just kind of misguided, and he didn't know about what they are doing behind the people around him. Just what you say is correct, that some of people around him just received some aid from the Soros, the Soros Foundation.
Yeah, the master of his color revolution. Yes,
it's a color revolution. But I think what makes him just alive today, and he's not executed or anything worse than this. I mean that because he's not involved in that things. People around him are involved, and I mean that the regime, if you call it regime, is decided that don't make more cost for itself for himself. I mean, they just don't want to make it worse. So hospitalization is one of the things that I support it. At that time, it was necessary to detain him, so everything back to normal, because the government anyway, the Ahmadinejad started the new term. So all of these things in the street of Iran wasn't in benefit of Iranian people that time. So I think everything is done not perfectly correct, but kind of I just accept it as a correct decision.
Nazi, I kind of want to disagree with Ali and G in this sense. So I was in the United States when the Green Revolution started, and I can tell you I was one of the founders of this hijab movement in Iran. So I have some intimacy with what went on. So first thing that you need to know is that the Islamic Republic of Iran does not really have a full control over the land. It's a revolution, and since the beginning there had been war and sanction and a lot of stuff. So that's one assumption that you need to take into consideration. Second of all is that they are not really educated when it comes to how to handle protests. Like they are very illiterate when it comes to media. They like TV and propaganda apparatus is very, very naive. And that's why nobody in Iran actually trusts the media of Iran. So the Green Revolution started at least because of a very stupid president, Ahmadinejad.
So why don't you come to the Iran and help the people? You just telling them
I came.
your ass. Don't go sitting your ass outside the Iran.
I came.
My friend.
No,
I got a question.
You could have come.
Let me land, G. Let me land.
No.
Yeah, when you land,
I came. I sold everything I had, and I came to
the young generation to do.
Guys, let him finish his point.
Calm down, G. I came to you.
I'm glad that you mentioned. Oh, you
I
did.
sold everything I had in the United States and
most all of you guys said that. Yeah, most all of you.
Gee, let him finish his point. No one interrupted you when you were speaking.
One of those illiterate which I'm talking about.
No. You're one of those other ones sitting outside.
Gee, let him finish his point. No one interrupted you, G.
Y'all know who you
guys are. Ask a question and answering her. G, calm down.
If you want to join the revolution, just get your ass to Iran.
There is no revolution. You have to see the fact.
Doesn't matter. You run something, just get your ass to Iran. Just actually stay with them.
I was in Iran.
I get your point. I like to hear what Wefan has.
Gee, I was in Iran. I sold everything. United States went back to Iran to help. Okay? So calm down.
No. That's not true. Most of you guys say, oh, I'm over there, but you got
I went to Iran. I stayed for 3 months. I changed the president of Iran. Calm down.
You changed the president of Iran. You changed the president of Iran.
Calm down, G.
Don't interrupt him.
So Nazi, Ahmadinejad made a huge mistake that he was president and he held an election and he handled it really bad. I was in Atlanta. Before I put my vote in the ballot, Ahmadinejad announced the result of election. That pissed off a lot of people. They came to the street. The challenge is this: when people come to the street to protest and they are really peaceful, and because Iran doesn't have control over its land, there are people like this Reza Shah, people like Bibi, they send their agents and make it violent. So there was an example of people peacefully walking in the street and somebody out of nowhere attacked a military base. And the military base, to protect the weapons, shoot back at the attacker. So a peaceful protest turned out to be very violent. And the regime at this time, and not regime, any government job, their main task is keep safety of people. So they have to shut down the protest. They have to do it. There is no other way. With the hijab movement, we on this app for a long time, we talked about that it has to be voluntary. Out of nowhere, somebody died, Mahsa Amini. And then it just, something which was very peaceful in the street turned out to be very violent. And then I flipped. I suddenly became anti-violent. I don't like violence. Violence doesn't give you any rights. I totally supported the regime. So when you have a peaceful thing, so these are not revolutions, these are peaceful protests. They want to make a request. Okay, we are not convinced the way that you run this election. What happened? We are not convinced that hijab should be mandatory. These are peaceful things, but as Ali said, very easily, things become violent. with like these foreign players, these foreign actors, these like Israel, Canada. I claim Canada is a really, really bad actor in Iran. They make things violent.
Not
Not
forget to mention the Mujahideen have that come here. 2 days ago, they see one of them in this home. Those people are just killing innocent people in the rally. Any protest they see, they come and they kill people from behind to make some blood to make people more emotional.
So I'm kind of confused. Why would the West want to do something? Wouldn't the West want the people to rise up? Wouldn't they want them?
They're shooting the people when there's a peaceful protest, okay? They have a right to have peaceful. There's no doubt about it in society. But the problem is, the Westerners, the Mossad, and the rest of them, the name goes on and on. They're looking for an opportunity of this young generation. When they have a peaceful, they come out, like Ali was mentioning perfectly. I like that about he pointed out. They're shooting them from the back to stir the shit and create a chaos, and they put in IRGC did it, okay, and turning the people against the government. The reason they are depending on this because they know militarily they're not succeeding attacking Iran. Just like this idiot Bibi convinced America, I have a plan. I will cut them in surprise, bring their defense system, and then I have my own agent, spy over there. They're gonna fly the drones. We're gonna bring them again more defense system and military personnel there and kill and all that, and people will uprise against their people are sick and tired. That's where the mistake was, the miscalculation. They didn't know Iranian during this invasion attack from the outsider. They have learned, have seen in Iraq, they have seen in what's happening in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Libya, and in Iraq, what happened. People are smart enough to get behind the government to protect this country. And that's completely where the failure was, and Bibi couldn't see that it's coming, those missiles, because country got together and all rapidly happened. Go ahead, brother.
G, I have a question, or anybody else can also answer, but I'm also asking G, what's the temperature on Ahmadinejad now? Like, does he have any involvement? Is he staying quiet? Like, what's going on?
I really don't know about him. Sometimes here and there he likes to talk. He's a guy that he likes to have that tension going on. Sometimes even he travels outside to give a speech. He's part of the system, but that's why they keep him busy in the system, so he doesn't feel like, hey, they left him. He did a lot of things good, but some area bad, just like every other government. He's not perfect. He wasn't the worst either. But the other side, Amir Musavi and the rest of them, that was color revolution. We have to understand they stirred up the shit. They wanted that happen. You have to. I'm so glad that Ali noticed on that one.
I want to add one thing here. And then relate to the protests, by the way, and even in Asian countries, right? I don't know. I think people don't know how to protest properly, man. America is made like you could have a peaceful protest in America and whatnot, but it's organized and whatever. But in those countries, it just happens, and then they start burning shit. They start doing a whole bunch of crazy shit, and that's the part I just don't get, man. It's hard to have a peaceful protest, right, Rayfan?
Yeah, I mean, it's right, but the thing is that the government should be professional when handling these kind of things. And the Iranian government is learning. Like, for example, there are always the protests, like right now in the United States, a lot of protests are going, like, becoming violent. But the government responsibility is to be mature and not let it go out of hand.
If that any mature, wouldn't that involve giving them maybe not everything, but some part of what they want?
Right. I mean, right now in Iran, hijab is completely voluntarily. I can claim I went to Iran a couple of times. So they do give. They are getting much better. In the election time, I mean, what Mousavi wanted was not reasonable. I mean, I give you that. So Mousavi, I was one of the people who were like claiming election was rigged, but later I went back and I was like, no, it was not rigged. Iranian people really did vote for Ahmadinejad, the same as Americans did vote for Trump. It doesn't make sense, but they did vote for him. But for the hijab, they give them the right. Right now, if you go to Iran, you can see it's.
No, I disagree with you, Rehan. I disagree with you.
I heard you get fined with the cameras and stuff.
No, let me tell you.
I came back from
government,
like about 2 months ago. Not really,
regime.
No, we're talking.
Yeah, let me tell you, I disagree with Rehan. I just want to rephrase this word. The regime didn't give the right to hijab become mandatory. People get it. People just having the disobedience in Tehran, in many cities that I also last year, last winter was in Iran, I was there, and people are just doing whatever they want. And the government is the regime, the government is those kind of regional police that we have in Iran. They are just being calmed down and they just accept it as whatever it is. But still, there is some, religious people in Iran, they are asking for having more concern about this issue, the hijab. And we have to understand that our country consists of many different ideas and different people. And I can say, in my opinion, whatever I observe in Iran, Iranian people, more than 20% are very religious, and they think that the hijab is very important thing. If you don't agree with me, it's okay, but I think those people have kind of influence on the government, and it's not possible for the government just don't think about them, because they are the most important supporters of the Islamic Republic. So they kind of being under the pressure, but what I see in Iran, people get their rights, people, I mean that people just doing whatever they want. If they want no hijab, they don't put hijab in Tehran. And you can see that just now in Tehran, during these 12 days, you can see the girls that in Iran just putting a story on Instagram without hijab. It's just skating over the city, very, actually, not many people on the street, but you can see the people, the girls on the street without hijab. Even in the rally that they had recently to condemn Israel and the U.S., you see some girls and some women that they are just don't wearing hijab, and there's no problem with them. So I think it's just an issue between the people in Iran that we have to solve it step by step, and don't be radical and don't pushing our our claims, just pushing it and turning it to the violent thing. I mean, Iranian people know better if nobody is going to involve and just supporting the violence in Iran.
So is it true that they
I
get
just want to say
tickets?
something.
Do they get tickets?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. See, there are two things here. So, one is law, one is execution of law. So, so the government is in charge of executing the law, and then parliament is in charge of the law. So the law has not changed. I mean, we really need people vote heavily in the reformist part to change the law.
But can I understand something? Okay, can I understand something? Like, they're Muslims, right? And the Islamic dress code for female is to wear the hijab. I went to Iran in January and also in October. So then I went to Tehran too. Obviously, when you go to Mashhad and Qom, they are more religious there and they have very good hijab. But when you go to Tehran, the women are wearing some sort of hijab, which is, I think, even worse, because what they do is have their hair showing and their color work, they're full of makeup and everything, and no one really cares. But I don't understand, like, what is the big issue with the West and also with men who are like supporting it? Like, it's an Islamic dress code, and it's not like they're being oppressed with it, or they're not allowed to work, or they're not allowed to drive, like you see in other countries, or when you go to Saudi Arabia, majority, like a lot of the women cover their full face, which I think that makes it difficult for them to work and mix in society. But I don't understand, like, why is it such a big issue that the Iranians make it, and why is it such a big issue for the West, and why is it such a big issue for men that are so encouraging of their women to not wear the hijab when they are Muslims? If they're not Muslims, then that makes sense, but that's the Islamic dress code.
No, it's not like men don't want women to wear hijab. It's the question of, is fashion mandatory? Fashion is something which changes over time. And are we logically can put law on fashion?
It's not fashion, it's an Islamic dress code for a Muslim woman. And that does not change. So the Islamic dress code, I don't know. Islamic, so this becomes a topic of religion now.
Well, as a hijabi, to me, the value of the hijab is diminished when it's forced, because one piece of fabric can have two meanings. To some people, they look at me and they say that piece of fabric is an oppression, and to other people, they look at me and they say it's a freedom. But what is it really? It depends on if I chose to use it. So the authenticity of the hijab to me depends on my ability to choose. So, but you have to also understand, because I mean, this is just what I've learned from my father and all his friends in the community that they had that were active in the revolution, was that the hijab was more than an Islamic dress symbol at that time. It was a symbol of defiance of the West, that we are going to reject this idea that we need to be Westerners. We need to dye our hair, we need to wear heels, we need to look like Westerners. We are going to be proud of who we are and our culture, and part of that is the chador and all these things. So like the women came out in the streets proud to be wearing hijab almost as an identity, not just because now they want to start wearing hijab because it's their religion. That's the way I understood it. If you guys who
I get what you're saying. I live in Australia and I didn't wear the hijab majority of my life, well, not majority, but now it's half of my life.
Sorry, can you just adjust your microphone? I cannot hear you clearly. Sorry, can you just adjust it?
Okay. Yeah. So my thing is, it still doesn't answer my question. Why are we making it such a big deal? Every country has a dress code. Like if you go to Saudi, it's a different dress code. If you go to Iran, it's a different dress code. In one country, it's a different dress code. Like in Australia, for example, you cannot walk around without a shirt on the streets. it's a dress code of the country. Why are we butting into it? Why is there so much protest? Why are we making a big deal? It's just a little piece of scarf that they're literally putting on their head, which falls off majority of the time. They are not being oppressed where they are told to cover their face, for example, they have to wear all black. The women are wearing, normal clothes that you see in the West. They're dressed, like that. So why is the focus so much on it? It's their law and they have a right to have that law, and it's just the dress code. What's the big deal? And why are men so interested in their woman no longer wearing a scarf? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Can I answer this question, because I think I understand your question, Mrs. Pearl. In Iran, when something become an issue, it's an issue. I mean, that it's simple as that. In Australia, maybe there is no issue that there is a dress code that nobody can come out of their house without top. And nobody going to protest about it, and everybody consent about it. But now in Iran, because of this dress code, I cannot say that there is a dress code. It's kind of just they mention hijab. There is no exact thing that how is hijab in Iran. I think there is no any detail about how is hijab. But anyway, in Iran now you can see there is no consent about this rule of law. I mean that there is no consent about this law. That's why it become an issue. So it is very understandable that many people in Iran, maybe they don't, even those people that they wearing hijab, like my friend here, I don't know the name, they are wearing hijab, but they are against the, mandatory, and I mean, it's become an issue. It's just you have to understand. It become an issue.
Yeah, no, but I just find that, like, as a Muslim, I find it really embarrassing. Like, I find it really embarrassing that we have, like, Muslim women there making a big deal for just putting something on their head and protesting and acting all silly and cutting their hair and doing all this stuff, and then we have men who are advocating for this and making it such a big issue.
Okay.
Just a piece of
Okay,
cloth.
let me
We have so much issues. Wait, let me finish, then I'll end it long. We have so much issues in Iran. There's people that are experiencing poverty. They could work on so much to make their country better, and then they worry about this petty, stupid stuff. And like, as a Muslim, as a female, as I just find that so embarrassing and silly. No other country has this issue.
Yeah, I just want to expand it. Okay, during the revolution in 1970s, okay, at that time, most of the people are concerned about this, and they don't have much big protest about these things, and everybody concerned about it. And there were kind of a norm that women in Iran should wear like this. Muslim women of Iran must look like this, must dress like this. It was acceptable, but the problem is that any kind of little variation, it sometimes is just people think that that the religious police, there is no such a thing. There were no such thing after maybe this is about 20 years it's come, Gasht Irshad, but there is some people and they have kind of idea that the dress code must be like this, and even the girl has a complete hijab, but they are wearing, I'm telling you this is the truth, okay, this is my own experience, that the girl has complete hijab, okay, is a long dress with a veil on their head, we call magna, is kind of like a scarf, but their hair under the scarf was kind of they just put a little. That they dress their hair under that veil, and that time is not. Some people cannot tolerate just a little variation between the girl or between the women dress code. The little variation is just become a big issue in that time, and the girl has a little hair of it go out, it can be punished, but by some people without any, they don't have the authority to do that, but they do that, and it becomes hate.
Yeah. So I've been to Tehran. I've seen how the women dress, and it's actually I find it really silly, why they're doing this. But I just don't see the big issue. It's not like women are not allowed to work. Women are not allowed to drive. Women are oppressed because they cannot study at universities. Women cannot go to school like they can't in Afghanistan. Little girls after the age of 11 or 12. These women should protest. These women should stand up. These women need men to stand up for these, girls who cannot go to school after, year 6. That's a real issue. This Iranian woman, I just find it so annoying and so silly, and it's backed by some men who, we don't wear it. It's not a major issue. I just don't see it. I know they want to do fashion. They have their own style of fashion. They're all wearing 3/4 pants, tight jeans. They all have their hair colored, blonde and red and everything, and showing a bit of it. It's a piece of cloth. They're literally putting on their head, and then the whole world believes that Iranian women are oppressed, which is really weird for me. They can go to school, they can do, they become doctors, you go to the hotel, there's women there, you see women everywhere, they're so well educated, they've got women in parliament there in Iran. But the impression that they've given the world is that Iranian women are oppressed because they have to wear a scarf. That's my issue. That's what I'm trying to say. What is the big deal? Okay, you have that issue, deal with it. I don't know, put something in the government. Why are you making that big deal? That's my question.
Well, as somebody who wears hijab, I agree with you. It's not a big deal to me, but you have to understand that you had the choice to put the hijab. So maybe that's why you can't understand. You've never been forced to wear hijab.
I have been forced when I've been to visit other countries that I'm not in Australia.
You didn't live there, and you weren't forced to live there. You went there by yourself, and you chose to respect the culture of the area or the laws of the area. That was your choice, even when you went there.
It's difficult to be wear the hijab, for us in the West it's difficult because we're the old ones out. It's difficult to be different to what's acceptable in society. For them, they're all dressed the same. Every woman has some form of cloth on their head or material on their head, and that's the formal side.
But here's another perspective. So Islamically, everybody's going on.
So you say they're oppressed? Let me ask you this question. Do you feel like the woman of Iran are oppressed?
Let me finish my point here, and that will answer this question. Everybody's putting comments that nobody wants to follow Sharia law and all these things. Well, first of all, it is not Sharia law that women should be forced to wear hijab. So stop saying that's Sharia law. Sharia law does not have a crime, does not assign a crime. There is criminal law under Sharia law. There is no crime assigned for not wearing hijab. So actually, to create a crime, a punishment for not wearing hijab is against Sharia law and un-Islamic. And it's changing Islamic law, Sharia. So and not changing it in the way that it's supposed to be changed. You have a precedent that's set. You have to follow that. This is not Sharia law. This is a un-Islamic practice.
I don't think I understood what my point is. My point is this. What I'm trying to say is that, the women of Iran, it is their law of the country. they can deal with it differently, but the world believes that the Iranian women are oppressed, which is not true, which is completely false. They have just as much right as women in the West, except they have to put a piece of material on their head. They're not oppressed women. And they've given the world this impression. Oppressed women are the women of Afghanistan. They cannot study, they cannot do anything. You know how bad it is, I don't need to repeat. You know, little girls getting married and everything. All the, the Saudi women were not able to drive until very much recently. Iran does not have that issue. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that in Sharia law or Islamic law they have to. I'm just saying that that is the dress code of the country. The country has a right to put a dress code. And if the people don't like it, they can, vote for it or whatever they're going to do. They're going to deal with it within, but they're making it seem like they are oppressed.
I mean, in the airport, when you land and you enter, you give your passport. Is there not a picture of what you must be dressed like?
Yeah, it's the law of the country. It just says that women please respect the law of the country. That's what it says. Yeah, I landed in Iran not long ago. So what it says is a photo of a male and a female, and it says that women to please respect the law of the country. Like there's a photo of a woman with a little scarf on, and you gotta respect their country. Yeah, 100% we need to.
Yeah, I agree. There's every country has a right to set their dress codes. In America, there's no complete freedom for women to dress how they want to dress. There's a limit.
Yeah.
All right, and it's relative. In America, it was an abomination for women to go out publicly with their hair covered or their legs showing. About 100 years ago, 1920s, 1910s. Some people were perhaps alive at that time, maybe little babies at that time. Maybe our grandparents or our great grandparents' time. So it's not that long ago. In America, yeah, where would you find a picture of a woman without, especially in the late 1800s, women without being properly covered? In American standards, it was taboo for men to, be out in public with a woman who's not their wife or their sister. If you had to wanted to, speak to a woman, you had to knock on their door, ask the father's permission. There was no sleepovers. There was no late night cafes and restaurants and things like that. There wasn't as much mixing. Hardly, do you find. That's historically, so standards have evolved and changed. America has changed. Its sense of morality has changed over the decades. And that a great part had to do with, quote unquote, women's liberation, the first wave of feminism, and so forth. Marilyn Monroe was seen as both a provocateur and she was seen as a heretic by Christians, women and men alike. Thought she was a disgusting person. And there were those who championed her, who said we were, quote unquote, liberal. Men used it to commodify her. Women played a part. Women sold their bodies and exposed their bodies, and she at the time wasn't that today's standards should be like seen as a what do you call prude, right? She was wearing a one-piece bikini or whatever. Guys, I'm not encouraging you to go look at what she dressed like, but then it evolved where there's Playboy magazine and pornography, and now pornography is $1 billion legal business, and women can walk around with paint on their bodies and still be considered clothed. But even today, we have standards, but they've regressed. It's illegal for a woman or a man to walk with their crotch showing, right? You can't do that. There are feminists who are, and those men as well, feminists who argue that's repression. How dare you? We should be able to walk in and wear whatever we want to wear. But we have limits. We have public indecency and so forth. So it's the right of a country to legislate laws that they deem as, modest in regards to modesty in clothing was the standard of society. So in a Muslim country, they have the right to legislate laws that say we want, women and men to dress modestly. Men can't be walking around in Speedos. With 95% of their body showing. Women shouldn't be showing their hair because in religion and all Muslim countries, from Black Africa to white Europe, Eastern European to Russian to the Chinese Muslims, and you name it, wherever you're from, that is whatever Muslim land. This is the expectation religiously for women, and religious is a very important element of Muslim governments. Although one can argue that's really regressed, the element of religion has been through attrition, post-colonialism, and a lot of things. That's a whole other topic, but it's the right. I think I agree with Pearl. It's the right to have laws. Every country can have the laws and how they address, and people there should respect it.
I'm not talking about the right of the law. I agree with you on that. Like, every country has a right to make their own laws. Okay, but as long as they're affording people in that country human rights. Now, what I'm disagreeing with is if you're saying that this is an Islamic policy to assign a crime punishment to not wearing hijab. This was not the tradition during the, no stories in the hadiths and all these things where women were criminally punished for not covering. What was the examples? The wives of the Prophet, the daughter of the Prophet, they were good examples. Some that dressed modestly. It was highly encouraged. It was seen, Prophet Muhammad taught the women that this is for your safety and the safety of our community. I mean, the whole well-being of the whole community was threatened by anyone who, by a woman who was seen alone with a man. That was putting a whole army at risk. So there were different ways to teach. I mean, even the women in Iran during the revolution, many of them chose to wear hijab because they were so proud of it. I mean, but to say that this, the whole thing about Iran is that they want to say we're an Islamic government. So then follow the Sharia of Islam the way it is. Like, why are you creating crimes that are not traditionally not crimes?
Sorry. I want to say that don't forget about those people that they are using, because this is a kind of social opinion in Iran, that some people think that hijab must be mandatory. Some people are not think like this, but the problem, one of the problems that make this become kind of a conflict between the government and people, and they are just broadcasting that women in Iran is oppressed, is because of the media and those people that are opposing the Iranian government, that they start to weaponize this gap between the people and between people there is a gap around this opinion, around this issue, and they start to weaponize it from, I think, since 2008 they start to weaponize it, and this has become a security issue for Iranian government, and they cannot just because some girls or some women in Iran are just doing some protest. For example, they are unveiling themselves. They go on in the street. They go on something high and they start to, saying some slogans like it's become a security issue for the Islamic government in Iran. So it's weaponizing. They weaponizing this against the Iranian government. So it become a kind of a conflict between the people, government, and also another people that they have another opinion.
I mean, in other words, I think what Ali is trying to say is, so Dean, yes, like if you go with Sharia law, you can claim that, but Iran is a democracy, and these laws can become political. Then you have somebody who run on this, oh, I'm gonna like enforce hijab as much as I can to get vote. And then the other one comes and say, I'm gonna like not enforce it. So it becomes a political issue, something which makes religiously sense. Maybe you go to caliphate times, you know. That's what I think Ali was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, you're assuming the intent is just a political move. I'm not sure exactly you can know the intent. For example, the IRGC, is that their intent? Is it intent to promote as so it's a fundamental principle in Islam to promote virtue, right, and to prohibit forbidden things or harmful things in society. Amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar, to enjoin the good and forbid the evil. And this is a commandment at least 4 times in the Quran. And after one of the ayats, it mentions that nations were destroyed because they didn't follow this command to enjoin the good and forbid the evil. So when a government may choose to say, well, okay, in a society where women have been affected by particularly Western liberalization, and wanting to wear skirts and dress in a way that's basically inappropriate to a Muslim standard, they can enforce a law and say, look, this is the dress, the limits of what you can wear, and they have a right to do that, and to correct, back in the Shah's time, increasing secularizing trend that was happening in society, and that's fair to do. It's their right to do that, and for Muslims, it shouldn't be seen as something.
They even passed a law for the women not allowed to be wearing the hijab here. I don't know if you heard about it. For 4 years, 1936 or something till 41, right, Weifan? He passed a law.
Yeah, Kemal Ataturk did that in the 1930s too as well. He banned the hijab. Even before, like Erdogan, the women were banned. This was just like, I don't know, before Erdogan's time. What was that? I don't know how many years ago.
That happened in Iran too. That happened in Iran too. That during that time. Also, Reza Shah also did that. And some people, some people now say Reza Shah, who had Shah, okay, and they say, oh, the hijab shouldn't be mandatory. But that time, the people that the person that they are supporting, and they say, oh, God bless you, Reza Shah is the dictator that he asked or he forced people to just unveil. They enforce women in Iran to unveil.
That's a great point. They forced that. So when the IRGC took over, they said, okay, we have to get back to our values, right? As Muslims, they said this is mandatory, and they saw a very disturbing trend in society. And if it continued on the trajectory, it could arguably become much worse. So perhaps it was a wise move for them to institute a Muslim country. In a non-Muslim country, it's different. Like applying those standards to America right now, or Canada, or the UK wouldn't make sense. Right? The conditions of society aren't. It would be a far jump to do that, right? But if for a Muslim country, taking over policies are anti-Muslim, right? That's a supposedly Muslim leader is implementing anti-Muslim policies. There's when a new leader takes over, they have to have corrective actions to ameliorate to this harm that was done to society, because this is viewed as a harm in Islam. Kemal Ataturk banned the hijab. He Latinized the Arabic script, because Turkish language was in Arabic letters. And there's a now I think in Turkey they're teaching the elementary and junior high age and up. They're teaching, but trying to go back to the Arabic script, like it always has been for hundreds and hundreds of years. But Kemal Ataturk turned that on its head. So Tunisia, they banned hijab. The prior president of Tunisia had banned the hijab. This is repressive to Muslim women in a Muslim country.
Definitely. And just last thing, sorry if I ask. So, no, we are not saying ban it. I just want to say the whole thing of Iranian woman is that it has to be voluntarily. And I need to go, but I really like the point that Nazi made, and this is it. It's a value once it is optional. If it becomes mandatory, it's not a value anymore. And hijab, especially like for women, it is a burden. In the hot weather, you have to cover your hair and your whole body is a burden. It's a torture. So once it is mandatory, this is a fundamental issue.
Wait, fine, it's not a torture for me, it's a freedom. You don't know how many women are tortured because they feel like they have to sell their body in order to be anything in life. You don't know how many friends I have that they put their crease in their boobs so they can go to the only way they can make money is in a restaurant showing they think this is the only way to get ahead. And I have so much freedom. You don't understand. I can talk to all kinds of men and I don't have to worry about what they're thinking about my body. I can do all kinds of things and I don't have to worry about what somebody thinks about the way I look. So it is not a burden to me at all. If it's hot, I go inside. Just like anybody is hot. I live in Texas. You know how hot it is here? The men.
I know, I've been in Houston for 1 year, it's crazy.
So the Mexican men who are doing the lawns, they're mowing, they wear so much clothes. Why? Not to get burned. It's not a burden for me at all. It is a freedom, absolutely freedom.
I believe you. But it has to be optional, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and this is, a lot of, it protects the skin, and there's many Muslim men who also cover, particularly like in the Khalij and many other countries, they're covering themselves too. They're wearing, from head to toe, they're wearing thobes. It's a little different. They're covering their hair, but actually a lot of men are covering their hair. They wear turbans, they wear caps on their head. It protects against the sun, particularly those are really hot climates. If anybody's been like in the desert for a while, you don't want to have your hair uncovered. You're gonna get fever, desert fever. It's like I've had it before. You're gonna get dizzy, delirious. You're just having your head covered is like common sense. You're supposed to do that. Like the one day I just wanted to go out with that, but that was a mistake. But this is something that's practiced by men too, generally in very hot climates to cover more. But this is something that is good for society, for Muslim societies, and if a government wants to legislate it, particularly to counter elements within their society who are pushing for anti-Muslim movements, right? It's an anti-Muslim movement in a Muslim country for men and women within the country to push to not wear hijab. And we go to like choice, for example, choice. Well, why not alcohol then? Let's just make alcohol legal so people have a choice. If you prohibit alcohol, then people don't have a choice. You're not giving that freedom to exercise their free will because it's banned. The argument can be made for that.
I
Why
just
not
think
murder?
there's different ways to go about it because, like, for me, I was taught sorry, I have a squeaky cross trainer machine. But for me, when I turned 9, they have something in Persian culture called Jashna Ibadat, And my father was, my mother is not even Iranian. But I just learned about the Jashna Ibadat, and I was like, that is me. I want to be a big girl. When I turned 9, it was a rite of passage for me. It was my pride. It was, so there's a way to approach it, I think, that could be focused on instead of focusing on giving tickets and creating crimes out of things.
Yeah, I have a question for Dean and Mehnaz, and also other people whoever wants to respond. Why is it there is so much debate, discussion? Of course, there has to be a debate, discussion about the hijab, whether enforcing hijab and criminalizing the act of not wearing hijab is right or wrong. All these things need to be discussed, no doubt about it. I'm not against that. But why is it there so little debate in the rest of the world, in the European Union, in Asian countries, about American states enforcing anti-abortion law? Because if you ask me, I don't know, perhaps Mehnaz can respond better. If you gave a woman a choice to decide whether she should have the right to abortion or the right to not wear a hijab, I am sure 99% of the women would say that I would rather have the right to decide on my, abortion or no abortion, not on the veil. Okay? So why is it there's so little discussion, debate about that issue?
I think there is debate about that issue, absolutely. And I think the reason...
Quick question. Is he referring, why is there not debate within Muslim countries, Muslim countries? Is that the question?
No, generally, if you look at the Western media, there's a lot of debate about Iran or any other country banning, enforcing hijab, and they try to demonize the religion of Islam, mentioning this and so on. So why doesn't anybody demonize the Christianity based on those scriptures is what the abortion ban is all about in the US? So why is there not so much of discussion about it in the media, in the TV circuits and so on?
Okay, yeah, no, just sorry, go ahead, Nazi, I didn't mean to interrupt, sorry.
Because media is biased.
I appreciate you getting me to think about the question again. I still think there is a lot of debate about that. Either way, are Muslims sitting there criticizing Christians for forcing Christian beliefs on Christians? That's what I think you're asking. I think that's true. That doesn't happen. Muslims don't go around criticizing Christians for enforcing Christian beliefs on Christians. But Christians go around criticizing Muslims for having Muslim beliefs being forced on Muslims. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's right. That's one point. You got it right.
No,
the other point. Yeah, Ali, just a sec, Ali, please. The other point I wanted to ask is that nobody demonizes the religion of Christianity because of this point, because of it banning abortion. Whereas everybody demonizes Islam because Islam, enforces modesty. That's the second point.
My friend, I want to tell you that your answer was just inside your question. You said media, and the top focus on the focus of the media on the issues and what is their goal. I told you that they are weaponizing this issue across Iran or any other Muslim country. They can weaponize it, but the Muslim country or any other entity in the world, they don't have the power to do that. If they can do that, maybe they do that. It's not right to do that, but if they can do that, they do that. So your answer is just media. Media is very important.
In Malaysia, women who are not Muslims wear hijab because it's a fashion, because it's allowed, it's a choice, you know, it's encouraged, but it's not forced. In Malaysia.
I'm living in Malaysia. I didn't see something like that. Maybe it's just a few people, few influencers do that, but it's a culture. The Chinese people here, they have their own fashion. They just following their own type of fashion, and Muslim girls also following their. And it's a good example that if you just let people to choose, most of the Muslims that they have this in their own religion, they choose to wearing hijab to just take. They have to show their entity. They show their actually values to others that we are Muslim, we are like this. So it's a good example. If you just let them people be free, it's everything be okay, and you don't have any conflict in your country.
I've seen many videos from Iran. A lot of girls don't actually wear hijab or properly, like some new trend or something.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, but I was saying that they were saying that a lot of people are doing that at a protest, and I was saying that there's actually some cases where women are ticketed, but I guess even you don't have to pay the tickets. So the laws are still there, so they have to like ticket you, but then still I don't know if they're enforcing paying the tickets or what.
No, what do you mean by ticketing? Like you ticket a car?
There's cameras. When you drive, just like you get a cop, you drive a car through a stoplight. If there's a woman driving a car without a scarf, they take a picture and they send you a ticket in the mail.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I just add something else here to just more clarify what is the atmosphere in political in politics of Iran. You know, those people that they are saying that hijab must be shouldn't be mandatory in Iran. Those people are the same people that when there is an election for the parliament, they just inviting people to just don't go voting. So in the parliament that they have to change the laws, they have the ability and power to change the law. Most of the time, those people that they are not interested to changing the hijab law are going to be elected, because the other people that they are opposed to mandatory hijab, they're not going to election. Same people that they are weaponizing the hijab, same people that they are telling people don't go vote. That is not interesting for you. They're just it's a very amazing that you can just see that they are the same people.
Ali, that was just my experience with my father when because I grew up in Washington, D.C., and there were many times where I was like, growing up in Washington, D.C. during the protests, I was going to school in a building 2 doors down from the Iranian embassy. So I was my father and his friends had an Iranian revolution in the U.S. So, and I'm not exaggerating on that. They took hostage the Iranian embassy. They took hostage that New York building and that they use for the Mustazafan Foundation now. They were very active. So, sorry, I lost my track of thought. Go ahead. What did restate what your statement was?
people that they are opposing and weaponizing the hijab are the same people that they ask people to don't go vote. They don't participate in the election.
Faya's left, but my answer to this question basically, there's a quote from Salahuddin. Salahuddin is, rahimahullah, he's one of the famous Muslim generals back in the day. Leader. And he was highly respected by his enemies, known to be honorable, honest, and a man of principle. And he said this, he said, if you want to destroy any nation without war, make adultery and nudity common in the next generation. If you want to destroy any nation without war, make adultery and nudity common in the next generation. And that's part of the playbook of anti-Muslim extremists in Western countries, both governmental and NGO, non-governmental organizations, who want to basically strip the woman off their hijab, get them to dress and show more of their body. They want women to be, because when that happens, it's going to basically create more temptations for men. There's going to be more sex out of marriage. It breaks down the family. People just want to have sex, not have children nowadays. A lot of people. There's a study actually I just read the other day. It was about how women, there's I think like 40% of women now don't want to have children, and a lot have comment on social media as a factor. Women influencers who don't want to have children, they named a few, for example, cited in the report. But making adultery, nudity, exposing more of women's bodies, quote unquote, liberating them, will lead to more temptation in society, more premarital sex, inevitably, and it leads to the destruction of the family unit.
I have to disagree. I mean, we have in Texas, like, people who are very adamantly, they're very Christian, and they don't wear a scarf, and they don't have sex before marriage. They're very abstinent. They believe in abstinence very strongly. It is part of a culture of many areas in Texas. So to jump from not wearing hijab to nudity and adultery is a big jump.
Well, it is a big jump, but the thing is, Nazi, how does shaitan work? Number one, shaitan doesn't make big jumps. Just look at America, what shaitan did in America, Satan. And Christians will say this, religious Christians, ministers who would preach the same thing are saying, Satan works slowly over time. They're against abortion, they're against premarital sex, they're against the normalization of both in today's society. And when I mentioned a few minutes ago about how women, and men were much more modest, in the early 1900s, late 1800s, and going, further back, they were much more modest. And women would not show their hair, they would not show their skin, they wear dresses, they didn't wear, shoulder length shirts even. That's how women dressed in society. Men dressed more modest as well. They weren't wearing skinny jeans and walking around, tank tops.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is an act of a personal decision of morality, and what I'm talking about is forcing.
Well, yeah, let me finish my point.
So you have to have a crime. You have to have some kind of criminal result in order to force something.
Well, let me finish my point. Here's that. So after time, slowly by declothing the woman in America, things became more normalized. Just going back 50, 60 years ago, having women walk out with like Lululemons would be an abomination. Society would revolt. They wouldn't allow that. You can't go to school like that, but now you can. They wouldn't. You can. He couldn't. It's just Satan. He works over time to make a sin that would be seemingly, abominable in one day. Not the next day, but slowly after time, year after year, decade after decade.
That's the influence of media and so many other influences. You can't just say because they have the permission to do it that's what they're gonna take it to that level.
The
fashion statement that you're talking about, it's not even. All that stuff came from the Middle East because of the religion, right? So when the Europeans first came to the Americas, right, was Shaitan here? People dress for climate. That's the initial reason why people make fashion choices is based on climate. So
not necessarily.
Okay, so why do people wear less clothing in the tropics?
Let me finish one. I have just one more thing what Nazi said. So Satan works through media, TV, music. He works through many different routes, many different senses. And the thing, as you said about religious Christians in Texas, you can argue for a subset. Of course, they have to be still, even though they become more immodest, and Jesus, peace be upon him, would balk at how these religious Christians, some of these religious Christians refer to dress. He would not approve it at all. I guarantee that. But society as a whole, we see how it's affected society as a whole. And going back to the point what Salah Hadid mentioned, when you make nudity and adultery commonplace, so you can defeat a nation without war. All right, the next generation, not the next day, but the next generation. And that's the programming that's been pushed upon Muslims by Western governments, Western NGOs. To liberalize, quote unquote, liberalize the woman. That's why they're interested more than abortion. Sorry, Captain, go ahead.
Like I said before, people make clothing choices initially based on climate, right? So the religions that you're talking about, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, all came out of the Middle East, where they had to dress a certain way because of their climate and because of the cultural expansion based on those fashion choices based on climate. It determined what people outside of those climates started wearing. So, for example, as I mentioned before, when the Europeans showed up in the Caribbean, right, the people in the Caribbean dress for their climate, which is less clothing, because it's hot and sticky. So when the Europeans showed up and said, oh, now you have to wear long pants, long frocks, long sleeves, it makes no sense. It has nothing to do with Shaitan. It has to do with climate. That's why people
we've
make
been
those choices.
talking about this for like an hour, and we've already talked about hot weather and wearing a hijab and all of that. We've already explained that the Hispanic yard workers in my yard, when they come fully clothed. When you see people in the desert, they're fully clothed in white clothing. So that's not necessarily true that the weather requires you to remove all your clothes. So
okay, so then why do people take off their clothes?
Well, Captain, look at Captain. In the land of Palestine, where Jesus is from, peace be upon him, women at his time, Mary, the mother of Jesus, right, always wearing hijab, and what's called an abaya in Arabic, or jilbab. She's wearing what Muslims wear. She wears a long flowing dress that's doesn't show her body. It's not skin tight. She doesn't show her arms or legs, and all her pictures portraits of her are covered in hair. She was known to cover her hair. And I actually saw a book one day at Barnes and Noble's, and it had portraits of a Mary all over through the world, Black Marys, Chinese Marys, Latina Marys, different cultures had their expressions of Mary, and every single one she's covering her hair. That was the climate back then. That was hot as Texas. And so that's how they were. So climate doesn't, in short, climate doesn't necessarily influence as a primary motivating factor why people do dress the way they dress. For people who are religious or follow prophets and value what they say, what they've taught in the scriptures, religion's teachings on dress are primary motivating factors more than climate.
I wanted to go back. I mean, we already talked about this for like already an hour.
This is
I wanted to go back to
changing.
Ali's. Yeah, Ali. My point with Ali with my dad, and it's like a generational thing, is that when I grew up in Washington, D.C., and, you know, my dad, my mom, and all their friends took me to these protests and the streets. I mean, everybody in Washington, D.C. does protests, not just my mom, and not just Muslims and my parents, you know. But after I grew up, I went to a college retreat, and it was a political action retreat, and they were like, you know, you can lobby Congress. Here's our agenda. We're going to go together on this day. They trained us, and this is a Muslim camp. And we went to Congress, and we lobbied Congress, and I was like, wow. I mean, my eyes were opened, and I was like, wow, how come, you know, all this time we never lobbied Congress, and we're right here in Washington, D.C. for the things that matter to us. We always just do protests, sit-ins, you know, those kinds of things. And I told my dad, I was like, Baba, like, you can vote, you can go to Congress, you can lobby. And he was like, that will never work. I mean, like, he just totally shut it out. Like, it doesn't work, because I think in everything that he's experienced, it's not a reality that it could work. He's never seen that reality.
He's not believing. He's not believing. He's not believing in democracy, I think, your father. And many people in Iran also seeking for democracy, they are not believing in democracy.
Right. And I mean, I don't, honestly, after some certain elections that I've seen, sometimes I wonder, like, I think you're right, people, why, I understand why they don't believe in democracy sometimes. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I have my faith in democracy, but I've seen why people don't believe in democracy sometimes, because it's not, sometimes it's not.
Understandable, but they have to try their best, right? If you believe in democracy, maybe you lose your faith, but if you still think that you are seeking for democracy, you have to use any chance that you can try your best, right?
So, do you know who Jim Flynn is? James Flynn? He's a intellectual, like a psychologist that looks at intellectual cognitive abilities. And he went to a town, and he wanted to understand what he's famous for is the Flynn effect. The Flynn effect says that every generation is one standard deviation intellectual abilities better than the generation before it. And so that means I'm as if I'm a genius compared to the generation before me, and my kids are like, and I'm like mentally retarded almost, like, compared to my kids after, you know, people after me. So this is very clearly established by Flynn, and so he wanted to show how this played out. He went to a small town in Russia where there was no TV, there was, you know, it was just a farmer, and he said, you know, in some places in the world, bears are white. And he said, that's ridiculous. Bears can never be white. And he said, no, bears, some places they're white. There was no way to convince this guy that bears could be white. Same thing, he went to his father. He was very active, Flynn was very active in the civil rights movement. He said, his dad said, why do you do all these protests? And he said, well, Dad, what if we were black? He said, there's no way, that's ridiculous, this is silly. There's no way we can be black. So I'm just saying that the evolution of the exposure of people, you can't sometimes blame them for, you know, oh, you should try. Some people's minds have not had the experience or the opportunity to even experience that, to even be able to fathom or dream of what it would be like.
Yeah, some people are just want to disappoint them. They are just using media to disappoint people. I see them. You can hear them. Every day they are talking, they are just disappoint people about the democracy or any dream that they have. They just disappoint them. That's why you see that many Iranians social media, they say, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, come to bomb us. We are tired. And you come and save us. Because they are just disappointed by some extent from this media.
Real Iranians once said, those are Persian Jews.
No. I don't think that it's about the Jewish thing or any Zionist thing. They are just, useful idiots. They make useful idiots. They are bragging about it. You don't know. They are bragging about that. We make useful idiots in Iran.
Ali, who is not a useful idiot according to you? Because all I hear is just everybody's useful idiots. So I just want to understand. I mean, I'm thinking also another question I wanted to ask is because there was a religious, during the revolution, there were like 3 groups of people. There were, the king's people.
At least.
In my mind, this is how I understand it. The king's people, there was the intellectuals, and there was the mullahs, the religious. So what happened with the intellectuals, the Shariati and, Bani Said was intellectual? I don't know. Explain that to me. Why didn't that take off?
Because of the violence. Violence is introduced to the society by some people. We saw one of them just 2 days ago in this room. They just introduced the violence in the society with the help of I don't know, is it, foreign country that the aliens that just introduced the violence in the society that time, and mullahs just get they benefit from it. This is my standing point, my view. But maybe there is another reason. I cannot say that I am correct or incorrect here, but this is my view.
Media.
And the war also is make the mullahs become more established their their regime more rigidly. I mean, they can, with the war, they make them more rigid in governing the country.
Yeah, I mean, wars are fought both militarily and psychologically, cultural wars, right? If you can, like I said, like this, I think I like the quote from Salahuddin, Rahimahullah, and may Allah have mercy upon him. To destroy a nation or defeat a nation without war, you must make nudity and adultery common in the next generation or acceptable in the next generation.
My friend. Yes, I just want to. Yes. No, I just.
To explain that, go ahead.
Yeah, because I want to tell about this quote that you say, the quotation that you say. I think that is true. That this is one of the way that you can just destroy the society. I am agree about it, but the reaction of the governments and those people are in charge to manage the society are very important. If you want to immune your people about this issue that you want to immune them, you have to be very careful, very smart, and choose the best way to immune your people. If you use force for people, they are attacking us with the kind of invading cultural invasion. You just say this is a cultural invasion. Of course, it's a cultural invasion. But what is your reaction? What is your act against this? That is very important.
Yes, it's important, of course, but what I'm trying to say, and Captain, this will I'll answer you on answering address Ali, is that there's been an agenda to undress the Muslim woman in Muslim countries. And it's been used also as a march for physical war, right? We need to liberate the women. They're oppressed women, right? Look, they can't show their hair. They need to be saved. Men are dominating them, and so forth. Little they know what these societies are really about, and the role women have in families and communities and so forth. But this has been an agenda, right? It's been a pretext to fight wars, conquer Muslim lands, or at least usurp their resources, install puppet dictators, even through a pseudo-democratic process, rigged elections, murdering dissidents, being involved in this to some extent. This is a program or the policy of foreign governments in the West. Culturally too. Culturally, there's NGOs, for example, or just taking USAID. Some of the things, and I don't agree with all the Doge office cuts by Elon Musk that cutting all these departments' money, like Department of Education, all that. I think some of it makes sense. A lot of waste in government, yes, but USAID itself, we're funding, I think, $75,000 for a transsexual party. There were transgender clinics, transgender mobile clinics in countries in Africa, promoting this ideology as part of their agenda to, normalize the LGBTQ movement within societies that normally would never accept anything like this. But they're targeting youth, they're targeting college students. There's a UN program that is called He for She, and they heavily target Latin American, African, Muslim countries. I think that in Jordan, I was reading in Jordan, it has the largest chapter of 500 volunteers and staff members, but they try to basically normalize homosexuality and abortion and so forth in these countries. So this is the war that's
promoting your ideology, just like the Saudis promote. Are they funding like mosques and so forth in Europe? It's the same deal.
Yeah, sure.
Promote their ideology, and the West promotes their ideology.
Yeah, but so for Muslim in our countries, we don't want something that's antithetical to our religion in our countries, and that's and it's on the leaders themselves to ensure that doesn't happen. But the leaders are compromised, and the leaders are been installed, then it makes it much more challenging. Virtue is better than vice in this regard.
Depends on who's saying what the virtue is.
Yeah, mosques said Muslims, we believe this is something virtuous, right? The houses where God is being praised and prayed within is something virtuous.
Right. To Muslims, but not to people who are not Muslims.
And it's the right for Christian nations. America's not one. It's not basic democracy. There's no established religion, but for a Christian nation, then to reject mosques, or then that's their choice. They can do that. Just as Muslim countries should reject attempts to take Muslims away from their religion.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I don't think it's only about Muslims, but people at large, like religious being doing sides. Not only about Muslims. Christians are protesting. Everybody is protesting about it.
Yeah, Christians, Hindus, whatever. If you're gonna
anybody who is religious, not like everybody is protesting.
Guys, modesty is something that goes across, I think, almost pretty much every religion. I don't think that's exclusive to one religion. But I will say this, I think Cap was talking about it. So when the Brits went to colonize, I'll talk about India. So before the Brits colonized, India was actually extremely liberal. When they walked around with topless, they never found that to be sexual. Kama Sutra comes from India. They had tons of kids. When the Brits came, they demonized them for it. They said, oh my God, you guys are beasts. They wanted to limit their population growth. then they started to clothe them, tell them that they're just disgusting backwards people. It all had to do with limiting reproduction. And same thing that they did anywhere that they went, they kind of enforced what they thought was the right way to be, but a lot of it had to do with population control. A lot of it. Even when it comes down to Muslims, having children, having an abundance of children is very normal to do so. So if you're going to take people away from that, take people away from a nuclear family one way or another, you're again reducing population. It's so much deeper than just, is this corrupting a nation or not? It's far deeper than that. And I will say, I hate this whole idea that if a woman is half naked, she's free, and if a woman is wearing a hijab on or more covered up, she's oppressed. That marker for a woman's existence is so poor, so misogynistic. I absolutely hate it. Before the IRGC came into play, they had hijabs banned. Should we consider that oppressive? To not let a woman wear what she wants to wear? I don't know why people don't.
It's equally oppressive.
People don't talk about that aspect of it. It's only oppressive if you're not allowed to wear less clothes, but it's not oppressive if you wear more clothes. It is a Western ideology that comes to play.
Hey, so I have a question for you, and this doesn't necessarily deal with clothing, but although it can involve clothing. Can you talk about, because you're much more knowledgeable about the Indian subcontinent and the British colonization, how did they try to change culture, morals within the society? Obviously there was, the physical war being fought, but the cultural, psychological warfare against the Indians. Can you give examples?
It was crazy. So at that time, there's an attractiveness to whiteness. People think that white person, these are all powerful. What they say is right. So once they started to colonize India, they started to do pretty much a campaign, propaganda kind of campaign, and started saying, for you to be a decent person, and for you not to be a beast and backwards, and don't you want to be advanced, you need to dress in a certain way. So this I was actually surprised myself, because being Indian, covering up, it seems to be a very big thing. Back then, before the colonization, it wasn't. Women weren't sexualized. And today, despite having all this cover up and the rate of rape is extremely high in India. Women are covered up, and they're still being raped. There's still this, I don't know what the hell is wrong with India in that sense. But that being said, look at France. Okay, so France, I have some friends, women are allowed to be on the beach topless because they don't consider a difference between a man's nipples and a woman's. So they go to other countries. They do find it weird why we sexualize so much, but they cover up. They follow the rules. I don't know why that's so difficult. If I go to I've been to the Vatican. Do you know how strict their rules are? You gotta, men and women, very modesty rules. You gotta have no cleavage, no midriff, everything down below your knee, no shoulders showing for men and women. In Spain, I've been to a Catholic church, we cover your head. All of these things are completely normal, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, but for some reason, Islam gets demonized. If you look at the nuns, how they dress. But back to that point, to what you were saying, Dean, when you said that a stronghold of religion is going to prevent a lot of, I guess, I would say the corruption of society. Well, look at the priests. They're, men of the cloth. How many sexual abuse cases are against them? So I do think modesty is great. I don't think it's a woman's choice, but I will say this. I don't think it's the clothes that make you. Your values, your ethics, your morality, and how your parents raise you, and how much you respect yourself. If you attach respect to everything, and not so much, this is the way you have to do it. You will make a choice for themselves. And that choice is usually dressing and behaving respectfully. Some people look the part. Ooh, behind closed doors, they do the most dirtiest things. But to society, they look the part. It's not the physical so much, but you really need to dive deeper. It's definitely not, if you are covered up, then you're going to be more pious. Those two things don't always go hand.
So I do want to add something here, Dean. It was through the Western education system that tried to change the culture as well. You know, the rise of the Western educated Indian elite, right? You had the decline of Sanskrit, Persian, and traditional knowledge systems as well. Legal and social reform, they try to do that as well with people. British common law began replacing traditional Hindu and Islamic legal systems, reshaping societal norms. They started banning some practices as well. Window burning was outlawed in 1829. Bandit cults were suppressed. Female infanticide was criminalized. The Christian missionary activity back then, Christian missionaries were allowed and sometimes encouraged to operate in India, set up schools and hospitals, try to convert Indians, especially tribal communities, to lower caste. Criticized Hinduism and Islam publicly, contributing to social tension. Economic and cultural restructuring, land reforms, destruction of local industries, railways, telegraphs, and bureaucracy. There's a lot that goes into it. If you read up on it, it's a big list. They try to do it in all different ways they could. But even if you look at the chai, right? The British, they brought in the black tea. So what the Indians did, they actually added milk to it and turned it into chai. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
yes.
Some of the things they're saying were positive, right? But some
they
of it
became positive afterwards.
To some extent, but hold on. But look at this though. Brits are being given a credit for abolishing slavery, and what do? They turn it into indentured servitude. They just turned it. Oh, we're going to send Indians to different countries and work, but we're going to give them shit wages. Do you see how they were able to manipulate things for their benefit? That's a lot of what the Brits.
And I guess it was easy for them to do it because there was already divide in the society and whatnot.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's just, when you mentioned there was some over 80 million.
5 to 150 billion is estimate.
How many you say?
85 to 150 billion.
85 to 100 million.
Yeah.
This is something that needs to be taught in textbooks in America.
They don't care, because you're brown people.
You're right, exactly. I did, because that's the first time I heard. I mean, I knew there. I think I read somewhere like up to near 1 million people, several 100,000. But why is this number is an alarming number? But why are we taught about this? Why are we taught about the Holocaust over and over and over, movies about it, and it's in our textbooks where we learn it through part of our curriculum in high school, but why not what happened to the Indians? This is important. This is 15 times the Holocaust as far as numbers. It paled the Holocaust. Both are horrible incidents and times in human history, but this is something that needs to be taught. But right, because you said brown people, why? Like this is just. I'm just shocked. I gotta read more about it because that number.
Look at it. Look at it.
I believe if you watch Johnny Harris, he has captured it so well in one of his videos.
It's,
Johnny Harris, you said?
Yeah, Johnny Harris.
John Harris.
Before the Brits came, India's economy was booming. When they left, they took estimates, if you bring it up to today's value, trillion at least worth of.
I mean, you look at the map, you will just find straight lines over the American map, and this is because of the reason they were shifting Americans all the way from the coast to the middle of nowhere.
But just think of what Trump's doing. Trump's saying right now, if schools are teaching history that makes America and white people look bad, he doesn't want to send funding. He goes, it's teaching anti-America.
How can they teach that the foundation of their nation is
Listen.
white?
Do you know what he said? He goes talking about the indigenous, talking about teaching about the black slavery. That is creating racism towards white people. So he said that funding, he's not going to send it to those schools, the federal funding. He's going to move it to a white reparations fund. This is how extreme content. Yeah, he campaigned on this bullshit. Think about the genocide. He's saying that
do you support Israel?
Sorry?
Do you support Israel?
Support in what ways?
Anyway. I mean, they were getting attacked right now. You know, the poor souls, their hospital got attacked. You know, they lost, I think, 40 lives inside Israel. Do you support Israel?
You are telling me stuff or you are asking me a question?
I'm asking, I'm telling you, I'm asking you, do you feel like sad about that? You know,
let me give it a background. So, support perspective, yes, I do support Israel from the point of view that it should exist as a state and Jews should have their own homeland.
Let's put them in India, bro.
But the question is,
we already have a couple of them in India as well. You do not worry about it.
But the question is,
Amir, do you want me to ask him maybe as a non-Indian? Okay. Shabam, because you see, like, Shabam, like what happened in India by the Brits is just horrendous, and thank you for providing me the John Harris reference. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Shabam, that I think Jews should have a homeland. But do you think that it was morally right or immoral? Was it right or wrong to create a homeland where other people already have their homeland? Meaning there were Palestinians who are living there. They're Muslim and Christian. Thousands of them.
I support them as well, and I believe that they should also have their own homeland.
Okay, great. So, do you think it's wrong to shove those Muslims and Christian Palestinians away from their homeland to create space for people who haven't lived there at least for 2,000 years?
No, it's not right. And I say that it's not right at their end, and what happened to them was also not right. As if before 2,000 years, it used to.
The 7th of October should not have happened, right? It was very sad.
He's making sense, man. He's making sense.
Maybe Shaban's making sense. He agrees that it's not right. And I think what happened to them, in Germany, right, and Hitler.
Not only in Germany, like at the time of after the Solomon, whatever happened to them was also.
You're using scripture. We don't care about the scripture. We don't believe in the scripture. You don't believe in the scripture.
It's not scripture. It's written in human history. What Rome
that's subjective. That's subjective. We don't care if something. We don't care what has happened to them. What has Palestinians done to them that they had to come in and take over their land? Palestinians were not involved in this bullshit, whatever they went through. That's between them and their God.
I totally understand you. The point here is that whatever you speak or whatever is your opinion, I totally respect that. I have something of my own. I do believe in it.
Yeah, sure, but it's fair to believe in what you believe. But we're just trying to see, like, yeah, you agree. It's wrong to.
I have seen both the sides of the point.
Do you think Bhagat Singh was a freedom fighter?
Yes, to me it was. He was.
Okay, was Mahatma Gandhi a freedom fighter?
Yeah, he was in his own ways.
A revolutionary, I'll say.
So you think that because of him, the British left, right?
No, not because of him.
Do you think so you agree that it's wrong to kick people to create one's own homeland? You should not kick out other people from their own homeland. So let's say I don't know if you live in India.
But first, you are very well captured. Dean, you are very well captured. Let me just stop you. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but you have said that to create your own homeland, you should not remove others from their homeland. So homeland is a common word. We should first decide whose homeland it really is.
Right. So, for example, Indian, there's many, tribes in India, many different families and tribes, and there's many different religions in India. Now, let's say 2,000 years ago, there was a group of Indians who live not in India, but they live over at, say...
There was a Jewish tribe.
In India, yeah. I heard about that actually too. Now, let's say these Indians are living all the way in, let's say, Japan.
Who were taken on slave ships. They were technically Indian. So
okay. Let's say they come back. Yeah, that's a great job. Great example. There's the Trinidadians come back and say there's a million of them that come back and say, you know what, Indians, you're here. We want a homeland. We were kicked out 2,000 years ago, and we want to come back.
We were forcefully sent there, and now we want to come back. You want to ask for this?
Can we take over your land, your Indian land? We're gonna force you off the land and take.
We should accept them. Let me answer. We should accept them, and we have accepted the other. Rwanda and other was the example.
Not as an Indian citizen, as a separate country. As a separate country, not to live in.
No, when they left, they were not having a separate country. So when they'll come in, they'll join in as they were part of the
Jewish
He's right. I agree, Shabam. To accept them back, right? To live under the current government, live under the society, but not to take over the society and kick you and your fellow Indians out. But that's what happened in Palestine.
They are my fellow Indians. They are not different to me. You are using the wrong example.
No. So let's say the example is they're Trinidadians. Let's say 2,000 years ago, Indians who were taken to Trinidad.
They're still Indians. You believe that? First of all, you agree on this part being that they're still Indians.
The passport doesn't read that.
Does not matter.
That does matter.
From race perspective, they're still Indians.
Okay, let's say they're still Indians, but they're far removed. They've married off and they integrated with other culture change.
They still follow the culture. They still follow the Indian culture. You know what's their daily breakfast is? The badas and the chutneys they serve along. Yes. So what it is, it's similar to puri sabji in India.
Okay. Let's say that's fine. But you said your answer was that yes, we accept them and they can live with us. I mean, that's what the Palestinians did. There was shiploads after Hitler, the World War II. There were shiploads of Jews who said, basically, do not. Remember the Palestinians, Christians.
Yes, I know how it came to being. What happened in 1948 and whatnot.
Yeah, this 1948, exactly. 1948, then these same people.
Then in 70s, then in again 80s. And now today we see the Gaza. Yeah, I read this too. Oh, that is true.
So, Shab, so under your moral principles, it makes sense. It's morally wrong to establish a homeland on other people's, also it's their homeland. If you haven't been there for 2,000 years, you should live under the current government. Live under their
See,
wings.
one thing I'll just say this way: if someone really wants to have peace, then first of all, if you want to have peace in your time, in our time, then I feel the correct thing to do right now is that the major thing which Israel oppose against Palestine is that they should not have their own police force, their own army, and other things. But I feel
they should just bend over and get raped.
But I feel any sovereign nation has the right to defend themselves, and they should get it. And whatever border today is, or whatever they come to a consensus, we should create a separate
But they're
Palestinian
not
state.
giving it to them. That's a problem. So I don't know
Sorry?
how do you support Israel knowing that they're not giving it to them? They're not being fair. They're killing, doing
So I
oppression.
support Israel in a way that it should exist.
Its existence is fine. That's already established.
No,
But
its existence has always been a threat.
Hold on. It's not always been a threat. They've had a lot of help and backing, a lot of support. My question to you is, when you say I support Israel, obviously if I say I support Italy, well, Italy exists as a nation. I'm not. That's a given. But when I say, when people say support, it's the current actions, the actions they've taken in part under the flag of Israel / Jewish being in ethnicity, that do you support all of that, their actions that they've
I'll tell you simply from the
Department.
experience point of view. This question. What they did recently, like bombing the
I'm talking about from
nuclear-
76 years from day one. They did a lot.
Yeah, they've done a lot.
Yeah,
they
but
faced a lot as well.
shouldn't that, what do we do about the right of return that was issued in 1948 after they kicked them out?
Sorry?
You know, there's a UN resolution, according to the UN, when they went from village to ethnically cleanse them, force them out.
Why
kick
do you
them out.
why do you feel that they should be treated differently? Why do you my
Do
question
you
to you guys,
want me to give you the UN resolution?
No. My question to you guys is that why Jews should be treated differently? And why
It has nothing to do with has nothing to do with Jews. Okay? The problem we have is with the Zionists, right? And and a lot of them, the people that created the state, they weren't even practicing Jewish, they were atheist agnostic. I don't consider them to be Jewish.
it's a similar thing. I mean, I'll just
No, it's
tell
not.
you
It's not a similar.
No. From a Zionist point of view, I'll tell you just one thing, this straight up. Whatever happened in Germany, at that time, people of Germany voted for Hitler. After a certain point of time, he didn't have a voice. He captured everything. That is totally agreed. But initially, they supported him. So if people are supporting their own government, then we'll say that it's not something Zionist. That can be outside in perspective. That's not the inside out.
Do you not know that the British mandate Palestine, in British mandate Palestine, the Jewish militia approached Hitler in 1940-41. The name was Lehi Jewish Militia Gang to take down the British mandate that was, was a leader inside the British mandate Palestine.
This I do.
So if you know this, then if they had a problem with Hitler, why would you get help from Hitler to take down the British?
But Arabs have so much of land there.
This has nothing to do with Arabs.
Why don't they contribute their own land?
So
This has nothing to do with Arabs.
We can definitely talk about in long hours what Israel did in 76 years. I want to ask in the similar forum what others did.
Okay, hold on.
Why did not Syria accept
I'm
it?
asking a question. Hold on. You said that they have so much land. So do you then, so based upon your logic, then you support the Palestinian movement? Because Sikhs just want their whole land, their whole area, because India is such a vast, huge area, billions. There's only 16, 17 billion living in Punjab.
No, I'll just
So
I'll
why
just
can't
keep
India
it this
just
way.
why can't India just give them their right?
We should.
Do you agree with that? I'm just wondering to see if you're consistent.
Let me
Hold on. Do you think the Palestinian movement for a Sikh homeland is agreeable to you?
Let me answer. I feel like that this is not the right example. Because when we talk about Israel, let me answer it, lady, please. Please, let me. Please let me.
Okay.
Please let me. Yeah.
Just because.
Yes. So point is that when we compare Israel with Palestinians, that's a totally a different thing. Because Israel as a part, as a culture, as community, as people, as that part of the land, they were there for thousands of years. Their temple was there, their most sacred land is there.
Were you using the scripture?
No. They were there as
They're using their history. We don't give two shits. We don't believe in their
international law.
Let me answer you just logically here that why this Khalistan question is incorrect. It's something like, let's just say I live in America and I feel like that whatever is around me should be a different nation, and I've got 10 people with me and they are saying that yeah, we should have a nation.
There's so many self-declared nations around the globe. You will find so many of such nuances over internet.
There's no
That Khalistani movement, I'll compare it with that. There is a people who have vested interest and they certainly ask for a land. Nobody's going to give them. They don't have a basis for it. And when we talk about Israel, it's a serious matter. It's a serious business.
Okay, so this is what your standpoint is. So what do you feel about 1984? Do you feel like that was a genocide then?
What genocide?
What genocide? Operation Blue Star? What everybody did to her own population?
Yes.
Okay. So with all of that, because we talked about the genocide that occurred with...
You know, there is currently an ongoing case in Supreme Court.
Hold on, let me finish. The Germans, what Hitler did was a genocide, and you feel like, you know, these guys poured them. It was bad. So Sikhs have also faced a kind of a genocide, which has been established.
So you are comparing somewhat around.
Hold on, genocide. Numbers don't count.
Genocide is not genocide.
Hold on, genocide. Okay, do you know the definition of genocide? So
you understand the difference in rights and genocide?
Hold on. Do you know that you have so much empathy? Because your argument is not consistent. You said Muslims have so much land, why can't they have a sliver? Well, India has so much land, why can't Sikhs have a sliver?
No, I just given you my logic. I have already given. Let me answer you. Because you'll keep on questioning.
One, you justify based upon scripture, which is thousands of
not scripture, history.
That's scripture. That's based upon scripture.
History. People used to live there. They had a civilization there.
Wait, hold on. There were some locals. They left because they come back and say we want this back again.
They were never part of this country.
They ruled the army.
They were not originally from. Similar way, British will also come someday and ask for the entire country, right?
Hold on, wait.
From your logic.
Hold on. The British that live did not move their entire people onto these lands.
Mughals didn't move their entire people. You still have Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, right? Their people are still there.
Hold on. This is the issue. And Palestinians that have not lived there for that long, there's Christians, there was Jewish, there were Muslims. You don't know this is the birthplace of Jesus.
Yes.
They lived there for thousands of
years. Jesus himself was a Jew. Yeah.
Wait, he's a Christian. Don't disrespect other people's religion. People are going to get upset. Don't do this. What I'm going to tell you right now is the fact that why is it that it's okay for one group to have autonomy and say this is mine based upon me being here thousands of years, but Christians and Muslims can't do the same thing? They've been living on that land probably longer, to be honest. So why do you support one side but not the other?
No, it's not the right comparison. I've already told you, I've given you my logic, but you'll still go on, carry on this point because I know you want to prove a point here. But logically, there's a digression.
No, but I'm asking a question. Why is it that the Jews get to have their homeland because they've been there thousands of years ago, but yet on that same land, there's other religions that have been here there for thousands of years ago?
They are
also different.
So they are also getting their own land, right? It was a two-nation theory that was given. Palestine and Israel.
They're not getting their land. They're under occupation for how many years?
So that's what I said to Dina. The solution is that to give them their own land, whatever they have.
But they're not agreeing to it. They're not even. It's not even just. It's not just Palestine.
How can I answer that about my?
What about Lebanon?
What about Lebanon? What?
Have you seen the occupation, illegal occupation in Lebanon? They feel like, oh, we take this area too.
I'm saying.
Have they constantly fired missiles from Lebanon and this will happen?
So let's read the UN report as well. I put the link in the chat. I'll read you just a second paragraph.
Though you know that
can you calm down, Noah, please, brother? I'll give you the mic.
I do not approve of their ways, and I would say that the other side is no different.
Hang on, shut up. I'm going to read a second paragraph on this UN report. In November 1947, a UN General Assembly passed a resolution partitioning Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab. With Jerusalem under the UN administration, the Arab world rejected the plan, arguing that it was unfair and violated the UN Charter. Jewish militias launched attacks against Palestinian villages, forcing thousands to flee. The situation escalated into full-blown war in 1948, with the end of British mandate and departure of British forces. Now, why was it unfair? you may ask, the reason why it was unfair, because you had a minority, a smaller group of people, smaller, which means smaller, Jewish people were in minority. They got a bigger piece of a land versus majority of the population was Arab. They got a smaller piece of a land, right? That's why they argued and they denied it. And right after they denied, guess what? You had the Jewish militia start going from village to ethnically cleanse them, force them out, do a whole bunch of crazy shit. Now, in 1940, oh, not a second, Shabam. In 1940, the partition plan that we're talking about, do you know who one of the countries was actually United States of America? Do you know in 1947, United States of America, President of the U.S. actually received letter bombed by a certain Jewish militia?
Yes, we know about the Truman story.
Yeah. So my question again to you, Shabam, my question to you is, if the state was created by terrorizing other countries, why should it exist? Go on, tell us.
Why should it exist?
Yes. Why should it exist if it was created by terrorizing countries and people?
You just changed the conversation to
Noah, you don't have any historical fact. You don't know any history about this issue.
Let me answer you. To this, I will say that let's just say the answer to this question is a question itself. What happened to them for thousands of years? Don't you feel so that these people?
I do not care about thousands of years.
No,
why is Palestine have to take
I need to ask you a question. The question I have.
Not only Germans did that. Muslims still hate them. Why Iran and Saudis hate them?
Hold on a second.
Why countries like Pakistan?
1 second. Hold on. Respectfully, 1400 years ago, Christians kicked them out. The Caliphate brought them back into Jerusalem.
So you say that I know the story of that as well.
Under Ottoman Empire, they were protected. Okay. My question is straightforward. I forget about 1,000. I'm not going back 1,000 to 1,000. That's bullshit. Okay. I'm going back just up till 48. That's the creation of the state, 1948. Right? My question again to you: if the state was created by terrorizing the F out of the countries, leaders, and people that were living on the land, why does it have the right to exist?
I'll say, if we'll think of from this logic, then there will be no countries in the world.
I'm talking about Palestine.
Let me answer you. Same has been the history of Americans. Americans killed a lot of red Indians. That's what I'm telling you.
Shabab, I'm talking about Israel. Okay, I'm not talking about America. I'm not talking about India. I'm not talking about Jamaica. I'm not talking about China.
Let me answer you very straight up here.
Stick to the point.
Yeah, I'm sticking to the point. You asked me a simple question. Like Israeli or
don't do whataboutism. I don't want you whataboutism.
Yeah. Let me just answer you this way. You said that Jewish terrorized Palestinian population to capture the part which was not meant for them. Right? This was your question?
It was not meant for them at all.
So this is your question.
They did not have anything to lose. The Palestinians had everything.
So you are saying that Jews should never have got a state. This is your point.
So after the white papers, which was issued in 1937.
Let it be history. You are saying that history is not important. We have got around 30-40 million Jews.
Shut up. I'm talking about the creation of the Jewish state and how it started. I'm not going back 1,000. Like you are using a holy scripture. I'm not using a holy scripture.
It's not holy scripture. It's
human
history.
Hold on. I'm not using. Bro, 2,000-year history is from the Holy Scripture. I don't give a shit.
It's modern human history.
I don't care about that. No, I don't care about that. I'm talking about, oh my God. No, last morning before movie down, bro. You don't have any facts about this issue and you want to keep on coming up.
How do you not have any facts? How do you know I don't have any facts?
Oh my God.
What are you talking about, bro? How do you think you know more than I do, bro? What are you talking about?
Okay. Thank you. I apologize. I have to move it down. I don't like any interruptions. Going back and forth, I don't like any interruptions. My question again to you, after the white papers, which was issued in 1937, right after the British, they decided not to give them a state because they saw them as a threat. The Zionists were a threat. That's why they approached Hitler in 1940-41 to get rid of the British mandate. They did not want to give them a state. In 1946, they did the King David Hotel bombing, and they did a whole bunch of other bombings. So, and they terrorized, the U.S. president, and that's how they came up with this plan, partition plan.
I mean, I'm trying to tell you the same thing, brother, here, that my opinion is that I do not see them as a threat, and I feel that they should get a stake. If you talk about the final points...
That's why they can get a stake, but I'm asking you a question. Why does they have the right to exist?
Give me 5 more seconds just here. If you are talking about the final points, that the way they got it and the way they are maintaining it, I may agree, may not agree with the entire story. When you come to this point that they fought and the Jewish militias did this and this at the time of their independence when the country was getting divided or was being formed in itself, then I say that's the history of almost every country in this world. Americans, the Europeans created America today as we know, and they killed 100 millions of Red Indians, right? So they wiped out the entire nation.
Indians are living here with the Americans. You have Native Americans, even though they're minority, they were slaughtered, genocided, but they're given full rights in America. My question again:
Red Indians were given full rights in America.
They're given right now. They're living full rights right now.
Let me just close it here. That you can go check archives of your Supreme. If you are an American, your Supreme Court, your legal system, you will find multiple treaties between the Red Indian tribes and the U.S. government of that time. They signed a treaty.
I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about before. I'm talking about right now.
Sorry.
They're given equal rights. Go look it up. Go look at the tribes that are located in California and Arizona. Go look it up. They're given equal rights.
It's the same point that I came to your homeland. I looted the entire space and I captured your whatever valuables you had, and then I say we can share now, right?
Again, the indigenous people are living here. They're able to move around freely. They can buy property, and some of the tribes even have the tax exemption status. And some of these people even receive checks. I had a whole bunch of customers at my store that were from the tribes. My question again to you, right? Again, my question to you: the native that are to that land, British men, they're Palestinians that are native to that land. Why aren't they not?
Jews are not native to that land.
No, they're not. They're from Poland and Ukraine, and a whole bunch of other places. What do you know? The Tel Aviv University came out. The Ashkenazi Jews. They only have a lineage. Tel Aviv University came back and they said Ashkenazi Jews only go back to 600 or 800 years. How the hell are you going to sit here and make a claim for 2,000 years? I'm talking about Tel Aviv University.
No. Let me just tell you a story here. Let me just tell you a brief story here. And then you ask me again this question, or if you have any question. Let me tell you the story that at the time of, let's just say 4th century around, when Christianity, Islam was not there. Let's just take example.
Again, he's going back to freaking.
No. Let me just give me.
I don't believe in your scripture. I don't believe in Christianity or Judaism.
Give me 10 seconds.
No. We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about.
If you will not allow me to answer, let me just put it this way: 8th, 9th century, when Christians, Muslims, and Jews were all there in Europe. At that point of time, what happened is that even the early versions of Christianity was in such a way that lending money or related to that financial related you were not allowed to lend money and get interest out of it and all. So, a similar case in Islam as well. That's why still some Muslims do not have bank accounts, or who they follow, like the radical ones especially. But let it be. The point here is, let me just conclude it in this way, that they picked up a side who can do it. So Jews were the ones who were running most of the banks, were doing most of the lending, both for Christians as well as for Muslims. Now this continued for around 7-8 long centuries. We land to 16th century somewhere around. then the problem started to kick in, where we can see that the Jewish banks are funding wars in Europe, and somehow the anti-Semitic ways came into being, especially at the time of French Revolution, and that is how the entire anti-Semitism thing started. So now, directly coming back to the 19th and the early parts of 20th century, when they were kicked out of Russia, then they were kicked out. Before Germany, Russia happened, right? If you have really read the story with the Jews, similar thing what Lenin did. But anyway, so these things happened to them, and certainly all of the Jews, wherever they were living, whether it was in Germany, Poland, Russia, any part of Central Europe, Western Europe, they just moved, even from UK, they just started moving to Israel, Jerusalem. And that's how it came to.
You're going on a monologue. Look, a lot of us.
It's not a monologue. That's how you are saying that people were not there. Yeah, there were millions of Jews there.
Shabam. They were a minority when the partition plan happened. Okay, they were migrating. The Palestinians.
They were migrating. Yes, this is right.
Palestinians did not have a problem with a smaller number of people migrating into their land. They had a problem with the mass migration. Go look at the numbers between 1920, 30, and 40.
Answer this question, Amir.
Bro. You never answered my question. I asked you a clear-cut question. Hold on, Shubham. I asked you a clear-cut question. If this state called Israel was created by terrorizing the U.S. President of America, by terrorizing the Palestinians, by terrorizing a whole bunch of other country leaders, how does that have the right to exist? You cannot terrorize the American president. That's freaking, that's like being terrorist.
No,
how does it exist? Why does it have the right to exist?
I feel that they have a right to exist.
Did Bhagat Singh terrorize the U.S. leader?
I never said that we should wipe out the entire British race from this globe.
No. I'm asking you. Did Bhagat Singh, terrorize the U.S. president?
Why would Bhagat Singh terrorize the U.S. president?
Yes.
Why would he?
Did you know that the people have a right to exist?
What's the question here?
It's an idiot, man, for real.
People have a right to exist. Nations don't. There's no such thing as a nation having a right to exist. People do.
I just want to point out real quickly.
No, if nations do not really want to exist, then why should not Palestine be able to Syria, Lebanon?
Shivam, one second. Hold on 1 second. I just want to point out something that Shivam even said, right? In his entire whole monologue story that he was even pointing out, he was even saying that the Jews that he's talking about weren't even from Palestine. They were coming from Russia, they were coming from Germany, they were coming from Poland, and then they migrated over. So again, you're going ahead and giving us a 2,000-year framework, and then you're also proving your point against yourself that it wasn't even 2,000 years. We're talking about 70 years now, right? Shimon, the entire thing that you're talking about,
so
right?
They created, so you are telling me this point that they created the entire army and all of the infrastructure overnight and they fought at the time of their
Let me finish my point. Shimon, your entire framework about historically all that stuff, whatever, right? The specific Jews you're talking about, and here, I'm going to even lend you that 2,000-year framework, specifically for the fact that the Jews that you're talking about in the time of Moses, right? They came from Egypt, right? This would make them either African or this would make them Arab, whatever, right?
So as
but then on top of that, hold on. Again, let me finish, right? Now those people, they left the land, they came back, all of that stuff, whatever. If you track the history of the Jews, right? They even came back under not only just the Ottoman Caliphate, but they even went ahead and set up their shop over there. There were also nomadic Jews that went ahead and spread all across Europe, the Middle East, and everything else, right? Yes. So, mind you, they had spread out, right? They made their homes in other countries. The Jews that called Jerusalem their home, along with the Muslims and the Christians, they decided to settle there, right?
Yes.
So the same Jews that you're talking about that deserve to be there were already there in the first place. And then they were terrorized, bombed, and killed by these other Jews that go ahead and say, no, it's our land. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I understand the point. I know what happened. I totally agree with you.
Okay, so you're in agreement that these other Jews who are claiming this is their land, it wasn't their land to even begin with. It was other Jews who had settled there.
But my point here is, Sam, when people say, just try to understand, Sam, what happened before you came in. So when people say that we should not talk about history, what happened and what not happened, and we should only talk about the current times, this has happened. Now, today we have a state, and a strong one for that matter.
You're
Now
the one
people
brought
are
up
saying,
the 3,000-year history, man.
yeah, so my question is that, according to you, Amit, just answer me this question. Should Israel or state for Jews exist or not?
They can exist in Uganda or Argentina. That's where it was supposed to go. Uganda and Argentina. That's where they originally decided.
And how will they go there? Like, you'll have to...
That's where it was originally decided. Now it's here. They can coexist with each other like before they did, 1948.
That's what my solution was. Yeah.
Shubham, I want to take a crack at this, right? I'm going to be very honest. If we're going to go with the historical lens, if you're saying, should a Jewish state exist? My immediate answer to that, and this is going not only off of Jewish history, right, and their theology, but it's also going in line with how our current history we hold to as a societal norms, right? In the state of things, no one state has a right to exist, right? Well, let's get that clear. No Palestine, no Israel, no India, no Pakistan, nothing, right? No one, not a single one of these states have a right to exist. The people do. The people do, right? And there's a reason why I'm pointing this. Hold on. There's a reason I'm pointing this out. Because if we're taking our current standard, our current societal standard, right? The Jewish state you're talking about does not have the right to exist as a Jewish state, but as a Jewish democracy, right? Technically speaking, it should be a democracy. The reason why it's pointed out Jewish democracy, right? If you want to go that way, Jewish land or whatever, it is so that these people are allowed to democratically elect whoever they want to run and all that stuff or whatever. But it can also be a Jewish homeland. It can also be a Muslim homeland. It can be a Christian homeland, which it was, right? And then on top of that, it was ousted by a terrorist regime, right? So that is the framework that we're supposed to be going by, right?
In that perspective, most of the nations do not exist in this
in the
world.
perspective that you're talking about, however, you're failing to see the part where the Jewish democracy does not exist. It is I forget the other term for it, but it is not a democracy. These people are not elected fairly. These people are occupying the same people they say they choose to govern.
And we are comparing them with, like, when we talk about Israel, we also talk about their neighbors, and because that is the problem, neighbors as in Palestinian and the other states, are they democratic?
See, here's the problem. One sec, we're talking about the Jewish place, right?
Are they all not declared
Palestinians?
Constitutionally declared Muslim?
Hold on. Israel claims
if you want to go Palestinian,
Israel claims to be democratic, right? That's what they stand on. They align with Western values. But this is where I have to ask questions. So if you're saying these people go from there, what about the people from the states that just convert and then they're able to do all the other, then they go there to live there?
Ace, I was gonna get to that point. Ace, I want to get to that point. But to get to that point, he has to understand something here, right? He's talking about the Palestinian democracy, for example, right? The Palestinians, by themselves, had chosen and elected officials, right? They still to this day elected officials, even though Israel is occupying them, right? Now, to Ace's point, exactly what Ace said, right? These people have been living there. They have been conducting their business there. They've had an established government there. This was a democracy before. What are they now? You're going ahead and saying all these other things, but you're not sticking to the main point.
They were under British rule. How can they exist in a democratic way?
What are you talking about British rule? They were not under British rule. British mandate. Do you know what a British mandate is?
Yeah, mandate and rule is the same thing. They can topple the government. They're not like the leaders.
There's a difference.
Okay. On paper, there is a difference.
What is a British mandate?
I don't know. You tell me.
How do you not know? You're talking about history here. You don't know what a British mandate is?
Oh wow, I don't.
idiot. Alright, anyways, so British mandate, especially when it came to Palestine. Oh, look, you Indian dumbass, right? You're talking about history.
Now you are trying
But then when I'm telling you history. Okay, fine. Well, no personal attacks. I apologize.
You go take a
But
test,
anyways,
you will find Indian gene in you.
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, if you look at what a British mandate is, right? This was a mandate under the League of Nations, not just a British rule. This was a League of Nations that made sure that after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the people who still currently resided in Palestine were recognized as a country. That was a British mandate. It wasn't Britain ruled them. It was a League of Nations. It was
They're
several
still
nations.
recognizing them as a country. We still have Palestinian state, right?
No, we don't.
You have a government. You yourself said they have elected
do you
leaders.
understand what's going on right now? Right now, the government that was put in place for years, right? They have been ousted by the Israelis, right? They have been called terrorist regimes by the Israelis, right? Even though,
Bro, I feel all of your opinion is about cursing one side and not understanding the opinions
No,
of the
I
other
am
side.
not cursing one side. I'm not.
And I totally come here unbiased, so I can understand.
No, Shivam, you're coming here biased because when I asked you what a British mandate was, you went ahead and told me it was British rule. You couldn't even tell me about the League of Nations. You were coming here and preaching about history.
Why would I
when you
talk
don't
about
know
failed
any history.
experiment? That League of Nations didn't last even 20 years, right?
It was from 1920 1948 when the Israeli state started to exist.
It
then,
was
right?
not till 1948. The League of Nations got closed in 1942. They created 1944 United Nations. The League of Nations got converted into United Nations. Go just Google it. Check it out.
No, seriously. It's really.
Go check it out, Sam. You are dumb.
No, you were dumb, right?
League of Nations was wrapped up and UN was created in its place. You dumbass.
Exactly. But here's the problem here. Yeah, here's the thing. Here's a problem, Shabam, right?
It was a failure in a way that the League of Nations was only a League of Nations. They had only 4-5 countries in it.
I'm calling you out on your bullshit.
Yeah, a second, Sam. If you said the League of Nations being a failure, the fact that the Jewish population was not able to actually hold on to their land.
If a League of Nations was such a success after World War I, then why did World War II happen?
Did Jews also fail from keeping their land and they lost it? Isn't that also a failure?
Why I called it out as a failure? Why I called it out as a failure is because League of Nations, you go check out history. League of Nations was created to prevent World War II. World War II happened, and that's why it failed.
Listen to me. If you're gonna say if an establishment has changed over something else, that's because of that reason it's failed. Could that same argument that
What was the objective of that organization?
I'm talking about something you said. If you lose,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask. What was
if you lose foothold over your country and you're not able to gain it, you lost, right?
No,
2,000 years ago, if the Jewish people were not able to keep hold of their land, they lost.
We were talking about League of Nations, right?
No, but I'm coming back to your point here. Something you said before. You're very inconsistent.
One thing I need to point out, right?
League of Nations. And why I feel like that everyone here is
Shalom, being the loudest person. No, Shalom. The problem here is that you're talking about history and you're trying to go ahead and bring up these quote-unquote facts that are not even facts anymore, right? You fail to even recognize the reason why you've been.
I come from a country where
hold on, right? You have to realize that the reason I brought up the League of Nations in the first place was because, and again, if you knew this historically, you would know about the Balfour Declaration, right? The Balfour Declaration.
Continued League of Nations till 1948, and it was not there till 1948.
1948 is that same Balfour Declaration from the League of Nations. That's the problem here, Shabam. You're talking about, again, you stop interrupting me. Let me make my points.
Yeah,
right? What you're failing to realize here is that even with historical standards in place, even with all of history still pointed out, right? This entire Israeli state that currently exists in its capacity today was not supposed to exist the way it does. What I am granting you, Shabam, right, is the fact that you're talking about a Jewish state, right? I'm not saying no to a Jewish state. I'm saying that's completely fine. But with Jewish democracy an actual democracy needs to take place if they really do want to go ahead and have that, to where elected officials can actually take power, not some random dictator like Netanyahu is, that goes ahead and dictates whatever he wants, all that stuff, whatever, does whatever the heck he
Who will
wants.
decide that it is democratic or not?
And then, what do you mean? Okay, tell me this. In America, we're going to go to a democratic nation, right? America's a democratic nation. We elect a president every 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Every 4 years, that president can either change or keep a second term. After that, do you see that president continue to be a president? No. You have a completely new set of leaders, right? In Israel's capacity, right? The reason we don't call it a democracy, because it fails in a couple of tenets, right? One, a voice of people is being suppressed. I'm not even talking about the Palestinians, for example.
They
I'm
also
talking about
changed
even
their
the
prime
Jewish.
minister. They also changed their prime minister.
I'm not talking about the Palestinians. I'm not talking about the Palestinians. I'm talking
about Israel.
Yeah, okay, Israel. No, they haven't. Because every time there was an election, what did Netanyahu do? He went ahead and ousted power in a way where he kept his seat. He's done this for the last 20-something years.
That's the point.
That's not opinion.
People everywhere
hold on.
feel like...
Stop interrupting me. I know you're scared of this fact here, right?
I'm not scared of this.
But Shabam, you have to understand. You have to understand. Every single time an election came up, what did Netanyahu do? He used his power in a way where he still kept his seat for the last 20 years, right? In this entire thing, that is not democratic. That's number one. That's point number one. Every single person that studies democracies understands that point to be true, that this is not okay.
My prime minister has been in power from last 3 terms. This is 3rd term, and you are saying that we have not democratically elected him. You are telling me this thing. You're giving that sort of.
When am I bringing India into this? No, where am I bringing India into this?
So how do you know? How you are very sure about that Israeli people didn't elect Netanyahu?
Because they did. Okay.
How are you sure about it?
Stop interrupting. If you want to talk about India later, we can, right? That's a
separate
issue, right?
Point is that you are being a straight of an example.
There's a reason why I use America as an example, right? Because in America, yes, because in America, I am an American, right? And I can also go ahead and point to my own democratic country, right? I don't really care about India right now, right?
America is not really democratic. I say.
Oh, so all of a sudden America's not democratic? About 50
years ago, half of the population didn't have the right to vote. Is it democratic?
Okay, Shivam, I am talking about a democratic nation, right? I pointed out Israel, then you got butter, right?
That's what I
now,
said.
Hold on.
You will find your democracy very fast.
Can you shut up for 5 minutes? Are you able to shut up for 5 minutes so I can make my point and I don't need to argue with you? Alright, thank you. Now, Shivam, right? In that entire thing, what do you say? A democracy is not allowed to go ahead and put its own leader in power and have him rule like a king and, make bullshit things to where he stays in power or whatever, right? That's not a democracy at all. There's a reason why the British don't come under a true democracy. They come under a monarch democracy, right? Where they still have elected officials, but they still have their monarch, right? A monarch that's not ousted of power yet. Secondly, right? A democracy like Israel, right? Like it is today, by our own standards, is not allowed to occupy another nation by force, which is something that they're doing. Shabam, let me finish. They're not allowed to occupy another nation by force, and they're not allowed to break the agreed upon laws and rules dictated by the UN charters, right? Third, right, the point of a democracy is to hear the voice of a people, right? To hear a voice of a people, you have to have a legal, fair mix of people that have the same equal rights and standards. You pointed America 50 years ago, right? There was a reason why America's its own democratic standards in the global stage was even pointed out to be hypocritical, right? Funny enough, even Stalin pointed this out, right? Just like you did, right? And in that, America still went ahead and changed for the better. Okay, fine. It became a democratic state. Final.
And
right?
Israel is also getting changed for better.
No, it's not. It is still in
That
the
is your
same.
opinion. That is not Israeli population.
It's not even opinion. Okay, ask me. Tell me this, right? Has the same leader still stayed in power for the last 20 years? Yes or no?
There are many American prime presidents.
It's a yes or no
like
question.
3 terms. Sorry?
It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
Sorry, come again.
Did the same leader stay in his position for the last 20 years? Yes or no?
Sorry, someone disturbing with me.
Has the same leader stayed in power for the last 20 years? Yes or no?
In Israel?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a fact. Yeah.
Have the elections been disturbed? Yes or no?
I don't feel no.
It has been, yes. You can even check. You can check every Israeli stores.
No, I know what happened back in 2016 before COVID. I know what happened. And after COVID as well.
2016.
In the latest.
2016 wasn't COVID. It just a point.
No, I said that I know what happened before COVID and what happened after COVID as well in the Israeli election.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So you're saying you know, but you still have to understand.
Sorry, can you just stop there? I am here for a long time. Can you stop to talk with this guy? That is a long time.
Okay. Yeah, I just got here. So please let me give me fun having my
No, I'm thinking.
If you want to contribute, you can.
Sorry. I just want to say he's not able to consume and digest what you are talking about.
No, I understand that.
No, he's not able.
Pointing it out to him. Anyways, going
Definitely
back to my
understand.
point.
I am just saying that you guys have agenda and not understanding the other side of the coin.
Getting to my point here, Shivam, don't run from my points. Getting to my point here, you are failing to see that an election has been disrupted for the last 20 years, right?
Why do you see America as a perfect democracy and others being flawed one?
Netanyahu. Wait, so here's the problem I have with you. Here's a genuine problem I have with you. In America, the reason I pointed to it was that it is one of the few countries that we have a reliable system to go ahead and change our leadership every 4 years. There is not someone sitting in the presidential office for the next 20 to 30 years. I'm sorry, right?
But the same is the case with my country as well. So what's what?
No, your India has the same person sitting in office, right? For the last.
No, the point is that in America also the presidents have served for 8 straight years.
You're running
There has been times in America where president have even served for 12 straight years.
Shivam, the reason I'm pointing to
what you are telling me
is the reason I'm pointing to America is simply for the fact that they have made the current democratic standard, right? They are the country that did that.
Why do you feel that America is the epitome of the democratic standards? Why do you feel so?
Because the democratic standard that America gave has now been used across the world, even your own India.
About 100 years ago, women didn't have the right to vote. 50 years back, half the black population didn't have right to vote, and you say that they are the being epitome of the top benchmarks of democracy.
Yes, they are.
I just feel you should go and look yourself in your eyes and repeat it. Till the point you laugh your
currently in the world standard, that is currently the case, right? Historically, this hasn't been proven, and in today's day and age, this is actually correct, right? I don't care about your feelings, right? This is the actual facts of the matter, right? In this entire instance,
did Biden really won? Because Trump was
again, I don't care about your opinions.
And when then Trump won for the first time, he was accused of Russian support.
Dude, just say you're afraid of my points because you always.
I'm not afraid of your point. You are just enjoying the fact that you are American and whatever you think and you speak becomes correct.
No, here's
that is funny,
right? You know what's really funny? You're talking about India being a democracy, but you can't even say your elections are even done properly. Half of your ballot systems are rigged. Most of the times they're going to something else. And then Modi randomly gets in power whenever he doesn't win the popular vote. Yeah, sure.
We were democratic since the beginning.
Oh yeah, bullshit. Anyways.
And America exists from last 300 years. We exist from like 5,000 years. You can never come.
You didn't have a democratic system. You had monarchies.
Yeah,
we do.
Shabam, listen. India, woman, just got property rights in 2005. In 1976, women finally had laws protecting them from sexual harassment in the workplace.
Sorry?
You,
No. Come again?
so did you know in India, women just got equal property rights in 2005. In 1976, Indian women, there was actually a right that gave them equal wage and protection from sexual harassment.
Did you know
Okay.
till
Hold
1950s
on,
Britain considered that witchcraft is a real thing and women should get
Hold
burned
on.
for it?
I'm talking about 1976. I'm talking about there's another Women's Workplace Act.
Why abortion is a problem in United States and
Are you
UK?
done? I'm not done speaking.
Are we talking about women rights?
If you're you brought up women's rights, you talking
You should close your mic. Just shut it up.
No, Ace, I'm just trying to understand. You're talking about
Just
women rights.
shut down.
You brought up
Ali,
as a
she can speak for herself.
Shubham, no, you need to be quiet for a second, Shubham. You're also
Sure,
talking.
sure.
So you brought up that in America, women didn't have the right they weren't able to drive 100 years ago. You're talking about, you brought that up. So when you point fingers, there's a million fingers pointing back at you.
No, I was pointing fingers on America being a flawed democracy, not on the women rights.
India is a wonderful democracy.
Very quick.
No, democracy in itself is a flawed ecosystem,
Okay,
and we
who
were all.
wants to speak? Who wants to go on? Go ahead, someone else.
I feel Ali wants to speak. Ali, go ahead.
No, somebody else.
That was a fucking drag. That was horrible.
So Ali, you only want to poke people, not want to speak.
Chucky, we're about to have.
I don't want to argue with you.
Chucky,
Others,
we're about to have
you can talk to others, not me. You can talk to others, bro.
I was trying to make a point, but right now I'm very busy, late.
Chucky, we're about to have a Muslim mayor, Chucky.
This is a different Chucky, Mazi. You're talking to a Chinese Chucky.
Oh, is it Chinese Chucky?
The
Oh,
other one,
man. Where's
is
New
a
York
very
Chucky?
sus. The other one is a very sus.
Ah, New York Chucky needs to hear this, man.
MashaAllah. But yep, I think Shubnam got cooked by Sam, and it was a self-inflicted cooking contest here earlier. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Shubnam,
Ahmed, do you feel that Israel
do you think Hamas is a terrorist entity? Shubnam?
Yes, it is.
Okay, according to your government, it's not.
No, my government declares it as a terrorist offense.
No, it doesn't. Go look it up.
You go look it up.
Modi government does not consider Hamas to be terrorist.
But I consider it as a terrorist organization.
You consider because you hate for the hatred for the Muslims. That's why.
I do not hate
So,
Muslims.
in other words, you consider.
I can say whatever country you belong to. If you are not an Indian, I
So
have
you
more
consider
Muslims in my
Bhagat Singh to
country
be a
as compared to.
terrorist. You consider Bhagat Singh to be a terrorist then?
Why would I consider Bhagat Singh?
Okay, what was he? What was his position?
His position as in?
Yeah, he was a freedom fighter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what is Hamas?
He was a communist and an atheist. Would you consider it as a Muslim?
Yes, he was a Sikh.
He was atheist, bro.
Did you not know his last name? What was it? Bhagat Singh. What is Singh?
People have names and they still don't believe in any religion.
No, okay, so only you knew about his religion. Okay.
No, go check it out. Read his own biography, bro.
Sorry, I will put now a link from Guardian, and there's an article. Just Shabam, just read this article. Just a little, just the title, just few part of it. Just read it and tell us what you're feeling about this.
No, I'll say you want to talk to me now.
Did that guy kill civilians?
But Amit definitely, I just want to I can just say only this thing that Ace has a subtle way of supporting Palestine, but Amir and Sam were quite upfront that they don't really want Israel and anything related to Israel.
My whole question, look,
It's a thing which should not be discussed at all.
Shabam, it exists right now. My whole problem is, right, I was making the argument, why does it have the right to exist? I wanted to know your opinion, but you're very dishonest when it comes down.
No, I have said that both of the states should exist. That was my first answer to the solution. That Palestine and even Palestine should get right of our.
Shabam, U.S. president was terrorized. Okay, the U.S. president.
How he was terrorized by his own friend.
Do you want the letter bombs or the letter bombs?
By his own friend or by the lobbies legal.
I'm not talking about lobby. I'm talking about letter bombs by the Stern Jewish militia gang. Are you going to deny the facts?
Do you know that Truman in his adulthood used to own a business with a Jew?
It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about Jewish people, bro. Hey, bro. I'm not talking about
bomb.
Oh my God, this guy is an idiot, man, for real.
That's what my point is. Your opinion is that you need to criticize Israel anyway.
Hold on. If somebody wants to establish a country and they're forcing the U.S. President of America by sending them letter bombs that I need this country regardless, whatever the fuck you think, I send you letter bombs. If you don't agree to it, we're gonna blow this shit up or whatever. Not only the letter bombs, he received 1 million postcards pressurizing, putting this pressure.
So you are saying that American president gave up?
American president not only received pressure from the British mandate Palestine.
He gave up.
Hold on, bro, stop coming off the fucking mic. He not only the Stern gang, Jewish militia gang sent letter bombs, they even sent him 1 million postcards. And on the top of that, there was pressure from local gangs. There was a lot of gangs back then, and some of these gangs were actually owned by Zionist Jewish gangs. They were running the shit show. So he was getting a whole bunch of threats and a whole bunch of pressure, and he was getting lobbied as well by the Zionists.
So American president did give up.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice. Otherwise, he would have lost his life.
Then you should go complain to the American president.
No. I'm asking you, if a U.S. president gets terrorized, right, by force, that we need to stay. Should it exist?
Sorry.
Should this state called Israel exist if the U.S. president was terrorized?
Yeah, Bhagat Singh once threw a bomb in a British parliament in India, and it was controlled by British. So I feel that, yeah, why not?
No, I'm asking. So it's okay. In your case, it's okay.
By hook or crook, whatever you want, you should get it.
Okay, so it means that it was justified.
But the point is that American president,
Remember? Necessary. You said that right.
Yeah, if Hamas will come to power, one day, everyone will support Hamas. Taliban came into power today. They are running a government really well from last 2 years.
They're not being occupied.
There has been no issues.
They're not being occupied.
Oh, acha. Okay, cool.
You don't know the difference?
Afghanistan was divided between Russians and.
So I'll tell you. So if you're saying that Israel deserves to exist and that anyone has the right to make a country, then that is cool. So all the Muslims in the whole world, we will come together and take over.
Yes, you should do it.
How about they come to your country?
Apparently
Yeah, go ahead and try. You have tried so many times in past.
You feel happy about it?
They have already tried and failed, bro.
So in other words, hold on. So if the U.S. president can be terrorized, which means Hamas, what they did is justified as well, right, Shiva?
No.
Okay,
even what Israel is doing is not justified.
No. I gave you example.
No, the point is that you are trying to put things in a perspective from right and wrong. There is nothing right and nothing wrong.
Shabam, you justified it. The Jewish militia sent letter bombs to the United States president. You justified it. Whatever they had to do was justified. Correct?
No, I justified it because United States at that point of time was the most powerful nation in the world, and their leader gave up. Their leader fell to the petty acts of terrorism.
Shubham, terrorism is terrorism, okay? It doesn't change.
He gave up.
The time doesn't change.
Why Americans say that they...
Shubham, it doesn't matter whether he changed or not. It doesn't matter.
You're complaining about... See, let me keep it this way. After.
It's okay, Shubham, we will have you accept Islam. Let's accept Islam.
Laura, we can take this conversation later on sometime. But
my question to you...
She was your fellow American, by the way.
Hold on. You justified it by saying that it's okay to send letter bombs to the United States president. But now here we are. Hamas did what they did. That should be justified as well, right?
See, me sending threatening letters to anyone is totally fine. Till the point, the question is, my point is that people will do whatever their heart desire, but point is what decision he made. The person who had to make a decision, what call did he take, right?
I'm talking about letter bombs.
Are you crazy, bro? You're hired.
Bro, I just asked you a question. You justified it, right? Letter bombs is okay.
Yeah, the people gonna send whatever their heart desire.
No, not people. In your opinion, was it a right move?
You are saying that Jewish people. Sorry.
Was it justified for the Jewish militia gang called Stern Gang to send letter bombs to the United States president?
They did whatever they wanted.
No, whatever. I'm asking you for your opinion. I'm not asking whatever they did. I'm asking you, was it justified? Is it justified?
Yeah, if they wanted to get a nation,
not if they want. I'm asking you for your fucking opinion. Are you justifying it right now?
Yeah, it is justified. Yes.
Okay. Then I'm asking what they did on 7th October was justified. Simple as that.
Yes, they got the answer.
Okay. That's it. Then you shouldn't call anybody terrorist. Then why would you call anybody terrorist if you can't call this terrorist?
I did not say them terrorists. I said
that. Oh my God, this is not.
I said American president gave up. You are not trying to understand that. You are trying to tell or make a point that there were people who were trying to force American president to get...
I did not hear what they were thinking, what they were doing. I did not ask you to think about what they were thinking. I asked you for your opinion.
They have a simple agenda that
I was asking.
Your hatred for Jews is very apparent.
You're not consistent on this position. Hold on. You're not.
Your hatred for Jews is very...
No. You're not consistent with Jews. You're not consistent.
You have hatred towards Jews.
On one side,
you have hatred towards Jews because you are trying to make such a point that what Jewish militia did, is it equivalent and is it right for Hamas to do the same thing? Because they are Muslims. You are again comparing Muslims and Jews.
It has nothing to do with Muslims. Oh my God, bro, do you not know the first suicide attempt was done by Christian ladies?
No, I feel I have hit the nerve.
Hold on, no. I'm asking you. Do you not know that the first attack was done by Christian, Palestinians?
I don't know. You are trying to make a jalebi, what we call jalebi, a nice sweet dish out of it.
Shubham, suicide bomber. The first three ladies that actually that volunteered to do the attack were Christian Palestinians.
So why you are being inconsistent in your thing?
No, I'm inconsistent. I'm giving you the facts.
I mean, I'll just stay shut. I'll just give you 5 seconds. I'll just keep quiet and I'll listen to you. Just give me 5 seconds. My simple point is that when you say that there were Jewish people or there were people in America who were trying to make effort that America should go and choose or should vote in favor of Israel. Whatever way. I agree. By sending bomb. Okay. So my entire point is that when they are sending bomb, governments across the globe get threatened by so many people on daily basis. It's at the end of the day leaders who should take the right call. What Truman did was his call. He did it. Or are you saying the point that if you are saying that he was bombed or the bomb letters or whatever you are trying to make sense here, then you are saying that America did give up due to terrorist threats.
It doesn't matter. America gave up.
How does it? Why does it not matter? Why only Truman? Why did not they terrorize Jawaharlal Nehru in India?
Shubham, I didn't ask you what they were thinking. I didn't ask you.
No, this is the entire story of it, and your opinion is that Jews are bad. Jews should not have a state. Israel should not be created.
Shubham, make it make sense. One side,
I would like to talk to you on similar terms when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia next time.
No, you said you're going to go on mute.
When Iran attacks Saudi Arabia next time, I want to have a conversation on similar tone.
Can you mute up, please?
then we get the word Shia.
Okay, mute up. Thank you. Thank you. Mute up. The problem with the not being consistent, you have one side, 1947, was sending letter bombs to recognize this Jewish state called Israel, right? Sending letter bombs not to a regular person, to a United States.
Hamas is threatening Israel on daily basis. Israel should give up.
Mute up.
They
Mute
should
up.
give
I'm
up.
not. Oh my God, this guy does not want to mute the fuck up. Mute up. I'm speaking. Stop coming off the mic. So you had Jewish militia gang, a Stern gang, sending letter bombs to United States President of America. Right? His name was Harry Truman. And this was posted in New York Times. Pikachu, you should look into it. It was posted in New York Times. That's actually a Zionist, Jewish newspaper, by the way. And the daughter wrote it in her book.
Anything is Zionist.
And then the other, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you okay? Can't you control the mic? Just stay muted. You said you were going to go on mute for 5 minutes.
For you Jews,
Stay muted. Stay muted.
He's very annoying. How about
Wow, it's very fucking annoying, man.
And then invite him back.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this guy. Can't control it.
Annoying, man.
I can't control it, man. Can't control it. And then on the other side, what Hamas did, he's justifying what the Stern gang did, 1947 by sending the letter bombs to the United States President of America. He's justifying. He's like, yep, they did a good job, right? They wanted to they wanted to stay it, whatever way it worked. Now, Hamas did whatever they did on 7th October, then it should be justified as well. Okay, same shit, different toilet. But we have problem if you're going to say that they weren't terrorists in 1947 and it was actually a Jewish militia. This is how IDF was formed. Who's this guy, man? Who's this guy? Just stay muted. So you had the IDF was formed out of what? Out of the Jewish militia. This is how IDF was formed. It was formed from about 2 to 3 Jewish militia gangs.
I mean, how shall I say it? There is no right and no wrong.
We have this person
Everything
here
is justified.
justifying the 1947. No, you justify. So justify both of them then.
Yeah, I said no. I told the both.
No. Why are you cherry picking it? I'm going to justify one thing but not the other one.
I am saying what Israel did is also justified. What Hamas did also justified.
No. I'm saying
Jewish
justify.
did also justified. What Truman did also justified. Everything
Okay, what Hamas did is justified, right?
What everyone is doing is justified. There is
No,
no right, no wrong.
Okay. Now, see, finally, you know where you were wrong. It took a while for you to understand.
The shit out of you, is it justified?
He's an idiot, man.
You are about picking sides. I am an Indian. I can be aligned all.
I think Ben's wanted to chime in, or anybody else that just came in that wanted to chime in.
Hold on. You said you're Indian, so you could be aligned all the way. So you have no stats with the truth and justice?
He's a sellout.
My point is that whatever favors India is best, rest everything can go on.
Oh, you don't care about humanity. You don't care about the truth.
Yeah. If you know what India exists or what believes in, then we already care about humanity enough.
Guess what? I'm Indian. Just so you know.
We supplied half of the world the COVID vaccines. We care about humanity.
Okay.
When your government was struggling.
I think they should get Khalistan. I don't know, Shubham. Why would you not give them the Khalistan? Why do you have a problem with the Khalistani move? Why did you assassinate a person in Canada? Like, you didn't even leave Canada. You had your ride and come into Canada and assassinate their brother. That was an activist for Khalistan movement.
I have already answered that thing.
Yeah, and what about the Bilkis-Bano? You never answered about Bilkis-Bano. What happened to that?
See, whatever Khalistanis are doing, if they feel that they are strong enough and they should get a country, why not? They should at least try.
Then you should vote in the referendum for support of it. Then.
I do not support anything. Did you not see that I support Israel as well as Hamas?
You have absolutely no backbone. You have nothing. You're just everybody's puppet.
I feel the one who has backbone can only
Not a
understand
puppet is
others.
everybody's whore.
Rest you only, if you are only one side of the coin, then you will always look for the support because you can only balance on two legs.
Yeah. So he's like Tali Kabegna base, you know. One time he's on this side, one time he's on that side. You see what I'm saying?
At this point, I think he is a troll.
If you understand Hindi, then I'll say सिक्का कोई भी उछले दोनों तरफ भारत लिखा होना चाहिए.
Acha, फिर Bharati supremacy. That's what you want.
So we have Pikachu research letter bombs to Truman. Are you still looking into it? I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. I think I need to put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat. Letter bombs. There we go.
So if you got it that this side, I am on India's side.
No, you're not on anybody's side. You're just a disgusting
Every way the
person.
coin flips, it should also always land in India. So both sides should be India.
Yeah, why not?
Supremacy.
Yeah.
Same shit. The Zionist supremacy, it's all supremacy, same shit.
It's the same thing. The Russian supremacy, the American supremacy, the British.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
So hold on. So India's gonna fashion itself with the colonizers that raped pillars destroyed India.
No,
should
India.
have values
No.
and have its own. Yes, India should.
Have you ever heard of a phrase? Have you ever heard of a phrase? Have you ever heard of a Latin phrase, civis pacem parabellum?
Tell me.
So it literally means is that if you want peace, prepare for war. So if you're strong enough, both economically, soft power as well as the hard power, then you're well placed. And that's supremacy I'm talking about. That सिक्का कोई भी उछले दोनों तरफ लिखा भारत होना चाहिए. ये चीजें.
India was prepared?
So,
It's for boy to decide.
5,000 innocent people bring peace to you?
But I think what they did, Shibam, I forgot to tell you something. I know you don't take any sides. You want to stay neutral. Do you know what the Iranians did when they were sending rockets? Do you know they blew up Rabbi Shamouri's dildo shop inside Tel Aviv? I don't know if you heard about it. If you're into dildos, I think you should be worried about it. Rabbi Shamouri's, their store sells the best dildos, I believe. That's what he was promoting when he was on Pierce Morgan's show with Mama Tejab debating back and forth.
Is that true, or are you just making it up?
It was all over the Twitter. Let me put the link in the chat. I gotta find that post really quick.
But dude, that's not his sword, that's his daughter's sword.
Yeah, but the daughter doesn't have money. She got the money from Rabbi Shmuley.
But dude, they're getting like zero interest because they're Jews.
Pikachu, did you read the article? Did you read it from New York Times? Are you denying it? Okay, keep denying it. Keep denying the terror. Terroristic shit. This is how this Israel state was created. Poor areas. Truman got terrorized by the Zionist entity. By these Zionist people from the Stern gang. Let me put let me find that link for the dildo shop.
Oh man, just out of interest, what were your thoughts about what Trump said today about the breaking of the ceasefire agreement?
I think ceasefire was a false flag.
Yeah, I don't think the ceasefire even exists. I think Supercat, I'm sure you're aware of it, they violated the ceasefire with Hamas, they violated with Lebanon, that killed over 100 people in Lebanon, actually. Same thing, you know, when they did the phase 1 ceasefire with Hamas, you know, the second day they killed a boy. It was a 12, I think it was 12 or 13-year-old boy. And it's very sickening.
No, yes, I get that. What I'm saying is, what did you think about what Trump said about the breaking of the ceasefire and the fact that he scolded Israel? Did you think that what he did was correct? Because in the past, many presidents would have not come out so vociferously. So do you think he should be given applause for that? Because I do.
Yep. I you know, I'm happy what he did, but another thing I wanna see it happen right while Trump is the president is to maybe slowly part ways with Israel. I mean, hey, you know how we treat other countries, right? I want Trump to treat Israel just like a regular country, not like, you know, give extra favoritism and this and that. Like, oh, you're the favorite one, you're the beloved one. I don't want that. You know, I don't want to see that.
You cannot, dude, because the last president was trying to do it. John F. Kennedy, he was assassinated because he was trying to dismantle AIPAC, and also he didn't bow down to the wall, and he didn't go to Israel. So that's what happened to him. So you cannot.
Hey, you know what's up, Saudi. Luna, what Trump did was good. Did you like it? He said the F word and Israel in the same sentence.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. Did you like what Trump did? He used the F word and Israel in the same sentence.
Yep. I think Israel's going to put Donald Trump into an early grave, I'm telling you.
You said Israel is going to put who?
Trump into an early grave.
You think so?
Yep. Either with health issues or they're
I
going
think
to
it
murder
was for
him.
sure. I reckon it was done for sure. I think it was just, he did it just to, I think, please others and, you know, be like the savior, this whole thing, be the peacemaker.
I think so as well, bro. I think it was just a show to make the Zionist entity happy. And, you know, the report came out on CNN and Reuters that they did not really blow up the nuclear facility. And Norma, did you check out that article from Reuters? I'll put the link in the chat for you. No, I'm sorry, I can't bring you up, man. You like to dominate the room. I think we can only communicate through the chat message.
He posted that on his through social. But he did that post.
Yeah, the Reuters. I'm gonna put its intelligence report, and then he started shouting at these news agencies, CNN, and they're bullshit. He even shouted at New York Times. They posted a report saying that we didn't really do any damage to their nuclear facility. I'll put the link in the chat.
Amir, I think you should bring El Noro up just to hear what he has to say.
I should bring El Normo, man. He likes to dominate
I
those
think we should
spaces.
bring him up. Let's bring him up. And learn how to shut up.
Okay, let's bring him up. Let's hear him out. Let's see what he has to say. Go on, El Normo. Fly away. Go on, bro, come up. I send you invite El Normo, by the way, if you want to come on up.
Anyways,
I put the link in the chat for you, El Normo. El Normo's up here. Welcome, El Normo. How you doing? Are you okay? Are you good? Are you getting triggered by the stuff that's been said on the stage?
Baruch Hashem. Well, I learned about the 5 kinds of Muslim lies yesterday. So I learned a lot about
what did
you.
you learn?
Oh, you want me to listen for you?
Yeah, I want to hear them.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. I know you know this stuff.
Okay, normal. I want to
I might belong to
congratulate you.
one.
Hang on.
Congratulations for Muslim mayor and congratulations for Sharia law.
We don't have a. We don't
I know,
have a-
Lee. Congratulations.
Do you not know
I
how
love that
elections
for him.
work?
We know how elections work, and it looks like he's winning.
So do we have a mayor? I asked you a question.
Yeah, it's a Muslim mayor, by the way.
Do we have a? Hang on. Do we have a Muslim mayor?
Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem.
Who's the mayor of New York?
Baruch Hashem, that's what.
The mayor of New York is Eric Adams, right?
Baruch Hashem.
Baruch Hashem. Eric Adams. He's a black man. Do you not like black men? You have an issue with black guys?
Are you racist, Norma?
What's with this gaslighting? Who said anything about black people?
Are you racist, Norma?
The mayor of New York is a black man.
Okay,
Are you racist, Norma?
So we don't have a Muslim mayor.
Norma, are you racist?
Why do you ask?
He didn't say no.
So
he said what you asked.
Five kinds of Muslim lies. Takiya, Kitman, Toriya, Taishir, Darura, and Muruna. This is Amir's jihad of lies. Every time he pulled out his gate. No, I learned it yesterday. No, it's not from my ass, it's from your book. Don't call your book my ass.
Go ahead, show us what verse in the Quran that says those things.
I didn't say there was, I said it's Talk over me. Don't talk over me. I got it from a Muslim jurist who learned about this in school.
Muslim jurist?
Muslim jurist.
Wait, what?
A Muslim jurist. I know you guys. Well, I understand you guys are illiterate, so it's hard.
See, I was gonna say something racist.
What is that now?
What are you racist, Norma?
I beg your pardon?
Does your Torah teach you to be racist?
Does your Quran teach you to lie?
So I got a list of, actually I got 4 different types of Jewish lies, by the way.
You want to
okay.
change the subject? I don't blame
So
you.
we have the disinformation in religious or political history, propaganda used against or by any group,
What are you reading from?
or
I want to follow
all
along
myths
with
and
you.
stereotypes have been used in conflicts. And
Of course you did.
every time you get cornered, just pull the anti-Semite card. That's a takiya right there. That's a lie. Nobody attacks Judaism, but then you have the balls to turn it into anti-Semite. Anti-Semite, that's your favorite thing to go to.
So I'm right, aren't I, Amir?
Anyway, so normal. Did you check out the link? Did you check out the link from Reuters that they did not bomb a nuclear facility in Iran? Did you check it out? The intelligence report is saying this. I debunked your bullshit claim yesterday. You were typing a whole bunch of shit in the chat. I like to debunk your bullshit, normal. I like that.
You
I put the link in the chat.
You admit about the lies, right, Amir?
No, I put the link in the chat. I proved it with the link.
The list from your ass.
No, I don't admit it. Nothing. I don't admit to nothing. Put the link in the chat.
You do. Yes,
Put the link in the chat. Put the
Yeah,
link in the chat.
put the verse in the chat.
Put the link in the chat.
Let's go one at a time.
What's the verse of the Quran? We don't want to hear your bullshit.
Hang on. Maruna. Should we look it up together?
You look it up. In the Quran. Give us
Look it up.
Okay.
Well, look it up yourself. Normal, but can you please check the nuclear facility thing
I'm trying
and
to
the
find
thing?
something so bad.
Can you please check it from Reuters? Can you please check it, normal? And Trump, it was a failed mission for Trump. He did not bomb the nuclear facility. Can you
Well,
admit to
that's
that?
not what the IAEA says.
Did you read the intelligence report?
Yes, I read the
Of course you did.
IAEA.
Okay, did you read it? What does it say?
It says it did significant damage.
They did not. Check the link in the chat. Check the link in the chat. Check the link in the chat. They did not. You are a liar.
No,
I did see the report. It's posted on the Reuters. You know what a Reuters is? It's a newspaper.
Amir, let him say stop, please.
Okay, but the problem is he spews a lot of bullshit, man. That's the problem.
Should we read the report together?
Let's go.
Amir? Shall we? Okay, hang on. Let's pull it right
Are
up.
we going to debunk the lies or the article.
Well,
I mean,
let's
the red
read
flag,
it through.
anyways. You know.
Okay. So this is the International Atomic Energy Agency report of June 24th. I guess you've never seen that, right, Amir? I mean, you don't know a lot about this issue of this area, so it's a little challenging for you.
Is Israel the smallest country in the Middle East?
Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
Normal, you said Israel is the smallest country in the Middle East.
Let's listen to it. During these attacks,
Even
we
though
have
his own
seen
country.
extensive damage. Listen. During these attacks, we have seen extensive damage at several nuclear sites in Iran, including its uranium conversion and enrichment facilities. This is the IAEA. Our assessment is that there has been some localized radioactive as well as chemical release inside the affected facility. I guess they didn't remove the materials, that contain nuclear material, mainly enriched uranium, enriched to varying degrees. The difference is night and day in the damage done to the Iranian
I got a
nuclear
question for you,
enrichment facility. But did you
I
hear
got
what
a
I
question.
said? Wait,
I heard. I got a question.
Okay. Do you have any questions about the
Yes,
damage done
I
to
do.
the uranium?
I have a question.
Oh,
for
you have some questions?
Yes.
Right about this? You're gonna change the subject?
Hold on. In relate to
Are you
this,
gonna change
what
the-
you just read.
Are you going to change the
No,
subject?
in relate to what you just read, bro. Can you hang on? So, in relate to
Did I
IAEA.
hang on? I'm fine.
Yeah. IAEA. In relate to IAEA, they're not allowed to go see what kind of damage has been done.
Well, they do it from satellite and from.
They can't. The satellite only shows on the outside. It doesn't show on the inside.
Of course,
I think this is the problem with
They
design
can judge it from the satellite.
You cannot judge shit from the satellite. Satellite only shows outside. They use a bunker buster bomb. That's what Trump said. He used a bunker buster. Why did he use a bunker buster bomb? Because to get inside the little hole, right? So that way they can blow the shit up from the inside, not on the outside.
Amir, this wasn't designed to send.
This guy really makes up bullshit as he goes, man, for real. Oh my god.
And also, do you compare with other articles, or you just read one and then you just say that's what happened?
I put the Reuters article.
They're not all reporting the same thing. I hope you know that.
I'll read the Reuters one now, bro. This guy is something else.
He's just reactive.
IAEA is not allowed in Iran anymore because they sold themselves out because they produced a list of Iranian scientists to the motherfucking Zionists. And this is how you were able to know who's a scientist, who's an Iranian scientist, and who's not. This is why you ended up killing the Iranian scientist. All right? IAEA is an American company. It's an American organization. This is why they're moving forward. This is why moving forward. Hold on. This is why moving forward, they're not going to cooperate with the IAEA because they're sellout. They're in bed with the Zionist entity. And I want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Just like the Israeli has it, Israel's got a nuclear weapon. I want the Iran to have it now. And they even said they're gonna, go get back on the nuclear weaponry program now.
Can I just ask a quick question? So,
do you want to change the subject or do you want to finish this one? Which do you want?
No.
You want to change the subject or stay with this one? I just want to know.
I'd like to stay with that if you don't mind.
You want to stay with the...
Let him talk, Normal, shut up. It's not your
I'm asking you a question. You want to stay... Be quietly. You want to stay with this topic?
Shut up,
Can you let him finish? Whatever he's gonna say, let him say it, man. Just shut the fuck
I'm
up.
going to figure out what he's talking about. Now, you shut the fuck up.
I'll tell you if you stop talking.
Well, I'm asking you. Can you not make
Shut the fuck up.
Let me
Normal, we know you're a
respond.
school teacher. We're not in your class anymore.
Let me
What
respond.
are you responding to? About what I
To what you've just read out.
Okay, then just say yes. You want to talk about the IAEA, correct?
You won't stop, so I can't say yes.
Well,
You
you
keep
won't stop.
talking.
It was a yes or no question. You could just say yes or no.
Normal, do you have Tourette syndrome?
Okay.
Please shut up.
Thank you. Okay,
Do you
my
want to
fault for not responding. My fault for not responding. So, you read out that statement. I just wanted to know, what do you think about the Pentagon's assessment of the bombing?
Oh, good. Can no one else hear it either?
I swear, I'm so grateful.
I'm so blessed.
This is ham radio.
Muted just in time.
Amir's,
of the country was it?
all of Amir's letters about Harry Truman. Did Harry Truman ever respond to that, Amir? You never check. Okay.
I put the link in the chat for you from the New York Times. Did you read the New York Times?
Wait, but wait, did you talk to? Did
Well,
Harry Truman respond?
listen to what Super Cat said and respond to Super Cat.
Did you hear what I said, Norma?
No, you didn't say it. Say it.
I did. I
No,
said.
you did. What did you say? You didn't say it. Go ahead.
narcissist. He doesn't care about
No,
anyone
I'm not a narcissist. Go ahead and make your point.
What do you think about the Pentagon's assessment of the bombing?
It disagrees. You don't mean the Pentagon. You mean the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is not the Pentagon.
Well, actually, it is part of the Pentagon's assessment. I said the Pentagon's
That is
assessment.
incorrect. Okay, so I don't mind correcting you since you're not an American and don't know what you're talking
How
about.
do you know I'm not an
But you're
American?
referring
How do you know I'm not an American?
I told you.
because I can tell from the way you speak.
Because of the way
How
I
do you
speak,
know that-
it doesn't indicate I'm not an American. Stop making
Yeah, it doesn't
assumptions.
necessarily.
No, it
I'm not
doesn't.
making assumptions. I'm drawing the.
You
I'm
are.
drawing the
You're making.
No,
you're making
I
an
drew a
assumption.
deduction.
You're
So,
making an
so-
assumption. Not all
I'm telling
Americans
the truth.
speak like you imagine.
Okay, you're not an American, are you? So why are you bullshitting the room?
I am an American.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, what state? Yeah, what state?
It doesn't
I am
matter.
American.
Oh, yeah, you're.
He doesn't owe you anything.
I'm not full of shit.
What's your social security number?
You're not an American.
Normal, what's your social security number?
Say again?
What's your social security number?
Why do you ask?
I want to see, prove to me you're an
I'm
American. Give me your social.
exposing. Do you doubt that I'm an American?
Yes.
What do you think I am?
Israeli.
You don't have any thoughts, do you? Okay.
Give me your
So let's go
social.
through it again. So I gave you. Give me your.
You kind of sound like from Poland. Are you from Poland or Ukraine?
How do I sound like Poland? Have you ever
You
heard
sound like you're like a Polish guy. Super Cat,
Have you
please
ever heard
carry on.
anybody from
Super
Poland?
Cat, just forget about it. Remember I said this guy is a repeat offender.
Yeah, I was just
Offender
wondering
of
what he thought. I just wondered what
What
he
did I
thought
think?
about that assessment.
I think they were trying to give Trump a black eye, and the IAEA assessment is more accurate, as is the assessment of the men who did the job, as is Witkoff's assessment, who said the damage was extensive, according to the independent auditor. Obviously. All of this is obvious.
What man did the job? Where's the statement from the man that did the job?
I beg your pardon? That the damage
Which
was
man
extensive.
did the job, and where is their statement?
The pilots.
Okay, where's the statements from the pilot?
They spoke through the international representative, United States Witkoff. The answer, which is Laura, you should know. He's the guy doing all the negotiations. The damage was devastating. I heard from a general assessing the damage. It was massive. Massive. And they did drop those bunker.
God doesn't like you lying, that's why your connection is cutting.
From what I can understand, most people are saying that whilst there's some speculation about the damage, until they actually get on the ground and can see exactly what is done, i.e. go inside the bunkers or the building or the mountain to assess fully what's happened, you can't clearly state that just from pictures.
Lermo, I think you're having short-term memory loss right now. Every time somebody speaks, you're not able to remember what the person said like 2 seconds ago. I think it's better we focus on Pejman. He's about to come up.
Yes.
He's an Iranian Zionist. Please
Thank
allow
you, thank
Iranian
you.
Zionists
Yeah.
to speak.
Yeah, but we didn't
I
just take
send
out
you
the
invite.
nuclear
Check your
plants.
profile, Pejman. Pejji, check your profile. I send you invite.
We didn't just take out the nuclear plants. We took out all the.
Please allow Pejji to speak.
scientists.
He's your Zionist brother. You know, he's Jewish as well. Pejman is Jewish.
I don't know.
How
But
are
the
you,
Ayatollah's been in hiding.
Yeah, look at the way he's dressed up. I mean, look at the way he looks like Jewish. He talks like Jewish
I don't
person,
even
and
look at
he's
I don't even look at the
look at his picture. Look at
I don't look. It's an audio app, man, in case you didn't know.
No, it's not an audio app.
It's an audio app.
No, it's not an audio
So
app.
I'm looking at Israel romped through the skies for 12 days.
So, Prakash, did you read the article from Reuters about the intelligence?
Yeah, you mean the Defense Intelligence Report?
It's a little premature right now, so we don't know yet.
Yeah, they do not. So it says, read it,
Actually, they say it's premature. You should read it.
Peggy, read the report. It says that they did not destroy the nuclear facility
Actually, they say
and no regime change. So does that hurt? Does that hurt your feelings, Peggy?
What happened? We don't know if
Honestly,
regime
yes,
change
it
is
does.
good.
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. Okay. Then
Yeah, I told him
are you gonna go slap yourself in the face that whoa, this is not what I want?
Oh no, he wants this regime weakened. We weakened.
Fedgy, you should go slap yourself or hit your head in the wall, man. Fedgy.
They've been celebrating him there.
No, they're not. Fedgy is crying. He's literally crying.
You want to see
because of the ceasefire, because of the Trump that he put in place, because of the ceasefire. Fedgy, are you crying?
Why would he cry? Iranians.
Also, one of the
generals is alive. Celebrates.
Fedgy, are you crying?
Israel.
Khamenei is still alive, Fedgy. Are you crying?
Want to kill him? That would get.
Are you crying, Fedgy? Are you crying? I know you wanted to kill him, right?
I wish he wasn't alive, but what can I do?
Bro, you're a skinny little man. You can't do shit yourself. You want other people to do it for you.
What can I do?
Yeah. So, Peggy, you should go cry, right? Stop eating your food. I don't know what you're eating. Are you eating right now?
Okay, stop bothering him. Amir, look
Stop eating the food. Stop eating the food.
I'm having bacon, man. I love bacon.
Bro, stop eating the food. Shove it down your throat, man. Go. You should cry about that Iran won. Iran won.
No, they're celebrating Amir.
You should cry about that Iran won. You should cry about that.
I want bacon.
I understand. You should cry about that Iran won. Like they were not able to topple IRGC.
Well, that wasn't the motive.
That was the motive. That was that the regime change was one of the motive of Netanyahu. Netanyahu wanted regime change. Yeah, he did. He came out. He gave a statement. He said shit like himself. Netanyahu said this. Netanyahu said it. 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 Netanyahu
The Iranian, because Amir's talking over him.
Are you crying, Veggie? Veggie's crying. Veggie, check your diaper, Veggie. Veggie, check your diapers.
Did you take your pills? Did you take your pills tonight?
Veggie, check your diaper. Check your diaper, Veggie.
The Iranians are celebrating the American airstrikes.
No, he's not celebrating. He's crying that, oh my God, IRGC is not going down in here.
Did I read it up?
I put the link in the chat. I put the link in the chat. Did you read the Reuters link? Did you read the Reuters link?
Please listen to this video. Iranians
Yeah, but that memory thing, hold on a second. Normal, that's your Zionist propaganda bullshit. I don't go based on that.
No, there's video of it.
Yes. My question, Benji, my question to you. Hold on, Benji, were you crying as soon as you heard about the ceasefire, Benji?
Nobody wants to be forced to.
Hold on, man. Hold on, Al-Norm. We're talking to a Zionist Iranian. That's your buddy.
He's not my buddy.
He wants to suck your dick, man, because he believes in Zionism.
Which kind of Muslim lie is it?
Benji, you want to suck Al-Normal's dick?
Listen to your.
Why do all you Muslims talk about gay and shit? All you
Hold on, because you're fucking gay. You're gay as fuck.
Listen, because this country killed gays.
No, he's bisexual, Normal. He told the room. He said he's bisexual.
Did you come to America to talk about gay shit?
No, I came on a ship. I was here illegally.
Did you come to
My
talk about
question to you, Pedge, I came here illegally, Pedge. Yeah, I came here illegally. I walked on water, and that's how I was able to get to America. I walked on water instead of, getting on the boat.
You think you're Jesus Christ?
I was able to walk on water.
That's haram. That's haram. You're a bad.
I mean, just like the state called Israel was promised to you 3,000 years ago, I was able to walk on water.
I never said that.
My question to you, Peggy, my question to you, were you crying as soon as you heard about the ceasefire, Peggy?
You know who else promised us Israel?
Oh my God, this Al-Normal character is just a freaking annoying bitch, man.
You know who promises Israel, Amir?
You're just an annoying bitch, man, for real.
No, you're an annoying bitch, Amir.
You're an annoying bitch, man. You're annoying, not a bitch, you're an annoying whore, normal, seriously.
No, you're the son of a whore, Amir. And I feel bad
Oh,
for you.
man, I mean, your mom was a whore, and I found her on the
you're the
streets
son
of
of a
New York, man. Like,
You're
fuck
trying to
bitches.
move down, Amir. By the way, your mom gives good prices. I'm not gonna
Look at Peggy wants to be Arab so badly. Peggy, just like the Zionists want, they want to become Arab so badly.
The only person I've ever met that wants to be an Arab is Issa Ejlan, the criminal who converted in prison. Those are your buddies.
I came across Jonathan Pollard. He wanted to be Arab so badly, so the Zionist entity gave him a citizenship while he was locked up in America. You heard about Jonathan Pollard? Can you please tell the room what did he do? What did he do to American government? He spied on American government for Israel. And Israel came out and gave him a citizenship. Oh my God, this guy. Peggy, calm down. Calm your tits down. Did you celebrate after the ceasefire, or were you crying, Peggy? Was your family crying, Peggy? Was your family crying?
They were grateful to Israel.
Did you see that son of Shah? He was actually siding with Netanyahu. Did you see that?
Family is grateful to Israel.
And now Netanyahu cannot trusted. You know why? Because he lied to the regime. He lied. He lied to the Zionists. He lied to Netanyahu. How could you lie to Netanyahu? How could that son of Shah lie to Netanyahu? How could he do that? Who you say, El Norma? Look at what he's saying to you, El Norma. First he wants to suck your dick, and now he wants to say shut the fuck up.
Why do you Muslims always talk about dick and asses? Is that all you guys Muslims? You Muslims always talk about sex.
A lot of people you always shouting. Shut up.
You guys are so horny. Amir, I met a Muslim girl one time. No, El Normal, check this out. I met a Muslim girl one time who wouldn't have sex because she doesn't want to lose her virginity, but she would do anal with me. She would do anal to preserve me. That's how fucking junky. Exactly. Now imagine the level of.
Was she Zoroastrian?
No, she was Sunni. She was
Zoroastrian.
No, she was Sunni. She wouldn't fuck, but she would do anal. She would do anal.
How do we know this? We need evidence. How do we know this?
I think they call that the back door, don't they?
Norma, we need evidence. I mean, Peggy is famous for lying, just like you are.
No, but just think about the backwards to justify this.
We talk about
Peggy is a liar, just like you are. We need evidence. Otherwise, how do we trust your word, Peggy?
Tell me a lie.
Check this out.
You lied 2 days ago that there was no. They destroyed the nuclear facility. The intelligence report says no, they did not.
Well, that's what the IAEA says.
That's what the report said. Did you read the report?
Amir doesn't eat bacon. Amir doesn't.
For a couple of months.
Amir doesn't eat bacon.
Did you read the report from Reuters?
Yes.
Did you read that? Did you read it?
I read the report from the
No, you did not read it from Reuters. You did not read it.
Reuters was.
Trump was literally cursing CNN for providing evidence. Did you see that? Did you see that? Trump literally provided he was attacking CNN and New York Times. Did you read that? Did you read that?
Yes, I read the IAEA report. You missed it.
No. Did you read the New York Times and the CNN?
Here it is. The International
Nobody gives two shits about IAEA because IAEA is not allowed inside Iran anymore. Okay?
You're mistaken.
Yeah, they're not allowed. They're not allowed.
You're
Satellite photos that you have, they're from the outside. They cannot tell what happened in the
inside. Where do you think the Defense Intelligence Report gets their info? From the
you got it through IAEA to find out the scientist's name. That's how you were able to assassinate them inside Iran. The IAEA, their business is finished. Nobody will trust them because it's owned by American government.
No, they are the agents.
And they're in bed with the Zionist entity. That's how Israel was able to find out the names of the scientists, of the Iranian scientists.
That lie.
I know this for a fact.
Tell us. How you know?
They hacked into your system, into your data, into Israeli.
Where does it say that? Show us the evidence.
Go look it up yourself, man.
Also said the same thing.
It's a lie, isn't it? It's a lie, right, Amir?
Nope, it's not a lie.
It's a lie.
That's how they were able to find out the Iranian scientists' name. That's how you were able to kill all these scientists, about 14 of them, even though they got more than 5,000 scientists inside Iran. You're just an idiot.
I don't think so. I think you're the idiot, Amir.
They got more than 5,000 scientists.
Show me the evidence of that, Amir.
You can go look it up
Show me
yourself.
the evidence of that, Amir.
You can go look it up yourself.
Iran, and it says you're a liar.
Iran is claiming that IAEA sold them out.
Yeah. Where do they claim that?
That's what you go look. Just ask Google Baba. You come across an
I
article.
did ask Google Baba, and it says Amir Baba is a big liar. That's what it says.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Oh, you should. You should. You know what else Google Baba says? Tell me if you're right.
I'll put the link in the chat just for you, Al Normal. I'll put the link in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat just for you, Al Normal. I told you not to mock my religion. You do this all the fucking. And I'm actually gonna block you. This is your last fucking warning. After that, you're going to my block list, bitch, man.
Not yelling.
Yeah, I hate Islamophobes. I don't like dealing with Islamophobes in my room.
Keep worse now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, go into your room and make it better. I got you.
Make it better? Better?
Yeah.
Anyways, let me put the link in the chat for you. Anyways, what else do we have? Let's
read the IAEA report.
I'm not going based on IAEA.
Oh, no, you don't want the International Atomic Energy Agency? You like looking at the Zionists? You want the Zionist report of it? You like to quote Zionists. Did I read you what Israel says in here? They disagree with you.
No, did you see this Iranian general is still alive? The Israelis failed.
I beg your pardon? You mean the terrorist? You want the terrorist assessment? Or you want American assessment? Or you want international
Okay, look at my picture. Look at my picture.
Why would I look at your picture? I don't want to vomit. I'm having a nice
want to
night.
vomit.
I don't want to vomit.
I don't want to vomit.
I don't want to vomit.
You don't look at the mirror? I guess you don't look at the mirror every day.
Every day. Every day.
You don't look at the mirror, do you?
I look at
Hey, Wednesday.
Wednesday. What's your favorite day of the week?
I'm here. I put the link in the chat for you.
Israel
I put the link.
They took a big L. They have billions of dollars of damage. They're gonna beg America to help them to pay, just like they beg UAE.
So which kind of Muslim lying are you doing today? Which exercise are we doing?
You still haven't gone over them, Al Normal. I want to hear what they
Say again? What's
You
that?
haven't gone over them.
You want to go over them together?
Yeah, let's go over them.
Alright, are you a Muslim?
No, this guy's a loser. He's a liar.
I'm a liar? I'm reading it from the internet. Maybe the internet is wrong.
The internet? You know what the internet says?
Yeah, I got this from a Muslim jurist.
That's what the internet says.
Say again?
The internet says Elmer was a dumbass.
Oh, okay. Let's read the 5 points of
So I
Muslim
put the link in the chat, Normal. Just for you.
The key is for the Shia,
Normal. This time I actually put the link in the chat for you. Normal. Read the link in the chat. 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 Read it. Hurry up and read it. Hurry up and read it. It literally says Iran accused the U.S. and Israel for releasing names. They're accusing IAEA to release, the names of the scientists. That's how you were able to assassinate a whole bunch of them. So, yep, there you go. IAEA. They're not going to be allowed back in Iran anymore. their business and relate to Iran is finished, just like Israel doesn't allow IAEA to come in and inspect. It's going to be the same shit show in Iran, and you guys would never know that if they have nuclear or not. And they'll have their own sense option. And yeah, but they have spies as well. Do you know how cheap the spies are? Israelis are $25.
The country is filled with
Did you know this? Did you know this, Norma? In the middle, they found a whole bunch of spies. Some of them were $25, $50. No, Israeli spies, hold on. Iranian spies located inside Israel, they were paid $50 or $25. That's how these spies, that's how cheap they are.
Is that what you get? Is that how much you charge?
No, that's what it was posted in the newspaper.
What newspaper?
Kid in Israel
It was
was
posted in your Israeli sources. Israeli sources.
What newspaper?
I'll put the link in the chat again. See, I gotta provide you with evidence. This is a problem.
Yes, I do. So you believe Israelis, right? You believe Zionists.
No. I use your sources to attack your own narrative.
You think you're attacking?
No. I use your Israeli sources to attack your own bullshit.
So what are you attacking now? Tell us. I said to you that the country was filled with spies. What did you say?
Israel was filled with spies. You got Palestinians as spies. You got Israelis as spies, and they're so cheap. They're $25 a fucking spy.
Okay, so you tried to change the subject. So what I told you is that we know about the Iranian nuclear program because we have spies in Iran. You don't have any counter to that, right? You didn't show me any bullshit. You don't have any Zionist sources. The weird thing, Amir, is that you believe Zionists, and then you don't believe Zionists. You're not consistent, Amir. You're not consistent.
Says the same thing. They failed.
Amir, you change your mind every second. You lose your credibility that way. You can't quote Zionists sometimes and then dispute them at the other, because then it seems like you're just using it for your own purposes. You're a liar. So what I want to know is which kind of Muslim lie are you telling tonight? Because I want to know.
Normal. Are you doing tequila right now, Normal?
Wait, why are you?
Normal. Why are you doing tequila?
Gonna be a
No, how do we know?
I'm not a
tequila. Maybe you're doing tequila and telling us you're not a Shia, but you're really are.
But I'm not a Shia. Are you a Shia?
Tequila. You're doing tequila. You're doing tequila. Stop doing tequila.
You're doing. Hang on.
Stop doing tequila, Normal.
Stop doing tequila.
Stop doing Maruna. Stop doing tequila.
Did you know that you guys can lie if you think that Islam is under threat? You think Islam's under threat?
That's a Jewish lie. Another Jewish lie.
How is Islam under threat?
Jewish lie.
So I'm going to link in the chat, Normal. Hang on, Normal. I put the link in the chat. You have the Iranian spies are paid $50. Can you imagine $50 for a fucking spy inside Israel? I mean, that's how cheap the spies are for Iran. Isn't that crazy?
I know you want to change the subject.
I put the link in the chat. I put the link in the chat. Iranian spies.
Yes. According to who?
It's Times of Israel.
Okay, so you believe what Zionists say? That's the Zionists.
I believe the way I do it, Normal. I use your own sources. Own sources.
Yeah.
To debunk all your bullshit.
So my own source is true, or are they false?
Your source, hold on.
Are they true or false?
The problem with here's a big thing.
True or false, Amir?
If I use your sources to attack your narrative,
are they true?
You know what it does? It destroys your fucking narrative. It destroys. It's the end of it. It's no more. It doesn't exist anymore.
What doesn't exist anymore?
If I use your Times of Israel, if I use your newspaper, Jerusalem Post, to tackle your narrative,
which
it destroys everything. It destroys your argument.
So you realize you've never done that?
I've done it multiple times. Do you know that these rooms that I run, they're run based on Times of Israel?
I said that
you know the Times of Israel? You cannot refute anything from Times of Israel. You're just an idiot.
Why can't I refute it?
Because it's a Jewish source. It's owned by an Israeli publisher that you cannot refute. That you cannot refute.
I see. Did you refute it?
Why would I refute it? I like to refute. I like to use your own sources to refute and dismantle all your argument. Yeah, you're just an idiot, man. I don't know, for real. You give people a headache, man, for real.
What's that? You cannot refute the Times of
Israel, give people a headache. You give people a headache.
Well, you have a headache. That's not my problem.
No, you give people a headache. I don't know what's wrong with you.
I think so. Can you refute the times of Israel? Is what I want to know.
Is this how you talk to your wife and girlfriend or Loma? Is that how you do it?
Can you refute the times
Is
of
that
Israel?
how you talk to your son? Is that how you talk to your friends?
How? By asking
You keep on interrupting, you talk over them, in real life you talk over them.
No, I'm not talking over you.
You keep on interrupting, you keep on doing what you're doing. No, but the thing is, it's like...
Yeah, okay. You said I can't refute the times of Israel, right? You said that.
Yes,
right?
yes, you can't.
Okay, and can you?
I'm not here to refute times of Israel.
Okay, you're not. So when I read you the Times of Israel's damage report on the Iranian nuclear facilities, you cannot refute it, right? It's true.
The problem? Look,
yeah,
here's
it's
the problem.
True what they say, right?
No, but you're not getting the point, Alnormal.
Oh, what point is that?
The Times of Israel, it's legit if it's for the news for the internal affairs of Israel or happening around Gaza, this and that. That's hold on. That's
like the war.
It's true inside Israel. Okay. Now, Times of Israel. What the Times of Israel does is I try to do my research on this, right?
I asked you a question, Amir. You refute the Times of Israel.
Hold on. If the mainstream media, some of the sources, if they report that they've done this, they will mention in their article that this is coming from this source.
Yeah.
It's not their source.
No, I have an article here from the Times of Israel on Muslim honor killings in Israel by Muslims. Can you refute that, Amir?
I can't refute it. No, is it happening inside Israel?
Inside of it.
Okay, where did they get it from?
The Times of Israel? From their reporting.
Yeah. Okay, on the reporting, did you read it? Where does it come from?
From the reporting comes from the sources of the Muslims who are killing their children in Israel.
Okay, can you put the link in the chat
Absolutely.
so I can read up on it and I can get educated?
Absolutely. But you can't refute it, right? You said that.
No.
Because it comes from the Times of Israel.
You're not getting my point. I'm not here to refute anything that happens inside Israel. Okay.
Like the honor killings that the Muslims are doing inside Israel.
Not just the discrimination rate, against the Arabs. The apartheid, how their self-determination is exclusive to the Jewish people inside Israel. The Jewish supremacy. The Times of Israel reported how the West Bank truck driver was killed. The A truck driver was killed. He was probably not. He was
Islam. You know who kills their own children, Amir? Amalek.
Amalek. Netanyahu, that's how Netanyahu killed 17,000 children.
How?
By calling them Amalek.
You don't kill somebody by calling them Amalek.
Yeah.
You call them Amalek after they kill their own children.
You're absolutely right.
He did.
When you decide you want to dehumanize them, when you decide you want to dehumanize them and make it okay to kill them.
I see. So is that why you kill your children in honor killings?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the honor killing the Muslims of their daughters.
Put the link in the chat, and
What are you talking about? First of all, you better be kissing some Muslim ass.
Put the link in the chat about honor killing. Go and put the link in the chat.
Huh?
Put the link in the chat.
It's gonna be a Muslim dickhead.
Anyways, that's where we're at. He wants to deal with the topic. That's how he does. Welcome back, Wayfan. Do you want to say something? Ace, do you want to say something? Or anybody else for Jindip?
So, Amir, I put the UN report on honor killings
That's
in the chat.
I thought you should read it. Israel.
Well, I did, but I put this in because it's even more
Can you please
objective.
give me the Times of Israel, please?
Well, first read this report, and then see if you have a
we don't go based. You consider the UN to be a terrorist entity. I don't go based on.
I never said that.
You made a claim about Times of Israel. Where's the Times of Israel?
Yes. Well, I'm showing you first the UN report.
No, I need to know. Can you please provide me the data?
I'm going to, but I'm multitasking at the same time.
Thank you.
I'm providing you with the data from the
I'm
UN.
not going to go based on UN. I want to go based on.
Wait. Now he wants to.
You see how he's trying to derail the topic now?
I'm not derailing the topic.
Well, no.
We're
Yeah,
talking
you are.
about the
You
topic
made
is
a claim
honor
about Times of
killings.
Israel. I cannot
The topic is honor
a good
killings.
source.
Huh? What? The topic is the honor killings in your community. Should we go even more deeply? How about that?
You've been saying that for the last like hour. Go on. We want to hear.
Yeah, well, now read the report. Thank you.
What?
Now read the report.
Point of showing this report.
Well, because I want to show you that if you want to fix your community, you should focus on the honor killing. That's the point. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? I mean, killing your children is very wrong.
Anyway, I think you just
I think you need to worry about Judaism. You're too fixed on Islam.
Killing your children is haram.
You guys have worse to deal with it within Judaism. So
you're changing the subject now? Are you trying to confuse your honor?
Let's just you worry about Judaism. Okay,
What's that?
it's not like you guys
So
are not.
you want to change the
killing kids.
subject?
Why are you acting like you guys are not killing kids right now?
Are you changing the subject?
No, I'm just saying you worry
Okay,
about
so the
Judaism
subject is honor
and let
killings.
us worry about Islam.
Yeah. I'm worried about it when you kill children.
Well, we should be concerned about you too because you guys have been killing kids for the last 2
Wait,
years.
so you want to change the subject?
Yeah.
Why do you want to change the
No, I
subject?
just don't like hypocrites.
Actually, Orban, you worry about children, right? When you went to Israel, I asked you to go across the border into Gaza and bring them aid. What did you tell me? Oh, they're your enemy, right?
So I told
and guess what? The next thing you said, oh, I'm gonna worry about my Jewish problem, and you come in and you take care of Gaza. Are you not a human? Are you a fucking animal?
You were
Oh, you're an animal. Seriously, you're an animal.
Your own people.
Yeah, but
You're not
hey,
just
if
an
that's
animal,
the
you're an
case,
ass.
yeah,
You are an ass.
Why didn't you help your own people, Amir?
Why did I help? Okay, they're not your people?
Excuse me, you think the
Do
children
they not come from the lineage of Jews? The kids that you have killed, over 17,000?
Well, that's a separate topic. That's a
Over
lie.
17,000 babies have been killed, and they come from a lineage of Jews, by the way.
Every night you bang on.
They come from a lineage of Jews, and you did not want to give them food. Like, what you on about?
You say
they're your sibling. I mean, he's European. He wouldn't understand anyway.
Oh my God! You're from Poland. I forgot.
So Amir, you didn't help your own children? What a scumbag
You weren't the one that was inside Israel. I don't want to go to that disgusting place called Israel.
Could you not afford it? Why didn't you go? They need you. Every night you're going on with bullshit. Every night you're on with the bullshit about these children, and yet when it comes time to help them, you're sitting here renting cars, Amir. It's pathetic. You make me sick. What's the matter with you?
Look at this
Where's your
guy.
humanity?
Try to turn it on me. Oh my God.
Where's your humanity?
A hypocrite.
What have you done to help the children? Here's another
You were inside Israel. You had the balls to go across the board. You were Jewish. You could have used your Jewish supremacy card to go across the border into Gaza and fed them. I cannot use my Jewish because I'm not Jewish. I cannot use my Jewish supremacy card. I can use my Muslim card.
That's right.
Yeah, they do not allow Muslims into Gaza. At the same time, they allow Jewish supremacists. Yeah, you could use your Jewish supremacy card to go inside Gaza. You could have used your Jewish supremacy card to go inside Gaza, but you decided not to. I want to be a bigger man and not feed the Gazan kids, even though they come from a lineage of Jews. They come from a lineage of Jews. You're not gonna feed them.
Show me somebody who comes from a lineage of Jews.
Oh my God, you are an idiot, man, for real. You're such an idiot.
No, you told a lie. You told a Muslim lie. So now I want to correct it.
I told a Muslim lie, you told a Jewish lie.
Okay, what's the lie?
You lie every time you open your mouth.
Well, tell me one lie. Or are you lying about that too, Amir? Amir, are you lying about that too? Are you even lying about lying, Amir? Is that like meta lying? Have you ever told the truth? What lie did Normo tell, Amir? I'm listening. Tell them.
Okay, you made a claim about Times of Israel that I cannot refute it. I'm still waiting for the link.
So I didn't.
Can you provide me the link from Times of Israel?
So did I lie?
Yeah, you did.
What was the lie?
Because the honor killing article doesn't exist. The honor killing article doesn't exist on Times of Israel. I didn't. Why would I check? You're the one that made the claim.
Well, then if you didn't check for it,
Well, no proof is on you. You made the claim. I didn't make the claim.
So if
You
you're
are an
upset for it,
old man.
so
It's
if you're an
3:19
old
morning.
woman, but the
You're
difference
an
is,
old
young
man. No,
women
you're
like
an old
me,
man. You're an
and
old
old
man.
men don't
You
like
literally
you.
was born. You're 68 years
So
old.
Amir,
You're 68 years old. Are
so
you on
Amir,
crack?
how do you know
Are
it's a
you on
lie?
cocaine?
Check.
What is wrong with you? Are you upset that the new mayor is going to be a Muslim and you're crashing out? And now you're saying all this Islamic
What new mayor is going to be a
phobic
Muslim?
words?
What mayor is going to be a Muslim?
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Are you
Tell us.
stupid?
No, are you?
Zoran is going to be the new mayor.
What new mayor is going to... I beg your pardon?
No, you're stupid. He's being a...
Huh? Was he elected to anything? Was he elected to anything?
Are you on something?
You're in the Matrix. You're in the Matrix. You're in the Matrix. I can't hear back. You're crashing out Thursday. You're crashing out. So who was elected mayor of New York Thursday? Tell us. Tell the room. Hello? Is this thing on? Does your phone work?
I didn't say he was elected.
I'm sorry? What? Who's going to be the new mayor?
I didn't say he was elected mayor. I didn't say he was elected
I asked
mayor,
you,
you
who's
fucking
going to be the new
dickhead.
mayor? Who's going to be the new mayor? You
I'm
fucking
Zohan.
cunt. Who's going to be the new mayor?
Your mother's a cunt.
Who's going to be
Your
the
mother
new mayor?
should have fucking... You know, let me tell you how
Who's
your
gonna
mother
be
should have
the new
voted
mayor?
you. She should have ripped...
Who's
I didn't
gonna
say
be
he was going to
the
be the
new
mayor.
Who's
You
gonna
on
be the new
fucking
mayor?
drugs,
Say
bro.
it.
You on fucking crack.
Who's gonna
You're on
be the new
cocaine.
mayor?
You're 68 years old. You're
Who's gonna be the
68
new
years
mayor?
old. And you
you're 50
crash
years
out.
old,
You're
and you look
crashing
older
out,
than
bro.
me.
You're crashing out.
Listen,
Bro, I don't
you're
look older than
crashing
you.
out. You're
You're ugly,
your
bro.
furniture is
You're an
breaking.
ugly Jew.
You
You're
need
an
to
ugly
go
Jew.
on a diet. You need to go on a diet. You need to lose your weight. You look horrible, fail. You look fair.
You're nothing into my bunch, you ugly Jew.
Whatever. You don't
Your
know who's going
nose
to be the
is
new mayor. That's fine.
disgusting.
You don't know
You
who's going to
probably
be the new
smell
mayor.
like
That's fine.
piss.
You can take it back.
I know your address. That's what I know.
So come visit.
Yeah, and I know your address. You
We'll
have to
make
keep
you a nice
it
cup of
down,
coffee.
sir.
You want us to put your address in the
No,
chat?
I don't want to. You might have bed bugs.
Okay.
I don't want
Okay,
bed
you want
bugs.
us to
Thank
put
you.
your address in the chat?
No, thank you, Jew.
Okay, so you don't want us to
thank
put your
you,
address
Jew.
in the chat?
You wouldn't have my address.
Are you sure?
I know you don't.
Are you sure?
Put it then.
Oh, I'm not going to, not yet.
Because you're lying.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Am I?
Put it, bitch. Put it.
Are you a little scared now? Are you a little concerned? Why don't you ask Amir if his real name is Jalan? Ask him.
Okay. Okay. And put it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Fucking high on coke or something.
Why do you say that? I don't do coke. Maybe you do. But you guys are all obsessed with drugs.
Because you can hear no, you do. Are you pleased with that fucking nose? You've done a lot of
What's that? What did you say?
Your Zionist friends say that you're okay.
No,
Typical normal thinks I'm Al-Julani. Is that what it is?
I think you're Fawad Jelani, yes, Amir.
Yeah. I think
Who's
we're
Fawad
the
Jelani?
gay bitch.
What's that, you?
Oh, okay. Right.
All right.
Float your boat, Al-Normal.
I'm not crashing out because I
not that
don't
interested in that.
because I don't tell Netanyahu to simmer down now. He told
Norman
Netanyahu
Green, you
to
gotta calm
simmer
down,
down.
Norman Green.
I'm the president of the United States. You're a nothing. You're nothing, Bibi Netanyahu. You're
I think we need to
nothing.
dive
I'm the
into the
president of
honor
the United
killing.
States.
Can you provide me an article from Times of Israel, Normal, please?
Say it again, Amir.
Can you provide the Times of Israel, Times of
Did you already
Israel
read the UN
article?
report?
No, I don't. I asked you for Times of Israel.
Yeah, I know you did.
I
And
need
I
Times
told
of
you
Israel.
about the UN report, and now you
I
can't
need
deny it.
you said you made a claim about Times of Israel.
I know.
You did.
I know.
So are you saying that you can't find it?
No, I never said that. Did you say you can't find it?
No,
Or
no,
did
I'm
you not?
asking
You
you.
didn't look.
Can you please
Are
provide
you
it?
not? Are you not looking because you're afraid of the truth?
You made the claim, so the burden of proof is on you.
Well, what I said was that, would you refute it if it was in there? Would you? Hello?
Gibber, bitch, you're going to my block list, son of a whore. Get lost. Get away from my fucking room, bitch. You're not allowed in my rooms anymore. Get lost. Fucking Islamophobic piece of shit. Yep. That's what ends up happening, you know? You have a fucking Islamophobic piece of shit. Yep. Another one on my block list. Normal. We can play with words and we can go back and forth. Yeah. This was like the first time I brought him up in a week. I don't usually bring him up. Somebody, I think it was Super Cat, told me to bring him up. I didn't want to bring him up because I do not like him.
I mean, talking with a suspected terrorist is kind of bad.
Yep, he's a terrorist.
Oh, by the way, did you see all the all the Israelis that were threatening to bomb the White House or kill Trump?
When was this?
This was today. So when Trump went ahead and told Israel to knock it off, there were a bunch of tweets in Hebrew, plus like other posts and messaging about like some Israelis wanting to kill Trump or bomb the White House.
I mean, even you go here in the rooms, they are really under a lot of stress. You can completely feel how desperate they are.
Yeah. It's funny, you know, cause like.
Do you have the link for that?
They're trying so hard.
Video, Sam? Sam, there's a video. Sam, there's a video. Is there a video?
A video? No. Here, let me find a couple of them.
They try so hard to make Muslims look bad, and this primary and this Trump move really pissed them off. One room I heard, if this guy becomes the mayor of New York, he will arrest Netanyahu if he goes to New York. Imagine that.
That'll be fun. It would be like a state, a mayor, versus a state governor, versus the U.S. president. That'd be funny.
I mean, technically he can, because there is an ICC warrant on him, so, and mayor is the chief of police, so. That would be really interesting.
that would be.
And New York is a lot of Jews in New York. I don't know if you have been there. It's like New Jersey and New York. This is really mind-blowing if he becomes the mayor of New York.
What do you mean is it's not a lot of Jews, all right. Hold on.
I'm gonna check the link I sent.
So there's tons and tons of articles about honor killings in the Muslim Palestinian community.
Oh my God, he's obsessed with Muslims.
Don't worry.
He's obsessed with Muslims.
So Amir, there's tons of them. Well, I'm sorry.
I think
No, I thought this is something that Amir and I hear in the
mayor. The next
What's
one
that?
is going to be a Muslim.
What is his own article? What is his own article to debunk his claim? Hang on a second, sister.
Yeah.
So, did you read the title of that article? It says Palestinian women protest after suspected honor killing.
That's
Suspected. This is a big
That's
word.
right.
Suspected. Where's the
The
suspect?
The death of
I need a report that shows that they did do it. Oh my God, Alarmo, you're number one bullshit guy, man. Just admit it. You're number one bullshit guy.
of being killed in an honor killing.
You're Al Qaeda supporter. You're ISIS supporter.
I'm not
I
a supporter
understand.
of them.
Netanyahu literally gave weapons to ISIS, and that's
Well,
what
go
you
write him a
support.
letter
Thank
if
you,
you
thank
think
you,
so.
thank you, thank you.
Write him a letter.
Netanyahu gave weapons to ISIS.
Well, you write him a letter.
Netanyahu gave weapons to ISIS.
Good. I
Netanyahu
know.
gave
You can
weapons to
change the
ISIS.
subject from
Netanyahu
honor
gave
killing.
weapons to ISIS.
I
Netanyahu
know.
gave weapons to
I
ISIS.
know.
You support terrorism. You are a terrorist if you support terrorism. Thank you. And find me the article that the person got locked up, right? Find me the article the person got locked up for honor killing. You do not have any data. You're just a bullshitter. You are a bullshitter. I asked you multiple times, provide me Times of Israel article that shows that no, but it says suspected. It doesn't say fucking the guy got arrested.
I didn't say
Oh my
arrested.
God, you're an
Look at the
idiot,
honor killing.
Alarmo. You
There
are an
There
idiot.
are tons of articles.
Even though English is my fifth language, fucking I can read it. Anybody can read
many
it.
languages. So
Yeah, I
this is
speak
the
about
first of a
7 to
ton
10
of articles.
languages. I
You
speak
gotta
about 7 to 10 languages.
I don't think you do it, man, because your English is lousy. But there are
I know. My English is not my first language, that's why. Anyways, this is the problem. This is what we face every day when talking to a Zionist. They cannot provide any data, right? They want to pull a Hasbara, and that's where I jump in. I need to pull my Hasbara, right?
Well, there's
My
no
Hasbara
Hasbara.
comes from Times of Israel. My Hasbara comes from Times of Israel against their Hasbara, and their Hasbara gets destroyed by my Hasbara. My Hasbara comes from Times of Israel.
So the Times of Israel is reporting on honor killings like U.S. Those the UN. Why do you guys do that?
Suspected alone.
That's correct. Why do you do that? Why do you kill your own children?
Do you not see the word?
Why do you kill your own children?
Did you? Okay, can you provide me data that he got arrested for killing his own children?
That's not what I claimed.
Okay, that's it. That's the end of it. I can make up an article said that the Jewish person actually did. Hold on. Inside Israel, this was reported in Jerusalem Post. 2 17-year-old Jewish kids they gang rape a 3-year-old toddler. I'll provide you data. 15 guys, 15 Jewish guys, 15 Jewish kids that they gang rape a 15-year-old girl inside Israel. I'll put the link in the chat, and that actually shows they did get arrested. My article actually goes based on the evidence, not of your bullshit. Suspected.
It's bullshit in the Times of Israel.
Let me put the Times of Israel article in the chat just to tell you what's Your article says suspected. Your article says suspected.
That's right. That's the first of many articles.
Why do you allow your Jewish kids to gang rape little girls? Can you tell us?
Why don't you read
Why do you allow your 2 17-year-old Jewish kids to gang rape a toddler?
So you want to change the subject?
Why do you allow a 45-year-old man to go around and fucking into bestiality and he wants to rape dogs? Right? He's into dogs, by the way, inside Israel. A 45-year-old fucker. And he's Jewish, by the way.
So you changed the subject about the honor killing?
No. You really want to go down that path? I have a lot of data.
So you changed the subject?
Yeah. I talk about this so much every day that it's in my head.
So you're ashamed?
You want to bring up the Muslim issue? Let's bring up the Jewish issue inside Israel.
You're against it, right?
No, bro, of course. It's against my religion.
Okay, so why do you do it?
You can provide me data. Where is it?
What data would you like? It's in the UN report.
I need Times of Israel.
No, you don't. You can take any report.
Yes, no. I asked you for Times of Israel.
I gave it to you.
You made a claim for Times of Israel. It says suspected. It doesn't say the guy got charged.
Bro.
Go read your own fucking source, man, before putting it in the chat. You're just an idiot.
Neither of y'all are actually killing anyone. Y'all are just brainwashed.
No, here comes the sun.
Religion is brainwashed.
Do you support Israel killing 17,000 babies?
No one. Religion is brainwashed.
Did you support Israel for killing 17,000 babies?
Bro.
Are you okay with Israel killing 17,000 babies?
What the fuck?
They killed over 17,000 babies. See, El Normo ran away because he did not want me to have a conversation with his son. Fucker. Yep, you took away the phone from your son, right, El Normo? I know you got butthurt because Amir's gonna come up with facts and that's gonna hurt your fucking narrative. Oh. Anyways, Bromo.
It says you're raped. Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, you see, you ran away from the room because you didn't want your son to communicate with me. You don't have the balls.
No, he is communicating with me.
If you have the balls, put your son back on. If you have the balls, put your son back on.
This is up to him. I don't force my
If
son. I'm not like you guys.
You know that I'm gonna break the narrative. You know this. I'm gonna break your stupid Zionist narrative.
You're capable.
I'm very capable. 17,000 babies.
You lose every
17,000
time.
babies.
Yeah, where'd you get that number?
17,000 kids.
Where'd you get that
Killing
number?
17. Is that even a joke?
Who told you that? Where'd you get that number?
IBM recognizes this number.
Oh, really? Show
Yes.
me. You're full of shit.
Go look it up yourself.
Show me.
No, you look it up yourself.
You show me. You're the one making the stupid Hamas claim.
17,000 babies. Your Zionist entity called Israel has killed over 17,000 babies. Shame on you. You're an old man. Just like I am. At least I know where I stand. You, with a disgusting mentality, I don't have problem with the Jews. I don't have problem with the Jewish community. I have problem with Zionism.
I have problems with
you want to kill the babies. You like killing babies.
With Hamas.
More than 17,000 babies have been killed and butchered and slaughtered. You snipe little children.
Disgusting. Hamas kills its own babies. It's disgusting. And there's lots of articles about it.
Was it the Jewish people were killing their own babies during the Holocaust? See, that's no answer. No response.
I'm talking to my son. He thinks you're brainwashed.
You don't have the balls to talk. You don't have the balls to let me have a conversation with your son. That's the problem. Because that's going to destroy your narrative. I know you come up with a propaganda machine. Yeah, just ask your son, does he support Israel killing 17,000 babies? Ask him. If you have the balls, ask him that question. I bet you don't have the guts to ask your son. Anyways, anybody else will come on up? Okay, we got Frank you. What's up with you, Frank you?
Hey everyone. How's everyone going?
Good. How you doing, sir?
Good, man. It's crazy how people support Israel. He's a convicted war criminal, Netanyahu.
Wait, I thought Hamas were the convicted war criminals. They're actually internationally designated terrorist organization. Did you not know that?
Well, we have to.
Did you not know that?
We should have decorum.
Wait. Did you not know that? That Hamas were internationally recognized terrorists that you guys are apologizing for. They killed their own children and their own people. Did you know that Yahya Sinwar was in jail for killing
Palestinians? About the truth.
Did you know that? I'm not.
He gets buttered and triggered because his son is listening. I destroyed his narrative, right? More than 17,000 babies. Did you know
that Yahya Sinwar was in prison for killing Palestinians?
Yahya Sinwar. I'll break it to him. Yahya Sinwar was locked up, right? They actually did a brain tumor surgery on him, and then they allowed him back outside. They funded him $15 million every month, and then prior to 7th of October, they were going to assassinate. Shin Bet Chief told Netanyahu that we should take him out. Netanyahu said no, right? Multiple warnings were given to him, right? That you should not fund Yahya Sinwar, Hamas, $15 million every month, and you kept on funding, right? You funded the terrorist entity called Hamas, and now, last week there was a report from the minister in Knesset. You're giving weapons to ISIS that steals the aid from the Palestinians. So you have done it The worst of the worst. You're basically a supporter of a terrorist entity.
Look, man, just get your own life, man. You sound like you're.
Do you not agree to the facts? If I provide you facts about ISIS, are you gonna take it?
Oh, I read you facts about all.
17,000 babies. Netanyahu has killed 17,000 babies. Are you okay?
Who cares?
Are you okay with killing 17,000 babies?
Go outside and do something.
17,000 babies. Are you okay with it?
Identity, man.
Are you okay with killing 17,000 babies?
Just like.
I understand. Are you okay with killing 17,000 babies? No, I'm asking you. Are you okay with Israel killing 17,000 babies?
Think for yourself.
No, but I'm asking. I'm not thinking for myself. I'm going based on data.
He just tore you a new one, Amir. I read.
Yeah, more than 17,000 babies. Are you okay with that?
You did a great job. He tore you a new one.
Yeah. I did a great job. I have data to back up my claim.
He made you look silly, Amir. It's pathetic. Okay, we enjoyed it. Good night, Amir. It was lovely talking to you and making you look like the fool that you are.
Yeah, you could not answer any of the questions.
The old lying fool.
Yes,
See you
you
tomorrow.
could not answer. You don't have the guts to answer any of my questions that are normal.
You
You're just an
sleep
idiot.
well. I made you look like the idiot that you are.
Yes,
Sleep
I'm an
well.
idiot. That's why it pisses you off every day I open up these rooms. That's why it pisses you off. It pisses you off.
I love it. You make my Zionism stronger.
You get
making my
triggered
son
and
now my son wants to enlist in the Israeli army because of you.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. But just make sure not to kill any babies. Let him know not to kill any babies.
We don't kill babies, don't worry.
Yeah, 17,000 babies. More than 17,000 babies have been killed. Thanks to IDF criminal entity.
This is what Amalek does.
IDF was
This is what Amalek does. They kill their own children. It's called child sacrifice, by the way. It's idol worship. Yes.
Provide evidence.
You're a bad Muslim.
Provide evidence.
Well, there were tunnels, weren't there? How come they didn't put their kids in the
Yoav Galan
Why didn't
came
they
out.
protect their kids in the tunnels? Okay,
Yoav Galan came out. Yoav Galan came out with a fake picture. He said we faked the picture.
Nigga for Iran and Donald Trump, bitch.
Who is this guy on about, man?
Shut your bitch ass up, Iran, you bitch.
Okay, are you really Baba?
Nigga, fuck your name, real nigga.
Stop using the N-word, bro.
Shut up, nigga. I'm black, nigga.
It doesn't matter, man. Not in the space. Use it in different rooms.
Shut up, bitch.
Okay. Do you have mommy issues?
Yes.
You like to call women bitches?
Oh, you're a woman.
No. Do you like to call women bitches and men whores? Is that what you're into?
No, not women. Only you, bitch.
I think you're into men. Are you into men?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what kind of men do you like? This is not one of those rooms. Shoot you shot rooms, respectfully. Okay. I think you're in the wrong room.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You need to go into the shoot you shot room, for guys.
Shut up, bitch.
Men on men.
Hey,
men on men.
You're from
Israel? Zionists mean you like kids like Baba.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
Baba's
on.
a great distraction tool.
Yep. It's just a
From the
troll,
truth.
man.
So let's get back to the conversation. So,
Sure.
Netanyahu is
Shut
a
up,
convicted
bitch.
war criminal.
Nigga.
Oh my god.
Move this guy down.
Sit your ass in the audience. Thank you.
Yeah. So, it was proven in the International Court of Justice that Israel's attacks are not only horrific, but unjustified, right? There is no argument for occupying land that does not belong to them, displacing people from their homes, bombing schools, hospitals, places of worship, not just mosques, but also churches, right? Palestinians are not just Muslims, they're also Christians, they're also Jews, they're also atheists. They have a diversity of identity, just like Israelis do. So I just don't understand how Israelis that don't even live in Israel, they live in the US predominantly, they're absorbing right-wing Zionist media, right? They don't necessarily even live in Israel. They have European ancestry. But they think it's okay to kill innocent babies, innocent people. There is a racial hierarchy of preference. When an Arab baby or an Arab person dies, it seems like they don't care. It's like their mind is desensitized to suffering of innocent people. Humanity, it shouldn't matter what skin color someone is, but it seems to matter for the Zionist people. They want to take over land no matter what. they're using Judaism as a tool, right? Theodor Herzl was not a practicing Jew, right? He was an atheist, and he founded Zionism and trialed different lands. It wasn't even the Middle East originally. It was Uganda, it was other lands, and then they settled on the Middle East. And because of the British mandate, they were allowed to take land even though they weren't even the majority in that land. So those are the facts, right? So,
Yes, I mean, they denied the Palestinians, Arabs. They denied the partition plan, and that's where it turned into a shit show. They started killing, moving people, kicking them out of their homes. That's how the state was created, and it turned into a full-blown war in '48. The state becomes Israel, and then there's a war. And then after more than 750,000 people were displaced, they got the UN mediator comes around and wants to mediate the situation between the Arabs and Jews, and they end up, killing the UN mediator. The Jewish. This is the problem we have, and not only that, even the president of the United States of America got, was sent letter bombs and whatnot. So. The way this state was created, it's pretty much a terroristic state. It was done by force. You can't do something by force,
Absolutely, and Hamas is a symptom of the IDF, the Israeli government. Let's not pretend that the Israeli government are diplomatic. There's no diplomacy in this government. He is doing as he pleases, right? And your title is correct. Trump is even losing patience with the Israeli government, but he has no say in what's going on. Because AIPAC and these lobbyists that fund his party and his campaign, right, they wouldn't be happy if he started speaking out against Israel. So regardless of if you're left or right, whether you're Democratic or Republican, you have to fund Israel, right, no matter what. You have to continue with that. With the aid. Israel does not run as a state without the US's contributions.
If anybody else want to come on up, you guys welcome to come on up. I think Robbie, if you want to speak, you can come on up as well, bro, and say a piece.
What do you think of Amir? Do you live in New York?
I'm in California.
What do you think of Zoran Mamdani?
What about it?
So he supposedly won the primary election debate, and he's running for mayor. And he isn't pro-Israel, right? They keep grilling him on that. What do you think about Israel? Do you think Israel should, have a right to have its own state, blah, 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 right? As if that's...
he can lie, just like Trump has lied. He could say, I'm for Israel to get the votes, and then after that, he could turn on them.
Yeah.
That's how you do it in the politics. You just lie, you get the power, and that's it. Then you be like, fuck you. That's what Trump did. Trump made a whole bunch of promises to the Arabs in was Detroit. He made a whole bunch of other promises as well, and we haven't seen any of it yet. So that's what needs to happen. Play the games. Just like the rest of the people. I mean, politics is all about lying. Who can lie the best? Who can do a better job at lying?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
He doesn't have to pretend. He's been out in the open about how he feels and everything, so that's one cool thing about this whole thing.
Okay, I mean, he could change, right, Nicole, if he wants to get a win, because we all know
He
who
wants
runs
to
America.
lie. If he wants to start lying, yeah.
He can lie, and then he can turn on them. Because that's the way Trump did it. Trump got the votes, right, from, from Michigan or whatever, right? And then he turned on them. He's supposed to, he said, I want peace. Where's peace at? Gazans are still there. They're getting killed and butchered and slaughtered. Right? There's no peace. and then he made other promises as well. You know, and in relate to the tariff, this is such a bullshit thing. You know, he did it in last presidency as well, and thanks to him, the including the rates of the Dollar Tree went up from dollar to dollar quarter. Yep.
It's a great movie about the life of Donald Trump. It's called The Apprentice. And it shows how he devolves over time. Like, he loses empathy. He starts seeing people as a business opportunity. And the way he described Gaza was as if it was a business opportunity. His dream of Gaza was to turn it into like a commercial center. State-of-the-art, you know, buildings. You know, but a complete disregard of the people that are living there. I mean, the fact that we have scaled Palestine just to one city, Gaza, we just keep saying Gaza, Gaza, Gaza. It is Palestine. Gaza is just one part of Palestine. But that's the power of narrative. When you can control the narrative, then you start thinking, you start using their language, right? People use the word conflict, war, these types of things. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided oppression. It's a genocide, right?
Yep. And it's a non-ending genocide, right? It was a slow genocide from 1947. Now it has, gone up the roof. More suffering and more pain. But these people, and then Netanyahu had the balls to start a war with Iran, and he lost it, right? And Trump comes in, Trump tries to attack Iran, and the report comes out, and the report says that they weren't successful. And he was attacking CNN and New York Times for posting the report. And it was all bullshit, this bunker buster bomb. And Iranians were smart enough to move the stuff around prior to the attack. So they didn't really attack nuclear. What did they attack? These dumbasses, man. Seriously, these are freaking dumbasses. So, yeah, I think they should not have done it. You want to say something, Jimmy? You want to say something, Jimmy?
I think the issue with labeling groups as terrorists is that the label only extends to groups that oppose governments, right? Governments themselves are rarely labeled terrorist organizations. So when you have a government like Israel that perpetuates acts of terror, we rarely see that they're being labeled as a terrorist organization. And Hamas is a symptom of the situation there, right? If you could have two parties that could agree to a ceasefire, because Israel has breached ceasefires in the past, right? They've tried diplomacy. So Hamas is more of an extreme symptom of prolonged occupation. 7 decades. It didn't start in 2023. It started in the past. So that's the situation. You remove a right-wing Israeli government and you have revolt within Israel because he was losing popularity. It was only after October. I think that was a mistake from Hamas's part, right? If that October 7th, 2023 didn't happen, I think that Netanyahu would have lost his power. Ethno-states should not exist simply because you won't have a nation that just has one type of person, and it creates a hierarchy, right? So the way that Israel even treats its own citizens that are not Jewish, it's horrific. So the treatment within their own country is not even fair, just.
speaker somewhere, Frank?
No, I'm new on here.
Well, I'm saying in real life, like, do you speak or do you do speeches at the events and stuff?
No. If I do speeches at events and stuff, I'll be in jail for speaking the truth.
No, I mean, you have a voice like one of those professionals, you know, like AI or somebody, you know, like at the mosque or something.
Oh, okay, no. Nothing like that.
But you're Muslim, right, Frank?
Yes.
Okay, that's not really good, man. Yeah, did you want to say something?
Oh, yes, hi everyone. I just, when I was watching the news, I think Trump's trying to cease the fire because I believe that he wants the stability in the Gulf region, especially with his like $4 trillion contract. And I do seriously believe that he's genuinely asked these two nations, Iran and Israel, to stop the war. And it wasn't like playing games. He's trying. He dropped these 2 bombs, like 6 bombs in that facilities. So only just to please Israel. I said, okay, we did what we asked for, but hey, look at yourself. You guys who started this war, when we were actually in the middle of a deal with Iran, okay, and without our consent, you're just like telling them you're just telling us we will do it. Now, if you started the war, you yourself finish it. But we just realized that how weak Israel is. Now that's like Netanyahu was crying to Americans, please do help us. You know, we need your help. We need your help. Why don't you stand with your allies? And then I said, like after 12 days, I said, okay, let's see what you can do. But from now on, you should stay behind America because it's America first. And of course, without America, Israel is nothing. You know, the whole thing is that it is the West which has created Israel, and it is America which is protecting it. And I just keep saying all the time, Israel just a zimmi state. It's under the American protection. Now, if Israel, Netanyahu is not doing what his masters asking him to do, that's going to be the consequence. It's a weak country.
The US and Israel both have that in common, though, don't they? They both have leaders that have criminal convictions against them. I mean, the fact that Trump was allowed to even run again shows how corrupt the foundations of the US is.
Yeah, I know there's a corruption, but at least what I'm saying is that it is America, not Israel. I mean, Israel absolutely so. It just like shows how weak they are. They're very exposed. They're cockroaches. The only thing is America. America is the giant behind this cockroach. You see, I was telling Amir since the beginning. I was telling him, look, the Jews won't be capable of building a state without the West. They will always be under protection of greater power. That be the Ottoman Empire, the British Empire, and now the American Empire. There's always under protection of an empire. They are zimmis under protection of a higher power. They themselves cannot defend themselves. They cannot build a state and sustain it without the protection of a superpower or empire. We call it. Even in the time of the Muslims, that was the case.
It's about seats in the right places. If in different media circles and the media that people absorb, you have Zionists, they can control the narrative. And if you have lobby groups that are financially wealthy, that are Zionists, then you can fund campaigns, political campaigns. And the way that the US structure works is if you don't really receive funding in your political campaigns, it's hard for independents to really run, right? I like Dr. Cornel West, but is Dr. Cornel West ever going to be president of the United States of America? Absolutely not. He's got no chance, compared to a Trump or J.D. Vance or any of these guys that are happy to be shills for Israel.
Yeah, but being an American, you are self-confident about your country. That my country is capable of doing anything they want. They can go and reach the moon. They can build a colony on Mars. They have the power. They have the capability. That's not the case for Israel. The Israelis, they have to realize on Western power, okay, to protect it. Not to have it. I mean, all the technologies that Israelis have, they basically is American. You're talking about Intel. You're talking about. There's none of these companies that are actually Israelis. They subcontracts all these scientists are actually working in American institutions. No, I mean, just let's give them some credit that they have got genius people, good scientists, but they can't work without America. The West are still the best.
I think years ago there was an article as well about Palestinian land having great resource potential for the Americans and the Israelis, right? So that's another reason why they have ulterior motives for grabbing land. They're using Hamas to spin the narrative and justify occupying land.
I think it's largely to do with after World War II, Britain and I believe America and a few others promised the Jews to give them their own land. They did.
This is not their own land.
Countries are backing them.
This is not their own land. The real Israel, the real Jews were the Palestinians. No, I mean, the promise them, it's a promise which is giving to strangers land that does not belong to them. But the thing is that all it's boiled down into that without the West, Israel doesn't exist. This nuclear, I mean, the Israel's nuclear capability, wouldn't be done without the French. Okay, the French they were the ones who built the Muna plant in Israel, and it was the West which is actually constructed Israel. That was Britain. It is the West, which is the United States, protecting Israel and giving it everything. So it's America. See, you're talking about America.
But it's not America. I think maybe, I don't know. The way I'm looking at it, because 1939 there was a ship full of 900 Jewish people arrived at the U.S. port and was denied entry because they were scared that maybe amongst them might be some Nazis. You know what I'm saying? And then we see the Harriet Truman, that was the president, getting letter bombs and getting 1 million postcards from the Zionists and getting pressurized from the gangs in America and a whole bunch of lobbying efforts and whatnot just for this state called Israel. So if none of this was happening to Harriet Truman, I don't think they would have had their state. And I mean, they were so desperate for the help, they even approached Hitler. Like 1940-41, they approached Hitler from British Mandate Palestine. That was the Lehi Jewish militia gang, right? And they wanted to help to get rid of the British Mandate. So when you look at all these facts, they even did a Havar transfer agreement back in 1933. The Zionists and the Nazis, to bring in the Jewish people into British Mandate Palestine. There were skirmishes, and I don't know, according to my data and what I've learned, they didn't. So the Palestinians did not have a problem with like a small numbers, right, coming into the land from 1920s, or because they were coming in way before the Balfour Declaration. They were still coming in. So the migration did not happen like after 1970. They were coming in from early 1900s. And it kept coming in and more and more, and so when it was under British Mandate, the Palestinians, Arabs, they actually told British Mandate to stop this mass migration, and slowly it just got out of hand, and they did a white paper that was in 1937, and after the white papers, the British decided not to give them this state. So that's why they wanted to get rid of the British. So when you look at all these facts, right, it's only one party that did, and not to mention when they were ethnically cleansing the Palestinians in 1947-48, the neighbors, the Jewish neighbors that were babysitting each other's kids and whatnot, they sold them out to the Jewish militia. Here, you can get rid of them because you're Jewish and I'm Jewish, and we side with each other. And when you talk to the Zionists, they always bring up this point, oh no, it was a small factions. If it was a small faction, why did the majority of them agreed after they created the Jewish state called Israel in 1948? You see what I'm saying? A lot of them were complicit in this shit. And they were leftists as well, that were part of this whole thing. According to Benny Morris and Elan Pape, they're Jewish historians.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you in the sense that they were all complicit. But the thing is that, well, what I'm trying to highlight, and although I agree with you 100%, is that Israel themselves, I mean the Jews themselves, or the Zionists, will not be able to do anything without the West. And that's a fact. You see, we have a great civilization called the Western civilization, like it or not, and it's 2,500 years old, okay, from Europe to Americas. We live in a Western world if you realize that. But without the West, you wouldn't be able in Israel. Okay? And I'm not blaming them. I'm saying like who's actually holding the strength, who's holding the power? It's America. It's not Israel. Yeah, there are some lobbies here and there, but actually who's in the seat, who's in the top table is America. And because America is right now the number one country in the world. It's a country, it's a Western country, okay, and it's the superpower. It's the only superpower in the world. So Israel wouldn't. It's just all I'm trying to say that the Zionists wouldn't be capable of doing anything without the empires. It was the first. They suggested to Theodore Herzl when we went to Sultan Abdul Hamid. He actually said that he wants the homeland in Palestine for the Jews, and he promised that the Sultan Abdul Hamid that it will be under the Ottoman Sultanate. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Just like they want to have a homeland under the protection of an empire. There's no problem with that.
Where I disagree with you is you make a distinction between the West and the Zionists. The Zionists are in the West. They are the empire. Right? That's the issue. And the reason why people are struggling, like what people that live in those lands, the US and the UK, is because they have their own problems. And because of predominantly a two-party system, right? And regardless of who you vote for, it's usually a tactical vote, which is the least worst option. But regardless of who you vote for, there will be continuous contribution to Israel, given who funds those campaigns, right? The Zionists are the empire. They have their seats in all of the places, and people have to acknowledge that. They are in the UK, they're in the US, they're in these lands. So that's something to acknowledge, right? Because we've seen different violations of international law. I mean, let's look at occupation. The UN, in 1967, 1973, they called for Israel to withdraw from territories occupied in the 1967 Six-Day War, which included the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. The recent ICJ court ruling wasn't the only one. There was one in 2004, which ruled that the Israeli wall built in the West Bank and the settlements were illegal under international law. Even look at the 4th Geneva Convention. It's a violation of Article 49, which prohibits the transfer of an occupied civilian population into the territory it occupies. So over 700,000 Israeli settlers live in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And these settlements are built on land taken from Palestinians, forced evictions, land confiscation, and restricted Palestinian movement. And then on top of that, resource appropriation. So water shortages while the Israeli settlers get unrestricted access. Can we acknowledge how inhumane that is? Right? To deprive people of water while settlers get unlimited access. It's horrific.
Anyways, we got Pajman here. Robbie, did you want to say something?
Not currently yet, just spectating still. I'll come on shortly, I got you.
Sure, no problem. Pajman, what's your situation, man? Why do you shout a lot, man? Why do you shout?
I'm okay now. What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine right now.
Are you sexually frustrated? This is
No,
why you
not at
shout?
all. Not at all. No.
Like every day you come in here and you shout. Like, I don't know, man. You need to get married as soon as possible.
Not at all. Not at all. Everything is good.
We need to find you a good sister. You want Iranian sister?
Everything is good. Everything is good.
Are you gonna marry an Iranian wife in the future?
No, I'm gonna marry a Paki wife. Pakistani?
Calm down with the racial slur.
No, what do you mean? You said about Iranians about Paki. What's wrong?
Paki is a racial slur.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go look it up.
You don't just make up what's a racial
Okay,
slur.
I'll put the definition in the chat. Do you want to see it?
If you want, sure.
Okay, I'll show you the definition.
It's equivalent to a jab.
Okay, there you go.
Paki? Are you serious?
Yeah. I'll put the link in the chat for you, just for you.
I don't need you to put the link in the chat.
No, I'll put the link in the chat for you. Here.
I don't need you.
It's just like using the N-word.
No.
It's not even allowing me to put the because of the racial slur. Let me see. Let's see. Alright. Let's see if I can put the definition in there. What? No.
Alright. I think you need to.
I put the P word in there. Check it. I have to remove the package because it's a racial slur. Even this app doesn't allow you to put the word in there because it's a racial slur.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah. I think you need to calm down. Stop shouting at people. Are you happy or are you sad that there's no regime change?
I am obviously sad, but
Are you
it's
crying?
No, it's up to the people to figure it out.
Yeah. But if the people of Iran, they do not want outside parties to come in and topple the government, then, I mean, who are you to say that, we want Israel's help? No, but you made the claim that you wanted Israel's help to topple, just like you were Shah, the son of Shah. He's siding with Netanyahu as well.
He can pick.
No, but you are siding with them. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's my personal
problem. We need to bring you to the right path. Look,
no,
you can be anti-IRGC, right, and not support the son of Shah because son of Shah stands with Netanyahu.
That's okay. That's not my business.
No, but the son of Shah stands. That's your business because you stand with
Well, I stand up. I like the son of Shah. I like Netanyahu. I don't like Netanyahu, but it's not my place.
Netanyahu's going to jail after this.
Okay, then he can go to jail after this.
He's a war criminal. You like Netanyahu? He's a war criminal.
For a series of things. So
That's not what I said.
Criminals, what you're saying.
That's not what I said.
You just said you like Netanyahu.
No, I took it back. I don't like Netanyahu.
Is there any crimes that son of Shaw did, Benjamin?
Did he what?
Has he done any kind of crimes, son of Shaw?
No.
Not that you know of, right?
Well, considering he was 17 when he left, I don't think so.
Has he done any crime when he was prior to leaving inside Iran?
Prior to 17, no.
Oh, no parties.
No. Is it a crime? Is it a crime to party?
No rape parties.
No.
Okay. I hope he didn't do any. What about his dad? Was he? Did he do any crimes?
That is up to the people of Iran to figure out.
No, I'm asking you. According to your data, did he commit any crimes?
No.
So if I ask ChatGPT right now, it's gonna tell me that guy was a pious person.
No, I mean he was a dictator for sure. So.
But you would want him back, right? If he was available, like if he was available to.
The son or him right now? What do you mean?
Yeah, son or the dad.
Again, that's not my concern.
No, I'm asking you. Would you have supported the dad?
At the time, yeah, of course.
Okay, but he was a dictator. Okay, so in other words, he did commit some crimes, and you're okay with some of the crimes he committed, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But Benjamin, there's no leaders out there that have clean hands. I just don't get it.
I don't know.
Like let's say if the power was given to this the son, you don't think he will commit crimes?
I don't know, dude. All dictators are corrupt. I don't know.
Yeah, so he'll be a dictator as well, the son.
More than so.
That's too
consumed by the lifestyle.
Is he in California?
No, he's in Maryland.
Seriously?
Yeah. He lives in D.C. He lives in Maryland.
DC doesn't know about?
I don't know. I met him in 2015.
Oh, he said you were trying to date his girl or something, his daughter.
No, I met him before I tried to date his daughter. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Is that okay with you?
I said it's not okay with me because you're getting too close to it. You're getting too close. You're getting too close.
Too close to what?
We need to bring you back to the light.
Too close to what?
You're getting too close to the sun. We don't know if you're going to do something with the sun. This is how much. Do you think people are crazy in love with the sun? I think they are.
No one's crazy. No.
Bro, they're literally protesting. They want him back, even on this side. Why is it that some of these people that are, Zionist Iranians, they love the sun? They want him back so badly.
Some do, some don't.
Yeah. I think they need to end it, man. Forget that.
And what? And what?
And all this protest and
I don't think the Iranians want right away. Nor America is going to.
No, the majority do not. The majority do not.
Nor America will restore a monarchy in Iran. That's not a republic. It's a state. So
the majority do not.
So what I think it's gonna be like right away. It's just a clown, and this time he's not fitting to this time. He's basically.
Well, that's your fucking opinion. So.
Well, stick to my fucking opinion to your ass, okay? And I'll give you.
Your opinion sucks. Your opinion sucks.
Oh yeah, take it from my dick then.
Then come give it. Come give it to me. Come give it to me right now. Let's go.
Come to me.
Give it to me right now. Let's go.
Come to me, you bitch. Right? The bitch, come to me. I don't
be a coonie with you right now. Right now you're being a coonie.
I don't go to horse. Horse come to me. Bitch like you do.
Shut up.
Right?
Shut up.
But bring the something. Bring some lubricants.
Okay, alright, that's okay. Relax. You go relax. You go, just go relax. Relax, just relax.
So the thing is, Amir, is the guy, a bitch like this, that Pahlavi can be the king. There will be no monarchy again in Iran. Just let you know this, Amir.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It will be a republic. It will be a monarchy.
Okay, thank you for your,
It will stay a republic.
thank you for your IQ answer. Thank you.
Well, what about your parents? Are they happy with what happened?
Yes, they are.
So they are for supporting IRGC?
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
I said that there's no regime change. Are they happy about that?
No, they're not happy about that, no.
Are they happy with the supporting the people when IRGC or Iran was fighting against the Zionist entity?
No.
So they were basically
our number one enemy is the Islamic Republic of Iran.
No, I know, but what about that makes you a traitor?
I don't know what that means.
You know how that makes you a traitor? I'll tell you how. So regardless of IRGC or whoever, right, is defending your people and your nation, regardless of if they're criminal or whatever, you can keep your differences on the side for right now. Somebody that's wants to kill your people.
We don't think that, bro. We don't think the way you're thinking about it. We don't think that.
So you don't think, so you don't care about your
He doesn't think.
No, but you're
The problem is that you can't think.
You're talking like a retard again.
You're capable of thinking.
No.
So this is the biggest problem that makes you a traitor. If you don't think like that, Pejman, during time of war, I think that makes you a traitor.
Yeah, well, I think you're retarded.
In any country, even if it's a dictator, right?
Okay,
It'll make you a traitor. Okay, so if they're attacking Iran and killing innocent civilians, who should defend?
The regime.
Who should defend your people?
The regime. The people are not under attack.
Forget the regime. Let's say if there's no regime, and they just want to come take over Iran and attack your people, who should defend?
The army.
So you support the army?
Yeah.
So isn't the army is the one that's working with IRGC?
Under this regime, yes.
So you do support army. So you are supporting IRGC, correct?
No. I don't support this army. I don't support this IRGC. I don't support this regime.
Yeah, but they're the one that defended against the Zionist entity right now.
No, they're defending the regime. They're not defending the people.
They were defending against the attacks coming from Israel.
No, that's not the case.
They have killed about 500 people, man.
That's not the case. No, that's not the case.
So killing 500 people is justified.
I said that's not the case. You can keep saying it over and over again. That's not the case.
Bro, I don't know. That makes you a traitor. Do me a favor when you go to your dental office, right? Give them this scenario. If you have a problem with the government of Iran and your country is under attack by outside, whatever, right? And you don't stand with you support the other party to attack because you hate the government. Just ask anybody. They'll tell you that it makes you a traitor.
You can say that over and over again.
No, it does. It does make you a traitor. You don't want to accept it, so it's your fault, man. It's up to you. I mean, it's on you. But anyways, what's up, God and yeah, what's up, man?
Morning,
Did you miss?
morning.
How you doing? Everything okay?
Yeah.
My Pesman, you need to calm down, man. You need to calm down. You can't be coming in shouting anymore because IRGC is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. And you should be mad at Israel. How come they didn't do a good job keeping it okay?
Alright, why don't you go back to Pakistan and go and update that country?
You should be pissed off at Israel for not doing a good job and change sides. Switch sides. Because they're a bunch of pussies. They could not go after Iran. Even America got scared. Trump got scared. Trump was pissed off today. Did you hear what Trump said?
Yeah,
Trump was shit scared.
It was scared. It was funny as fuck.
Yeah, but Trump told Netanyahu to bring back all the fighter jets. So you're not doing any more attacks in Iran.
Well, because there was the ceasefire, he didn't want Israel to respond.
But according to the data, they never took down the nuclear facility.
Well, we don't know that yet, but it's too early.
We do know that.
2 days. We don't know.
We don't know the damage.
They were literally notifying each other.
They moved the trucks.
We don't know. It's too early.
It's not too early. It's public knowledge. They talk about it, about attacking each other before they attack each other.
You need to relax.
Yes, they do. I am relaxed. You're the only one loud in this chat. Everybody else got a calm demeanor.
Just relax. You just relax.
Come on, little fella. Come on, little fella. Little Pezman. Little Pezman.
Stay relaxed.
Little Pezman.
Stay relaxed. Stay relaxed.
What's up with this dude, man?
Assalamualaikum, my friends.
Good evening.
Hey, this guy's weird.
I'm sorry.
No, you're weird.
No, it was
dialogue, bro.
No, I'm sorry.
You're
It
just trying to
was a
troll. You're
reflex.
not
It
being
was a reflex.
serious. What are you, like 20?
It was a reflex. My bad. I'm sorry.
That's an absurd
Let's
reflex.
dive into it. So,
You're being irrational right now.
according to the data that's available,
Why are you behaving like this, yeah?
he behaves like an animal sometimes in my room. There's reports that there was a lot of movement, there was a lot of activity with trucks prior to this attack, like 2 days, 3 days, 5 days prior to this attack, which means, and IAEA, they're not going to allow them in there because IAEA, apparently, it's an American organization. They leaked the names of the scientists to the disgusting Zionist entity that came in and killed 14 scientists.
Correct. Why would they try to let anybody in?
So nobody,
doesn't let nobody in their programs.
and believe it or not, Robbie, after this attack, a lot of the countries are not going to trust IAEA. They're going to be like, fuck you, get lost.
Do you ever, and then you think, okay, this is propaganda? Do you ever read that? On both sides. Because sometimes I read Israel bullshit on Twitter, and I'm like, this is bullshit, this is propaganda. And then I'm like, you know what, this is probably bullshit. I'm not going to believe it. I'm going to wait for more sources. Do you ever do that on your side?
Things
What
that
do
are
I do?
documented, governmentally documented is not
No,
propaganda.
I'm asking you if you ever, Amir, do you ever do that?
How can I deny American intelligence report?
These are
I'm not
factual
denying. I'm not denying the.
Oh my God.
I'm not denying the DIA report that came out today that was leaked and the Trump and all of them backfired. I understand what you're saying. I know that, but that's one of 18
So
different.
why are you opposing it if you understand it?
Because there's more agencies to come out. Maybe there's more research. There's more satellite footage. It's day 2. Now, if 3 weeks from now that's the same intelligence, then I will 100% agree with you. But just give it time. And oh my God, they dropped 12 bunker busters. I am not a military expert, neither are you guys. I don't want to be in that fucking bunker or in that fucking in Fordo during that bombing. I'll tell you that much. So
you have military experts that are saying that this is fucking practically questionable.
Well, it's very, in my opinion, it's very. If it is true, that's very fucking stupid. You pushed it back for a few months. That's fucking dumb. So.
Look, there was nothing bombed at those bunkers. Nothing at all. Nothing was accomplished. Nobody died. There was nothing.
No, well, they're trying to disrupt the centrifuges at Fordo. So let's just wait. Now, if they do, I tend to agree that I think it seems like it was bullshit, and I don't know if this ceasefire is gonna hold. Do you guys think this ceasefire is gonna hold?
No, it's not gonna hold.
So you think Israel's gonna piss off Trump?
Bro, the Zionists don't give a fuck. Netanyahu runs America. AIPAC runs America.
No, but you think Netanyahu is gonna break the ceasefire and anger Trump?
Netanyahu is on trial right now. Do you not hear
I'm
me?
asking you guys if you think.
Yes.
It's not gonna hold.
He's intentionally trying to cause a war so he can prevent himself from going to jail.
So I'm here. In 1 month,
the ceasefire ain't gonna hold because Netanyahu, the Zionist entity, this criminal is famous. One second, brother, 1 second. So this criminal Zionist entity is famous for violating ceasefire. They've done it in Lebanon. They've killed over 100 people.
Hold on. Give me a timeline.
Hold on, Pejman, hang on. They did it to Lebanon. They did it to Gaza for the phase 1. They did it to Syria. They did it to a whole bunch of other places. And even in relate to Iran, I would say probably give it, this report that you're talking about, Netanyahu is already pissed off. Do you know what they're talking about? They're talking about we cannot get rid of this nuclear facility. IAEA is trying to ask Iranian government for more information. Where have they relocated the nuclear? They're like, fuck you, get lost. We're not going to give you information. And now the only way to get to them is the ground invasion. None of the motherfucking countries out there are gonna do ground invasion in Iran. It's the terrain is not there, bro. It's mountain.
It's all in Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, all that.
So then what?
So they're gonna try to get in there. I would say probably like they did with Mossad. Right? They found a whole bunch of spies. That's the only way they're gonna be able to get into Iran. And even Iran has some spies inside Israel, and they would have to, take out the leader, which is Netanyahu. Iran would have to do that.
I'm talking about in Iran. What are you talking about?
In Iran, I think they would need some spies to do what
No,
they
because you said they're going to break the ceasefire. If they're going to break the ceasefire, then we're back at war again. So what are you talking about?
Probably, I don't know. They might shoot some rockets, man.
Shoot some more rockets to keep
But what happens to the uranium and the nuclear sites?
Nothing. They won't give any address. They won't show any address. There's no more address, nothing. They're not going to give any reports or anything anymore. We're done.
Why would you?
IAEA lost credibility, especially after they assassinated 14 scientists. They lost credibility.
Why would you give any information after you try to sabotage them? Plenty of times with peace talks. A day before you had peace talks, the next day you fucking killed the lead negotiator of Iran.
Yeah, but that was a bullshit peace talk. They weren't gonna stop enrichment. That was the whole point.
Says who?
What do you mean?
Says who? Iran said they were more than willing. They were more than willing.
No. They said enrichment is our red line. They've said that multiple times.
That's bullshit.
What are you talking about? They've said that a million times.
This is what Iran said. Iran said that they are committed to war with Israel, and Israel bitched out.
I'm talking about enrichment. I'm talking about during the negotiations.
Yeah, but they have every right to fucking have nuclear power.
No, they fucking don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Every country has the right to sovereignty. Who the fuck are you, a dirty fucking Jew? Fuck you.
Yeah, that is correct.
Fuck you, you fucking small hat. What the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, I will say this. There is nothing wrong with Iran having a nuclear program. If you have Israel that fucks with every country in the Middle East,
the synagogue of Satan,
and then goes to Big Brother America and tells them
Big Daddy America. Let's say that, not Big Brother.
Big Daddy America. Hey, we into some shit. We need your back real quick.
No, we need your help. We getting our ass kicked. They bombed the bombs are too strong. We getting our ass kicked. Could you please come bomb them for us? Because we started something and we couldn't finish it.
But that's what they always do.
We need one more Hitler. We need one more Hitler to finish those big.
I think America became a laughing stock. When they attacked the Iranian nuclear site by using V2 bomber, and that media were that enjoying their marketing. But now that there is no use, and I think first the biggest loser is Israel. The second one is America. Both of them are lost. and their credibility also, that, and I think that the hegemony, Western hegemony, especially American hegemony, is no more work. And every country start, raising the voice against America. So I think this war, if you look at this war, I think it will impact American interest in global, the global forum.
Are you speaking in regards to like as the American image?
Yeah, the
Because our image been fucked up for some time.
Credibility and image.
Credibility been fucked up for a long time. We just hold a lot of key components in this world that we run shit. But we run a lot of shit because of who? Israel. Zionists.
The other countries had a fear, like, that America means it's a superpower, they are something else. Now, that they are exposed by Iran. And people realize that America, that people say that, America is a superpower, they can screw anyone. But this time, it is opposite happen. So now, every country starts speaking against America. They start raising the voice. So I think it will, that the global equation will change this after this war. So not only that the global equations and the dollar domination also will shrink.
So, Ajman, he supports son of Shah, right? So, the issue with that is now that guy, the son of Shah, he's standing side by side with Netanyahu. Netanyahu came out multiple times. He said, we stand with the Iranians that are being oppressed and suppressed by IRGC. IRGC is the government of Iran. And he said, we side with you. We, Yeah, so he said, Netanyahu said, we stand with the Iranians, blah, 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 and we know you're oppressed and suppressed. Such a hypocrite. He's oppressing and suppressing people in Gaza all year long, all day long, right? And he's trying to make a statement. He wanted somebody on the inside to topple the government, so it will be easy for him to go in there and do what he needs to do. But then he put a blame on the nuclear thing, and Trump, he got tired. He said, fuck this, because it's costing America close to $5 to $10 million for each fucking rocket that they shoot out of our defense system.
Well, Amir, I'm sorry about that question. I don't think money is the issue. I mean, we give over $100 million a year to Israel. I don't think that's what it is with this war.
Another production
full of issues.
Robbie, we have a problem with production. I'll tell you what, the production problem, because during that this whole thing, there's a lot of background noise. Let me mute you, brother. Okay, I just muted you. So in the they're having problem because I don't know if you remember, about a year ago, 6 months ago, they were going back and forth with Ukraine and this war, the so-called war in Gaza, right? So America came out with their report that we cannot produce more rockets for the defense system. We're like overwhelmed, and we don't even have enough rockets for our own country. You see what I'm saying, for the defense system. And so another war with Iran, America is out of weaponry. And these rockets that are being used in the top defense system, it costs American tax dollars almost close to $10 million a shot. Some of them are $5 million, some of them are $1 million, and it costs them a lot of money. At the same time, Iran uses a cheaper way of taking them down. They use a defense system from Russia, and it costs them less money to defend. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but this is globalism.
Yeah.
This is when it comes to war, America, money's not really an issue.
Yeah, money's not. It's a production problem.
Okay. What this war is going on is a slew of issues. One, Netanyahu trying to be prevent from going to jail for his war crimes. Two, it's also about expanding Israel closer into the Western Bank. That's why that's happening in Gaza. That's why you see Trump with the Trump Gaza. Not only that, you got a spiritual war going on with the people of Iran. This is not a political war. This is not like fucking USA versus Russia or China. They're going to war with people that are spiritual. This is more of a religious war. You can't come over there and implement your politics and try to westernize the Middle East and expect these people to bow down. No, they just want to do their own thing and have their own program. This is our way of living over here. Leave us alone. Israel's not supposed to be there. Israel wasn't even there until what, about 75 years ago, somewhere around there? 1947? Then 1948, the U.S. came over and kicked everybody out with the help of the United Kingdom. They just want to live in peace over there. Israel keeps trying to bank off the Bible and thinks that the land's supposed to be promised to them. And then that they're God's people, the Jewish people are God's people, whatever the case is. They're trying to use religion as an excuse to do what they're doing. What's happening in Iran, it's really religion where they don't mind living amongst others. It's just Israel fucking up everything in the Middle East, not trying to have peace. So they could control and conquer. It's not just that, it's a power play too. If Israel could take over the Western Bank, that means the U.S. could implement more bases that infiltrate closer to Russia. Now you can shoot missiles like you said. It's a demand thing. They can shoot missiles closer, it's going to be cheaper. Production could be made here now. It's just a slew of things going on in this war. It's not just Netanyahu. It's not just regime change. It's not just power shifting. It's everything. This all compiled in one is just a war game going on right now. I don't think USA realizes that you can't do a political war with a religious country.
It's not about politics. This is about installing a World Bank in Iran. That's what this is all about, really.
Robbie, you also mentioned that for America, money is not a problem because they are waging war against Arabs by using their money, petrol money. So for them, there's that in Arabs' expense, Iran is they are waging war against Arab countries, and that Israel is using the Arab money only. So America is not loser, and not only that, they are benefiting also. They are threatening the small countries, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. And they are misusing the power.
Trying to all the Muslims.
Yeah, Dad. I don't think, like you said, it's not just banking. That's just the mental aspect of it. Israel is really good at mental warfare. USA is good at physical warfare. Israel knows how to implement themselves. And I'm not even just going to say Israel. Jewish people scattered all across the land know how to implement themselves in any society. So it's not just money and banking. There's just also benefit to the USA if they could expand. If Israel wins, the United States wins. That's just how it is. It's a mutualistic relationship between the two.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right.
No, I agree. It doesn't make it right, but that's what's going on. That's part of it.
Hang on. From the American perspective, right, it's actually has become a liability. So America corporation, right, the way I'm looking at it. Now, corporation has all these members. Now, the next, you could say, co-founder of America, you could say, Netanyahu or whoever is, leader of this Jewish state. Now, just like, in the regular corporate world, if it becomes a liability, what do you do with the liability? You let it go. That's what America has to do. You gotta let the liability go. If you don't, if you hang on to it for a long time, it's going to take you down.
But
if it goes down, it's going to be a big, big problem for America.
But that's the thing. America has already seen Israel as a liability prior to this. People have been speaking up, but nothing's being heard. So now that it's happening, people are starting to key in on.
No. Before it was on a silent mode, Robbie. Now it's the whole America and everybody all over the world.
I'm saying within the last 2-3 years.
right now it has woken up. I'm talking about these people are pressed and suppressed for over 70 years. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm talking about from American perspective, as far as like seeing how America's really tied into Israel.
If I may, just to speak on that. See, I think there's a different aspect that people aren't considering when we're talking about Israel and the Zionist entity. Solely for the fact that I do understand when people say, like, you know, America is being choked down by the Zionist entity, but it's kind of a different. There's different problems that culminate to the bigger problem. You have the religious zealots in America who believe that they have to invoke the Antichrist to get Jesus back, or they have to invoke their Messiah back, right? These people will always operate in a way where they don't care what happens as long as this event happens, and that's why they'll always fund and they'll always support Israel no matter what. The second problem is the Middle Eastern problem. The Americans know very well that in the 1900s they found that colonizing other countries, like especially China, for example, it gave them bounties of rewards from natural resources to materials, very key positions with other countries as well. And the European nations have always assisted them in that goal. But they know that if they don't have a forward operating base in these countries, it makes it very difficult. That's why you have Taiwan with the United States. That's why you have, Israel in the Middle East, and so on. And then the third entire issue on this is that you have this entire device of the morality of the United States. There's a policy that the United States rules by, which is soft power. And soft power basically means that you have to look like you're a moralistic entity, but behind the scenes, you're willing to do anything to get your goals met. A good example of this is imagine Barack Obama, for example, right? He looked like this guy that would do anything to have human rights, supported the LGBT, women's rights, all of these things, whatever. But in the background, he was a maniacal, egotistical, killer who wanted to see women and children die. As long as it was an American, he wanted to see all of those people die. And he was the president that was known for his drone strikes, right? And we've come to a problem. We've come to a interesting point in today's day and age, as Amr was actually pointing out, that people are starting to wake up. This soft power is now put on full view, especially with the Iran-Israel war that just happened. We saw how the Americans go ahead and manipulate situations. We see why Israel is the way it is, and the Americans are now starting to wake up to this entire idea. Well, it's a false idea that they have that the Israelis control America when it's the other way around. There are attack dogs that kind of step out of line.
No. Well, not. Let me rephrase.
Mm-hmm.
Not Israelis, because there's even Israelis that oppose to what's going on and everything, and they understand Zionism. It's Zionists. It's just people that happen to come from Israel.
Yeah, but I'm speaking from the American point. The American point doesn't discriminate Zionists from Israelis. What the Americans see is Israelis are our attack dogs. It doesn't matter if they're Zionists or not, right? And if they step out of line, we need to reel them back, right? But in Israel, the Zionists, and thank you for pointing out the difference, the Zionist entity is thinking that as long as it can keep the politicians in America on a leash, it secures their ability to siphon the money off of America.
Correct.
It's kind of like a virus that goes both ways. Yeah, exactly.
AIPAC is with damn near every politician we have in America and their influence, and they donate to their charities or whatever they have going on. So it's They're very good at mental warfare.
Absolutely. So right now, the Americans only see one side of the problem, which is the Zionist entity and what they're doing. The second end of the problem, it hasn't been fully realized by the American people yet, but they're starting to see it with Trump, and they're like, oh, we recognize it. There is a dictatorial side of America that we don't like, and now that they're seeing this, they're like, wait, what have we gotten ourselves into, right? And then the third and final solution, people still, and I still find this kind of appalling to believe that Americans still don't see this to this very day. The same way we criticize religious zealots in other countries, we don't seem to do the same with our own religious zealots. Lindsey Graham is a good example. This is a guy that would throw gay people off of rooftops. This is a guy that would use women as a kind of cattle to go ahead and do whatever he wants with or whatever. But then he's also the same guy that if any other person has the same mentality as he does in another country, his entire thing is we need to go bomb them. So these religious zealots are probably one of the biggest pace-taking points that Americans have in our society right now.
So I think we gotta let this Zionist entity go, because if we don't, I think it's gonna hurt Americans in a bad way. And I believe majority of the Israelis are Zionists, right? There's a very small amount. I mean, you got Arabs in there, right? They're Muslims and whatnot.
You do have
they would
Zionists.
They would not. Yeah, they would not want to be called Zionists because they're. Now some of them did so.
No,
Israel
you do have self-proclaimed Iranians.
We're not talking about you. I'm talking about Israel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, inside Israel. So when we look at that Israeli issue, right, what Sam brought up, 82% of them, the Zionist Jewish people, they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. They want to, send them somewhere else. And 56% of them, they want to expel the Arab Israelis out of Israel. Back in 2016, the Pew Research data showed that 48% of them, they wanted to kick them out, the Arabs, the Zionist Jews. So there is a pretty big number inside Israel that come from a Jewish background. They do not want Arabs in there, even though it's their land from the jump. And they even have Mizrahi Jews that are actually Arab Jews, by the way. So now, when you look at, so if the majority of them believe in kicking them out, I don't think they should be living in there, And this is the biggest problem we have, and the indoctrination plays a large role. If somebody is born inside Israel, and kid turns 18, and he's serving in the military, so much hatred has fed into his system, and the Jewish supremacy that we're God-chosen people. For them, then it becomes normal to serve at the border, at the 920 checkpoints in the West Bank, to terrorize the fuck out of the Palestinians.
So.
But if it's
Amir, let me ask you a question. So, how do you fight Zionism?
So, if you, I don't know if you read the books, the Theodor Herzl, Jabotinsky, Eliezer Ben Yehuda, the guy that revived the language that had to add 9,000 words, Ben Gurion, you had the Menachem Begin, you have the Golda Meir. A lot of these people, the founding father like Ben Gurion, like Jabotinsky, they have said that these people are going to resist, and we're going to use iron wall or iron fist against them, which means forcing them out of their own homes. Ben Gurion had the Plan D, Plan Dalet, same thing. And all these Zionists, they came to this land, they were looking for a way, how do we get rid of the, this Arab population to build our state. So the Zionism includes colonizing, expansion, kicking them out, not giving the land back, and genocide is part of it as well.
So,
And
where do you displace these people?
Where do you send people?
Yes.
So
and then
people,
once you cast them out, how do you ever prevent them from integrating? Because in essence, you would have to isolate them.
Yep. Hey, what's up, Aziz? I think they were happy with Trump's plan. I don't know. You heard about it, right, Robbie? Where Trump said we should kick them out to Egypt and we can move them to this place and that place.
Wait, hold on. That's news to me. He recently said this.
He didn't say recently. He said I would say 4 months ago or 3 months ago. Do you guys remember what he said? Aziz or anybody, do you guys remember what Trump said about kicking the Palestinians out? Which place was he going to send them to?
Oh, he was going to send them towards Egypt. But Egypt closed their borders and he said no. Okay, I know what you...
Yeah. So, but the Egyptian narrative is if we allow them into our country after the Zionist entity takes over Gaza, then they're going to come into Egypt by saying that, there's still Hamas in Egypt, so we need to come in and then, they're going to be killing and shooting rockets into Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're scared of. That's what the Egyptians are scared of. So I don't know, man, to be honest with you, Robbie, and then after he made that satire video, it was a very disgusting video. The creator of the video comes out, he said it's just a satire. Trump said voluntarily. Then he comes out, he goes, yes, of course, voluntarily. Although, you should have seen all these Zionists on the side, they were happy. They're like, Trump wants to, move the Gazans out. They need to be moved out. They should not be living there.
Well, okay, so you're saying the Trump Gaza video, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you seen it, right?
Yeah, so I actually seen it the exact moment it dropped in. I thought it was a parody, but I'm like, there's no fucking way. I click on it, and sure enough, it was on his official Instagram page, and it's a trip, man. That's what I'm saying. This war is it's more layers to it. It's basically an onion. There's a lot of factors in of why this war is occurring.
Yep. That's what it is. I don't know, man. I kind of see it. It's a simple solution, right? You can remove the occupation, let them breathe their own air, and give them their own state, and that's it. Go stay on your side, side of the state called Israel.
But that's the thing. Everywhere that these, how can I say it? These people don't know boundaries. Everywhere they go, they're always getting displaced. That's why they're scattered all across the land. It's just no matter where you put them, there's always issues. No matter where they go, there's always issues. What it is?
New Mexico, Robbie. New Mexico, Vegas, it's empty.
You said what?
We got Nevada is empty, like desert. Arizona is desert.
It's not desert though. That's what you think. There's a lot of military air bases. Let me tell you this. The city I live right now in California is about 60 miles north of Los Angeles. We are famous for our Air Force base. The B-2 bomber was actually made in my city that I'm from. A lot of these places that you think... a lot of these places if anything happens to LA, my city will be the first to have the Air Force there.
Bro, they have the Central option target. Los Angeles is on target on the Central.
Yeah, San Diego's about 100 miles away. We're a lot closer than San Diego.
Yep.
So, a lot of these deserts you think that are deserts, they're not just deserts. There's a lot of missiles in Arizona that you might think it's just a rock or something like that. No, that's not just a rock. There's stuff underneath those rocks, and there's stuff that pops out of that ground.
No, I hear you. I'm talking about like Vegas. Like if you walk around, there's a lot of empty land. Sometimes they're still.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks empty though, but that's what I'm saying. It's occupied. It's governmentally occupied.
No. Like I'm talking about private properties. There's a lot of them that are empty. Like I went to city of Henderson. I've been to all
Okay,
a
I
lot
get
of
what you're
different cities
saying.
in Nevada. It's empty. It's like they're building casino. They're building this, and that's a very good land. A lot of people have migrated to Vegas. Like there's new construction going on. New Mexico. I was in New Mexico as well. I would say probably a few years ago. Freaking empty as hell. Like desert. New Mexico, Arizona. I recently went over there. I'm in Los Angeles, by the way. I drove to Arizona about I think 2 months ago, and there was a lot of land over there, man. So these people, these Israeli, whoever you want to call it, Jewish people, whatever, the Zionists, they can migrate here and settle, and we can call it, instead of calling Arizona, we could call it Israeli Arizona or something. I don't know, man.
Call it Zion's Zona. Nah, I wouldn't. Nah. They could go somewhere further by Australia or something. Far away from everybody. Not here in America. We already got enough of them, man. We run this whole damn country. Even Trump. I think Trump think that he thought this move was calculated. He thought he could just bomb Iran and that it'd be okay. No, they showed him. They closed that port. That passage. They're talking about closing the passage, and if they close that, about 20% of our products go through there. But the thing is, he thought they wouldn't close it is because they're allies with China. And then being allies with China gets 48% of their energy through that passage.
You mean Iran closed it, or who closed it? Iran?
No, I don't think Iran closed it, but Iran's seriously considering closing it. And Trump knows that they can't close it because of their allies, but I don't think Trump understands that this is past that point. It doesn't matter about the ally.
Yeah, because it's like, how good are you an ally? I'm over here getting my ass whooped. You just watching. Fuck that. Everybody got to suffer now.
Well, exactly. And not only that, China, like I said, 48% of energy. Whatever they extract, they take it through that passage. And you're cutting off half of China with energy. So it's like, he thinks they're not going to do that. But it's like, bro, you guys keep fucking with them. You're pushing them to their limits. And if you keep pushing them to that point,
war has to be played. We gotta, war now is no longer just attack it. Sometimes it has to attack the pockets. You gotta fuck up money. You know what I mean?
Correct. Even if it's your allies, you're gonna do what's best for you. Not only that, you think the allies gonna let them have
more money today.
Russia's not gonna let them have nukes. China's not gonna let them have nukes because they're gonna think that they're gonna use it on them. What they'll do, they'll nuke some shit for them, but they ain't gonna give them the blueprint. When Iran gets its own nukes, this is a whole different world. That levels the playing field. Nobody could fuck with it.
The thing about it is America helped them get their nukes. That's the crazy thing.
Because of Zionism. The Zionists in the American Party. All that was
this is what America likes to do, though. We like to, they just sent fuel to fucking Iran as well, while they were bombing on Israel.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know this. Yeah, this is a fact. Somebody that works for the border, that works in the airlines, just explained this to me on here as well. And he said a Ukraine aircraft landed in his airport about 2 weeks ago. No news station spoke about it. He wasn't even supposed to speak about it. I think that was the president fleeing from Russia, probably.
Okay. Not only that, Iran just found that antimony, like some type of new mineral that they could use, or element they could use. And they found let me see if I can look it up.
And you heard about the new mayor, Mamdani, you won, right?
Yeah, but he was arrested.
I don't know.
Here it goes. In March 2025, Iran announced the discovery of approximately 7,000 metric tons of antimony reserves, the largest deposit located in the southeastern province of Sistan and Balochistan. This discovery is significant because it is estimated to contribute around 10% of the global supply of antimony. The discovery is also strategically important due to antimony's role in military equipment, semiconductors, and solar panel manufacturing. You know what that means? That means its allies could have a stronger military. That means its allies could build more durable tanks. That means its allies in itself could build more durable planes. That means its allies in itself could build more durable
Enough
missiles.
bullshit, bro. Enough conspiracy. Go read a fucking book. And then
It's
come
not
back.
a conspiracy.
Oh my God, did you know that if you step out, shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about Iran. You don't know shit about Iran. You don't know shit.
Stop
You
shouting,
don't know
bro.
shit.
Stop shouting.
Let me guess. The people are getting wrong going. That shouldn't be something to be mad at us.
Yeah, I'm at least getting mad about something that was found.
No, you get mad at the whites, get mad at the Jews. Don't get mad at me, buddy.
Wait, Pageman, let me guess. You think America just wants to liberate you and save
No, that's not what I said at all.
Well, so I don't know. It sounds like
Benjamin Netanyahu. Don't get mad at us, buddy.
I'm mad at the ceasefire. That's what I'm mad at.
Nah, this guy's mad. He's calling it a conspiracy, bro, when it's equivalent to why they were there for oil.
Conspiracy if he's proving it right there to your face.
It's not a conspiracy. This is factual. These elements found in Iran.
No, he just wants to brush people off. They say you're a conspiracy theorist and all that bullshit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not even a conspiracy. He can go look this up, bro. You go
it's
look
easy
at
to
it.
dismiss. It's easy to dismiss, but it's relevant. It's a fact.
This conspiracy theorist.
That's what a Zionist would say. I bet I'm anti-Semitic too, right? I don't know why Page me back up here, man. He just yelling like you said, man.
He has nothing to share with the conversation.
Nothing to attribute, bro. He has nothing reasonable to say. I'm telling you, bro, this boy's like a Gen Z or something. That's what it is.
He just pissed off, and I like I like to keep my enemies closer. Pageman is one of my enemies, right? I like to keep the enemies closer, because then I live rent-free in his head, right? He talks about me, talks shit about me in his own rooms.
You need to be mad about India, not about us. You need to be worrying about that war going on. Don't be worrying about Iran and fucking Israel. You need to be worried about Pakistan and India. At least you're concerned.
That's enough. That's
You need
enough.
to be worried about wiping each other off the face of the fucking map.
What they really need to worry about
It's not enough. It's facts. It's factual.
That's enough.
India and Pakistan are going at it right now. You want to talk facts? We can talk about that.
Why don't India or Pakistan wear deodorant? Why none of them wear deodorant?
They're gonna bomb them with the whole spice.
I'm not Indian or Pakistani. What do I do?
So going back to Iran. By the way, Pageman, I don't think the ceasefire is gonna hold, right? Because we all know Israel is famous for breaking the ceasefire. But can you imagine if they were to break the ceasefire this time? I heard that Iran still has another 1,000 to 2,000 ballistic missiles, right?
Iran doesn't need
hang on, Robbie, hang on a second, bro. So if they were to shoot 1,000 to 2,000 ballistic missiles into Israel, I think Israel would be finished, right? Okay. And it will become part of Iran.
That's only in your dreams.
No. How would that? Hold on a second. Let's say if that does happen. How would that make you feel? There would be no more Israel.
That's only in your fantasies.
Bro. Look at the graphics. Fucking Iran's a peace side. I mean, not Iran. Israel's a peace size. Iran's fucking huge.
Only in your fantasies.
They don't need a nuke to take out Israel.
That's only in your fantasies.
It'd be gone.
Only in your fantasies.
Israel will be gone just like Gaza. Just like that. All they gotta do is keep bombing the fuck out of it.
Only in your fantasies. Only in your fantasies.
No, you fantasize, but take a geography class, bro. Look at the map. Look at the map.
Those days are over. Those days are over.
Look at the size
Those days are
difference.
good. Say goodbye to your boyfriends in Haman. Say goodbye to your boyfriends in Hezbollah. Say goodbye to your boyfriends in the Houthis. Say goodbye to your boyfriends in the Islamic Republic. Say goodbye. Those days are gone. It's over, bro. It's over, bro.
Sure, Ali,
Kitty of me, bro.
Just a moment.
I can't hear you, Ali.
Yeah. Yeah, my friends here. This kid, I mean, please just remove him. I don't know why you
Yes, start
Calm
down, Fredman, calm down. This guy Ali is about to shoot. Okay, calm down.
Okay.
I told you not to curse, calm down.
Yeah, just remove him. He stopped insulting me just now.
It's alright.
I didn't say anything.
You're a big boy.
I didn't say anything. I just said
It's okay.
he's not able.
Ali, we allow all the
I'm just
criminals.
embarrassed that we have the same
we love
nationality with him. Yeah, you see?
Yeah, but not to have a rational dialogue.
I know, but Ali,
have anything to say, really.
Ali, my job. I understand, brother. My job is to keep the enemies closer and expose them and let them get it out of the system and piss them off. So at this moment, I live rent-free in Pajman's head. One of his buddies texted me in the back channel, said he was talking about me. He's crying in the other room because of the ceasefire. And I want this bitch that's sitting in the audience, Pajman, I want him to cry in other rooms.
Yeah, but don't let him get up on you. I mean, he's obviously coming back.
We allow everybody, Robbie, brother. We allow everybody. We need to coexist. We need that shouting match because right now the room is on sleeping.
But you know that's not reality. You can't shout a match somebody.
The dying man helps me go to sleep.
You know that.
Yeah, bro, it helps. Look, it helps people sleep.
Alright, you won that one.
Let's bring him up, Edmond. Don't worry, I'm gonna bring you up. Give me a minute, okay? I'll bring you up.
No, don't come up here.
Just don't shout.
He gonna shout as soon as he get on here. What?
He loves my rooms, right? He wants to have this shouting match, but
I feel like
I think his feelings are hurt because of the ceasefire. How could the ceasefire happen? Just give me a second.
They don't want it. You gotta understand. They want it, but they don't want it because they don't want what with stopping the ceasefire. You see what I'm saying? They want to retaliate on people, but they don't want to get bombed on. So.
Are you talking about Israel?
Yeah, you know.
Well, it's not that. No, it's not. Israel wants it. Netanyahu wants it.
Yeah, well, true. You see,
they supported Robbie. They support attacks on Iran. A lot, majority of them. Because there was a survey that was done, majority of the Jewish, Zionist Jewish, they actually supported. They look at Iran as a threat. And
Zionists are along with Netanyahu. What do you think built that monster?
Well, I mean, to be very honest, when it comes to that poll, what people don't point out is the amount of propaganda that goes behind it. Because I will be fairly honest. If someone went ahead and said, let's say, is Saudi Arabia a threat to Israel, right? I bet you the polling would go ahead and say, majority will say no. But then, yeah, but like if, there's a lot of propaganda going on, you would see it go ahead and turn to yes right now. So it's kind of like that shift would be a very interesting thing to, see in real time.
So do you think at the end result of all this, do you think you're going to resort to the U.S. being involved in another war? Because Netanyahu, let's not forget, he has a track record. The last 20 plus years of 20 plus years of lying. Just like 9/11, said the same thing, and we went over there, and still there was nothing over there to find, other than poppy fields and opium, and bringing it back to the United States.
We needed that.
That's exactly my point. Is that we're always there for something.
Lay off the YouTube, lay off the Wikipedia. Calm down, man.
Crazy.
I'm yelling.
Opium doesn't even grow in the U.S. How the fuck he got here?
Yeah.
Lay off the Wikipedia, the YouTube,
lay off the weed. It's ironic.
I don't smoke weed, baby.
Man, why are you still in the United States?
During the time of the
out of my country now.
I don't smoke weed, baby. That's not what I do.
I feel like
I feel like this is one big psyop the CIA done to the Americans and the American Iranians that live in LA, man. They convinced them, we're gonna wear bikini one day again. And it's like,
yeah. You figured it out. You figured it out. You're so smart.
Every time somebody talks, you just keep yelling at them.
You can't handle the truth and shouting. Pajama Man came into this room one day and he's just like, everyone who's not from America, get the fuck out of America.
Absolutely. And I'll say it again.
So get the fuck out of my country.
Oh, no, but I'm American and I want to be an American. That's a difference.
Yeah, I wouldn't say all that. I'm American, but
lazy piece of
well,
shit.
if you don't want to be an American, just get the fuck out and go back to Dominican Republic and where the fuck you're from.
No. First of all, I'm not.
I'm from America, you dumb shit.
I'm from Iran.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
You
I'm
need
an
to figure it
American,
out.
but I don't think
You need to figure it out.
Basement, I'm from Iran. We used to wear bikinis. Please bomb my grandma so we can wear bikini again. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Chill out, bro.
I'm from Iran.
You just chill out. You chill out over there. You chill out over there.
I want to know what side are you on. Give me a grip.
No,
What do you mean? What
Page
side am I on?
Zionist.
What side are you on?
He's a Zionist.
In your PTR, in your
He's a Zionist, bro.
the flag in your bio.
I love, or I shouldn't say I love, I support the state of Israel, yes.
He's a Zionist. No, he's a Zionist. Just say he's a Zionist.
Absolutely. You say it like a slur too. Oh, you're Zionist. You say it like, it's not a slur, baby. I can go all day.
Anything
I can go all day.
that's supported right now Israel is a Zionist ideology. That is not the people of Israel committing these acts. It's Zionistic people committing these acts.
So, you believe in the Shah, yeah? You believe in the Shah, right?
Absolutely.
You know, he was brutal, you know that, right? He was a brutal man, you know that, right?
Oh, he's just trolling.
He was a brutal man, really. But do you know that in comparison to the Islamic Republic, he's a Mother Teresa figure because of the brutality of the regime.
This guy's emotional for no reason, bro.
About the Shah. He genuinely doesn't know.
Do you know that the Shah was a brutal autocrat? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Screaming, bro.
But do you know that the Shah
screaming, though.
was the Shah was a flamingo compared to the Islamic Republic? Do you know that?
He's not saying
he doesn't get it.
reasonable. I don't know why.
No, but what are you trying to insinuate?
So, okay, let me give you a history lesson, right? You know that there was the Shah was once in power before the Shah. There was a man in between the two Shahs. Mossadegh, he took control of the oil.
Well, do you know that your account?
Stop, bro. So yeah, there was, the Shah was in power once before the IRGC, but before that he was in Shah. There was a Shah once in power before, but between those two Shah reigns, there was Mossadegh. He took control of Iran's oil. The two Shahs, they made sure America and Israel got and Britain got all of the oil. They were getting fucked in the ass for the oil, and Mossadegh was the only one that took control, and they tried to take him out. They destabilized him. They ordered a coup, and they will do this thing.
No. We are going through a little bit of revisionist history. Did you know that Mohammed Reza Shah was actually Shah from 1941 to 1953? And you're talking about the 1953 too, but you don't know that the Shah appointed Mossadegh. You don't know that, do you? You don't know that there was never democracy in Iran. Did you know that? The parliament was never chosen by the people. He was never democratically elected. You're just making stuff up.
Am I lying about Mossadegh?
Yes, you are. You are propagating leftist propaganda.
He's not doing it.
No, Aziz, but what you don't understand is that no, but let me speak for 30 seconds.
You sound like a normal Iranian man.
From
19 nothing. Don't say nothing. 19 nothing. Don't say nothing. Okay. Just stop. Just stop. Slow down. Stop. Nobody cares. Nothing you say is valid.
Okay, I want to talk. Is it okay? Just send him down until I finish my speak. And
And just to speak, I'm gonna mute him. Just stay muted, Benjamin. Don't come over
I
the
don't
mic.
want him to interrupt me. Okay?
Benjamin, if you interrupt, you're going down in the audience. Do not interrupt, okay?
Okay, the Shah of Iran. Okay? The Shah is also know about the threat of Israel, and he is helping some movement, some resistance movement in Lebanon and even in what we call the Palestine, what it remains from Palestine. Okay, and this is documented by people that very close to the Shah, and you cannot accuse them for telling lies. So he knows about the threat of Israel, and one of his very famous quote is, Israel never win the last war, something like that. I just translated, I don't know. Sorry that I not good in translating the same thing. He said that Israel never win the last war. Okay? And there is a relation between Israel and Iran that time. And many people say, oh, we are very close to each other, but Shah always knows that Israel and Zionists are not in benefit of Iran. And these are all documented. You can just search in YouTube and say Shah of Iran Jews, okay? There is a very, very legit actually conversation between Shah of Iran and one reporter. I don't remember what's his name.
Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace.
Yeah. Mike Wallace? I don't know.
Yeah, 60 Minutes, 1979.
Yeah. Okay. So you have to know that Shah of Iran, anyway, maybe there is a reason that he fall, okay? And you have to look to the history that why he fall and what, who benefit from falling, his falling, yeah? Who benefit from his falling? I think you have to go and just educate yourself, read more history, read more things. Rizman, I'm thinking that you are just a kid that don't know anything. You are just under the, media propaganda. These things are just ruin you, just make you kind of.
He's a Gen Zer, just say it for what it is. He's a Gen Zer.
Your cognition is, even these people around in this state, they can say that you are not, cognitively consistent. You don't have any point for anybody here. Just go, put your time, just read some history. You don't need to, and don't choose what you are doing. Just take everything. Consume, digest.
Okay, Mama, there's make sure you find it.
I don't know.
It's okay. You can't reason with him, man. You try to give him some wisdom.
Reason speaking.
Being arrogant, choosing to ignore.
Oh, is it my turn? Dictatorship. I thought it was a democracy. What happened? Hold on. Hold on. Are you done, Ali?
Yeah, this guy is not listening.
Okay.
We are just disappointed on these people, really.
I know. Look, I know it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace because he's from Iran, and it's a very disgrace to the Iranian community. I understand. He's a disgrace to my community. He's a disgrace to every single soul.
I'm not in your community. Don't put me in your fucking community. I'm not in your.
He's disgrace to the whole Zoroastrian community.
I'm not in your community. I'm not Zoroastrian.
He's disgrace to all the Muslim community. He's disgrace to all atheist community, agnostic community. And he's disgraced to this room as well. We have people
like him come to
community.
What about the
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're disgraced. You're disgraced. You're disgraced to everybody.
You remember when he said Jesus was a Muslim? Do you remember that?
Yes, it's according to Islamic paradigm.
Okay, so everything that Ali just said, about 70% of it was bullshit. The other 30% was correct. And let's go back to Aziz. So Aziz was saying some bullshit.
Before we move on though, what was incorrect?
About yours?
No, about what he said. It was factual. He mentioned the interview and what he referenced.
It doesn't even matter. 100% of what Pagement said was bullshit.
Well, can I talk, or are we gonna talk over each other?
No, you're talking over everybody, bro.
Why are we letting Pigeon?
No. Oh, this guy again. Oh, this is a guy or a chick? Oh, God.
Oh.
You see that they're rational.
I just can't stop loving you.
This guy's on pharmaceuticals, strong ones, man.
I think my ears are starting to bleed. Pajman, you need to practice. Make sure you go on like American Idol or something. You need to practice.
Listen,
you'll get rejected. They'll reject you on the first try.
Go outside, bro.
Are you Jewish, Pajman? Are you Jewish?
He down to Jew.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, yeah, you do.
If you are, look, you could tell us. You'll keep a secret.
No, I'm not. If I was, I'd tell you.
You kiss the rope that they step on.
You know what? You know what's funny? If you add up all the Jewish girls I've been with and all the Muslim girls I've been with, I think I've been with more Muslims in my whole life.
Chicks, the way you talk. You're a fucking
No, I'm serious. I've been with
You're a fucking nerd. You've been with Pamelina. You've been fucking slapping hands.
A few Pakistanis and a few Muslims.
You've been beating your little Pakistani bush.
But if you count up, oh my God, I was even with a Palestinian like 5-6 years ago.
No.
American.
No.
Come on, man.
I swear to God, it was like 6 years ago. Her name was,
Okay, what you want to say? What you want to say?
We don't need to know your body count, Pajman.
Yeah, but look, man, I'm not gonna lie, man. This shit's getting low vibrational.
I know, bro. It's nighttime. I need, we need to break up the room, bro. I don't want to go back to sleep. We've been having a serious discussion since morning. This room's been open for past 10 hours. So I need a little bit of his energy right now.
You know what? It's a really strange phenomenon, right? With the Iranian community is like split, right? And typically, when you hear people like Pagement, you ask them why you come to this conclusion. They really can't tell you. It's usually about them aligning with, like, vaguely saying Western values. They don't really know.
But it's not a conclusion for him. He's just trolling. You can't see what he's doing. He's just trolling. He's not in
he's trolling. He can't handle nothing.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm just trying to correct your ridiculous.
You try to use accents and you just say fucking outlandish shit and disrupt people. You're trying to get a reaction. You're trying to fucking get.
Robbie, I'll give you $10 if you can find Iran on a map. $10 if you find Iran on a map.
It's literally next to my country, dumbass.
No, not you. I said Robbie. $10.
I'm gonna show you where Iran's at on the map. See?
Not only that, I'll give you $10. I'll give you $10. Not only that, I'll give you $10 if you can find Israel on the map.
Pajman, I'm gonna give you $50 to fly to Iran right now. Can you fly to Iran? I'll give you $50.
Hell no.
You're a fucking
okay, what about $100?
You'll take $20, don't worry, you're a peon.
What about $1,000? Would you take $1,000 to fly to Iran?
No, he's a peon, bro. He'll do it for less.
No, hang on, Robbie, hang on. What about $1,500?
What about I don't want to lose my freedom? What about that?
I don't know. What about $2,000?
What about you go to Kashmir and
what about $2,500? Hold on,
I don't want to talk about the Pakistan Kashmir. Why don't you liberate Kashmir?
Pajman, 25.
Calm down, Benji. Calm down.
Listen, are you gonna go to Kashmir?
Pajman, $2,500. Are you gonna take the first flight to Iran? Are you gonna take?
What about the refugees in Jordan?
Pajman.
What about the refugees in Jordan?
Pajman, first flight to Iran, $3,000.
Yeah.
Okay, what about $4,000? Hold on, General. What about $4,000?
I'll beat the offer.
We'll do we'll go 5,000. What about 5,000?
Yeah, but the destination isn't Iran for me.
No, it needs to be Iran, and it's gotta be Iran.
I'll offer
5,000
a
bucks.
fast ticket on Emirates to hell.
What about 5,000? So, the Iranian regime knows his first, last name, his family name, right? The amount of shit that he talks on this, on Clubhouse and real life against the IRGC. The reason why he does not want to go because he's a pussy, right?
He doesn't say that.
Yeah, but imagine what the Israeli regime knows about him.
The Shah of Iran, right, when they left, the supporters of him, they stole a whole bunch of money from the Iranians.
Yeah.
And I have the record, and he sounds like his family probably stole some money as well. I knew somebody here in Los Angeles. This person owned a whole bunch of restaurants, buildings, and he was connected directly to the Shah of Iran, right? I think he was a friend of, I think he was a nephew or cousin of the son. He lived here in Malibu.
Yeah, they were probably his cronies.
Apparently, he has stolen a whole bunch of money as well. And a lot of these criminals have stolen a lot of money from the government.
Yeah, that's why they want that prostitute parlor they can look back in.
So this is why no matter how much you offer him, he does not want to. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna flip him upside down and get everything out of him. They're gonna beat the fuck out of him because the amount of shit that he speaks on this space, right, on Clubhouse, they all know. The IRGC, they know information about all of these characters, right? They like to talk shit about their own people, and they support the genocide of their own people. They support the killing of their own people. This is why these people are disgrace to the Iranians. And
you're speaking on behalf of the Iranians. Go back to Abbottabad. Wasn't Bin Laden in Pakistan? Why didn't you give him up? Why didn't you give him up? Are you friends with Musharraf? Are you Musharraf's?
I just
Ayman al-Zawahiri in Pakistan too, was in Afghanistan. Ayman al-Zawahiri in Pakistan.
I just offered this faggot about $5,000.
What about ISI?
He does not want to go. You know why? Because they have his name, his first and last name, they have his family name, and he comes from a family of criminals that have stolen money.
What about ISI supporting Taliban?
The followers of the Shah, they were all criminals. Majority of them, when they left, they have stolen a lot of money from them.
And what about Minister Bhutto? I have a
question. God, just calm down. I have a question. Like, when this whole thing started, Netanyahu said that he's going to, overthrow the Iranian government and free the Iranians, and he also spoke in Persian. Just wondering, Pejman, how do you feel? Because that was all like a scam. He didn't do anything like that, and
he failed.
Also,
they couldn't.
Trump said that he wishes their government all the best, and they got lots of oil and they can succeed, and they're all good to go. How do you Iranians?
Are you Iranian?
No, I'm just wondering how you feel. I feel bad for the Iranians.
I wish Israel would have gone further, but it didn't happen, and regime change was a secondary, tertiary goal.
Okay, Rabbi Smalley.
I just feel really bad for I just feel bad for the Iranians because they were made a promise, and all they did was they just bombed Iran, right? And they just made them weaker. And the people now are just, they're more supporting the government than before.
Yeah, tell us what you think, Rabbi Pejman.
Wait, I just want to point out something. Pejman, when he first came onto this room,
Rabbi
the bombings of Iran, he was saying that the regime change was the primary goal. Now he's saying it's the tertiary goal.
I never know the primary. No, I know it was my primary goal.
The code is so hard right now.
No. I said it was my primary. I said it was my primary goal.
The best part is, Pejman, right? You went ahead.
It was my primary
goal. The bombing of Iran, and you were saying, oh yeah, they're going to destroy the nuclear facilities.
I'm telling you how I feel. I feel pissed off.
Well, first of all, that's what you guys. I'm not. You couldn't change.
I want to tell you my feeling. Wait, let me tell you my feeling. I'm pissed off because they promised Iran something. Like, I just feel like scammed. They promised, like, they promised the Iranians something they could not achieve, and they just hyped them up in the hope that there's going to be chaos in the country, but there was no chaos, and I just feel scammed. You know, they should have done more for the women of Iran because they have issues with their hijab. Yeah, but that's horrible what they did. I think they just used the Iranians, they used the prince. They used the great prince of Iran to make, you know, him feel like he had some hope.
They didn't use anybody. Iran's not ignorant.
They're fucking scammers.
Iran's
They
not
should have done
ignorant.
so much better for the Iranians, got rid of the regime. But they did jack shit. They just tricked everyone.
Who are we to intervene with the regime change? That's for them to decide.
Well, they shouldn't be able to
It's not for Israel to decide. It's not for America to decide.
the woman of
That's for
Iran.
Iran to decide.
Look at
It
the
was
history
for
of
the woman of
America.
Iran to help them. The depression.
No, help who? Help who?
But they
Look
didn't
at the
give a
history
shit
of
about the
American
depression.
liberation, man. Look at the history of American liberation. In
Alright.
Libya and Afghanistan, Iraq, it's been unsuccessful.
But Aziz, we
All of
actually
it's
don't
been
need to go that far. Let's look at
in
liberation.
history, and that's the whole.
What's that, General?
Why are we intervening?
We don't need to go that far in terms of Libya or Iraq. The Americans liberate. Let's just discuss Iran specifically. Let's discuss when America liberated Iran when they overthrew the democratically elected government, Mohammad Mossadegh, to put in charge their own puppet. The same guy that Asia wants back in power, and the family they want back in power, the tyrant and the prostitute Pahlavi, he was put in power by the Americans by overthrowing a democratically elected government. We've got to understand what Asia wants. He doesn't want a democratically liberal democracy in Iran. He wants that prostitute Pahlavi to come back in.
Correct.
And let's not even discuss what their tyrannical
the Shah
Savat
even
was
warned us
doing.
about Israel.
I don't care.
If you give Iran democracy, then they have no grounds for
The regime should
manipulation.
have been
He is
changed.
100% correct.
And Netanyahu and freaking Trump scammed and blackmailed and lied to the Iranians, and I think I would be pissed off if I was, you know, an Iranian that wanted freedom for their country.
But I think,
So
a lot of
Trump
people.
and fuck Netanyahu.
Wait.
No, I think a lot of the people support the government.
Freedom from what?
From being suppressed
Freedom
from
the
outside
oppression,
influences.
Yeah, they'll bring.
I get what she's saying. Freedom from being suppressed from outside influences.
Fuck Netanyahu for being fucking liars.
I don't understand.
No, she's saying that she wanted Netanyahu and Trump to destroy her own government so that they would be free. So
She's doing the government, not the people. And now more people of Iran are now more following the Ayatollah. They love the Ayatollah now. That's fucked up. You know, I want the prince to be there, ruling the country.
Alright guys, remember this shit. Long live Iran, death to the Islamic Republic. I'm out of here, good night.
Yeah, please, man, they have to say death to America and Israel now.
Death to Pahlavi, the prostitute.
It's really weird that he has the Iranian flag, but yet he wished like they would keep bombing it on.
No.
He's using the other fact.
That's what I think you guys keep misconstruing.
The imperial flag of Iran.
He's just trolling. He's coming in here trolling.
No, he can't be intelligent.
No, he's not trolling. He says the same shit every single day I see him.
He's definitely.
Robbie, hello again. No, I checked his profile. I listened to him talking Farsi in other.
So because he speaks Farsi, he's not trolling?
No, listen. I saw that even in Farsi, he's just supporting. I don't know why he is trolling here, because when he's talking Farsi, he's not trolling. He's very specifically supporting the king's son, and that king's son was supporting Israel while Israel was attacking Iran, which is like just basically the definition of being a traitor. doesn't matter who's your government is. When your country is under attack, you just defend your country, and Iranian people temporarily get together and unite.
So Ali, you think that he is learning in English, then they're going to go to teach in Farsi to people? Learning from here, learning over there?
See, that's not the thing. I think you guys are missing the point. He's just young. They like doing dumb shit like that. They like getting an arousement out of something.
He's not young, bro. He's in his 30s.
Yeah, but
Robbie, just jump in. Complicated. You don't know Pejman. I know Pejman for almost 4 years. Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't have to know Pejman to read the room.
Yeah, I know Bridget.
I know, but that's how. That's understand. Most of King's supporters are Iranian that are living outside of Iran. We have like probably 5 to 7 million Iranian living outside of Iran.
No, it's
And
not
these
that.
guys inside Iran, they have maybe, I don't know, 100,000 followers.
Yes, a minority.
Out of 95 million, that's not minority, that's a nothing. No, 100,000.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, they look like a very vocal majority, but they're not.
So they got scammed, you know? They got scammed by America and by Netanyahu.
Not by America.
Maybe we scam Netanyahu by putting this guy as a potential replacement.
He was speaking Persian.
Anybody believe?
If I imagine
Anybody believe? And wait. Anybody believed that Israel is going to free them from the government? It's so dumb that doesn't matter what they think.
Nobody believes it.
I know, but these guys, honestly, this even the king's son himself was believing that it is going to be over and he is going to fly to Iran soon. So even their king, supposedly king, is gone. So
It's happened in Syria. It's happened in other parts of the Middle East where America invaded and then people took over, right? But these groups, they actually have like an army base. They have fighters. They have these liberal Iranians have nothing. They just have women taking off their scarf and cutting their hair. They think they're going to get rid of the regime by doing that. It's freaking stupid.
Even in those places that you mentioned that they have military and whatnot, look what's happening right now. Libya and Syria is a shit show. So even if you do that with the military, you are going to end up with a failed state. You need to do it democratically through election.
Yeah, but
only way to change the
government in Iran, right? They follow the government. They are religious. This is the issue. The liberal
not all of it. Never been in Iran our current president is not that religious. A normal guy. He's a
normal guy, but he has a belief, right? He has some form of
every fucking Iranian has some sort of a belief. Either Zoroastrian or a Jew. We do not have. No. Listen. We do not have atheists in Iran. Every Iranian have some sort of beliefs. Either they are into Buddhism, or they are into Sufism, or they are into mysticism, or they are into Islam, or they are into Jewish religion. You cannot find any Iranian that's not. Maybe they're Zoroastrian. You know what I mean? Iranian are
Ali, that's a big claim. That's a big claim. You cannot say we don't have any. Yeah, maybe.
I haven't seen an actual atheist in Iran. I never encountered an actual atheist when, for 33 years living in Iran, born there, raised there, I did not encounter with someone that actually claimed that they do not believe in anything and they are completely materialistic. Right? Iranian outside of Iran, I encountered
Iranian inside Iran didn't encounter. They are spiritual, so even if they are not religious, they are spiritual. So there is some level of spirituality in Iranian culture itself. So even if you remove Islam, even if you remove Islam completely, you will still have a culture that is spiritual.
So end of the day, America, Trump and Netanyahu scammed Iranians and the prince. That's what happened. He lied and he cheated.
They scammed minority, like 500,000 Iranian people, inside and outside. Maybe 1 million. So out of 100 million, they scam 1 million. So what?
That's what I'm saying. It's funny. You don't find it funny? They actually thought the prince is gonna come and take over Iran.
Yeah, it was very funny. We laughed, dude, we laughed so much in the past couple of days. It was really hard. It was a bad war. It was a really heavy war. But these guys keep it laughable for us because these guys keep saying we are coming tomorrow with a plane to Iran. It is over, and they kept us laughing. That was good.
Yeah, but he's delusional. The shit he comes out with, Pahlavi, what's his name, the son, they actually call him exile, king in exile or prince in exile. Like, bitch, your dynasty was wiped. You were overthrown. You got thrown out. You're not an exile, prince. They're clinging onto this fantasy and dream that they're going to take over Iran in 5 minutes. They have no chance.
Well, they have a chance with USA.
And he has no army. He has nothing. No army, nothing. He's just going to come.
No, Netanyahu has USA.
I mean, they're trying, but they kind of backfire.
No, that recent bombing was actually a big thing. And a lot of those jets made it undetected and were able to stay filled. And I don't think you understand. That was a big thing. That was the flex play. They didn't know Americans had shit like that. They knew we were.
Are you referring to the American B-2 bombers?
Yes, but these weren't just regular B-2 bombers. These weren't like the old ones that.
Yeah, but whether they're regular or not, because they fly so high, it is undetectable for most countries.
Yeah, but also to point out,
there's more advanced jets. B-2 bombers are detectable.
Yeah, one sec, Robbie. There was a leak from the White House that went ahead and pointed out that even the B-2 bombers barely even made a dent in the Iranian was nuclear facilities that they bombed.
It's probably set it back a few months.
Yeah, so like
it'll be back up and running soon.
No, so I'm not talking about the actuality of the bombing. Yeah. But just going undetected flying from one country to another country. During the whole flight, all up until about.
Yeah, no, America has superiority. China has the same superiority in that sense. No, really has that.
China has good technology, but China does not have American superiority. The technology, yes. Okay, I'll give you that one. But when it comes to like Air Force technology, we're one-upping it every.
Well, we've not actually had a challenge between American and Chinese jets. However, we have had
displays.
When Western jets have been shot down by Chinese jets.
Well, we actually have the F-35. What do you think Israel's using?
Yeah, but when do you go against
brand new
Chinese
jets that are being displayed? So it's like this war prompts people to.
No, brother. When did an F-35 go against and shoot down or combat target a Chinese jet?
I'm not talking about a Chinese jet or combat a Chinese.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. As in American and Chinese technology hasn't really gone toe to toe with each other. What I'm saying is, I think we've got to be deluded to say that the Chinese aren't a formidable enemy.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese jets have shot down Western jets. And more recently in.
But nobody's saying that it's not possible to shoot down a jet. Just because you're a better player doesn't mean that you're gonna win every play.
Yeah, no, but Robbie, you have to understand something here, right? So let me first talk about the Israel and China relationship real quick. Israel and Chinese relationship actually is a pretty strong relationship, where the Israelis, when they're trying to get stuff from China, they occasionally, by quote-unquote accident, will sell
The
American
American, yes,
weapons
I know. To China.
To China, yeah.
I
So what the
understand.
Chinese have been doing over the past, like, I think it's been going on for like 20, 25 years at this point now. For the past 25 years, they've developed their own weapons based off of the capabilities of the American weapons that are getting developed, even the other Western nations, right? And when, for the first time in 2025, we're seeing that their weaponry are able to take down the Western ones. It's shown how much of a leap they've made so far.
And I agree.
Now, am I gonna? Yeah. Now I agree with you in the sense of, yeah, that does not mean dominance, superiority over what has, been made so far. I completely agree with that. However, this does pose a now interesting threat where if you have the right people trained properly to use the Chinese equipment, they are not even a far cry away from shooting down American equipment anymore.
Look, I agree with that, Sue. And as far as information leakage, it's not just Israel. I mean, we do have foreigners from China that specifically come here, learn from our engineering programs, and then they go back and apply it back at home. So, it's a variety of factors, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The Americans have a lot of combat training, as in, on the ground in combat, whereas the Chinese don't. So they may not necessarily know how to use those state-of-the-art weapon systems that they have.
Right. Well,
the Americans have a lot of ground experience.
Well, you got to understand too, though. The reason why we have a one-up in most nations is because we did take a lot of those German scientists after World War.
Yeah.
So remember, the Germans were very good at aviating when it comes to piloting, making aerial warfare. So just that, let alone just with their brains that we have, and depicting everything like that. I still feel like we just got one up, man. Like there's just still some stuff out there that's not leaked and that we have, and that even whatever's leaked, it still doesn't compare to what we don't. That we do have that's not leaked.
Sorry to interrupt your topic now. I just want to give you the reference, if you want, for the claim that I said that Shah of Iran is helping some of the, Shia militants and any movements against the Israel expansionist policy. If you want, you just search in ChatGPT, just ask her or him that you can search the man that he said these things that I'm telling you is Asadullah Allah, okay? In his diary, the name is confidential diary, me and Shah, okay? He was very close to the Shah, and he was the Ministry of Royal something, I don't remember the English term, but he said that Shah asked and actively support some of the resistance movement in Lebanon and Palestine. So you can just, I didn't say bullshit that he said that 70% of my claim are bullshit. You just can go search it for yourself.
The majority of what's been discussed in this film is pretty much BS.
Oh, sorry, can you repeat? I don't understand.
I said the majority of what has been discussed in this room is BS.
Prove it.
Educated.
Very simply put, any intimate details about an ongoing conflict that are able to be accessed to the public, complete nonsense, and I'm going to tell you why. You're not even allowed to tell people via the press how many soldiers you have in the army. That's considered intelligence information. You're not allowed to, like if a bomb hits, people go around, they're like, oh, look at the destruction, and look at what they did to us. You're not supposed to, people do, take those pictures because there's people who are watching to make sure that the coordinates were met in the strike. Those two simple, just plainly, very easy to understand rules of public engagement and warfare are known and understood by those that are not observers like you guys, but actually active participants. What could possibly make you think that intimate details about weapon purchasing, interior fighting amongst factions on either side? Because people talk. Hold on 1 second, sir, because you asked me a question and I'm giving you an answer.
I didn't ask a question, I said educate me for as long as I
Okay, so, would you like to be educated or would you like to speak?
I said for as long as I please.
Bless your heart, you'd be alright.
Always and forever.
We are in the expert area, by the way, and everybody on this app has the right to have opinion or
that is correct.
Perspective. So you cannot come in here and control the narrative or control the way people speak, or they speak from their own research or investigation or whatever they have done. You have to go with the flow. That's how it works. That's how the conversation. No,
nobody's trying to
shut down the conversation.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. You're trying to shut down the conversation. Hang on. I'm not done. Stop coming up the mic. You're trying to come in here and trying to shut down the conversation about that we're not the expert, that we cannot talk about this, that people are not allowed to talk about the soldiers, this and that. We're allowed to talk in this room. We're allowed to talk about any fucking thing that comes in relate to Israel.
Amir,
how
you didn't hear anything that I said.
The majority of the time, you say whatever you say is bullshit.
You don't understand shit about this world. Now you're just talking just to hear yourself speak. You didn't hear a word of what I said.
You said nothing but bullshit.
He said what we're receiving is controlled information. That's what he's...
I understand what he's saying, because I can hear him loud and clear.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. You're saying what we're receiving is controlled information.
Sir, I didn't say controlled information that one time. I didn't say that, no. You just made that up. Just like
you insinuated that we were getting controlled information. You're saying that there's no way that we can know any type of information, basically. That's basically secured information, top clearance information. You insinuated it, did you not?
No, sir, I did not. And see, this is the problem. You're listening for the
Okay, recite what you said.
Here's the problem.
I'm gonna listen.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. You're listening for subtext. You're not listening to what's being discussed. If I say today is Tuesday,
psychologist.
Yeah, bye. Anybody else want to wax eloquent about some shit they've never seen in person? I don't think so. This is why we say Israelis are stubborn by birth. Americans are stupid by choice.
Aren't you an American? I heard you were a stupid American. Anyways, that was a stupid American making a stupid move, moving from Detroit to the Jewish state called Israel. That was stupid all about. Everything you did was stupid.
Sir, it is 5 o'clock in the morning. Why are you not asleep or preparing yourself for the next day? Can you answer that? You don't have to if you don't want to.
What did you say?
It is 5 o'clock in the morning. Why are you not asleep or preparing yourself for the next day?
Okay, can we bet money on this? So where I'm at, it's 5 o'clock.
Do you need money? Would you like me to send you money?
No, I'm asking you. Did you want to bet money on this? That it's 5 o'clock where I live?
And I'm asking you, do you need me to send you money?
No. I didn't. I'm not talking about that. I need money. You're deflecting the topic.
Yeah, myself is Najib. Me, Hindi. Me, Indian. Mehndi. Me, Hindi. Mehndi means me, Hindi. And Mehndi means Mehndi alayhi salam. I have come to know this code. So who I am? Can you guys please explain me about this? Who I am if I have come to know about this code? Mehndi. Mehndi. Meh means me.
Najib, calm down. We're not talking about that, bro. We're talking about somebody coming up here.
Yeah, bro. We don't care.
Najib, bro, focus on the point, man. If you can't speak English,
what is the point,
this is
bro?
an English room, man.
What is the point? I can understand, bro.
Okay. Thank you. Just for your own safety, I moved you down, man. I don't want people making fun of you. Anyways, you have somebody here that moved from Detroit, Michigan, went to Israel, converted to Judaism, and claims that he has abused a Palestinian child, as a border patrol has killed 13 Palestinians, and then every time we talk about Israel, every time I open a room, it bothers him that why do I have the room open? Why do we have points for opinions for?
That's not true. You're lying.
This is the problem with all the Zionists on this side.
Amir, you literally just lied at no issue with you opening.
You just lied on the time.
Amir, are you meant to?
And you said that we assume shit. We know a lot of technicalities, technical details.
Are you meant to believe in that? Yes or no?
No, are you mentally okay in the head?
Like, is there something that is wrong with you to where you lie?
Are you suffering from PTSD by washing too many dishes inside of
You don't remember because you don't remember factual information, so you lie about it.
My question to you, which girl doxed your account?
What is your obsession with women on this application?
No, because the first account was doxed by a woman. Right, the second one, I don't know what happened. Did you do this? No, you did. Did you do this with the second one as well? Did she dox you?
Amir, what you're talking about now, not only is it a lie, but it has nothing to do with the title.
No, it's not a lie, it's the truth. I speak nothing but the truth.
Okay, well, if it's the truth, then it should be very easy to prove, and you can't prove it, and you haven't been able to prove it since you brought the lie in.
So the first one, she opened a room, the sister opened a room on your name, and she had your account on the top, she had a whole bunch of evidences, your bank statement and whatnot. You borrowed money from her, that's fine, you could open a room, whatever. People have opened up a bunch of crazy rooms on my name, it's because I live rent-free in your head. So this woman, she opened a room on your name, and she said a whole bunch of shit. You borrowed money, you made promises, right? And you didn't keep any of the promises, right? That was your first account. The second account, I don't know what happened to your second account. You probably got clipped again because that girl's crazy. She probably clipped your second account. Now you're on your third account right now, so I wonder who's gonna get your account clipped now.
So just to make sure I'm following your logic, you said that a crazy woman opened a room about you borrowing money from her.
I'm saying crazy from my paradigm because she was crazy about you. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, and literally
from my opinion and perspective, she was crazy about you.
Everything that you said from top to bottom is 100% not true.
Okay, how do you know it's not true?
I know it's not true because I'm the subject matter.
So burden of proof is on you. You made a claim that's not true. So now you have to, provide evidence that it's not true.
Okay, here's the evidence that is not true. It never happened, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the title of the room and what we were discussing.
First account. Okay, first account. Hold on a second. First account. Did the first account get clipped? Hold on. Stop lying. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Amir.
The first account.
Amir.
You said yourself it was clipped.
No, I did not. That is a lie.
Yeah. You lost your first account, and I connected the dots that your account got clipped, and you said your account got clipped. First account did get clipped because you said No, your account did get. You weren't able to log in because it was clipped. It was suspended.
Amir, you're literally speaking.
So just be honest. Just be honest. On the first account, right? I caught you red-handed, right?
No,
you said. Yeah, I asked you this question. I said, "What happened to your account, the first account?" You said it got canceled, suspended. I can't log in anymore.
Amir,
and this is why you were gone from this app, because your account got clipped. You could not log back in. At that moment, she opened a room on your name, right, which was about a few weeks ago, prior to that incident, and yeah, she got you clipped. The second account, right? I think another woman probably clipped you. You like to borrow money from women on this app, man. It's very sickening.
You said it's very simple?
I said it's very sickening. You like to borrow money from women on this app, and they get you clipped.
Well, do me a favor, real quick. Just very quickly, do me a favor, because I remember who I'm talking to. I'm talking to the guy that said that Netanyahu's wife got COVID because she slept with Donald Trump. So I know the depth of...
I didn't say slept, I said maybe.
I know the depth of...
No, I said maybe. I didn't say slept.
Very good. I understand. I stand corrected. Very good. I know the depths of your illusion.
Yeah, maybe meaning 50-50.
Okay, I understand. I know what maybe means. I understand you.
Maybe means 60-40.
But that's not the point. The point is that everything that you are saying, from top to bottom, is a lie, and you believe it, which is even more amazing. You're lying to yourself about me, and you believe it. That's a sign of mental illness.
Okay. You think it's a lie. I know it's the truth.
I know it's a lie, right? You're talking to me
about I know it's the truth. I know it's the truth, right? It did happen. Your account did get clipped.
Amir, you're talking to me about...
Okay, swear on your mom that the first account did not get clipped.
You're lying to me about...
Okay, if you had the balls, log in from the first account. Go on.
You're lying to me.
Go on, try. No, I want you, if you have the balls, man up, sign out of this account, and log in from the first account. Go on.
Amir, do you understand?
Go on, go on, bro. Can you go on and sign out of this account? No, okay, if I'm lying, you'll be able to log in from your first account and we'll come into this room.
Amir, you are lying from top to bottom.
I'm bro, look.
No problem.
Go on. Okay, sign in from the first account. Go on, the one that you got clipped.
Amir, just stop lying, bro.
Okay, if I'm lying, right, prove me wrong by signing into your original account.
Amir, do you remember why I don't have that account anymore?
Why?
Because I closed it.
You did not close it. Your account got suspended. It got clipped by that woman. That's what happened. Stop lying. Stop the fucking cap.
Amir, who was this mystery bitch that you're talking about? And why, why, as a 73-year-old man, are you lying to yourself?
Why? Hang on, we'll get back to that topic. We have Man 10 here. Man 10, what did you want to say?
There's nothing to discuss about it.
Yeah, we will talk about it. We'll continue.
You scared him off.
You see, you made him go away because you want attention. All right.
You keep talking about me. You're the only person that does that.
No, it did happen. Okay, if you have the balls, man up, sign out of this account and log in from the original account and come back into this one.
What part of the first account was closed by my doing?
Bro, it did not. It wasn't closed. You were not able to log in because it got clipped. You could not log in. It was clipped.
Amir, listen to me very carefully.
Stop the cat, man.
Amir, I'm asking you a serious question. Are you mentally disabled?
No, I'm not mentally disabled.
Okay. Do you know the difference between the truth and a lie? Yes or no? And also,
yes.
Okay. And also, what does this have to do with the title of the room?
Okay. The reason why I brought up the title, it's connected to the title, is because you made a claim that people like us, right, we have perspectives and opinions, even though we don't have the knowledge what goes on and on, right? And I told you, unlike yourself, at least, we're having a conversation, we just have perspectives and opinions of the South. And we can talk about anything related to Israel, right? You cannot come in here and control what we're going to speak on. Correct? Capiche?
And I'm 100% in agreement with what you said. But also, your problem is that you don't know how to listen. You just want to talk because you want to inject yourself in the conversation.
No. Look, I still ask you, right? Please sign out of this account. Come in and use your account. You have 1,000 followers. I remember you had I saw you in Lonzo's room. You had like more than 1,000 followers, right?
Amir,
can you please come in from the original account?
Amir, what part, and I'm going to tell you this now for the third time, and I honestly do believe that you're mentally unwell. That account no longer exists because I closed it. Clubhouse is not my life.
Okay. The reason, look, you told me it got clipped, right?
Amir,
it was because of the sister that opened a room on your name, and she got you clipped. But anyways, Mentan, are you there, Mentan?
Amir, the account no longer exists.
Mentan, are you there, Mentan?
Mentan, you do not understand. Are you mentally ill?
Mentan, are you there, Mentan?
Yes, I'm there.
Do you support Israel?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, do you love Israel?
No, I don't love Israel or anything, but I just support them.
Okay, can you give me 3 reasons why you support Israel?
First, it has a relation with my country, so I support that. That's the obvious reason. Second, I think Israel is right in this conflict, and that's the reason.
Okay. And the third one?
I don't have any third one. The deep reason I support Israel is that it has a relation with my country, and when I look into the history of Israel and Palestine and all, I just feel that somewhere Israel is right.
Okay. Alright. So, you said Israel, is right in this war, right? So, is Israel right, especially after killing 17,000 babies?
No, about that, I'm speaking historically.
Yeah, historically, they ethnically cleansed and kicked people out. It was more than 750,000 in 1947, 48. So what they did back then, was it right?
No, what they did now, if you talk about the recent thing, they killed many people, that was wrong. But if you are telling that, means, that land of Israel, which it really belongs to the Jewish people, and I think they should have their own land.
How do you know that, Mental? How do you know that?
Who was owning that land in history?
So the Israel became in 1948.
Amir, let him speak.
No, calm down. That's not your room. You're not gonna dominate my fucking room. My question to you: the state became Israel in 1948, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what was it called before 1948?
The state of Israel became in 1948. I accepted that. The people of Jews
What was it? Hold on, what was it called before 1948?
It was ruled by several empires.
I'm talking about right before 1948. What was it called?
It was called the
Before 1948, there was no country called Israel.
It was called. What was it called? Can you give us the name?
Sorry, I don't know the name.
British Mandate Palestine. Okay.
So.
Palestine, it's even mentioned in the Bible, by the way. Okay.
You can't just deny that.
Manton, you cannot come into a land that doesn't belong to you and shove your no. You cannot shove your religion down these people's throat, saying that God has promised us this land from 2,000 years ago, and we're here to take over your land. It doesn't work. Okay. You're from India. Do you consider Bhagat Singh to be a freedom fighter?
Of course.
Okay. So if Bhagat Singh was a freedom fighter, he was fighting against the British. That's what Hamas is doing right now. They're fighting against the Zionists.
Now, if you will let me speak, then I can put up my points.
Okay. What is your point?
First of all, if you're talking about Bhagat Singh, British came to us and ruled. We didn't came from any land and lived in India, and then Britishers came and they ruled. No.
Same thing in British Mandate Palestine. They came over there, they ruled.
You are not letting me speak.
We're doing the comparison.
Please wait.
That's a conversation.
We should speak turn by turn. So
it's a comparison, matter. It's not just a one-way street.
But you gotta let us talk.
First, let me
Ariel, stay muted. Last warning from will be done.
Let me first finish, then you talk. Okay.
Right.
So if you're talking about Bhagat Singh, we were there from beginning. We didn't came from anywhere, settled there, and then establish our nation, and then Britishers came. No, about us, we were from there from beginning. About Palestinians, they came in Arabic period. Before Arabic period, Jews were there.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I done.
British and Ottoman Empire, they fought. You agree? Yeah? Ottoman Empire, they lost and the British took over, correct? The British invaded Palestine. And then they had a deal, they made a deal with, Russia, right? The Balfour Declaration took place in 1917, all right? And prior to the Balfour, there was mass migration that was taking place. And where were the Jewish people coming from? Different places. Ukraine, Russia, Germany, whole bunch of places.
Yemen,
right?
North Africa.
Yeah, a whole bunch of places, right? And Tel Aviv, it became Tel Aviv in, 1909? Okay? So there was a lot that was going on, right? And there was even skirmishes after they started, at one point, the Palestinians, they got pissed off. They're like, what's up with this mass migration? They did not have a problem with a smaller number of people moving in, but they had a problem with the mass migration. You can't come into a land and freaking, in big numbers and try to take over the land, okay? And that's what ended up happening. And slowly, it turned into a shit show. British, in 1917, it was a promise, right? And British realized after the white papers in 1930s that we're not, we decided not to give them these, the Jewish state. So what did the Zionists do? They actually approached the Hitler. They approached the Hitler in 1940, Lehi Jewish militia gang. They approached the Hitler, and they wanted help from the Hitler to take down the British mandate.
Why do you keep calling him the Hitler?
It doesn't matter. They approached the Hitler, and
Are you completed?
Yeah. They approached the Hitler to, they want to take down the British mandate. And Hitler denied. He said nope. And that's why, in 1946, if you look into it, they did the King David Hotel bombing.
The two were not related.
Just calm down. This is all connected to each other. So they wanted to get rid of the British. Their mission was, all of these Jewish militia gangs' mission was to get rid of the British. So go on, Manton. What do you have to say to that?
Who met with Hitler?
Who met with Hitler? Go look it up yourself, man. The Leahy Jewish militia gang.
I mean, but who in the Leahy met with Hitler?
Can you go look it up? I'll put the link in the chat for you.
Yeah, put the link in the chat because you're just lying now.
Yes, I'm not lying.
Okay, then it should be easy to prove. Hurry up, chop.
Yeah. I'll look it up. Just calm your tits down. I'm having a conversation with Mantan. Okay? I already gave you the evidence last time we had a conversation about this.
Calm. I just want you to make your thing look like one.
Yeah, it's just I talk with facts. I don't talk out of my ass like you do all the time.
Then produce the facts.
But why are you so selective about facts and news? Why don't you want to go back into the history, talk about the period wherein Jews moved from Egypt, walked into the Canaan land, even before Islam walked in, Christianity walked in. Judaism existed on the Israeli land. They were persecuted under different regimes, and then once they've collective institutional, political, socio-economic power and prowess, they decide to come back to their land. What is the problem with that? That was their land. Jews existed before Muslims and Christians did. I'm sorry?
So my question to you is, you said that these people, can you give me a map according to their scripture? Where is Israel according to their scripture? Because you
I'm
use
not
the
even
scripture.
talking about the scriptures.
No. How do you know that they came from Israel? Can you give me the scripture?
So you're telling me King Solomon was a lie?
No, but this is coming from the scripture, correct?
Well, this is not just coming from the scriptures. It is also coming from Egyptian records, wherein King Solomon.
Okay, can you provide me evidence that shows the map of Israel that according to their scripture that was promised to them, that the God has promised to them from 3,000 years ago?
I'm not saying it was promised. Again.
No.
Listen,
you said they were kicked out of their. I asked. No. You made a claim. You made a claim that they were coming back to their land. Where was this land at? Can you give me an address and location and the points, exact points? What is it called? Latitude and longitude. Can you give me the exact points at the location?
Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question.
No. Yeah, we can't. You can't ask me question with a question. I asked you a question because you made a claim that these people were kicked out.
Stop driving your narrative. Everybody in the audience is already convinced with your narrative. Calm down, okay? Just calm down. You're running your narrative. You're winning.
I am down. I'm calm.
Now tell me, do you agree that before Islam and Christianity, Judaism existed on that land? What do you think about it?
Okay, which land? That's what you're making a claim.
The land of the Canaans, the Israeli land.
Can you provide me address, location again?
I am telling you, the modern day Palestine and Israel collective. What do you think existed on that piece of land before Judaism walked in, or before Islam walked in, or before Christianity walked in?
Okay, can you provide me exact location, the border maps, the line of the border, and from where to where it was called Israel, from what year to what year it was called Israel?
I'm not even saying it was called Israel.
Okay, then what was it called? What was it called?
You need to stop running rhetorics.
I need
what
to.
It was called.
I need to know.
Run the chronology. Who was residing on that land? It was the Jews before the Christians and
Which land? What was the name of the land? What was the name of the land?
Okay, you tell me it was mentioned as Palestine in the Bible?
No,
It was not.
I'm not making any claims.
It was
I'm
land
not,
of the
Brigitte,
land of the Canaan.
Brigitte, I did not make any claims. I'm not making any claims. I'm asking you, I've been asking you, can you provide me the exact map, exact borderline, exact, which place are you talking about? Because if I don't know what you're talking about, how am I going to know which place you're talking about and which area and what city and you said the people were living there. I believe the people were coexisting with each other, right? Because it's ethno Jews, right? So you had Jewish people that were practicing Jewish, and you had other type of people that were not practicing Jews. There was other type of people that were not Jewish. So can you provide me all this evidence according to their scripture? Because right now you're providing me their claims
I'm
for the
not
scripture.
talking about the scriptures.
Okay, then can you provide me evidence, please? Where's the border?
Okay. Listen to me, Amir. There's no rigid evidence of the borders, no biblical rigid evidences. Only in the later text do you see the evidences of, the descriptions of the borders. Now
which later scripture?
Okay. Undo that. Let me ask you a fresh question.
You can't keep asking me questions. Respectfully, look, it doesn't work like that.
Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to?
No.
Is that your own?
Hold on, Brigitte.
If that's how it goes, you.
Brigitte, listen to my
How old
question.
are you, Amir?
Hold on, Brigitte. You keep making claims. Oh my.
Why don't you listen?
Can you stop? Stop coming up.
No,
to
I
my.
can't. You don't listen.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Otherwise, I'll have to move you down. I don't care.
Do it. I don't care. You don't listen.
Yeah.
You don't listen.
So just listen for a second, okay? Because this is my room. I'm going to run it the way I'm going to run it. I asked you this question multiple times. Provide me the directions, provide me the border, provide me the exact location, the latitude and longitude points. But no, you don't want to give me any of these answers. This is the number one bullshit guy or person. And he is. There's no point, man. She ran away. I didn't even move her down. I just muted everybody. That's interesting. Anyways, so Mantan, let's go back to you, man. There's no point. Yes, I do. Finn, I want the coordinates. I want everything respectfully. I didn't even move her down. Come on up. Let's see what you have to say. Let's see what your take is on this. Yes. Your voice is too low. Can you come close to your microphone?
In 1948, in the United Nations, the fourth peace waves, and one Israel was the Muslim group on the very next day Arab nations attack on Israel. Was it right?
Okay. I'm about to put a UN link. I'd like you to read the second paragraph. Can you do that for me, Mantan? Or actually, I'll read it out to the room because your microphone is no good. I put the link in the chat for everybody to read it, right? Second paragraph. Let's go over it. I like educating people, man. I seriously like educating people. So, because I have the data, right? And I'm going based on the UN data. The UN, okay. In November 1947, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution partitioning Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab, with Jerusalem under the UN administration. The Arab world rejected the plan, arguing that it was unfair and violated the UN Charter. Jewish militias launched attacks. Hold on, Menton. Jewish militias launched attacks against Palestinian villages, forcing thousands to flee. The situation escalated into full-blown war in 1948 with the end of British mandate and departure of British forces. So, what do you make out of that? Who started this so-called war? Tell us. What did you say?
Israel didn't attack.
It wasn't called Israel 1947 that time. did you understand what I just read you from a UN? So this is what happened, right? After there was a partition plan, it was done by terrorizing the fuck out of the U.S. president. He was sent letter bombs by a Jewish militia gang. I'll put another link in the chat. The daughter of the U.S. president, his name was Harry S. Truman. His daughter wrote it in the book. They received letter bombs in the mail. Okay, the Jewish militia gangs from British Mandate Palestine literally terrorized the fuck out of the U.S. president back then in 1947. He was part of the partition plan that took place in 1947. Okay, and then after that, when it was presented to the Arabs, they denied it. The reason, and they said it's unfair. It violated the UN Charter. The reason why it was unfair, you had majority of the population ran away. Can't believe this. What's up, Habibi? These people from India, they keep on running away, man. They can't even debate. Idiots. They keep on running away. I can't believe it.
They had this affection towards Israel and Jews.
I don't know, man. No, I don't have a problem with the Jews, but we talk about the fact.
No, yeah.
This is the problem, man. When you try to engage with, they're actually Hindu nationalists from India. They have a similar agenda. They want to turn India into a Hindu nation, right? Just like the Zionists,
Actually, it's all the hate towards Muslims. That's like the
Yep. Yep. Are you Muslim, by the way? Duh?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. So this is the problem. They want to turn India into a Hindu nation, right? And this is why they call it Hindustan, whatever. Same thing with the Zionism, right? They want to turn that state into Jewish state. Same thing what Hitler did. He just wanted his Aryan race, right? And there's a lot of similarities here.
Yeah, it's the same ideology.
Yeah, and then you have these people that like to booty clap for the Zionist entity. They can't even debate on these types of points, man. They're just idiots. Hey, welcome, love. Idiots. What's up, Aziz?
What's up, Amir? What's up?
Yeah, I had two people from India. They ran away, bro. They couldn't debate.
These guys don't really have anything productive to say,
Yep. And they were, yeah, they were the right wingers. They were Modi supporters.
The ethno states, they stick together,
Yeah, but India is not an ethno state. They made it look like it's ethno state, but it's not ethnicity. They're just.
Well, they want it to be. They want it to be. They try. Modi's doing his best impression of Netanyahu. He's trying. We've seen how they're treated in Israel. No matter how hard they try, we've seen how they get treated. So it's quite funny to watch, to be fair.
And you should have seen it. The girl, she just kept on asking me question after question. I'm like, bro, you keep making these claims. She came up with a claim as she goes, yeah, you agree that the Jews were there from before and, from 2,000, 3,000 years ago, land of Canaan and this and that. I said, can you provide me according to the scripture? I need borderlines. I need longitude and latitude points. I need exact location. Where is this, was located in? Nothing, nada.
That's not even relevant. I mean, that 3,000-year-old claim is just not relevant. I mean, it's like, how is that applicable everywhere else? Can the natives take America back? Can the Romans take London? How applicable is this concept? It's not an applicable concept. We're not going to change the face of the globe to match 3,000 years ago. And why are we stopping at 3,000? I mean, just before that, the Canaanites were there, and before that, there were other. How far are we going to go back, you know? Should we just go back to the Mongolians, or should we just keep going? How far should we go, you know? Like, it doesn't make sense, you know?
So no, they have to back up their plan. It's just bullshit after bullshit, one bullshit after another bullshit. Are you left on ranks? What are you doing to your ranks? Are you doing to your ranks? Did you want to say something? Ranks, are you there? Is it ranks?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning from Czech Republic.
Hey, good morning.
No, hi, Vladimir. How are you? How is everybody in the room? Hope everybody is peaceful. Fantastic. Just a quick question. I mean, I'm just mind blown. Where do you get your stamina to keep these rooms going for over 10 hours a day? I mean, you got to give us your secret, because it's, you know, I'm always in the audience, and I'm more of a listener than I am a speaker. So, congratulations. You've got some great rooms, great topics. And, you know, that's all I wanted to ask. So, I've landed.
That's cool, yeah. But your accent sounds American.
Yeah, I'm originally from California, so, but I've been living in Europe.
I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Well, I was originally from California, lived in LA, and then I moved to Europe in 1994. So,
Is it better over there? Is it better compared to Los Angeles? Cheaper?
Not a question. I mean, I had an opportunity to work in Europe, and I never looked back. So.
No, cool. Yeah, no, so about maybe 9 months ago, 10 months ago, I was debating designers, a bunch of them, right, on different apps on Twitter and whatever. And then I got tired. I'm like, you know, these people, and on this app, there wasn't like a permanent spot, like somebody would open up a Propelli space, and, you know, they wouldn't have a permanent spot. And I'm like, I gotta do something about this, because I'm really worried about the kids. I gotta bring awareness so people would learn something from this app or that app or whatever, and, you know, they can maybe tell their family members, look, this is what's going on. We can boycott, we can do whatever we could to you know, spread awareness. And then I decided, I took the liberty to start doing these rooms out there, and then we have good, you know, good moderators that come in and they contribute as well. And everybody contributes. We have this brother Aziz, and a whole bunch of people come to this room and they contribute. Even the Palestinians. We had people from Israel that come in and contribute. You know, we have people who come from different parts of the world to contribute. I mean, everybody has a little bit of different position, but, you know, as long as you're on the right side of history, you're good. But then as soon as you start to sort of like defend, you know, the genocide that's going on over there, you know, you say that Israel is in the right and blah, 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 that's the problematic position to hold, you know. And then being a Zionist, it's one of the worst things you could ever be called. It's like being called a terrorist, man, nowadays, you know. So, and a lot of the Zionists are triggered by my rooms every day, so they're like, you know, you open up these rooms every day attacking the Jews. I don't even attack the Jews. I'm attacking the Zionism, because I actually hate this idea of being Zionist. Why can't you not live together? The Jewish people, the Christians, Muslims, they lived together before 1948. What the fuck? What was it that you had that was so important that you had to build your state by ethnically cleansing the Palestinians? And that's what I cannot. And even the neighbors sold them out. Like, why would you do that? You know? And then when I look at all these facts, and, you know, look at the amount of babies that they have killed, over 17,000, and they're still killing more people, and they killed children in Iran as well recently. And like, you know, I gotta cover the news, and everybody helps it out, you know. So that's where I'm at right now.
What's your prediction? How is this all going to end, if I may ask?
So I have a feeling that, you know, related to the ceasefire with Iran and Israel, it's going to stay because Israel is scared of Iran, because of the amount of ballistic missiles they have shot. And they were able to get past the defense system. And Trump violated the international law by throwing a bunker buster bomb into their nuclear facility, even though the intelligence report just came out and said they already moved their uranium, prior to Trump throwing a bunker bomb, and he was pissed off at. I'm sure you read the news, right? He was pissed off at CNN, the New York Times, and I think he put on a show to for Netanyahu, so Netanyahu can shut the fuck up and stop. But at the same time, there's still a freaking genocide. They're just killing more people in Gaza, and so the ceasefire with Iran, it should hold, I think, with Lebanon. In spite of having a truce, they killed over 100 people. And U.S. and France came out to investigate. Turned out it was Israel that violated the truce multiple times. So that one is in progress. It's working slowly. Even in relate to the Hamas situation, there, Netanyahu violated the ceasefire as well with the phase 1, and hopefully they get some sort of a permanent ceasefire and like a 2-state solution. I think that's what the charter says. Hamas charter, 67 borders, and I'm for it. I mean, they could live side by side. They could have their own state and their own autonomy, and and that way they don't have to. And I want UN peacekeepers on the border of Israel, right? This state called Israel, and border of Palestine, West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem. It's got to be part of it because that's where the Holy Mosque is, and they can live side by side and just have a little bit of protection at the border, and that's it, And no more occupation. Let them breathe their own air. Let them eat their own food. Let them run their own shit. They let them collect their rainwater, right? At this moment, they can't even collect the rainwater in the West Bank. They have over 920 checkpoints in the West Bank. So that's what it is, bro.
Well, congratulations on your rooms. They're always very, very interesting, and congratulations on one day you'll tell me about the secret of your stamina to keep these rooms going. There are times and occasions where you kind of like slowly start to think, but then something comes up and you reboot again. How you do it, I don't know, but congratulations. I really enjoyed being here. I want to say hello to everybody. Peace and blessings to everyone. I mean, we have to have a little bit more love in our society in general. So I'm out, and I'm going to bounce back into the audience. Thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. If anybody else want to come on up, you guys are going to come on up as well. Let's see. Anyways, what's your name? Let me see. Man, yeah. So the Indian government, as far as I know, they don't consider Hamas to be terrorists, right?
You mean the government?
Yeah.
Actually, the thing is that the Indian government opposes everything that is against Israel. If it's a legal movement or resistance movement, they will all oppose it. They don't care who it is.
Okay. Let's see.
Even the relationship of the Indian government with Iran, but these days they are in favor of Israel because at last they are gonna come to Israel because as you know, it's the same thing always.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just there's mixed things related to when it comes out to the Modi government, right? See, sometimes, right, you'll have people here from India that support Modi government, and they will say that Bhagat Singh wasn't a freedom fighter. Essentially, he wasn't this, he wasn't that. And some people, there's a guy that I came across in this app. He still wants the British Empire, right, to come back to India and take over India.
Yeah, there's a lot of them here.
crazy psychopath. Like, why would you want a British mandate? I mean, the British, to come back and colonize India again.
At the same time, they talk about lands. It's so they are like just hypocrites.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. So, I just don't get it. But every time I come across anybody, 300 Christian churches were attacked in India by these right wingers, right, Sunnis, Modi supporters. They've attacked a whole bunch of mosques. So, they've done a whole bunch of crazy shit in India. Even in relation to that case of that sister Gurkistan, what they did, 11 rapists, right? Not only they raped her, they killed a bunch of family members. And these 11 rapists were assigned to life in prison. But then 11 years later, Modi government comes out and they're like, we're going to release them. And then when they came out, these rapists came out, they were, they were given like necklaces filled with flowers, they'll put around their neck. Who glorifies these rapists that raped a Muslim sister? It's disgusting.
It happens in India.
Yeah, it does. And this is the big issue. Let's see. Hey, welcome, Al.
Hello, guys.
How you doing,
Are you guys terrorists?
Are you not a terrorist?
No, I'm killing terrorists.
Are you a rapist?
Yeah, I'm right now in Gaza killing terrorists.
Okay. Why aren't you in Israel? That's where the real terrorists live.
Listen, guys, be careful about it because we will find everyone.
I think you should go to Israel.
Yeah, and we will get you 72 virgin dicks from Allah.
Calm down. Keep your Islamophobic tendencies to yourself. I know you
you are terrorist.
I know you want to become Muslim really badly, right? But
why Muslims are faggots? Why guys you fucking each other? I saw the other day video in the mosque. Muslims fucking each other. What's going on, guys?
Okay. I think you need to calm your shit down, calm your tits down. Okay, stop attacking Islam and calm yourself down. Okay? I understand. You're probably Middle Eastern. You need to calm yourself down, man. You're from Middle East. Yeah, he left.
He was not from Israel, I guarantee that.
I think it was probably Iranian. Anyway, so, yep, that's where we're at. So. I think, what I was going to say was, let's see. I think this room served its purpose, man. I think we got a good beating. Hopefully I'll open another room later today. I think I'm going to let you guys go. Have a good night. Take care. I'm going to hit the bed as well. It's 3:47 here, Los Angeles. So take care. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
God bless you. God bless you.
And to you.
This is a long time ago. Before anybody was talking about any of this has always been an interest of my studies. And I held the room making sure that there was a difference noted between Zionism and Judaism, and several rabbis came up on the stage, and I swear that this is when Clubhouse used to actually let you know that they had like 800 people inside of the room, 1,000 people, and he ended up calling him my brother and telling him I'm his sister, and anything that was making us relative, he got mad and finally was like, "Don't call me that. I'm a Rothschild. You can never be anything close to these." He was Yo, he came
Zionists.
totally out of character, and he took over the room because I had modded him because he kept on saying that I was biased for not having him modded, and so I did, and then he brought all his people up. This is before like El Normo and all of them got popular on the app and shit like that.
Oh, El Normo.
And I actually like El Normo because he tells the blatant truth about what what their position
the
is.
way they think. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just gross hearing it though.
And so
He's a lying
Clubhouse-
crybaby.
I mean,
He
no, he
cries
lies
too much.
about certain things, but he does not
But they're
lie about the
thinking,
agenda.
No, but the way he thinks, you're getting a glimpse of how they think.
Well, you
could
apply
this
blasphemy in here.
The sickness that comes out of his mouth.
Yo, let me tell y'all what the latest thing is that they're doing, denying that the Greater Israel Project exists. That's the new thing.
Even though Netanyahu went to the UN and pulled out the map, he's saying that.
That's what I put links in the chat, and then they threw me out the room because they kept on wanting me to explain to them. Because see, like they think that because I'm black or black representative or whatever you see me as, that I'm not supposed to be knowledgeable on geopolitics or history. But like I have degrees in these topics, so like, and as an anthropologist, I don't think that it would be right that I don't represent in these spaces with knowledge. So like you cannot just sit here and tell me to explain it using my own words when I it's not my job to educate the Gentile. I put the links in the chat. I told you to go ahead and look at it and share it. I told you I seen homeboy come to the UN, the place that he doesn't even respect, and show a picture of the bomb, of a bomb. He drew a cartoon of a fucking bomb and drew a cartoon map of what this territory looked like. And my only question for them was, so once Syria has not Syria, but once Iran has a regime change, as so it may happen, what's the next step? Like, are y'all gonna incorporate it into the Greater Israel Project? And they were always like, what is that? Tell us in your own words. There's no such thing. I don't know anything about. I'm like, yo, why are you sitting up here lying about?
They're doing it now in Syria. I don't understand Lebanon.
That's what I'm saying. So like, if you're doing it in Syria and got Al Qaeda, you know they're about to take out the Al Qaeda dude. So like, using him, yeah, like the Al Qaeda dude, they just gonna be like, oh, well, you guys blew up for 9/11. Like, motherfucker, we never forgot who really got flown out after that shit was done. Y'all just so had piles and piles of rubble and dead bodies. We smelling death in the air for days in New York City, and you mean to tell me their passports survived it? Either which way, same thing you doing in Syria with expansionist goals. Say what you doing, like just say what it is. Tell the people that you're gonna promise them a better situation instead of acting like what's happening isn't really happening. But you're never gonna be able to do that to Iran. Iran is huge. Iran is 5,000 plus years old. America is 250 years old. And even if, and they so clever, they done moved the uranium somewhere else once you ripped up the fucking contract. You really think people are that dumb to just let you know where all their shit is, knowing how sneaky the U.S. has been? And I'm not like, I'm America first. Like, we need to mind our own business. You gave trillions of dollars away. Our veterans are sleeping on sidewalks. Shit is burning down. Bridges and infrastructure falling apart. All types of, our children are poorly educated. Not that they're good teachers, but our children are suffering because of certain things happening with the educational system. You got money to spend. Why are you giving it away to other people? There should be universal health care, free education. It should be a utopia over here by now. When the Chinese stuck to themselves for however long that they did, they came back as a world superpower once they opened their doors back again. And now we're scared of the BRI. Belt and Road Initiative. We're scared of that.
What is the Belt Road Initiative again?
Take your Google finger, love, and this, take your time, and let's, I'm just fucking with you.
Man, I'm
It's
an
the-
American.
I'm just fucking with you. Just wait, I'm gonna tell you. Do you remember when China had the Silk Road?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's just a new age version of the Silk Road that allows them to be able to be.
But hey, yo,
Okay.
I
Go ahead.
thought
Were
World
you
War
explaining
III
it to him, no, Pedro? Because he still wants to know what it is. I wasn't there.
Yeah, let her finish.
The Silk Road or that black woman, bro?
No, Pedro, let her finish.
She's rambling. I want to know what happened in World War III. I'll say World War II.
Okay, go ahead. Let him. First of all, fuck that black woman is insane. I don't know who said that and why you feel like that's necessary. Anyway, it's y'all stage. Do what you want to, but I'm not gonna be told no black woman. Like, that's crazy.
That
was lie, and you're not really worth
I did
a
not
lot.
say fuck that black woman. I did not.
You're a liar. Mod is not stable. All you gotta say is fuck you too, black bitch, and move forward. This nigga is dark as dirt. Let's move
black bitches, but I did not say it. It was probably Pedro. No, put that on Pedro. I would have said fuck that bitch.
Nigga, let's move forward. Good morning, everyone.
Can you tell me?
Mod,
Can you tell me about the Silk Road?
Please.
Yeah.
I really do. Oh man, we getting sidetracked, bro. I want to know all these people that have.
All right. Pedro, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Just
Butters was telling me about the Silk Road and something. She was telling me. I didn't do that. Oh my god, can we get to the point? Yeah, that's fine. I'm agree. Black D Butters. Point.
God, thank. She's giving you guys some information that probably you didn't know or don't care about. Fine, but you don't need to. Shut up, Mom. You don't need to insult. You don't even need to. There's no need to insult the person. That's all I'm gonna say. It's too early for that. We're not gonna put up with it. Let's keep it moving. Butters, if you're interested in entertaining what it is, you go ahead. If not, we'll go to Pedro, who's so eager to talk about World War III.
Yeah, I think that Butters, you're giving out a good amount of knowledge, but I think that we're talking about a lot of different things all at once. So
I'm not in World War II.
Yeah, explain what you were going to explain first.
The Belt Road
in that, and then we'll move on to World War III. Some people aren't interested in that.
All I was trying to let him know is that it's just a new age version of the Silk Road, and it allows for China to be expansionary with their vision for sharing without having to dominate through slavery and other tactics. It actually builds infrastructure across nations that need development. And yes, there are some downsides to it, but overall, it's meant to connect what is going to be, I guess, known as the global South. So all of those countries that might not have been NATO invested and cared about for seats with the UN, all of these countries now are going to have an alternative through trade and commerce, using the Belt and Road Initiative, as opposed to how the Suez Canal used to be like one of the only ways that folks can become dependent upon Eurocentric value system for trade and commerce. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. And all right, Pedro.
Yeah.
What was your question?
I don't have a question really. I just want to make a statement. You know, a lot of Democrats and shit. A couple days ago in these rooms, we're talking about World War III. What the fuck happened? Did I not tell you guys that we had the greatest president in the fucking world and nothing was gonna happen to America? Y'all was like fear mongering and it's coming. Oh, the motherfuckers gonna do their big one. Did nothing. Absolutely nothing. The motherfuckers Iran scared than a bitch. The motherfuckers didn't do shit.
Pedro, we know that.
I don't want to land. Yeah, I don't want to land. I want to know why the fuck do so many people in America commit treason when y'all keep talking ill about Americans? Oh, we're going to World War III. Oh, we think we're a superpower. Bitch, we is.
We the boys. We the motherfuckers. Who the fuck gonna stop us? If you don't like America, hold on, if you don't like America, Trump is letting motherfuckers go left and right. He said, hey, he'll even pay for some of you bitches to get up out of here. I'm willing to put some money on the table too. So for the next person in these rooms that want to speak ill about America, I'm talking about Americans, fucking foreigners. So the next American that hates America, yo man, I got 500 for your motherfucking ticket, one way to fuck up out of here. So I just want to do my part as an American citizen. And yo, America is not 250 yet. I think we're 250 years next year. Silk Road, Dread Pirate Roberts was the greatest person ever. That was the American Silk Road. Fuck China Silk Road. Them bitches is fucking useless. They're only good for being slaves, for making iPhones and Nikes and shit. But yo, USA, let's land the plane. Love America. Thank you for apple pie. You're an idiot.
I just
Your country is poor.
I don't really get what he's saying.
A couple days ago, there were Americans. Not ghetto. This is world politics. A couple days ago, everybody was so convinced that we were going to World War III and Trump was the worst president and he had made a huge mistake.
When? Where?
It was like 2 days ago. What are we talking about? Clubhouse?
In this room?
Yes, ma'am.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah, that's people's opinion. That's not actual news. No one said like World War III is gonna happen.
Now we
I highly doubt that happened in this.
Now we backtracking.
There was a World War. No, I highly doubt that happened. Hold on. It happened in this room, page, right?
Yes. You're fucking
right. World War III since like Russia invaded Ukraine. So please.
But he's the one who's mischaracterizing it.
Here's the thing. Checking his replay, we always have replays on in here. He's not been in this room.
Yes, I have.
No, he hasn't. Not recently.
Here's replays. He has not been in this room on replays. You have absolutely not. It's not even on your page. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Look at your page.
Yeah.
Pedro, can I engage with Pedro just for 1 minute if you like?
We're gonna
have that conversation with.
We're gonna share the mic who are. Okay, Pedro. You gave your submission.
I got a passport.
Pedro, you gave your submission. We're gonna go next to Amir. Amir.
I've been raising my hand as well.
Sorry.
Know when I can talk.
Sorry, I didn't see it, Adrian. Sorry, my bad. Do you want to go, Adrian, first? Go ahead.
No,
Amir, you can go after.
No, Amir can go. It's fine. I'll go after. I was just letting y'all know.
Okay, cool. So Pedro.
What it is, big dog?
Do you know why the ceasefire actually happened, right?
Yeah, because we got a big bomb.
No. The bomb. Do you know there was a report that came out according to.
What country are you from first?
Can you let? No, it doesn't matter.
He said he wanted to engage with me. This
Stop
is engagement.
I'm American and Canadian. Two passports.
You're what? You're American and what?
Oh my God.
And Canadian.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So my question is, so you do know that the intelligence report came out, right? Recently. And that's why Trump was actually cursing the shit out of CNN, and he was cursing at New York Times, right?
He didn't curse them out. He cursed Iran and
Iran and he was
factual about my president.
I know.
He said he wanted to engage. We're engaged.
Pedro, we're gonna put you to you if you don't share the mic. Let him finish his submission. You respond.
So he did talk shit about the CNN. I have the tweet that was tweeted earlier, and he did talk shit about the CNN. And apparently, the problem is the CNN. They released intelligence report that says they were not able to do the attack on the nuclear thing. They didn't do attack prior to, what was it, about 2 or 4 days prior to the attack. They actually moved everything out of the nuclear thing, and that's what now the IAEA, the organization that actually investigates and they inspect the nuclear weaponry and whatnot. Iran is not trusting them anymore. Do you know they just contacted Iran? Where did you guys move the nuclear uranium to? We need to know. And they're not going to be working with the IAEA. So right now, Iran still has the nuclear, capability. But the issue is, Netanyahu wanted the ceasefire, and Trump tried to do the attack. And guess what? In return, Iran did the attack on the military base in Qatar.
right? They did tell America we're about to do the attack, so there was no casualties there, right? But what I'm saying is they were scared. They still had about more than 1,000 missiles, and ballistic missiles, and they don't play around. And that's what scares America. Do you know what scares America?